Hey family, welcome back to my video. Today we will see what if frustrated Naruto had limitless harem with Haku. Part 1. Before we start, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the original author of this story. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. Now enjoy the video. Help me please, Naruto begged. Several ninjas began stomping on Naruto. One ninja made several hand seals and sent a burst of flames at Naruto, burning his body severely. Naruto fainted, only remembering that the ninjas had red eyes. Thank Kami the demon's dead, one of the ninjas said happily. You want to go for a drink, Fugaku? No thanks. The Hokage will be angry that the demon died. I must be sober tomorrow to place the blame on those damned Hyugas, Fugaku answered. Itachi, dispose of the body. Yes sir, the Anbu said. The Anbu picked up the body and vanished. The Anbu was seething inside. How dare they disregard Yondame's last wish? Those damned foolish Uchihas. Only his mother and a few other Uchihas understood that Naruto was a hero. Itachi hurried to the hospital and put a genjutsu on himself to prevent any other villagers from recognizing him. He ignored the front desk and went straight to the only doctor he knew that would help. Rin, Itachi called. They've done it again. Only worse. A woman came running toward Itachi. She had shoulder-length brown hair and 2 marks on her cheeks. She gasped at the damage Naruto suffered. How long ago? 10 minutes, Itachi answered. This child is lucky he has rapid regeneration. Half his wounds are closed, but there's still massive internal damage and skin damage, Rin said. She sighed. Why didn't the villagers understand? She led Itachi to a bed. Itachi gently laid Naruto. Naruto's wounds were terrible. Nearly all his torso was burned black, and his legs and arms were severely burned. His face was also burned. His back had several stab wounds and cuts. There were bruises all over his body. Rin began performing many jutsus and giving him ointments to speed up healing and prevent scarring. Itachi shook his head. Such an innocent child forced to accept this treatment day after day, but he didn't hate the villagers, but instead wanted their approval and their acceptance. That's why he made so many pranks and stole supplies from rich clan houses to give to the poor on the street. Itachi was disturbed from his reverie by the Hokage speaking. Itachi-san, report. Hi Hokage-sama. Naruto was chased by a mob of villagers. They were egged on by many of the Uchiha clan. Naruto ran for an hour, the villagers numbering from 40 at the beginning of the chase to 100 at the end of the hour. Naruto managed to give them the slip. As soon as Naruto was out in the open, Naruto was attacked by several Uchihas. One of them was Fugaku. I was there also to try and save Naruto from dying. After the Uchihas stabbed, beat, and burned Naruto, I brought him here to be treated by Rin. Hokage nodded. Those damned Uchihas, they have been gaining too much power. There have already been several assassination attempts on him by ninjas hired by the Uchihas. He needed to wipe them out or severely limit their forces. Itachi, how many Uchihas are loyal to me? The Hokage asked. Around 50, including most of my family, some of my cousins and uncles, and others, Itachi answered. Good. Of the 50, how many do not hate Naruto? All of them. Many are neutral, but there are some that openly like Naruto. Only Sasuke hates Naruto, thanks to my father brainwashing him. The Hokage stood up. Itachi stiffened when he saw the somber look on his face. Itachi, I'm going to offer you an SS class mission. It will be your choice if you want to accept it. Itachi was surprised. The last SS class mission was given to the Yondaime to wipe out several battalions of Iwa Nins. To be offered this was truly an honor and a testament to how highly the Hokage viewed him. I accept. Are you sure, Itachi? The Hokage asked. This mission will change your life forever. Itachi nodded. I'm sure. The Hokage nodded. Tomorrow night, I want you to kill every disloyal Uchiha. No disguises. You will be branded an S-class. Missing nin, but I and the daimyo shall keep the hunter nins away from you. Essentially, you will become like a Sanin, but never be able to come back to the village again. Itachi was stunned. The merciful Hokage asking him to kill his own kinsman and be in exile forever. Why? The majority of Uchihas have grown arrogant with power. I cannot do anything against them as the Hyugas, despite their dislike of the clans, will challenge any law strictly against the clan, as it will apply to them. I already know the Fugaku has hired several assassins and some of his own clan members to kill me. I cannot allow that. They have become too dangerous. I fear that an alliance between Danzu and Fugaku will happen very soon, the Hokage explained. Itachi nodded. This is for the good of the clan in Konoha. Itachi was disgusted with many in the clan because of the arrogance yet laziness of many in the clan. They scoffed at hard work, but adore cheating off their fellow comrades' jutsus. I accept, Itachi said. The Hokage smiled proudly at the loyal ninja. He was sad that such an honorable ninja will have to be exiled, but it was for the best of the village. Good. Now there is another part to this mission. I want you to escape with Naruto, but let him return when you think he is ready. Teach him to become powerful beyond belief. He is and will become the hero as he was meant to be seen, the Hokage said. Itachi sighed. What a mission. Kill those arrogant kinsmen, and also raise the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. I accept. Tomorrow night, after you kill the Uchihas, I want you to sneak into the Hokage tower and retrieve Naruto. Naruto will also have a letter you need to give to the daimyo or the other Sanins that you are a friend of Konoha, despite what the bingo book might have against you, the Hokage said. In this letter is also my permission for you to have an annual pay of 0.5% of the Konoha ninja budget. More than enough to raise Naruto and you. Itachi nodded. He bowed to the Hokage and vanished. The Hokage sighed. This night will add so many years of burden on his shoulders. In Naruto's mind, deep within Naruto's mind, there is a large cage sealing the Kyuubi Naruto. The demon shook its head and began to repent for all the pain it had caused to the innocent. Despite human legends say demons are not evil, but the deliverers of judgment. Kyuubi had meant to kill a snake called Orochimaru. It attacked Konoha sensing that vile snake's chakra. However, it was sealed into this boy and watched the boy be persecuted and despised by the villagers and ninjas because of the Kyuubi. The Kyuubi glowed as it morphed into a woman. The woman had reddish gold hair that reached down to just above her hip. She had a perfect figure and a face that was fit for a goddess. She clutched the bars of the cage holding her and whispered to herself, Naruto, I vow that I will help you become so strong that the heavens themselves shall shake in your presence. This is my vow and my gift to you. Chapter 2. Disclaimer, I do not own Naruto. I'm back. I'm bored. I'm bored. I'm bored. A teenager chanted as he walked down a dirt road. Enough, damn it. We'll play I Spy. A voice in his head screamed. The teenager chuckled. He knew she would agree if he annoyed her long enough. The teenager's name is Naruto, born of Konoha and host of Kyuubi. He was around 5'4" and had blonde, spiky hair with red highlights that could never be combed right. He wore steel-toed boots, loose black pants with plenty of pockets, and a black shirt with a small orange spiral on the front. He also wore a black vest and trench coat. A blood-red scarf hid the bottom half of his face. Hidden in various pockets were several storage scrolls, kunes, shurikens, exploding notes, a mask, and a small plushie of a fox. He also had a special sword placed behind his back. The sword was sheathed in a kadachi sheath, but thanks to several seals, it can fit even though the blade was 3 feet long. Currently Naruto was on the way to Konoha at the orders of Itachi. Naruto had grown very fond of his surrogate brother. Itachi taught Naruto all he could. Itachi taught him the basics of being a ninja and showed him many ninjutsus and jinjutsus. He also let Naruto get trained by several missing nins he trusted. One of them taught Naruto the basics of kenjutsu and assassination. Another taught him element manipulation and taijutsu. Kyuubi also helped Naruto in several ways. She gave his body rapid healing, greatly increased stamina, and superhuman senses. She trained Naruto in controlling Yakai chakra, very potent but powerful chakra. Her greatest gift was a choice of bloodline. Naruto had a very unique bloodline. It did not give him any more advantages against most ninjas. However, his chakra can damage the bloodline abilities of ninjas and made them worse. This meant that the Sharingan would only see after images of movements and the Byakugan would be blurred eye. It also meant that the Kagaya bones would be brittle and the Aburam family wouldn't be able to command their Kikai. Overall, those with bloodlines would be at Naruto's mercy. So Kit, what are you going to do once we get to Konoha? Kyuubi asked. With Naruto's permission, Kyuubi altered the seal so that she could see through Naruto's eyes and ears. She also altered the cage so it would be a large Japanese house instead of a sewer. I guess after I give the old man several letters and packages, I'll go walk around. Probably play several pranks, Kaiu-chan, Naruto replied. Whoa, do tell, Kyuubi cooed. Hokage Tower and Monument. This ought to be good, Kyuubi said eagerly. Naruto reached the gate. He passed his papers to the guards. The guards scanned his papers checking for forgery. Business? The guard asked. Visiting a friend, Naruto answered. Alright, just don't cause any trouble, the guard grunted. Naruto nodded and began walking to the Hokage Tower. After walking for several minutes he decided to walk around for a bit like a tourist. He was amazed at the number of people and ninjas he saw. He did see some odd characters that Itachi warned him about. He saw a silver-haired man walking around, totally concentrated on an orange book he was reading. He turned and saw a purple-haired Kunoichi eating a huge number of dangos in a short amount of time. He chuckled a bit and accidentally bumped into someone. I'm sorry sir, I didn't look. Yosh, your flames of youth are burning brightly. If I cannot match your flames of youth, I will hop 50 laps around Konoha on one hand. The person Naruto bumped into shouted. Naruto took one good look at the man and bolted away as fast as he could. He headed into an alley and hid. He didn't speak for several minutes. Kyuu, was that the result of eating too much ramen? Naruto asked nervously. Kyuubi couldn't answer. She was stunned that a human would go out in public looking that bad. Kyuu? Kit, you never saw that man. It was a bad dream, Kyuubi said. Agreed, Naruto said. He went out from the alley and headed to the Hokage tower. Naruto entered the building and went to the receptionist. Excuse me, I have a letter for the Hokage that is very important, Naruto said politely. He handed a letter to the receptionist. The daimyo and the Hokage stamped the letter. Naruto waited as the receptionist delivered the letter. Soon, the receptionist motioned for Naruto to follow her. Naruto followed her until they reached the Hokage's office. Naruto steeled himself and entered. Naruto, a voice said in delight. Naruto looked up to see Rin hug him tightly, very tightly. The Hokage watched in amusement as Naruto turned blue. Help me, Naruto gasped at the Hokage. The Hokage chuckled. Let him down, Rin. I want to hear what happened while he was away with Itachi, the Hokage said. Rin pouted but let Naruto go. Naruto jumped out Rin's arm length and began recounting what happened during his 6 years with Itachi. Not to be mean or anything, but I won't tell what happened just yet. There are several people that I do not want to reveal. So when I arrived here, I walked around a bit and saw several ninjas. One of them scared me more than Kyuubi during that time of month, Naruto said. Hey, though now I think about it, you're right, Kyuubi said. Oh yeah, I met Sanin during my travels and he told me to give you this book. Naruto handed the Hokage a small gold book. The Hokage gasped. Naruto, is that the Hokage gasped? Naruto shrugged. If you mean the latest book of the Icha series, Icha Harem Nights in a limited gold edition and signed by the author with extra bonus pictures, then yes it is. Rin glared at the Hokage as he opened it reverently. Naruto could have sworn that the book emitted some gold light when it was opened. The Hokage started to giggle and blush. Naruto's sweat dropped. We're all men perverts. And what is with that book? Even Itachi began giggling and blushing when he read that book. Oi, Waji, what now? Naruto asked rudely. The Hokage closed his book regretfully and thanked Kami for Jiraiya. You will be going to the academy where you will take the Genin exam and take place on a team. There you will work with your new team until you become Chunin rank, the Hokage stated. Nani? Naruto yelled. No buts, Naruto, the Hokage said firmly. Now Naruto, you'll be staying in an apartment that I bought for you. You will also get a weekly stipend until you reach Chunin. The Hokage tossed Naruto the keys to the apartment. Rin, please show Naruto the way to the academy. Also tell Iruka that he is to be allowed to take the Genin exams, the Hokage said. Rin nodded. When they left, the Hokage took out his book. Now for some quality reading. Chapter 3. Disclaimer, I do not own Naruto. Oh how the mighty has fallen. Iruka was having a bad day. It was the day before the Genin exams. He looked at his class, if you can call it that. In one section of the room where the Uchiha fangirls are staring at the heir of the Uchiha clan, Sasuke. After Itachi's massacre of over 400 Uchihas, young Sasuke has been obsessing over revenge. Even his own mother, Mikoto, could not persuade Sasuke against being an avenger. Sadly, she died a year after the massacre, making him fall into an even deeper madness. He was the top of his class, but Iruka worried for his sanity. It reminded him of one of the Sanin he read about. Iruka shook his head. He turned his attention to two girls, Yamanaka Ino and Haruno Sakura. Both girls were diehard Uchiha fangirls and honestly, a disgrace amongst kunoichis. Always focusing on their looks instead of training. Dieting too. At 12, do they want to kill themselves? Nearby were Nara Shikamaru and Akamichi Choji. These two are heirs to the Akamichi and the Nara clans. Both have the sum of the lowest grades in class. However, Iruka knew they were hiding their true abilities, judging by their father's lack of concern about their grades. Iruka had to admit, their fathers seemed like older versions of their sons. Both Naras both said troublesome and started to sleep. The Akimichis shrugged and ate their potato chips. In another section were Inuyasaka Kiba and his pet, Akamaru, and Hinata Hyuga. Both of these ninjas were extremely competent and ready to be Genin. However, they had personality problems. Kiba was wild. He needed to settle down and not act on his instincts. He needed to use his brain more often and focus on some long-range genjutsus to complement their unique taijutsu. Hinata was perfectly capable in Iruka's eyes. She was proficient in the Byakugan and Gentle Fist. However, in Lord Hyashi's eyes, she was weak. This led to severe inferior complex in Hinata. However, she had an extraordinary talent in healing as she developed a healing cream that healed a cut at an extremely fast rate. In a corner by himself, Aburam Shino was silently observing the class. Iruka never knew if the boy was sleeping or not. Iruka noted that he was an extremely gifted person in strategy and logic. He was also skilled in tracking and stealth. A true ninja, he hid his skills from most of the class. In Iruka's opinion, if Shino and Sasuke got into a fight, Sasuke would lose. Iruka sighed. Well, better start the lesson. Troublesome, Iruka muttered. He stood up and said, "Alright class, settle down." No reaction. A tick mark appeared on Iruka's face. Shut up and pay attention. The class settled down enough for Iruka to start his lesson. Good. Now today, we'll be going over different ninja villages. Now can anyone tell me the 5 major ninja villages? The door opened and Iruka turned to see who it was. A boy around most of his students' age walked in. He sighed as many of the girls commented on his hotness compared to Sasuke. Erg. The boy smiled and gave him a slip of paper. Here you go, Scarface. It's a letter from the Hokage, the boy said cheekily. Iruka was a bit annoyed, but read the letter. He was a bit surprised when the Hokage said that Naruto has permission to take the Genin exams this late in the school year. Alright Naruto, please sit in the seat next to Sasuke over there, Iruka said. Naruto looked over to where Iruka was pointing. You mean over there next to that emo homosexual with the chicken-ass hair? Naruto asked revolted. The class was in an uproar. All of Sasuke's fangirls demanded punishment and retribution, while Kiba fell on the ground laughing. Choji chuckled a bit and carried on eating. Shino looked on in interest. Shut up, Iruka yelled. He turned to Naruto. Fine, please sit next to Shino over there. Naruto walked to the seat beside Shino without any complaint. He stuck a hand out to Shino. Uzumaki Naruto at your service. Shino eyed his hand, then shook it. Aburam Shino. So you're one of the famous Aburams. My sensei told me about them. In my opinion, they are some of the finest ninjas around. Stealthy and they quickly finish their mission without having to waste much energy. Epitome of a ninja's role. Shino was stunned. Not many people praise their clan as highly as the Hyuga Uchiha. This was truly a pleasant surprise. You use Kikai bugs to aid in your fights, right? Naruto asked. You seem to know a lot about my clan, Naruto-san, Shino said. So, knowing your enemy and battling your enemy is 2 completely different things. If the body is not strong enough to counter what the mind views as a threat, then you're dead, Naruto countered. A wise statement, Shino said. He was impressed. A new student so wise in the ways of the shinobi. It would be beneficial to be his friend. Alright class, out in the training field for sparring, Iruka called out. The class calmly went out to the practice field. Iruka had them go to one of the practice arena. Now class, time for some practice sparring. You can use any taijutsu techniques or kenjutsu, Iruka explained. Now anything goes except serious injury or death. Now let's have Shino and Ino spar, Iruka called out. The two went into the arena. The match was a short one as Shino quickly delivered a knockout punch to Ino's temple. Iruka's sweat dropped to how short the match was. Alright, how about Sasuke and Iruka called out. I want Naruto, Sasuke said. Everyone looked at Naruto. I'm flattered but I don't swing that way. Naruto smirked as the Uchiha flushed in embarrassment. He saw Kiba laughing on the ground and many fangirls screaming obscenities. Just get over here and fight me, Sasuke said. Naruto shrugged. He calmly faced the Uchiha. Iruka-sensei, do you Kavabaken? Naruto asked. Sure, Iruka answered. He tossed Naruto a standard wooden baken. Naruto caught it deftly and twirled it a bit, testing the balance. Satisfied, Naruto went into a sword stance with the baken positioned like a sheathed sword. Whenever you're ready, Sasuke, Naruto said. Sasuke rushed Naruto. He threw a punch at Naruto's head. However, Naruto easily dodged it and smacked Sasuke hard with the baken on his thighs. Sasuke's kegs buckled as a numb sensation went through his legs. Sasuke threw a roundhouse at Naruto. Naruto quickly ducked and slammed the baken at Sasuke's other leg. Sasuke fell down hard. When he knee buckled from the force of Naruto's blow, Sasuke scrambled up, angry at Naruto toying with him. Sasuke became even angrier as Naruto began walking out of the ring. Where are you going, Dobe? Scared? Nope, bored. You're too riled up to be a challenge, Naruto answered cheerfully. He gave Sasuke the victory sign. To say Sasuke was angry was like saying spandex was a bit ugly. Sasuke was furious. Kaiten. Great fireball. A large fireball flew toward Naruto. Iruka formed seals for a water jutsu as it headed toward Naruto. Naruto ignored it until it was a meter. He thrust the baken at the fireball. Kenjutsu. Bullet. A blast of air blew through the fireball and struck Sasuke in the head. Sasuke flew out of the ring, landing 3 feet away from where he was standing. Naruto glared at the Uchiha. His brother would be ashamed of him. Naruto looked back to see Kiba and Choji applauding him, while Shikamaru gave him a small approving smile. Shino nodded approvingly at Naruto's skill. Iruka was impressed. To disperse a fireball with only the wind from a sword thrust needed a lot of skill. It even had enough power to blow his opponent away with only a bakken. Iruka wouldn't you want to be on the receiving end if Naruto had a katana? Iruka-sensei, Sakura shrieked. Naruto cheated. Sasuke wouldn't be defeated like that. Naruto must have used a ninjutsu to beat Sasuke. Rematch. Naruto's eye twitched. Kami, how can someone like her be that stupid? Naruto thought. One of life's greatest mysteries, Kit Kyuubi said. She was appalled at how stupid the girl was. Sakura, Naruto fought fair and square. He defeated Sasuke without resorting to using ninjutsu techniques. Sasuke on the other hand directly disobeyed me and fired a Kaiten jutsu at Naruto's back. Iruka explained patiently. No, Sasuke never fired a fireball. That was Sasuke's awesomeness radiating from him. Sakura screamed. That sets a new low for being retarded, Naruto thought. Kami, she's even more imaginative than the people who invented singing, Kyuubi thought. Mini clip. 4 cavemen were sitting around the fire. Grunt, 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 grunt. Oh, 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 for the longest time, oh, 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 for the longest time, they all sang in unison. If you said goodbye to me tonight, ooh, 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 one sang. And mini clip. Naruto shrugged. He wasn't going to argue over this. He went over by Shino to watch the other matches. Kiba Choji and Shikamaru joined him. Great match, Naruto. Kiba congratulated. I'm Kiba of the Inuyasha clan, and this is my pet, Akamaru. Akamaru yipped at Naruto. Where did you learn to fight like that? Kiba asked. A friend of my sensei, Naruto answered. You think I can get a few tips? Kiba asked. Learn a few genjutsus. Genjutsus? Why? You use mainly taijutsu in battle. If your opponent is in a genjutsu, you can easily maul your opponent before they realize it, Naruto explained. Kiba nodded. Soon after all the sparring was done, Naruto spent time with his new friends. He learned a lot about the village people and places of the village. After school they went to a barbecue restaurant. They spent hours there laughing and joking. Despite Shino being the silent one, Shino could make really funny one-liners and observations. Soon it was late. They split the check 4 ways and left. Naruto went to the address the Hokage gave him. It led to an apartment complex that was shared by many ninjas of Konoha. Let's see. Number 726, 724, 725, 726. Here it is. Naruto unlocked it and went in. The apartment was a decent place. It had 2 rooms, a bedroom, a kitchen, fridge, 2 closets, and a bathroom. It was empty. Naruto had a remedy to this. He took a scroll out of his jacket and placed chakra in it. Soon a couch bookshelf loaded with books and scrolls, a futon, kitchen equipment, clothes, training equipment, a chest, ninja equipment, food, soap, and other stuff popped out. Naruto then created several shadow clones to organize all the items. As soon as they finished, Naruto dispelled them. He went to the chest and opened it. Inside was cleaning equipment for his sword. He removed the sword from his belt and cleaned it carefully. The sword was nothing fancy. It was like most katanas except that it was made by one of the finest blacksmiths. It was extremely sharp, durable, and can channel his chakra. This allowed him to make his kenjutsu attacks long range when he channeled his wind chakra through it. Also, any cuts with his sword would damage bloodline abilities. It also had an element of surprise that his sword was sheathed in a kadachi sheath. Naruto sheathed his sword and laid on his futon. He was excited to see what tomorrow would bring in this village. Things already looked very interesting. Naruto closed his eyes but opened them when he heard his next-door neighbor. Yosh, I will go to sleep so that my flames of youth will burn brightly as the sun. If I cannot do this, I will do 5,000 kicks and 5,000 punches. If I cannot do that, I will run 100 laps around Konoha in less than 30 minutes. Chapter 4. Disclaimer, I do not own Naruto. Can't get any worse. Hey Kit, wake up, it's 4, Kyuubi said. Naruto groaned but got up. He had this weird dream about some black-haired girl. Whatever, dreams are dreams, Naruto groaned. He scratched his stomach but paused. No, not that. Whoa, what have we here? Kyuubi cooed. Looks like someone had a wet dream. Shut up, Naruto yelled. He went to the bathroom for a long cold shower. After he finished drying his hair, Naruto put on some shorts and a loose t-shirt. He took his sword and storage scroll but nothing else. He quickly tied his shoes and weights on. These weights are tied to his limbs. Each of the weights weigh around 300 pounds. Kyuubi, could you please activate the gravity seals to 5x? Naruto asked. Fine, Kyuubi said. Naruto felt his body sag as the gravity seals increase from 4s to 5x. He jogged around getting used to the new weight. Thanks to Kyuubi's training, his body has literally become so dense that his body is as hard as stone and his bones harder than steel. He put his hands into a seal and gathered chakra. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. 200 clones popped into existence. I want 100 of you to work on chakra control, 50 of you find a training ground and spar using Kenjutsu and Taijutsu, blindfolded. The other 50 will work on sealing. I want those improved explosive notes by the end of the week, Naruto instructed. After 2 hours, dispel yourselves. The clones nodded and dispersed to do their work. Naruto did a few stretches and began his morning run. According to Kiba's information, Naruto needed to do 50 laps around Konoha before his normal training. Naruto started jogging. It was peaceful to hear the birds sing in the early morning and feel the fresh wind of a new day. Quiet, tranquil, perfect. Lee, it is time for our youthful morning run. If we cannot make 100 laps before the sun rises, then we will walk all day on our hands. Oh, goddammit. Why does he seem to show up everywhere? Hi sensei, and if we cannot do that, we will spread the wisdom of youthfulness while we are in the springtime of youthfulness. Naruto knew he shouldn't have turned, but against his common sense, he looked behind him. Not only was the weirdo with the spandex, huge eyebrows, and bowl cut there, but he also had a mini-me. The mini-me was dressed like the weirdo also, but the freakiest part was that they were hugging very tightly. What? It's not enough that he's a weirdo, but he also had to corrupt a child into dressing like him and allowing the weirdo to molest the child. Guy sensei? Lee. A huge background with the sun setting and the waves crashing appeared behind them. Naruto had several ticks but calmly made the seal for dispelling Genjutsu. Kai, Naruto said. Nothing. Kai. Nothing. Kai. Still nothing. Kai. 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 Naruto screamed. He couldn't dispel the jutsu. Run for it, Kit. Run for our lives, Kyuubi screamed. Naruto began running faster than he ever thought possible. He ran to the Hokage tower screaming. He sped past the receptionist and straight into the Hokage's office. The Hokage was enjoying his Harem book when the door to his office blew up. He watched in shock as Naruto blocked the door with an earth jutsu, made multiple reinforcing seals and traps. Naruto then grabbed the Harem book from the Hokage, sat in a corner, and began reading as fast as he could. Naruto suffered massive blood loss in a matter of seconds and blacked out. Naruto, are you alright? The Hokage asked, worried. Spandex, eyebrows, mini-me, youth, sunset, Naruto whispered. The Hokage sweat dropped. No one was the same when they met Guy or Lee. Naruto woke up after 2 hours. He was lying on the sofa in the Hokage's office. He looked up to see the Hokage hard at work with paperwork. He also heard the Hokage cursing the paperwork. Goddamn paperwork killing me more painfully than a stab wound, the Hokage moaned. The Hokage looked up and saw that Naruto was conscious. Naruto, you're awake, the Hokage said. Naruto nodded but was a bit confused. Why was he in the Hokage's office? And why did the Hokage have a rock slab with traps and seals for a door? He asked the Hokage both questions. The Hokage sweat dropped. Naruto, don't you remember? Naruto tried to remember, but found Kyuubi locking a huge chest labeled ideas for Genjutsu horrors. Kyuubi, what happened 2 hours ago? Naruto asked. You're better off not knowing, Kyuubi said curtly. Nope, don't remember, Naruto said to the Hokage. The Hokage sweat dropped and suddenly remembered an article about how the human psyche will bury traumatic memories. Naruto, you should be getting back home. The academy starts in an hour. By then you'll have the Genin exams, the Hokage said. The Hokage sighed and went back to his paperwork. You're right, Naruto exclaimed. He made a seal for Sunshin, but stopped. Don't you have a quicker way of doing paperwork? Naruto asked. The Hokage looked up so fast that Naruto thought he heard the Hokage's crack. Do you know of a way? The Hokage asked. Naruto nodded. Have you tried Kage Bunshin? Naruto asked. Naruto left by Sunshin. The Hokage was in shock. He slowly got out a slip of paper that his students gave to him years ago. On it was a circle. In the circle, it said, bang head here. Stupid, 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 the Hokage said, while hitting his head on the slip of paper on his desk. Naruto arrived at his apartment just as all his clones dispelled. He was a bit disoriented by the flood of information. After a minute he reviewed all of the information gathered. He nodded in approval at the progress he made. He quickly bathed and changed back to his regular clothes. He wrapped his scarf around the bottom of his face to hide the marks on his cheeks. It would not be good if people knew the Kyuubi Jinchuriki was back. He packed his necessities inside scrolls and strapped his sword on his belt. After checking his equipment, he headed toward the academy. Naruto passed through the market square. The air was filled with the smells of delicious foods. He heard his stomach growl loudly and decided to head to a nearby dango stall. The stall was a bit crowded but homely. Naruto sat at an empty table and ordered some dango and tea. After the waiter gave Naruto his order, Naruto eagerly dug in. He finished one and was about to pick up another when he felt someone's presence behind him. Anko Mitarashi was hungry after training, so she decided to head to the dango shop for dango and sake. As she entered, she saw a teen with a full plate of her favorite dango. She decided to take one. Surely, a teen wouldn't deny a Takubetsu Jonin. She skillfully reached for one. She would have stolen one if a glowing katana weren't tickling her throat. TCH. Didn't your mother teach you any manners? Naruto asked. He turned to see Anko glaring at him. Now, if you ask politely, I'll order another one. Anko was about to tell the teen an explicative, but her stomach growled loudly. Who cares about pride when your stomach is concerned? I'm Anko Mitarashi, Konoha's sexy snake mistress, she said. Now, could you please put me an order of dango? Naruto ordered more dango. As she waited for the dango, Naruto began a friendly conversation. Anko and Naruto talked about various things. She was curious how Naruto detected her presence and how Naruto was able to move so fast. Naruto deftly steered the conversation away from him to her. He was able to by telling her that he was an academy student. No way. I was nearly killed by an academy student, Anko exclaimed. If it's any consolation, I've been taught by many good teachers, Naruto said consolingly. Anko grumbled a bit and viciously bit into a dango. Yeah, well, how's Iruka doing? Anko asked. Why? Isn't he just an instructor? Naruto asked. Anko shook her head. Not just an instructor, but was a distinguished Anbu under the name of Asamo. Held a record number of completed solo missions, however, he always wanted to be an instructor. He even turned down a chance to be one of the 12 guard ninjas of fire, the daimyo's elite bodyguards. Hokage allowed Iruka to be an instructor. Ever since Iruka became an instructor, Genins of his class tend to pass the Jonin's personal test. They often become Chuninins in 3 years, Anko explained. She had a light blush on her face. You know a lot about him, Naruto said. He smirked a bit when Anko squirmed in her seat. He sniffed the air and found the air soaked with hormones coming from Anko. Naruto had a shit-eating grin on his face. Anko got suspicious. What are you smiling about? You like Iruka, don't you? Naruto teased. He grinned even wider when Anko blushed a deep red. Anko. Naruto turned to see a Jonin with red eyes and long dark hair standing outside the entrance of the shop. She had a look of complete surprise on her face. She went to their table and sat by Naruto. Anko, I heard the last sentence. Do you really like him? The Jonin asked gently. Anko nodded and began crying. Anko sniffed. She hated to be seen as weak. This damn brat was able to break down her defenses in less than an hour. She was a torture ninja for Kami's sake. She should have seen this a mile away. Yeah, Kurenai, I do. I've been in love with him since a year after Orochimaru left. He was my best friend after Orochimaru left. In the years he's always been there to cheer me up, helped me stand tall, and never treated me like an outcast. I've been too afraid of rejection or the chance of persecution against Iruka to admit my feelings. Anko whispered. Kurenai squealed and began saying how romantic that was to fall in love with your best friend. Naruto felt a bit sick. He should have never pried into these private feelings. It made him sick. It was worse because Kyuubi in his head was saying exactly the same thing. Kawaii, Kurenai, Kyuubi squealed. Naruto gagged. After a long talk, Kurenai cheered Anko back to her normal self. Naruto was forced to sit through it because Kyuubi threatened him. He looked outside and remembered he should go to the academy now. Well, it was nice to meet you, but I have to go to the academy. Naruto was about to run off when a hand shoved a package in Naruto's pocket. Make sure Iruka gets that, Anko said mischievously. Naruto nodded and ran to the academy. He arrived in the classroom just as the bell rang. Morning Iruka-sensei, Naruto said. Morning Naruto. Please sit down while I call roll, Iruka said. Naruto began walking toward his seat by Shino. He stopped though when he remembered about the package. Iruka-sensei, a Jonin gave me a package and told me to give it to you. She said it was important, Naruto said. He tossed the package to Iruka. Iruka caught it and went to his desk. He sat down and opened it. Naruto and Kiba began sniggering loudly when the package opened to reveal a stained pair of panties in the picture. Many girls began to shout at Iruka for being a pervert, while secretly planning to do the same thing for Sasuke. Iruka was bright red. Many of the students were shocked to see their teacher receive something like that. It didn't help when the Hokage dropped in. Iruka, I wanted to talk to you about the Genin examinations and… Ooh, whoa, the Hokage said as his eyes spotted the panties in the picture. The Hokage smiled lecherously. So what bold lady sent you this lovely package? Iruka hastily hid the package in his desk and tried to appear as if nothing happened. Hokage-sama, what about the exams? The Hokage cleared his throat and tried to recollect his thoughts. Iruka, I have been reviewing the Genin exam and after consideration, they will be sorted into teams now and be tested tomorrow by the Jonin senseis. The Hokage gave Iruka a list and exited. Iruka looked at the list and was surprised. In the past, the students have been sorted into specialty teams, such as tracking, capturing, and assault. Now the teams are much more balanced with much more variety. Alright, now the Genin exams are cancelled today, Iruka announced. He waited as the students began booing. After a minute, the booing stopped and Iruka continued. Under the new system, students will be sorted into teams to take a much harder test. The test is a practical mostly and will occur at the time the Jonin chooses, Iruka explained. Now the teams in Jonin senseis are as follows. Team 1 includes Naruto. Tune him out until his name was called. Team 7 will be Naruto, Iruka called. Naruto sat up, eager to find out his other teammates. Shino. Naruto grinned as Shino shifted a bit. And Shikamaru. Naruto punched the air with his fist. Shikamaru mumbled troublesome and went back to sleep. Team 7's Jonin will be Anko Mitarashi. Naruto began praying to Kami for mercy. Ah, shit, I'm dead, ain't I Kaiu? Naruto asked. Yep. Chapter 5. Disclaimer, I do not own Naruto. Meetings, fights, and training. After Iruka dismissed the class, he asked Naruto to stay a bit after class. Naruto waited as the rest of the students whispered explanations for why Naruto was being held after school. Naruto wondered if it was something about Anko. After everyone left, Iruka spoke. Naruto, will you come here? Naruto walked to Iruka's desk. Iruka was holding Anko's package. Naruto sighed. Is this about the package, sensei? Naruto asked. Iruka turned red. Yes, but there is another reason why I asked you to stay, Iruka admitted. Naruto sighed. This was going to be a long afternoon. Naruto, why did Anko give you this package? Naruto shrugged. I don't know really. I just met her in a dango stall this morning. She tried to steal my dango. Iruka nodded. Tried? I tickled her neck with my sword, Naruto explained. Anyway, after offering to buy her an order of dango, we started talking. You have quite an impressive record for an academy teacher, Isamu. Iruka blushed embarrassed. Yeah, but I always wanted to teach. She spoke very highly of you, Iruka, Naruto said. Is it true that you two were roommates? We were for a bit, Iruka admitted. After Orochimaru deserted Konoha, she was treated like a traitor. I never believed it and felt sorry for her. She kind of clung to me a bit while she got used to the glares and insults. I often had to sleep in the park so that she won't be alone. Anko's landlord soon kicked Anko out of her apartment. She didn't have friends like Kurenai yet, and her other friend Hana lived in a clan house. She went to me and I allowed her to stay at my apartment. She stayed for several months until she got her own apartment. Sensei, I was lying when I asked about the roommates part, Naruto admitted. Iruka turned a darker shade of red when he realized Naruto tricked him. Iruka, what do you think of Anko? Naruto asked. Well, she is kind and gentle despite her normal attitude. After you get past her shell, she is a beautiful caring person that any man would love. I count myself lucky to be her friend, Iruka said. There's not a trace of a lie, Kyuubi noted. Hey Kit, this man really loves Anko. Look at his eyes, they practically glow. Naruto nodded. He noticed this also. He decided to test Iruka. Iruka, as I talked with Anko, she told me she had a boyfriend. Iruka looked at Naruto. A new boyfriend? Yeah, some jounin named Kakashi, Naruto said. Naruto sensed some killing intent wafted from Iruka. Anyway, from what I heard, Kakashi's been a real jerk. He's been ignoring her and despite her pleas, he's been flirting with some of the women in the village, Naruto said. Naruto smirked as Iruka was glowing with killing intent. He decided to push him a little bit more. The worst part is, he forbid her from telling any of her friends that she is forcibly engaged. She cries to sleep most nights, Naruto said sadly. He was blasted back as Iruka's chakra let out a pulse, breaking chairs in his desk. Kakashi, Iruka growled. He pulled out a beautifully made katana. You're dead. Iruka jumped out the window carrying his katana with him. Naruto chased after him. His face split into a mischievous grin. Kakashi was exiting a bookstore, eagerly reading his purchase, Icha Harem Nights. He turned around a corner and ignored a shout. Kakashi, my eternal rival, why do you read that unyouthful book? I challenge you to a race around Konoha with a boulder on our backs. Did you say something? So hip, my eternal rival, Kakashi. Kakashi turned around to see Iruka charge at him with a drawn katana. Kakashi dodged it, but Iruka's sword sliced the book into pieces. Kakashi stared at the book in horror. My Icha, I shall avenge thee, Kakashi yelled. He used a kunai to parry Iruka's katana. Iruka channeled chakra into the sword and the katana sliced through the kunai like butter. Iruka stabbed Kakashi, but Kakashi turned into a log. Iruka stabbed the ground with the katana and quickly made some seals. Chakra pulse. A wave of chakra rippled the earth around Iruka. Kakashi was forced out from underground. Iruka swung his katana at Kakashi, who managed to dodge it. Why did you hurt Anko? Iruka roared as he attempted to cut Kakashi in half. What? Kakashi said as he ducked Iruka's katana. You heard me, you womanizer, Iruka yelled. Iruka made some seals. Suiton. Water darts. Kakashi swerved to avoid several darts of ice that Iruka shot at him. Kakashi made several seals as he dodged another of Iruka's stabs. Kaiten. Fire sparrows. Several birds made of fire flew toward Iruka. Iruka channeled chakra through his sword and sliced through the birds. You heard Anko. You were engaged with her and still kept flirting. Iruka roared. That is most unyouthful, my eternal rival. I must clease your unyouthfulness and show you the joys of springtime of youth. Guy shouted. Naruto saw the mini-me pop out of nowhere. Guy, sensei, Lee. The evil genjutsu popped out again, quickly stopping the fight for a second because everyone was transfixed on it. Meanwhile, Anko was heading out of the dango shop. She headed toward the market for some sake. She had a feeling she would need some tonight. As she headed to the market, she felt a large chakra source surge near her. She headed toward the source to check it out. She saw Iruka fighting Kakashi equally. Iruka was using his sword to keep Kakashi on the defensive and preventing any ninjutsu. She also heard Iruka shouting something at Kakashi. Why did you hurt Anko? She deserves someone better than you, Iruka bellowed. She is the most wonderful person I know and I will never make her cry. Kakashi was confused as hell. What the heck was Iruka yelling about? He dodged another swipe from Iruka's sword when snakes wrapped around him, tying Kakashi up. Iruka? Iruka turned to see Anko. She had a blank face. Iruka got extremely nervous. Did she hear all that? Iruka, did you mean all that? Anko asked. Iruka stammered. He looked down. Yeah, I did. Iruka's head was lifted up by Anko's gentle finger. She looked into his eyes searching for any traces of lying. All of it. Every single word Anko, Iruka said. Anko smiled and kissed Iruka as hard as she could. Iruka happily returned the kiss. Naruto stood on the sidelines, watching the couple. He was honestly happy for the couple. Itachi had said they've been dancing around each other for a while. It was time they both received happiness. Guy and Lee were sobbing and shouting about Iruka's and Anko's blazing fires of youth. Kakashi was still confused as hell and wanted his Icha harem nights repaired. Many of the women who watched the scene thought it was romantic, including Kyuubi. Many of the men thought Iruka was lucky to have such a hot girlfriend. In the Hokage tower, the Hokage was furiously writing down the scene from his crystal ball. He was giggling lecherously and excited to see what Jiraiya would make from this information. When the two stopped for a breath, Anko giggled. She whispered in Iruka's ear. Naruto wasn't able to pick it up, but was able to make an accurate guess as to what it was, considering Iruka's red face. The two stood up and left, leaving a shouting Guy and Lee, a confused Kakashi, and a happy Naruto. Naruto headed home, pleased to give two deserving people happiness. It would also make his Genin exam easier tomorrow. He headed toward the clan houses to visit his teammates. Naruto asked several civilians where the Aburams and Nara clan houses were. He was able to find directions from a Chunin and headed to the Aburam first. He headed toward the Aburam clan house. The house was big but not humongous like the Hyuga mansion. It was quiet, but Naruto was able to hear humming sounds like insects. He knocked on the front door and waited. A ninja dressed like Shino opened the door. How may I help you? I'd like to speak to Shino Aburam about the Genin exams. Tomorrow, Naruto said politely. The ninja nodded. Please follow me into the living room. Naruto followed the Aburam into a large airy room where several people were studying or meditating. Naruto saw a person watching his bug collection. The ninja turned to Naruto. Please wait here while I see if Shino is available. Naruto shrugged and sat down on one of the cushions around the living room. He took out a scroll about sealing and began to read. After 5 minutes, Shino greeted him. Hello, Uzumaki-san. Why did you come over to my house? Shino asked. Naruto placed the scroll in his jacket for later reading. I wanted to talk to you about the Genin exam, Naruto explained. Since they cancelled the normal Genin exam in favor for a more rigorous practical, I wanted to have a mock battle to see your skills, abilities, and weaknesses. Why? Since we will be taking the test together along with Shikamaru, it would be best that we have some idea of each other's abilities, so that we may work together as a cohesive team tomorrow." Shino nodded. "Then follow me to the practice field." Naruto followed Shino outside to a large open field. There were several posts and weights for taijutsus and targets for projectiles. In the center of the field was a large area for sparring. Shino and Naruto went inside the circle. "Whenever you're ready, Shino," Naruto said. Naruto settled into a kenjutsu stance while Shino waited. Shino made the first move. He threw several kunes and shurikens at Naruto. Naruto easily dodged them without moving his feet. Shino sent a huge mass of kekai bugs at Naruto. Naruto channeled chakra into his sword. Itoryu, wind tunnel. Naruto swung his sword in a circular manner. The chakra from the sword caused a wind tunnel that sucked all of Shino's bugs away from Naruto. It channeled them away from Naruto back to Shino. "Interesting technique," Shino commented. He charged Naruto with a kunai on hand. Naruto parried the attack and kicked Shino in the stomach. Shino exploded into a shower of bugs. The bugs then climbed all over Naruto and began sucking his chakra. Naruto quickly channeled chakra. He concentrated on mixing his wind affinity and water affinity chakra together. After several seconds, Naruto had a shiver run throughout his body due to his ice affinity chakra. Shino was in the trees as he watched his kekai bugs drain Naruto's chakra. He prepared to knock Naruto out when he noticed something strange. The bugs all over Naruto's body began falling off as if they were paralyzed. Naruto shook the rest of the kekai bugs off. "Good trick, Shino," Naruto complimented. "You would have won if it wasn't for the fact I can make ice affinity chakra." Shino nodded. Naruto decided it was time for him to go on the offensive. Naruto made several seals. Suiton. Ice fog. Naruto faded away from Shino's sight as a thick and very cold mist appeared. Shino released his bugs into a protective wall around him. Shino noticed that his bugs were very sluggish from the cold. Naruto made several seals and concentrated. Ninpu. All-seeing eye. Naruto sent chakra to his feet and was able to sense where Shino was. He made several clones and sent them after Shino. Shino dodged a hail of kunes and sent several shurikens back. He heard a small poof, but thought nothing of it. A Naruto clone made several seals and aimed at Shino. Suiton. Rain grenade. Shino saw several orbs of water heading toward him. He made a bug wall to protect himself. The orbs of water exploded against the bugs, soaking the bugs with ice-cold water. Many of Shino's bugs fell asleep from the cold. Shino turned to find the Naruto clone, but felt a sword at his throat. "You lose, Shino." The fog vanished and found 5 Narutos pointing their sword at various parts of his body. "I forfeit," Shino said. Naruto grinned. The other 4 Naruto vanished. Naruto sheathed his blade and made several seals. Kaiten. Heat wave. A pulse of hot air instantly revived most of Shino's bugs. The bugs flew back to Shino for warmth, as most are still damp from Naruto's juices. "Shino, after observing you, I find that you are indeed Genin or low Chunin level," Naruto said. Shino nodded. "However, you are lacking in close-range combat. Also, you are very weak without your bugs. It would be best to use your bugs in combination with taijutsu or kenjutsu. Genjutsu would also be a good addition to your arsenal." Shino nodded, keeping notes of Naruto's suggestions. "What about your abilities? I know that you were holding back against me." Naruto nodded. "I was. My abilities excel in kenjutsu, ninjutsu, and taijutsu. I am proficient in genjutsu but do not use it often. I have a 3-element affinities: water, wind, and fire. I find it extremely hard to do earth and lightning jutsus. I also have a bloodline." "What is your bloodline?" Shino asked. Naruto grinned. "My bloodline is caused by a mutation in my genes. Along with having an extremely high amount of chakra and chakra control, my chakra is deadly with anyone possessing a bloodline." "What?" Shino asked. "If a Hyuga or a Uchiha were exposed to my chakra, their bloodline abilities would be messed up. For example, the Sharingan would not be able to copy any of my jutsus and would only see things that happened 2 to 10 seconds in the past. The Byakugan would not be able to see through my body and find my tenketsus while also losing their 359-degree vision." Naruto explained. "Basically, any ninja with a bloodline would be nearly helpless if they only focused on their bloodlines." Shino was impressed. A bloodline that can cripple bloodlines while only granting the user increased chakra. Combined with a kenjutsu and taijutsu, Naruto is the nightmare of the Hyugas. You know, if the Hyugas learn of your abilities, you might have to deal with very powerful enemies in Konoha. Naruto grimaced. Spoil sport. Chapter 6. Disclaimer: I do not own Naruto. The dream team and the blade. Naruto waved goodbye to Shino and gave him a gift. Shino unwrapped it to find weights, a scroll, and length of chain. It was around 12 feet long and had a small weight at the end. He looked back at the package and found a small note by Naruto. "Dear Bug Boy," it said. Shino had a tick mark above his eye. "During my travels I received this from a ninja I beat. I found that it was a really effective weapon if used right. It is meant for capturing an opponent or for assassination. I modified it a bit. So the weight at the end of a chain can store Kikai bugs. This way, once you've captured a ninja with the chain, the Kikai bugs can eat away their chakra. Also, you can channel chakra through the chains to make the chain as sharp as a blade." Shino whirled the chain around and wrapped it around a tree branch. He then channeled chakra throughout the chain and pulled. The area where the chain was wrapped around was cut into pieces. Shino wrapped it up and picked up the scroll and weights, eager to learn this new weapon. Naruto went to Shikamaru's house. It was around the same size as Shino's house and was hidden in the forest. He spotted several deer hidden by the foliage. Naruto knocked the door and waited. Shikamaru answered the door. "Oh, hi Naruto, what are you doing here?" Naruto gave him the same answer as he gave Shino. After explaining, Shikamaru nodded lazily and muttered troublesome blunt. They went to the training grounds where Naruto and Shikamaru sparred. Naruto easily beat Shikamaru. "Shikamaru, do you ever train?" Naruto asked. "A little," Shikamaru muttered. Naruto sighed. He made several hand seals and poked Shikamaru lightly. "Ninpu, earth chaining seal." Shikamaru's limbs became twice as heavy than before. "Troublesome blunt, what did you do to me?" Shikamaru said angrily. Naruto smirked. "I put a seal that will make you train. I won't take it off until I think you're ready," Naruto said. He quickly left before Shikamaru could catch him. "See you tomorrow, Shika," Naruto called. "Damn, troublesome blunt," Shikamaru muttered. The next day, all the academy students were waiting to take the test. Naruto sat by Shino, who was reading the scroll Naruto gave him. Shikamaru was sleeping, but Naruto noticed that he was a bit more built now. Most of the Jounins were waiting to test the student there, but they had to wait for Iruka, because he had the team list. After an hour, Iruka showed up. He was grinning like a maniac and was very happy. "Good morning, class," Iruka shouted. "Morning, sensei," the class responded, slightly confused. Naruto sniffed the air and smirked. "Iruka just got laid last night." Naruto looked at some of the Jounins. One of the Jounins giggled perversely and was elbowed in the stomach by Kurenai. "Alright, Team 1. Please go with Genma," Iruka announced. A Jounin and a group of students left the classroom. Naruto began to sleep until his team was called out. Team 7 Naruto looked up. "Please go with." A black ball came through the window. It popped open to reveal a banner that said, "Anko Mitarashi, sexy sensei of Team 7. "Alright my team," Anko yelled. "Meet me at training ground 26. Naruto, Shino, and Shikamaru left the classroom. Anko quickly kissed Iruka and followed her students. Naruto and the others arrived at training ground first. They waited as Anko arrived. She grinned at her new students. Once she saw Naruto, she started throwing kunais at him. Naruto easily deflected 10 with his own kunai. "Good morning, Anko-sensei. I believe you and Iruka had a memorable night together," Naruto said politely. Anko turned bright red. "As a matter of fact, we did. I have to thank you though, you provoking Iruka like that." Shino and Shikamaru turned to Naruto interested. "I hooked up Anko and Iruka." The two nodded. "Alright, now I like to get the interesting things done first before anything else," Anko said. "So I'll give you your test now." The three looked at Anko, waiting to hear what their test was. "Your test is to capture me for a full 30 seconds. If you don't complete this in 3 hours, you all fail," Anko said. Shino and Shikamaru looked at Naruto. Naruto nodded. All three vanished into the foliage around the training ground. Naruto made several clones and had them attack Anko so she would lose some energy and chakra. He always went to look for Shikamaru and Shino. Naruto found Shino trying to dig himself out of the earth. Naruto quickly pulled Shino out of the hole and dragged him into the foliage. As Shino brushed dirt off his clothes, Naruto explained his plan. Shino listened carefully. When Naruto finished explaining, the two went to find Shikamaru. Naruto and Shino found Shikamaru sleeping. Annoyed, Naruto kicked him awake. Shikamaru grumbled but woke up. "Hey Shika, now listen, we'll need your help in capturing Anko-sensei," Naruto whispered. "I want you to hide in those trees over there. Shino and I will drive her in your direction. When that happens, use your shadow imitation jutsu to trap her. We'll make sure she doesn't escape." Shikamaru nodded and hid himself in the shadows. Naruto and Shino went to find Anko. Anko was sitting on a boulder eating dango. As she took a bite, she sensed Shino and Naruto. She quickly finished her food and faced the two. Naruto threw several shurikens at Anko. She dodged them and threw a kunai at Shino. The kunai hit Shino, but Shino exploded into a cloud of bugs. Anko dodged as a group of bugs charged at her. Naruto gathered chakra and made several hand seals. Fueton, wind cannon. Naruto fired several near-invisible spheres at Anko. Anko didn't notice it until it was too late. She was hit. Harden not 10 feet away. She growled and made several hand seals. Summoning jutsu. A humongous snake charged Naruto. Naruto quickly went into a kenjutsu stance. The snake tried to eat Naruto. It was 10 feet away from Naruto before Naruto moved. Itoryu. Gate opening. The snake was sliced cleanly in half. Anko's and Shino's eyes widened. To have the skill to cleanly cut a 50-foot-long snake with one move takes an amazing amount of talent. Naruto charged Anko, using a full frontal assault with Shino supporting him with his bugs and chain. Despite the fact Anko used many ninjutsus, Anko was nearly hit by the chain several times already. She avoided a stab from Naruto and a Suiton jutsus. Anko jumped back to dodge a swarm of insects and ducked Shino's chain. She watched as Shino's chain wrapped around a tree trunk and sliced the trunk into small pieces as Shino pulled. She jumped back to avoid a slash from Naruto's blade and landed in the shadow of a tree and became frozen. Shadow imitation technique. Success. Anko was forced to stand up straight while Shino's chain wrapped around her body several times. Anko's neck was forced back by Naruto's katana. She also felt Shino's kikai bugs crawling on her body and sapping her chakra way fast. She grinned. Naruto and Shino lured her into a trap that was set up by Shikamaru. Shikamaru would be able to hold her still for a minute while Shino's bugs sapped her chakra away. However, it wouldn't have worked if Naruto hadn't attacked her ferociously so that she wouldn't notice Shikamaru's absence. Anko grinned. This team had great teamwork and all of them good strategists. I surrender. Naruto smiled and sheathed his katana. Shino nodded and retracted his chain. He also ordered his kikai bugs back into his body. Anko shuddered involuntarily as she regained control of her body. Well brats, I've got to hand it to you, you passed with flying colors. I can see you three become great ninjas, Anko praised. The three smiled, even Shino. However, all of you have something to work on. Shino, you need to work on some genjutsus as well as some ninjutsus. Your taijutsus is good enough for now, Anko said. Shino nodded. Any piece advice is always helpful. Shikamaru, if you don't step up your training, I will come over to your house and make you. And you won't like my training schedule if you don't like giant snakes poison and the good chance of getting stabbed multiple times, Anko said sternly. Shikamaru winced. Troublesome broad. And you Naruto, I don't know what to do with you. Your ninjutsu is well above Genin level and your kenjutsu is Jounin level. You should meet him and challenge him to a duel. I would probably say that you are the strongest Genin out of Konoha, Anko said. Naruto smiled. He would have to ask Gekko for a spar. Alright, now that we got the test out of the way, let's go to a dango stall, Anko shouted. The three Genins agreed as they were hungry and a bit tired. After they arrived in the stall and ordered food, Anko spoke to her team. Okay, now that I know you three are ready to become Genins, let's introduce ourselves. I'll start. My name is Anko Mitarashi. I like dango, sake, jutsus involving poison, and my cute boyfriend Naruka. I dislike a certain snake Sanin, toad Sanin, and little orange books. My specialties include ninjutsu poisons and assassination. My dream is to have a small family, become a proper jounin, and to see a certain ninja without his mask, Anko said. Why don't you go first, bug boy? Shino had tick above his eye. Why does everyone call him that? My name is Shino Aburum. I like collecting new bugs and training. I dislike bright light, loud noises, and pesticides. My specialty would probably be taijutsu and my clan jutsus. My dream is to show Konoha that the Aburums are as skilled as many of the famous clans in Konoha. You next, Sleepy. Shikamaru opened one eye at the Kunoichi and glared at her. My name is Shikamaru Nara. I like sleeping and looking at clouds. I dislike training and loud noises. My specialty would be clan jutsus and strategizing. My dream is to have an average family, grow old, and spend my retirement looking at clouds and play shogi. Your turn, Blondie. Naruto quickly swallowed the dango he was eating. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. I like training, meeting friendly people, helping others, and learning new jutsus. I dislike a certain pair of loudmouth, spandex wearing, but weirdos and their genjutsus. It's evil, I tell you. My specialty is kenjutsu and ninjutsu. My dream is to be so strong that the heavens themselves shall remember my name. Anko grinned. She had a diverse team. A lazy ass, an ambitious outcast, and an overachiever. This was going to be quite an interesting team. Interesting and destined for greatness. Alright, you three are dismissed. I want to see you at training ground 26 at 7 o'clock in the morning. She left the stall in order to report to the Hokage. He'd be very interested in her report. Naruto and the others left soon after Enko, while Shino and Shikamaru went back to their houses. Naruto went around Konoha looking for a Genin. Enko arrived 30 minutes early for the Jounin meeting. She waited until the other Jounins appeared. Enko turned to see Kurenai sitting beside her. "Hey Kurenai, what's up?" "Nothing really. I did hear an interesting rumor that you and Naruto are now a couple," Kurenai said. Enko smiled. "That's right. We've only been going out yesterday, but he's everything I wished for." Kurenai pouted. Why couldn't she get a man like Iruka? The two talked about their Genins. Kurenai's team included Choji, Hinata, and Ino. Soon all the Jounins that tested the new batch of Genins arrived. The Hokage waited until everyone settled down. "Everyone, Jounin-sensei, please stand up and announce if the team failed or not. Also announce how well they passed. Team 1 failed, Team 2 failed, Team 3 failed, Team 4 failed, Team 5 failed, Team 6 failed, Team 7 passed with flying colors," Enko said proudly. Team 8 passed. "Their teamwork is a bit rough, but they'll get better over time," Kurenai said. Team 9 failed. Team 10 passed. "They barely passed though. Their teamwork is horrible though," Kakashi said. The Hokage looked at Enko. "Enko, you said your team passed with flying colors. Will you please tell us what happened?" Enko grinned. "The team I have includes Naruto Uzumaki, Shino Aburam, and Shikamaru Nara. The test I had them take was to capture me for 30 seconds. The Hokage was impressed that her team managed to pass her test. Enko was as slippery as a snake and her ability to evade is matched by some of the Anbu. Many Jounins were also impressed. From what I can tell, Naruto expected this kind of test. He organized a strategy that efficiently captured me. I expect that this team could be the next Ino Shikacho team. Naruto and Shino attacked me directly," Enko recounted. "Naruto is able to use Fuetin and Suitin jutsus very effectively. He also is extremely talented with Kenjutsu. During the battle, I summoned a 50-foot snake to attack Naruto. Instead of getting knocked around or swallowed, Naruto split the snake in half from head to tail with one move." The Hokage was deeply impressed. To defeat a summon usually needed medium Chunin skill depending on the summon. To be able to defeat such a large summon so easily meant that this Naruto was on par with a Jounin. While I had to deal with Naruto, I also had to fight Shino also. Shino is skilled in Taijutsu and his clan jutsus. He also wielded a chain proficiently. His weapon acted like a long, flexible sword when he pumped chakra into it. Between the two of them, they drove me into the shadow of a tree. Shikamaru was waiting for me there and immediately caught me in his shadow Imidian jutsus when I stepped into his shadow. Shikamaru held me there while Shino's chain wrapped around me. Shino also let his Kikai bugs feed upon my chakra. Also I had Naruto's blade touching my throat. The three could have easily killed me right there, Enko said. Many of the Jounins were deeply impressed. The Hokage was pleased to know that such a promising group of Genins existed. I must say, I haven't seen such a more promising group in my years as Hokage. Not even the Sanins came close. Enko grinned. She was going to have such a fun time being there, sensei. The Hokage looked at Kakashi. "Kakashi, I understand that your group included Kiba Inuzaka, Sakura Haruno, and Sasuke Uchiha. I would like to understand why they failed so badly." Kakashi sighed. "There are several reasons. One is that Kiba and Sasuke are both very headstrong individuals. Despite the fact Kiba accepted he needed the others' help, Sasuke denied him and Sakura followed him. Sakura also possesses the worst-case scenario of a fangirl. She is absolutely brain-dead if Sasuke is in the area and also insults Kiba repeatedly. I had to stop Kiba multiple times from killing Sakura. Sasuke is skilled for a Genin, but is very proud and obsessed with revenge. If I had a choice between the three, I would choose Kiba. He is the only one out of the three that has a realistic idea of how to be a ninja. It was only because of Kiba they passed the bell test." The Hokage sighed. Itachi would be very disappointed to hear how low his brother has become. Everyone dismissed. Enko, Kurenai, Kakashi. I want regular reports on the progress of your Genin teams. Naruto finally found what he was looking for. He found Genin in one of the training grounds practicing Kenjutsu. "Excuse me, are you Genin?" Naruto asked. Gekko turned to see the Genin. He coughed a bit and nodded. "Yes, I am," Gekko replied. "How may I help you?" I want to spar with you. My Jounin sensei said that you were the Kenjutsu specialist of Konoha. I want to spar with you to maintain my level of skill and improve, Naruto explained. Gekko nodded. He drew his sword and settled into a Kenjutsu stance. Naruto drew his katana and also went into a Kenjutsu stance. Gekko charged first. He slashed at Naruto only to have it parried by Naruto. Naruto kicked Gekko in the stomach and swung his sword at him. Gekko dodged the sword and tried to slash Naruto's feet. Naruto jumped over Gekko's blade and stabbed at Gekko's head. Gekko ducked and moved away from Naruto's blade. Naruto smirked. He made a thrusting motion with his sword, despite the fact Gekko was 10 feet away from him. Itoryu, bullet. Gekko dodged an air bullet that smashed through a tree, leaving a 10-inch round hole. Gekko held his sword in a guard position as Naruto rushed him. Itoryu, demon slash. Gekko's hands became numb at the sheer power of Naruto's strike. Gekko jumped back, but Naruto wouldn't let Gekko escape. Itoryu, wind tunnel. Naruto spun his sword in a circular pattern, creating a whirlwind. Gekko slammed into a tree trunk. Before he realized it, Naruto's sword was at his throat. I win, Naruto said. Gekko grinned. He finally had a sparring partner he could go all out against. Well done. I haven't seen such skill anywhere in the fire country, Gekko said. Naruto rubbed the back of his head. Yeah, well, I had good teachers. Gekko rubbed together his sore hands. If you ever want a rematch, just look for me. Don't worry, next time, I'll be harder to beat. Naruto grinned. I wouldn't want it any other way. Chapter 7. Disclaimer, I do not own Naruto. Trip to wave. Bug boy here in position. Pineapple in position. Blade in position. Ready for capture. Roger. On my mark, Anko whispered. 3, 2, 1. Now, Shikamaru used his jutsu to freeze the cat, while Naruto shoved it inside a cage. Then Shino used his bugs to drain the cat of its energy. Naruto watched as the cat became drowsy and fell asleep. Naruto gave Shino the thumbs up sign to stop. Mission success. Anko-sensei, Naruto said. Anko nodded. She looked at the stopwatch in her hand and smirked. Congratulations, you set a new record for capturing Tora the cat. 1 hour, 4 minutes, and 7 seconds, beating the previous record by 30 minutes. Naruto smirked. Shino nodded. Shikamaru let out a snore. Naruto and Anko sweat dropped. How can anyone fall asleep so fast? Anko picked up the cage. Well, let's get this back to the Hokage. We'll probably be able to do C-rank missions now. Naruto kicked Shikamaru lightly to wake him up. After Shikamaru woke up, Team 7 headed to the Hokage Tower. Tora was rudely woken up when she found herself smothered by her owner. Thanks to Shino, Tora couldn't even lift a paw in defense. The Hokage nodded in approval at the efficient team. Now Team 7, there are several D missions ready. Now there is. No, Naruto yelled. I'm tired of these damn D missions. The Hokage sighed. He looked at Iruka for help, however he was preoccupied with Anko at the moment. He looked at Team 7. Shikamaru was sleeping as usual, Shino was meditating, Naruto was polishing his katana. The Hokage breathed in deeply. He checked Team 7's record. 30 missions performed with flawless teamwork. Not to mention the newest record on capturing Tora the cat. Fine, I'll let you have a C-rank mission, the Hokage relented. Naruto cheered. Everyone else was concerned with something else. Anko turned to the Hokage. Yes, Hokage. I will be assigning a C-class mission to Wave. Your team will be escorting Tazuna. You are to protect him any bandits you might encounter, Hokage said. Tazuna, you may come in now. Naruto, Shino, and Anko turned to see an old man leaning on the doorframe. He was carrying a bottle of sake and was a little drunk. What, these are my guards? These are just a bunch of brats, Tazuna said in a gravelly voice. Is that sake from Wave? Naruto asked excitedly. Tazuna grinned. Yes it is, some of the best I've tasted. I'll trade some of Kumo's sake for Wave's, Naruto said. Naruto pulled out one of his storage scrolls and summoned a bottle of sake. 50 years old. Very strong, Naruto said proudly. Tazuna began laughing. He tossed Naruto an unopened bottle of sake. Naruto grinned. He opened it and toasted to Tazuna. For delicious tasting sake in the future, Naruto toasted. Indeed, Tazuna said. I like this kid. The two drank a bit from the sake bottles. Smooth tasting and soothingly sweet, Naruto observed. Delicious. Tazuna shuddered as the sake went down his stomach. Wow, this stuff is strong and puts a jolt in your body. I love it, Tazuna said excitedly. Alright Team 7, meet me in the Konoha gates in 2 hours, Anko said. Naruto and Shino nodded and Shino kicked Shikamaru awake. Hey Shika, we going on a C-rank mission, pack up, we have 2 hours. Meet us in the Konoha gates, Naruto explained. Troublesome blonde, Shikamaru muttered. He went back to sleep. Naruto and Shino left the Hokage tower. In a few minutes, he arrived at his apartment where he heard grunting from the person next door. He dearly hoped that the guy was training. Naruto went into his apartment. Hey, Kaiu. Yeah, Naruto, what's up? What do you think I should bring on this C rank mission? Naruto asked. I'm guessing your sword, ninja equipment, an extra set of clothes, sleeping gear, and food. Basically the scroll labeled C rank mission, Kyuubi said. Naruto's sweat dropped. He forgot about those pre-packed scrolls he made. Naruto packed one of the scrolls in his pocket. Now what? Naruto asked. Why don't you go train? It'll be good practice. Before your mission, Naruto headed over to a deserted training ground. He added more weights and began doing his katas. He went through many of the forms for a Toryu. Naruto also went through Ijutsu practice. As he trained, he sensed two people hiding in the bushes. Alright, come out. I know you're hiding there. Sasuke and Sakura came out of the bushes. Sasuke had a look of envy and anger on his face. Sakura was just looking at Sasuke with dumb admiration. What do you want, Uchiha? Naruto asked. Fight me, Sasuke demanded. Naruto sighed. He hated the fact that Sasuke thought everyone would obey him because he's the Uchiha prodigy. No. Sasuke became angrier. Fight me, damn it. I don't feel like it, Naruto said. He turned his back toward Sasuke and resumed his training. Sasuke glared at the blonde. How dare that commoner treat him like a weakling? He was an Uchiha. Kaiten. Great fireball. Sasuke fired a large fireball at Naruto. Naruto burst into flames. Sasuke smirked as he could see Naruto's body in the flames. Sakura was a bit disturbed by Sasuke's violence but shrugged off seeing Sasuke smile. Sasuke-kun is so cool, Sakura screamed. Sasuke grinned, but it faltered a bit when he heard no screams. He looked at Naruto more closely. His mouth dropped. Naruto was calmly eating the fire off of him. Munch, munch. You call this a fire jutsu? It's only warm, not very strong at all. Weak even, Naruto said as he continued to eat. Sasuke could only watch as Naruto ate all the fire off of his body. Burp, thanks for the food though, Sasuke, Naruto said. Naruto put his hand apart and made several one-handed seals in each hand. He then put both hands in front of his face in a horse seal. Oni Kaiten. Air fireball. Naruto fired a baseball-sized white fireball at Sasuke. Meanwhile in the Hokage tower, the Hokage was examining the forest. So beautiful and tranquil. Boom! The Hokage looked toward the training grounds to see a large gout of fire explode. What the hell? Back in the training grounds, Naruto examined his work. Sasuke was face down on the ground with several broken bones from the shockwave. Sasuke also had numerous third and second degree burns all over his body. Sakura was also injured, her clothes were singed, and she had many third-degree burns on her arms. The training ground itself was a mess. Naruto aimed the fireball 10 feet away from Sasuke. The area where the fireball landed was a crater 10 feet wide and 5 feet deep. Around the area, the ground was scorched black. Hey kid, I think you went overboard, Kyuubi noticed. Yeah, but who cares? Naruto said. Kyuubi scowled. Naruto, you need to hide your abilities more carefully. If the council sees you as a threat, they will manipulate the villagers into persecuting you. The only reason they haven't yet is that they don't know who you are. Naruto sighed. Fine, Kaiu-chan. Naruto walked up to Sasuke and kicked him over. He leaned over and whispered, Sasuke, never mess with me again, or you'll have more than burns and bones to worry about. Naruto walked away. He stopped though for a second to speak with Sakura. Black Lace, are you trying to be a whore? He ignored Sakura's scream and headed toward the gates. He waited by a nearby tree for 15 minutes. Shino was the first to arrive. He carried a small backpack with him. On his hip was the chain Naruto gave him. Hey Shino, all ready? Naruto asked. Hi Taicho, Shino said. Taicho? Would you call me that Shino? Naruto asked. It's because you really are the leader among this team. Troublesome blonde. Naruto turned to see Shikamaru walking towards them with a lazy look on his face. Hey Shikamaru, I've seen you got used to the weights now, Naruto said. Shikamaru nodded. They feel like my normal limbs now, Shikamaru said. Naruto smirked. What are you doing, Naruto? Ninpu, earth chaining seal. Shikamaru tried to dodge Naruto's finger but was too slow. Naruto poked him hard on the chest. Shikamaru felt his body become heavier. Damn it Naruto, Shikamaru said. Why do you keep doing that? Because you won't get your lazy ass to train, Naruto said. I don't do it to Shino because he's wearing weights right now. Shino pulled up his sleeves to show a bracer attached to his arm. He also lifted his pants a bit to show weights around his ankle. Shino, how much do you have? Naruto asked. 200 pounds altogether, Naruto Taicho, Shino answered. Naruto grinned. That much already? Shino, that's great, Naruto said. They waited for 5 more minutes. Anko arrived with Tazuna. Tazuna was a little bit drunk. He saw Naruto and raised his sake bottle to him. Hey kiddo, this stuff is great. When we get back at my house, why don't we share a bottle? Tazuna said, his words a bit slurred. Naruto laughed. Sure, I'm always interested in different sakes. Ha 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 ha. Tazuna laughed. Anko looked at Naruto. Aren't you too young to drink? Old enough to kill, old enough to drink, Naruto reported. Anyway, sake in small amounts can speeds up your chakra, making it easier to control and manipulate. It also tastes good. That's right, Tazuna shouted. Anko shrugged. Fine, but I won't be carrying your drunk ass if you get drunk. Alright Team 7, Shino, I want you in front. Those Kikai bugs will be able to sense any danger that may come toward us. Shikamaru, you next. You can back Shino up with those shadows. Naruto in the middle. This way you can help me or Shino and Shikamaru if we run into trouble. Tazuna, stay behind Naruto. I'll be the rear guard as I'm the most experienced, Anko ordered. The group got into formation and began traveling towards Wave. They traveled in silence for about 15 minutes. Naruto got a bit antsy and decided to speak up. Tazuna, what's Wave like? Naruto asked. Tazuna paused a bit. It's a beautiful country surrounded by crystal waves. The people, they are friendly. To me it's paradise, Tazuna said. Naruto and Anko noticed that his voice had several emotions in it. The most prominent were sadness and longing. They passed a puddle. Shino gave Naruto a look. Naruto made a calming motion with his hand. Shino nodded and continued ahead. As the group passed the puddle, 2 ninjas appeared. They charged the group. Tazuna move. Tazuna turned to see Anko wrapped around a bladed chain, the ends held by 2 ninjas. The ninjas pulled and the group watched Anko sliced into pieces. The ninjas then charged Tazuna. Naruto charged the 2 ninjas. He sliced the chain easily and delivered 2 powerful kicks. The 2 ninjas landed in Shikamaru's shadow where they were easily restrained and drained of their chakra by Shino. Anko came walking out of the bushes. Good job, Shikamaru, tie them to a tree. Shino, take anything useful from their clothes. Naruto, come with me. Tazuna and I are going to have a little talk, Anko said. The 2 went to Tazuna who was shivering from his close encounter with death. Tazuna jumped a little bit. We want to know why 2 ninjas are trying to kill you, Anko said. She drew a kunai from her pack. Don't make me use this. I promise it won't be pleasant if I do. Gato, Tazuna spat out. Naruto was surprised. You mean the Gato, one of the richest people in the world? Tazuna nodded. That damned man wants me dead because of what I'm doing. He sees me as a threat because I'm building a bridge. A bridge, that's why? Anko asked, perplexed. You have to understand Wave's geography before you understand why Gato fears the bridge. Wave is surrounded by ocean. The only way to and from the island is by boat, Tazuna explained. Ever since Gato's shipping drove everyone else from business, Gato literally controlled Wave. Everyone lives in poverty. Gato's thugs do what they please. The bridge I'm building is large enough to drive Gato out of Wave. If the bridge is completed, then Wave's economy will flourish again. I couldn't afford a B rank mission, so that's why I lied and asked for a C rank. By now, Shino and Shikamaru were back. They looked at Anko for orders. Anko nodded. Everything made sense. She put the kunai back into her pack. Well, let's go back to Konoha, I'm sure. No. Anko turned to see Naruto with his arms crossed. Let's complete the mission. I'm not going to just give up on this mission just because it was mislabeled. Anyway, we're ready. We caught you and could have killed you in our Genin exam. You're a Jounin also. I'm sure we're more than ready to go on this mission, Naruto explained. Anko turned to Shino and Shikamaru. Do you agree? Shino nodded. Shikamaru sighed. It's too troublesome to go back now that we've gone this far. Troublesome blonde. Naruto glared at Shikamaru. Oi, quit calling me that or else I'll up those seals. Shikamaru immediately shut up. He didn't want to carry any more weight now. Anko sighed. They were right. Anyway, she needed to go on a mission like this to maintain her skill. Okay, get back into formation, Anko ordered. Naruto grinned and went back in line. Anko turned to Tazuna. Once Wave get back on their feet, you will pay for an A rank mission, understand? Crystal clear, ma'am, Tazuna replied. They walked for several miles. Everyone had their guard up. Every once in a while Naruto used ninpu, all-seeing eye. Naruto noticed the wind change direction and smelled the air. He smelled blood, iron, and sea salt. Naruto threw a kunai into the bushes. The rest watched as they saw Naruto pick up a snow-white rabbit, scared to death. A white rabbit, that means it's been raised indoors. Someone used it for a kararimi, Anko thought. She heard a deep humming noise coming toward them. Duck! Anko pulled Tsunade down. Just as a huge Zanbatsu missed them, it missed the 3 Genins and stabbed a tree. A large ninja appeared on the sword. Anko looked at the ninja, recognizing him. Zabuza Mamachi, demon of the mist, Anko said. Zabuza laughed. I'm honored you know me, Anko Mitarashi, the leaf snake. Mistress. Zabuza sensei? Chapter 8. Disclaimer, I do not own Naruto. Wave arc. Zabuza sensei? Everyone turned to see Naruto waving at Zabuza. To their surprise, Zabuza waved back with a look of delight on his face. Hey brat, what's up? Zabuza said. Where's you sensei? Around doing missions as a hired nin, Naruto answered. Wait, if you're here, then that means. Naruto-kun. Naruto turned to see a girl jump at him. She caught him in an ultra glump. Naruto-kun, I knew I'd see you again, the girl shouted happily. Look at you, you've grown taller than me, and you also have red highlights in your hair. You look so good. Anko, Shino, Shikamaru, and Tsunade were so confused. What the heck is going on? Naruto, who is the girl and how do you know them? Anko asked. Naruto turned to face her. He waddled a bit because the girl was hugging him very tightly. Her name is Haku, Anko-sensei. Haku noticed the others and bowed politely. Nice to meet you, my name is Haku. Naruto rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment. Haku noticed and glumped him again. Kawaii. Zabuza smirked. So what are you doing here? Oh, I'm on a mission to escort Tsunade here to wave, Naruto answered. Zabuza sighed. He was worried about that. Well brat, my mission is to kill the old man. You know what this means. Yep, Naruto said. Haku's eyes widened. Anko felt something was going to happen. She drew out her kunai. Shikamaru copied her while Shino prepared his chain. The tension was so thick you could cut it with a knife. Nothing can be heard except the wind rustling through the trees. Everyone tensed as they waited to see what will happen. Jan Kanpon, Naruto and Zabuza shouted. Everyone except Haku fell down. Naruto had scissors while Zabuza had paper. Ha, I win. Zabuza smirked. Oh well, I guess I'll let you pass. Heck, I'll help. Wait a second, Anko shouted. You're going to help us? Zabuza nodded. That's the way the 7 swordsmen solved their problems. The winner gets his way and the loser helps him. Anko's sweat dropped. One of the most powerful groups settled argument with Jan Kanpon. Zabuza retrieved his sword. Well, let's get going. He began walking. Haku followed him while dragging Naruto along. Come on, Anko-sensei, Naruto shouted. The others chased after them. They reached wave with no problem. During the trip, Zabuza and Anko discussed about Gato. Since you worked for Gato, you must know if he hired any more ninjas, Anko asked. Zabuza nodded. Gato hires most Mist nins because of the civil war within Mist. Most of the ninjas Gato hired are barely above Genin. However, there are 3 that may give us problems. Who are they? Anko asked. Let's see. There's Yasuo, the stone bear. Aorakusasho is there. He sucks as a swordsman. Also there's a Kagaya named Katsu. He's better known as the Spear of the Mist. Great. 3 Jounins. And an S-rank 1-2. Anko looked at her team. She was sure that they would be ready, but a little training wouldn't hurt. She also looked at Haku. Zabuza, if you gave Haku a rank, what rank would she be? Anko asked. High Chunin. Maybe a low Jounin rank, Zabuza guessed. Meanwhile, Haku and Naruto were happily talking. Shikamaru and Shino watched while Tsunade drank his sake. Hey Shino, Shikamaru whispered. Shino turned toward Shikamaru. You think Naruto had some kind of romantic relation with Haku? Shikamaru asked. Shino observed he couple. It was obvious that they are very comfortable with each other, and judging by their body language, they did not hide anything from one another. They also had a hint of a blush on their faces. It is possible, Shikamaru, Shino admitted. Shikamaru grinned. He matched his movements with Naruto and made a hand seal. Ninpu, shadow imitation. Shikamaru's shadow connected with Naruto's. Shikamaru quickly made Naruto's hand slap her ass. Haku was in the middle of a sentence when Naruto slapped her ass. She looked at Naruto. Naruto was bright red and stammering. Naruto-kun, I didn't know you were like that, Haku said coyly. She pinched his ass hard. Itai. Naruto screamed. Shikamaru was struggling not to laugh. Shino was smiling beneath his collar. Tsunade didn't care and continued to drink. Shikamaru snickered and repeated his jutsu, only making Naruto grope Haku. Naruto, if I didn't know better, I would say you want me, Haku whispered. In honesty, Haku didn't mind. During Naruto's training, Haku fell in love with him, and her love only intensified when he left. Naruto was extremely embarrassed. God damn it, Shikamaru. As soon as we get back to Konoha, you are dead. Naruto thought. You might want to thank him, Naruto. I notice a huge influx of naughty thoughts in your brain. Ooh, that's kinky, Kyuubi said. Shut up, Naruto thought. Naruto was jolted back to reality by Haku jumping on his back. Naruto-kun, my feet hurt. Will you carry me until we get to Tsunade's house? Haku asked. Naruto was about to say no, but made the mistake by looking into her eyes. She had the puppy eyes at full blast. Okay, Haku, you can stay there until we reach Tsunade's house, Naruto said. Haku cheered and kissed him on the cheek. Damn puppy eyes, Naruto thought. Naruto blushed though when Haku nuzzled his cheek. Naruto looked at Haku. She really was beautiful. Her skin was flawless and her hair was long and soft. It didn't hurt that she had a well-developed body that was much better than the girls her age in Konoha. Haku-chan, Naruto said softly. The rest of the trip was finished in silence. Once they arrived at Tsunade's house, most just went straight to bed. Anko and Haku had their own room, while everyone else slept on another room. Naruto tucked Haku in a futon. She really was beautiful. Naruto blushed and felt his heart race. Am I really falling in love with her? Naruto thought. Naruto shook his head and kissed Haku on the cheek. Good night, Haku-heim, he whispered and left the room. Haku smiled, despite the fact that she was sleeping. A section of the room shimmered. It stopped and revealed Anko. She was grinning. The damned Naruto got her and Naruka together. Now it was her turn to play matchmaker, and she would do it while causing Naruto plenty of embarrassment. Naruto went back to his room. Shikamaru was sleeping. No surprise there. Shino was reading the scroll Naruto gave him. Tazuna and Zabuza were sitting by a small table drinking sake. Tazuna turned and saw Naruto. Naruto, come over here and have some sake. Tazuna shouted. Naruto grinned and sat with them. Tazuna poured him a shot of sake. Naruto sipped some. I was sake? Naruto asked. Tazuna nodded. Got this one 5 years ago. Not as strong tasting, but has more of a filling taste. Naruto drank the rest of his shot. After several drinks, Naruto went to bed tired and a little drunk. Guuad mu warning Naruto utu. Naruto opened his eyes just in time to see the bottom of Zabuza's sandals stomp on his face. It's training time, Zabuza shouted. God damn it, why do you insist on doing that every morning? Naruto bellowed. Sheesh, calm down. All I did was just stomp on your head, Zabuza said. Just stomp on my head? Are you a bleeping retard? Naruto bellowed. Zabuza smirked. Anyway, get your ass out of bed. I've been itching for a good sword fight since you left. Naruto grinned. He picked up his katana and ran out the door. Zabuza ran after him, a big smile on his face. Naruto and Zabuza went outside. Both of them immediately went into a kenjutsu stance. Let's go all out, brat. I want to see what you can do, Zabuza said. My pleasure, Naruto said. Naruto dashed at Zabuza. He swung his blade low at Zabuza's thigh. Zabuza shielded his leg with the zanbatsu and used its weight to push Naruto off. Naruto jumped back and brought his blade up to block Zabuza's swing. Naruto felt the ground give in as he pushed off Zabuza's blade. He quickly stabbed Zabuza. Zabuza dodged it and swung his sword at Naruto. Naruto managed to duck the blade and stab at Zabuza's shoulder. Zabuza jumped back panting a bit. Well, brat, you certainly gotten faster, Zabuza chuckled. He channeled his chakra through his zanbatsu. Metsujutsu, chakra wave. Zabuza swung his sword at Naruto. A huge blue chakra blade shot out at Naruto. Naruto dodged it and thrust his sword at Zabuza. Itoryu, bullet. Zabuza held his blade sideways. The air bullet smashed into the blade with a loud clang. Metsujutsu, wave chaos. Zabuza swung his sword rapidly in Naruto's direction. Naruto had to deflect and dodge many of the chakra blades. He was so busy deflecting the blades, he didn't notice Zabuza behind him. Kenjutsu, Gay Dragon. Zabuza roared and slammed the handle of his zanbatsu up Naruto's ass. Shii-it! Naruto screamed as he flew away from Zabuza. Naruto landed hard on the ground. He glared at Zabuza, who was laughing at Naruto. Naruto jumped back up. He released some of his weight seals and charged at Zabuza. Itoryu, Demon Slash. Zabuza was able to block at the last moment. However, Naruto's attack was so strong that Zabuza flew off his feet. Itoryu, Wind Tunnel. Naruto fired a tornado at Zabuza. Zabuza began spinning fast and slamming headfirst into a tree trunk. Naruto smirked as Zabuza got up. He was developing a large bruise on his forehead. You brat, Metsujutsu, Chakra Dragon. Zabuza channeled a huge amount of chakra into the blade and swung it at Naruto. A humongous glowing dragon sped towards Naruto. Naruto calmly put his sword back into the sheath and settled into a kenjutsu stance. Zabuza's eyes widened. He mastered that technique. Iaijutsu, Demon Wheel. Naruto swung his sword and sheathed in one movement. A giant red buzzsaw made of chakra easily sliced through Zabuza's dragon and absorbed it. The buzzsaw sped towards Zabuza twice as fast as the dragon. Zabuza channeled chakra into his Zanbatsu, hoping to lessen the impact of the giant buzzsaw. It slammed into Zabuza, causing him to crash through several trees before stopping. Zabuza looked up to see Naruto's blade at his throat. Yield. Zabuza sighed. He dropped his Zanbatsu down as a sign of surrender. Naruto grinned. Told you I'd beat you one day, Naruto said. He started laughing when he heard Zabuza mutter something about troublesome blondes. Come on, let's get back to Tsunade's house, Naruto said. He helped Zabuza up and dragged him back to Tsunade's house. Haku was preparing breakfast with Tsunade. She was thinking about her feelings for Naruto. Was it more like adoration of was it truly love? Haku sighed. These feelings are so confusing. She looked outside to see Naruto and Zabuza sparring. She watched as Naruto eventually defeated Zabuza. She smiled, happy to see that Naruto finally defeated Zabuza in a Kenjutsu duel. Naruto did promise to defeat Zabuza next time they met. She watched as Naruto dragged Zabuza to the kitchen table. Good morning, Naruto-kun, Haku said cheerfully. Naruto smiled at her. Good morning, Hakuheim, Naruto said. Haku blushed. Maybe Naruto was falling in love with her. The thought made Haku blush dark red. Naruto noticed Haku blushing. He put a hand on her forehead. You okay, Haku? You don't seem like you're having a fever. His sweat dropped when Haku fainted. Tsunade giggled when she saw the confused look on Naruto's face. Excuse me, Naruto, would you please lay Haku in one of the sofas? Tsunade asked. Naruto was surprised there was another person there, but did as she asked. After an hour, everyone except Shikamaru was awake. Anko ordered Naruto to wake up Shikamaru. After a couple seconds, they heard a thud, a curse, and Naruto shouting, "Wake up, you lazy bastard." Shikamaru came running downstairs while Naruto chased him, holding a finger out. Anko looked as Naruto chased Shikamaru around and around the table. She had enough. When Shikamaru passed by her, she grabbed his ponytail and slammed him on the ground. She then punched Naruto in the stomach. Will you shut up? It's 8 in the morning. Gomen Anko-sensei, Naruto and Shikamaru said simultaneously. Anko smirked and began eating her breakfast. After everyone finished eating, she took her team outside. What the heck happened? Anko asked aloud. The backyard was cut up with slash marks, a crater, and a huge ditch. Many of the trees were cut down. That was Zabuza and I, Sensei, Naruto admitted. We had a Kenjutsu spar. Anko shook her head. She should have expected it. A few days ago, Gekko told her that Naruto's Kenjutsu surpassed his by far. Gekko suspected Naruto was trained by one of the 7 swordsmen. Anyway, I'm going to teach you a couple of jutsus. First, I want you to channel your chakra into these cards, Anko said. She gave Naruto, Shino, and Shikamaru a card. Naruto channeled some chakra. The card split in half. Then one half began burning while the other half turned wet. Shino channeled chakra into his card. His card exploded into flames. Shikamaru's card split like Naruto's did. Alright, Naruto, it appears you have 3 chakra affinities. Wind is your primary element, while water and fire are your secondary type. Naruto nodded. He already knew about this already. Shino, you have an unusually high affinities to fire, more than most Uchihas. This most likely means you'll be able to perform fire ninjutsus with ease, but be vulnerable to water jutsus. Shino said nothing. It does explain the reason why I'm able to perform bug bomb jutsu so easily. Shikamaru, you have a wind element like Naruto. You'll be able to perform wind ninjutsu with not much difficulty, but earth jutsu are out of the question. Shikamaru nodded. Anko grinned. Today, I'll be teaching a defense and offense jutsu for water, wind, and fire. Hey guys, sorry for the cliffhanger. I'll be out with a new chapter as soon as I can. Thanks for everyone who gave me a review. Please review. Chapter 9. Disclaimer, I do not own Naruto. Wave Arc CTD. Anko grinned. Today, I'll be teaching a defense and offense jutsu for water, wind, and fire. The first one I'm going to show is Kaiten, Phoenix Immortal Flame. It is a spread fire fireball technique. It's useful as a distraction or move to hinder enemies. Also, it's possible to hide shurikens within the fireballs. Anko showed them the seals and fired at a nearby stump. 5 fireballs whistled toward the stump, scorching it badly. The defensive fire technique is Kaiten, Burning Ash Smog. It's like mist jutsu, only that it spews stagnant ash hot enough to create burns. Also, if you click your tongue, the ash ignites. Anko showed them the seals again. This time a cloud of ash wafted toward the stump. Anko clicked her tongue, and the ash cloud exploded, leaving half the stump. Anko dismissed Shino to practice the 2 jutsus she showed him. She turned to Shikamaru. Now the 2 jutsus I'm going to show you are Fuetin. Great breakthrough in Fuetin. Spiral shield, Anko said. Shikamaru observed as Anko slowly did the hand seals. She blew a wind shockwave that knocked Shikamaru down. She then made another series of hand seals and blew. A near-invisible tornado spun in front of her, acting like a shield. Shikamaru went away to practice the techniques. Anko turned to Naruto, who was patiently waiting for Anko to show him 2 water jutsus. Alright Naruto, the offensive jutsu is named Suiton. Water shark missile. The other one is Suiton. Water wall. Now water shark missile fires a jet of water in the shape of a shark. The other jutsu summons a water wall that surrounds you for several seconds, Anko explained. Now since these jutsus can only be used near water, I'll just show you the seals themselves, Anko said. Naruto memorized the seals quickly and went off to find a pond. He searched around the forest for several minutes until he smelled water. Naruto headed toward the source of water. Naruto went to the clearing. The clearing was a wide meadow. In the center was a large pond. The pond was filled connected to a waterfall. Naruto examined the area. It was perfect. Naruto spotted something on the banks. It was clothes. Very familiar clothes too. Oh crap. Naruto-kun? Naruto turned to see Haku bathing. Naruto blushed extremely red. He felt his head heat up drastically. 3.2.1 Lift off, Kyuubi said. Naruto suffered a nosebleed that made him fall off the tree branch he was on. He landed hard on his head. Naruto-kun. Naruto cracked open his eyes to find himself staring at Haku's eyes. They were full of concern. Are you alright? Haku asked. Yeah, I'm fine, Naruto grunted. He lifted his head and had a great angle of Haku's bare chest. Naruto blacked out from the blood rushing to his head. Naruto-kun. After an hour, Naruto woke up. He opened his eyes to see Haku fully clothed. Naruto-kun, you're awake. Sorry about that, Naruto said. It's alright, it was an accident. Anyway, what are you doing out here? Haku asked. Oh, Anko-sensei showed me hand seals for 2 water jutsus, Naruto explained. Really? What 2 jutsus? Haku asked. Water wall and water shark missile. Oh, those is jutsus. I know those jutsus, Haku said. Really? Can you teach me? Naruto asked. Haku nodded. Sure, but I expect you to teach me 2 jutsus in return. Naruto nodded. That sounds fair. For the next 3 hours, Naruto and Haku spent several hours learning the new jutsus. Naruto enjoyed spending time with Haku. She was beautiful, caring, strong, and had a great body. Haku also shared the same thoughts. Naruto was fun, charming, skilled, and amazing. They stopped when Haku fell down, suffering from chakra exhaustion. Are you alright, Haku-chan? Naruto asked, worried. Haku gave Naruto a weak grin. I'm fine. I think I used a little too much chakra though. Naruto smiled. Well, we should be getting back to Tsunade's place now. Haku nodded and tried to stand up but couldn't. She tried multiple times, but her body was exhausted. Naruto-kun, could you carry me to Tsunade's house? Haku asked, embarrassed. She felt ashamed looking so weak in front of Naruto. Naruto smiled. He gently picked her up bridal style and began heading toward Tsunade's house. Haku was extremely happy. She had a great time teaching Naruto jutsus. She knows she's beautiful enough for Naruto and now she's being carried back like a princess. She nearly squealed in delight. Naruto was having an argument inside his head. I can't fall in love with her. She's only a friend. I'm sure that she sees me as a friend also, Naruto thought. You are so stupid, kid. You know that? Kyuubi said. Why do you say I'm an idiot? Any person with an eye can see that you love her deeply. Kyuubi answered. Yeah, right, Naruto said sarcastically. It's true. She has cared for you constantly and didn't care if you groped her, Kyuubi noted. That was Shikamaru, Naruto screamed. Point is she loves you. Give her a chance sometime, Kyuubi said. Naruto sighed. You're right, maybe I should give her a chance. Can you feel the love tonight? It is where we are. It's enough for this wide-eyed wanderer that we got this far. And can you feel the love tonight, how it's laid to rest? It's enough to make kings and vagabonds believe the very best. Stop singing. Sheesh, just trying to set the mood here. No need to get all defensive about it, Kyuubi said. Sorry, Naruto said. No problem, Kyuubi said. You're right, but what should I do? Naruto asked. I have no idea. Maybe after the mission you guys can do something? Kyuubi asked. You think the Hokage might allow them join Konoha? What? Kyuubi asked. I mean, think about it. Zabuza would be a great asset to the Konoha force. Also, Haku isn't really an enlisted ninja, Naruto answered. Maybe, but you're going to need Anko's recommendation. The Hokage will probably need some act of good faith, Kyuubi. It would also be good if you discussed it with Anko and Zabuza, Kyuubi commented. Sigh. Troublesome. Naruto snapped out of his thinking to see Anko waving at him. He jumped and landed noiselessly on the ground. We've been waiting for you. Tsunade just finished making a delicious dinner. We saved some for you, Anko said. Zabuza came out the house to greet Naruto. Hey brat, have you seen? He stopped when he saw Haku on Naruto's back. He also saw the trail of dry blood on Naruto's face. Naruto and Anko became worried as Zabuza began emitting killer intent. You! Zabuza thundered as he pointed at Naruto. What? Naruto asked, thoroughly confused. What did you do to Haku? Zabuza took his Zanbato out, channeling so much chakra in it that the blade began glowing. Oh shit, Naruto thought. He held out his hands in front of Zabuza, trying to calm him down. Look Zabuza, nothing happened. I accidentally saw her bathing and you're dead. Author's note. Now, not to confuse any pedophile fans who think Zabuza is in love with Haku, Zabuza is just being very protective of Haku, who he sees as a daughter. A huge chakra blade shot out at Naruto. Naruto dodged it, but had to use a Kawarimi to avoid a slash from Zabuza. Wait, all we did was train. I swear to Kami. Naruto yelled as he dodged a giant chakra dragon. Zabuza raised his sword again to launch another chakra blade at Naruto. He stopped when he felt two senbon needles puncture his pants, just a hair's breadth from his balls. He quickly put a hand on his crotch just to make sure nothing was missing. Shonen Nai. Good, they're still there, Zabuza whispered, relieved. Now Zabuza, please stop, Haku said from behind Naruto. She had woken up when Zabuza began attacking Naruto. Naruto-kun and I were just training, and I overexerted myself a bit. Naruto-kun offered to carry me back so I could rest on the way back, Haku explained. Naruto nodded in agreement. Zabuza glared but placed his Zanbato back on his back. He trudged back to the house muttering about blonde brats. Anko smirked as she nudged Naruto. So, just accidentally saw her bathing? Yes, Naruto said, exasperated. He lowered Haku off his back. He didn't notice that he was unconsciously holding Haku's hand. Right, accidentally. I'll believe that when Kakashi takes off his masks, Anko said sarcastically. In Konoha, Guy was sparring with Kakashi. He ducked Kakashi's punch and kicked him in the chin. This blow inadvertently knocked Kakashi's mask off his face. Guy stared in shock at his rival's uncovered face. Snicker. Giggle. Ha 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 ha. Guy left. Kakashi glared at Guy as Guy fell on the ground laughing. Ha 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 ha. Kakashi, you have a mustache and butt teeth. Guy shouted and began laughing again. He continued to laugh long after Kakashi left, leaving many to believe the ninja had finally cracked. Back in Wave, Naruto greeted Shino and Shikamaru, who were lounging about on the kitchen. In the kitchen, Tazuna was drinking sake while Tsunade was cleaning the table. Anko was eating a couple of dangos she saved in Konoha and watching Zabuza and Haku in an intense whispering argument. Hey guys, how'd it go? Naruto asked. Shikamaru grunted. Went fine. My great breakthrough and spiral shield need more chakra than I can spare, so I need to build up my chakra reserve. How about you, Shino? Naruto asked. Can perform both jutsus, but I'm too slow, Shino said. Naruto grinned. He had mastered both Suiton jutsus Anko showed him, while also mastering Burning Ash Smog. It helped that he had a teacher and monstrous reserves. Well, I'm sure you can do it soon, Naruto said optimistically. The door opened and a child walked in. The child had a look of extreme depression on his face. Oh, Inari, Tsunade greeted the child. Come and meet your grandpa's bodyguards. They're here to protect him from Gato until grandpa's done constructing the bridge. The child gave the group a baleful glare. You should leave now. It doesn't matter if you're ninjas. Gato will kill you all. Anko and Zabuza glared at the child. Haku looked at the child with sympathy in her kind eyes. Shino merely observed him and judged he wasn't worth responding to. Shikamaru didn't care. Naruto was seething. What gives you the right to say we'll die? Inari looked at Naruto. Everyone dies if they go against Gato. You're no different. Inari closed his eyes. Anyway, you wouldn't know how hard our lives are, Naruto snapped. Before anyone could react, Naruto picked the kid up and threw him through the wall. Everyone was too shocked to react as Naruto went outside to shout at the kid. I don't have a bad life? I was nearly killed several times before I was 7, and you tell me I don't? No, what a bad life is, Naruto shouted, living in rags while scavenging food out the trash. No parent to comfort me when I was stabbed, kicked, or beaten. No shelter except the confines of a small moldy cardboard box. Naruto ripped open his shirt. Look at this. Inari gazed at Naruto's chest disgusted. Scars and burns crisscrossed his chest and torso. A large burn making the word demon was the most visible wound. Naruto calmed down at the sight of Inari's horrified face. He buttoned his jacket and said softly, Look Inari, you have a mom who loves you and a grandfather who's brave enough to defy Gato. They love you with all their hearts. Also, other loved ones watch over you always, Naruto said gently. Inari started crying, ashamed of himself. Naruto was right. Kaiza would be ashamed of him. Naruto smiled when he saw Inari cry. Let it all out Inari. It's alright, Naruto said gently. He hugged Inari letting him know that he was not alone. Inari sobbed on Naruto's shoulder. Naruto Nyasan, he sobbed. Naruto smiled and let the boy cry in to sleep in his arms. Meanwhile at Gato's thug headquarters, a small figure spoke to 3 people in front of him. Now it's been 3 days since Zabuza left. I assume that he's been killed by ninjas protecting Tsunade. This time I want Tsunade to be dead for sure. The short figure said. Go to the bridge and kill Tsunade. I want his head for a gift for the people of Wave. Hi Gato-sama, the 3 figures said. They stood up and left the room. One of the men was huge. He wore standard Iwajanan clothes and also wore a bear pelt over it. On his back was a gigantic axe. The man spoke to his comrade in a rough voice. Oi, Aoi, do you know where the bridge is? What is a bridge anyway? The big man asked. Aoi rolled his eyes at the huge man's ignorance. Aoi wore clothes of an nin. He carried several umbrellas on his back and on his hip. Was one of Konoha's revered treasures, the Nidim sword. Yazu, shut your dumb fatus up, Aoi snapped. Gay freak, Yazu snapped. Bear humper. Umbrella sodomizer, take that back, Aoi roared. Make me, Yazu growled and withdrew his axe from his back. Aoi pulled one of the umbrellas on his back and drew the Nidim sword. Enough. The 2 Jounins felt a massive spike in chakra behind them. A pale-lipped white man was casually flipping a dagger made of bone. He glared at the 2 Jounins. Enough already, I'm tired of your bickering. If you do it again before Tsunade's killed, I will shove a spear up both your assholes, the pale man said. The 2 ninjas nodded. Clear, Kagaya-sama. Good, the Kagaya said. He stabbed himself with the bone and watched it melt into his bone. The 2 Jounins shivered at the freaky sight. The Kagaya jumped off into the trees with the 2 Jounins close behind him. All 3 prepared to go any lengths to complete the motion. Chapter 10. Disclaimer, I do not own Naruto. Battle of the Bridge. Anko woke up early, managing to witness Zabuza sneaking up on Naruto for a painful morning wake-up call. She stifled a giggle. She should do that to Iruka or Shikamaru. Shikamaru more likely because that lazy ass wouldn't train unless someone specifically told him to train. She smirked when she heard Zabuza's war cry, a thud, and Naruto yelling at Zabuza at the top of his voice. She moved out of the way as Zabuza ran past her snickering with malicious glee, while Naruto chased Zabuza in an undershirt and boxers, waving his katana in a threatening manner. After they passed, Anko heard a door opening. She turned and saw Shino calmly walking out the boys' room. Shino noticed Anko and greeted her. Good morning Anko-sensei, I'm going out to train, Shino said. Anko nodded while Shino jumped out the window into the forest. Anko went down to the kitchen to see Tsunade pissed drunk at the table. She prodded him awake with a poke from her kunai. Itai, Tsunade said, bolting upright. He groaned and held his head. Oh, hangover. He blundered into the kitchen and began searching in the various cabinets. After several minutes, he came back to the table carrying a red bottle and a shot glass. Anko watched in interest as Tsunade filled the shot glass with some bright green mixture from the red bottle. He stood up and dumped the contents of the shot glass down his throat. He stiffened for a moment and collapsed. Anko quickly hurried by his side. Tsunami-san, she yelled. Tsunami came running to the kitchen. She noticed her father on the ground with Anko frantically checking for a pulse. She then noticed the red bottle on the table. Anko, it's fine. He's just knocked out for a bit, Tsunami said. Anko gave her a skeptical look. What he drank was a very strong herbal mixture that rapidly flushes the alcohol out, making them fully functionable in an hour. However, the mixture knocks out a person for an hour, then wakes them up by involuntary urination of the alcohol. Anko gave a disgusted look at the involuntary urination part. She stopped checking on a pulse left him on the ground. She walked over to examine the mixture. She poured a drop on her finger and sniffed it. Woo, that's some strong stuff, Anko exclaimed. Tsunami nodded. Anyway, would you help me with breakfast, Anko-san? Anko nodded. For an hour, she helped Tsunami with the breakfast, mentally remembering some of the dishes to cook for Iruka when she got back to Konoha. While they were preparing breakfast, Naruto and Zabuza came into the kitchen arguing. That was my win, brat. Zabuza gloated. No, it wasn't. You used a jutsu. Therefore I won, Naruto protested. Zabuza gave a Naruto a shit-eating grin. So, I'm a ninja. Naruto growled. Let's decide who won now. Jan Kanpon. Zabuza had scissors while Naruto had paper. Bleeping, bleep, go, bleep, yourself. Naruto bellowed. Zabuza was laughing and giving Naruto the victory sign. This only infuriated Naruto. He tackled Zabuza, and the two fell to the ground in a brawl. Anko rolled her eyes at immaturity of the two. Honestly, they act like children. She heard a yawn and turned toward the source. Shikamaru walked in, his face in a lazy expression as usual. He acknowledged Anko with a nod of his head. He sat in a chair, watching the brawl with mild interest. He suddenly grinned and made several hand seals. Ninpu, shadow imitation. Shikamaru's shadow connected with Naruto's. Shikamaru made Naruto's hand grope Zabuza's crotch. "Ya faggot!" Zabuza roared and kicked Naruto off. Naruto was pissed. "Shikamaru!" Naruto bellowed. He made several hand seals that Shikamaru recognized. Naruto began chasing Shikamaru while a raging Zabuza was chasing Naruto. "Get back here, you freaking faggot!" Zabuza roared. "I'm going to make your weights so heavy you'll have to work to sleep." Naruto bellowed. "Troublesome swordsman!" Shikamaru yelled. The three ran in circles around the kitchen table. After 5 minutes, Anko got tired of all the noise. "Enough!" Anko screamed. She pointed her hand at the three screaming idiots. Ninpu. Hidden snake hands. 12 snakes wrapped themselves around Shikamaru, Naruto, and Zabuza. She lifted the three up and slammed them down on the ground hard. "Itai!" they screamed. Anko smirked. She drew her kunai and licked it, a sadistic look in her eye that scared the hell out of Naruto, Zabuza, and Shikamaru. "Now sit still like good little boys before I get to practice my torture techniques on the three of you. Let me tell you, I'm better than a Biki at physical pain," Anko said evilly. The Shikamaru and Naruto nodded fearfully. Surprisingly, Zabuza nodded as well. Zabuza heard of Ibiki the torturer. His methods of torture are barbaric, painful, and made you wish you were dead at the start. Anko released her snakes. The three sat at the table, barely moving at all. Anko grinned. "That's a good boy," Anko cooed as she patted each one on the head like a dog. Tsunami sweat dropped but didn't say a word. The kitchen was completely silent as the two women prepared breakfast. Shikamaru farted once and Naruto giggled. Both of them found a knife quivering, dangerously close to their crotch. Zabuza thanked Kami he still had spent years controlling his emotions. Soon Shino walked in and patiently sat at the table. He immediately noticed Naruto sitting completely still, along with an awake Shikamaru. He gave Anko a questioning look. "They were too loud in the morning," Anko said. Shino nodded. Haku woke up last with a Nari behind her. She brightened up when she saw Naruto. "Good morning, Naruto-kun," Haku said cheerfully and went to hug Naruto. Naruto blushed when he felt Haku's breasts press against his back. She nuzzled his cheek, causing Naruto to blush a deep red. "Breakfast is ready," Anko called. At that moment, the sound of running water filled the air, along with the smell of ammonia. Everyone turned to see the source. Tazuna grunted and yawned. He stood up to see everyone staring at him. "What?" Shino pointed at his pants. Tazuna's gaze followed where Shino was pointing. "Ah, damn." Awkward. After Tazuna washed up and changed, everyone began eating. The breakfast was wonderful. Anko showed her sadistic side when she forbade Naruto, Shikamaru, and Zabuza from eating until everyone was done. "Alright, Team 7, we're going to guard Tazuna at the bridge while he works," Anko said. "Zabuza, Haku, will you join us?" Haku nodded because she wanted to spend more time with Naruto. She wanted to make the most out of the time Naruto and her were together. Zabuza agreed because he was scared of Anko. Anko grinned. "Good." As they left, Anko turned to Naruto. "Naruto, make a dozen clones to protect the house. If Gato knows we're gone, he might send thugs after Tsunami and Inari." Naruto nodded. He made a dozen shadow clones and sent them to guard Tazuna's house. Team 7 headed to the bridge at a casual pace. When they arrived at the bridge, there was nobody there. Tazuna was confused while everyone else had his or her guard up. "Where is everyone?" Tazuna asked aloud. "We sent them away," an oily voice answered. The group turned to see three people standing on the bridge. Zabuza growled. "Yazu, the stone bear. Aorakusasho. Katsukagaya, the spear of the mist." Yazu smiled. "Well, Zabuza, looked like you switched sides. Good. I was hoping to be the one to kill you." Yazu charged at Zabuza, wielding his humongous axe. Zabuza blocked the axe and kicked Yazu in the stomach. Yazu reeled back and blocked Zabuza's blade. Zabuza pushed Yazu back and channeled chakra into his sword. Metsujutsu, Chakra W Ave. Yazu quickly blocked it with his axe, flinching at the power the attack contained. Yazu bit his thumb and made several hand seals. He slammed his hand on the ground. Seals appeared on the ground where he slammed his hand. Summoning jutsu, Yazu roared. A huge puff of smoke appeared. When the smoke cleared, there was an armored bear carrying a giant battle axe. The bear growled. Aoi chuckled. Well, let's get started. He threw several umbrellas in the air. As they floated down, Aoi made several hand seals. Raining needles. The umbrellas began firing thousands of needles at Team 7 and Tazuna. Fueton, great breakthrough, Anko, Naruto, and Shikamaru shouted. Together, they made a whirlwind that knocked all the needles away from them. Naruto, Shino, Shikamaru, go battle him, Anko ordered. Haku guard Tazuna. I'll battle Katsu. The Genins nodded and charged Aoi. Naruto made several seals. Ninpu, unchaining seal, he poked Shikamaru. Shikamaru immediately sped up much faster to Shikamaru's surprise. It also surprised Aoi, who had not expected such speed from a Genin. Shikamaru kicked Aoi with harder than Shikamaru thought he could. Aoi managed to block Shikamaru's kick. He jumped back though when a chain shot forward, nearly impaling Aoi. Shino retracted his chain and shot it out again. Aoi jumped up to avoid the chain. Shino smirked. Aoi managed to hear a buzzing sound before he was enshrouded in a mass of Kikai bugs. Immediately they began leaching out his chakra at a rapid pace. Shit, Aoi went into the water and dived, managing to rid himself of the Kikai bugs. As the three Genins waited for him to resurface, Shino removed his weights and Naruto disabled part of his gravity seal. Aoi charged back on the bridge. This time, he was wielding the Nidame's sword. The Thunder Spirit Blade, Naruto gasped. Anko was panting. She glared at Katsu, who was breathing a bit heavily. In his hand was a bone-white spear. She couldn't predict the length that damned spear would be. It changed length and shot out like an arrow. It took a lot of her chakra to dodge that spear. Anko bit her thumb. She made several hand seals and slapped the ground. Summoning Jutsu, a large cloud of smoke appeared. Out of the smoke came several large snakes, each of them 40 feet long, and had fangs dripping with poison. Katsu eyed them carefully. He had to avoid getting bit by those snakes. Katsu gathered chakra and concentrated. Anko watched in fascination as bone spikes grew out of his body, making him a human porcupine. Shit, Anko thought. With those spikes, Katsu could injure the snakes without moving. Snakes could only attack someone using their fangs and body. No distance attacks. Anko made several seals. Kaiten, Fire Dragon. A huge dragon made of fire sped toward Katsu. Katsu dodged it skillfully and stabbed one snake in the head, dispelling it. Another tried to bite Katsu, but his spikes impaled the snake through the brain, killing it. Shit, Anko thought. Back in Tazuna's house, two of his thugs were heading toward the house. They knocked down the door. Tsunade screamed as they grabbed her. Mom, Tsunade looked to see Inari hiding behind a wall. Inari, run. She was knocked out by one of the thugs. Hey, let me slice up the kid. Gato said we only needed one of the thugs said. Make it quick, his partner said. He hoisted Tsunade on his shoulder and watched his partner. Inari ran. He could hear the thug behind him laughing sadistically. He went up to his room and locked it. He went under his bed and pulled out a hunting crossbow Kiaza made for him. He loaded it just when the thug kicked open his door. Inari aimed quickly and fired. The arrow flew straight and true into the thug's neck, killing him instantly. Inari loaded another arrow and went downstairs to see his mom rescued by a Naruto clone. The other thug was dead on the rug. Naruto Nayachin, Inari said in delight. He hugged Naruto. Naruto hugged back. I'm proud of you, Inari. You defended your mom well with the cunning of a ninja. Inari beamed. Inari, you need to get the villagers to come to the bridge. Gatos has an army of thugs marching their way to the village. They're going to be on the bridge. Inari nodded, scared but determined. Naruto smirked. He gave Inari a thumbs up. Make me proud. Inari bolted out of the door. Naruto went out to help the other clones thin the ranks of Gato's thug army. Meanwhile at the bridge, Zabuza was having the time of his life. Sure, he was bleeding but cuts and a bite from that damned bear, but he never had a more fun fight. Yazu was getting very worried. Zabuza had managed to dispel two summoned bears with only Kenjutsu. Yazu knew he had the elemental advantage, but would that be enough to defeat Zabuza? Suiton, Water Shark Missile. Yazu looked up to see a water blast in the shape of a shark head toward him. Yazu dodged it, but was slapped by the flat side of Zabuza's blade. Yazu flew away bouncing a bit. Come on, is that all you have? Zabuza roared. He faltered when Yazu crumbled into dirt. Zabuza turned to see Yazu making a long chain of hand seals. Doten, Stone Bear Landslide. A huge number of bear golems made of rock charged him. Yazu smiled. No one ever survived this jutsu. Rah! Zabuza roared. He went through the herd of bear golems, chopping them into pieces. Huge chunks of rock flew everywhere. Metsujutsu, Chaos Wave. Zabuza began swinging his sword wildly, chakra blades flying everywhere, destroying the bears. Yasu watched in horror as Zabuza demolished his bears. He was covered in cuts, bite marks, and claw marks, and was bleeding heavily, but was laughing like a maniac. Zabuza finished destroying the last bear and charged toward Yasu. Yasu swung his axe in desperation, but Zabuza's blade cleaved through the axe in him. Yasu's body stood for 1 second before falling apart in two. Zabuza spat on the corpse and snarled, "Not even worth it, shithead." Naruto blocked a parry from Aoi's sword, smirking at the worried look on his face. That amateur was just waving his sword around with no skill. He probably thought the sword would, but though any weapon. Aoi was getting worried. This blonde genin was able to keep up with him. Also, he was a master at Kenjutsu, and his sword could stand up to the Thunder Spirit blade. He was getting more tired by the moment. Dodging those bugs while repeatedly breaking out of that damn shadow was taking a huge toll on his chakra. It didn't help that numerous fireballs and water cannonballs were fired at him. Also, that damned shadow brat seemed to just come out of his shadow. Naruto smirked. He had him now. Naruto shoved Aoi back, and with a powerful strike with his sword, he disarmed Aoi. Shikamaru. Aoi watched in horror as a chain wrapped against his body. He was trapped. Then he felt his body freeze up as shadow imitation took its effect. Shino directed all his Kikai above his head, had them form into a giant dense black orb. Hijutsu, Kikai Meteor. The huge mass of bugs slammed into Aoi, breaking his spine. Aoi screamed in pain as the Kikai bugs drained all of Aoi's chakra, killing him. Shino and Shikamaru fell to the ground dead tired. They had used a lot of their chakra wearing the fast down. Naruto smiled. He went to Aoi's corpse and cut off his head for the bounty. He stored inside a scroll and retrieved the Nidame's sword. Naruto held it reverently. "Don't worry, you're going back home," he whispered. It might have been his imagination, but he could have sworn that the sword gave a small pulse. Naruto stored it carefully in his pocket. He looted Aoi's pockets and found lots of money and a good amount of equipment. Naruto heard a shriek of pain. He saw Anko on her knees with a spear protruding out of her shoulder. Nearby, Haku was lying face down, a huge wound on her back. Haku was spending the last moments of her fading consciousness reviewing what had happened moments ago. She saw Anko having a hard time, so she encased Tazuna in a large ice dome and went to help Anko. Haku kicked Katsu away from Anko. Katsu stepped back and observed the newcomer. Well, I didn't expect to see a Hyutin user to be here." Haku said nothing and threw several senbon needles at Katsu. Katsu smirked and held his arms out. Haku gasped when she saw her senbons deflect off Katsu's chest. "This is my bloodline, Shikatsu. I can manipulate the bones in my body to make them as hard as steel. If you can't find a way around this, you're dead," Katsu explained. Katsu charged at Haku with incredible speed. She dodged the spear, but flew back due to a kick that hit her in the stomach. She landed on her feet but coughed up blood. "He's so powerful. I'll have to use it if I had a chance," Haku thought. She stood up and made one-handed seals. Hyutin. Demonic ice mirrors. Katsu watched as mirrors began to form all around him. He watched in interest as she melted into one of the mirrors. Hyutin. 1,000 flying water needles of death. At once thousands of senbon flew toward Katsu. Katsu rolled his eyes and spun his spear. He deflected all the senbon with ease. "It that all?" Katsu asked. "I'm disappointed." Hyutin. Glacier grenade. Haku jumped from one mirror to another while firing an ice orb at Katsu. The ice orbs exploded into flying shrapnel. Katsu raised an eyebrow. He concentrated his chakra and formed a suit of bone armor that protected him from the shrapnel. "I'm bored," Katsu stated. He slashed at Haku. She fell down hard on the ground, bleeding heavily. All of her ice mirrors and the ice dome protecting Tazuna shattered. Anko watched as Haku was defeated. She rushed to engage him in a taijutsu match, but was quickly defeated. She screamed as Katsu stabbed his sword in her shoulder. "Haku." Katsu looked to see a blonde genin wielding a sword. He sighed. He was getting bored of these weaklings. He swung his spear at Naruto. Naruto caught it in his hand and snapped it in his hand. "What the hell?" Katsu yelled. Naruto grinned. "I recognize that bloodline, Shikatsu. It manipulates bones to a user's shape and hardness." Katsu nodded. "How did you break my speak?" Naruto waved his hand. He gathered enough chakra so it could be seen. Instead of a normal bright blue, Naruto's chakra was a dark blue-green color. "My chakra specifically attacks any bloodline limit, making it useless," Katsu's eyes widened. Finger bullets. Katsu watched as his finger bullets turned into powder upon impact with Naruto. He charged Naruto with a bone blade. When it connected with Naruto, it turned into powder. Naruto punched Katsu in the face. Katsu was knocked back. Katsu was horrified to feel that his bones were fractured. Naruto glared at Katsu and flared out his chakra to the maximum. Katsu was frightened at the sheer amount of power Naruto had. Naruto sheathed his sword and settled into a kenjutsu stance. Run. Katsu turned to run. He went 3 steps before he heard Naruto. Aiajutsu. Demon Wheel. Katsu watched in horror as a giant buzzsaw roll faster than he could react. Katsu's body was split cleanly in half. Naruto watched in satisfaction as the 2 halves of Katsu fell to the ground. He hurried to Haku's side where Enko was treating Haku the best she could. Haku. Naruto cradled her body in his arms. Haku, please. Haku's face was extremely pale. Naruto could only hear a faint gasp as she was trying to breathe. Kyuubi, give me your damn chakra so I can heal her, Naruto demanded. But Kit, my chakra has a 50% chance of killing her. Do it. Kyuubi released some of her chakra. Naruto channeled it to Haku's wound. The wound closed up and disappeared without a trace. Soon Naruto felt Haku's gentle breathing. She opened her eyes. Naruto-kun. Naruto began crying tears of happiness. He thought he lost her. He hugged her tightly. Haku was crying also. She thought she would never see Naruto's face again. Inside Naruto's mind, Kyuubi was amazed. It was a miracle. Her chakra along with Naruto's bloodline would have definitely killed Haku. Instead, it healed her at such a rapid rate. Naruto must have willed Kyuubi's and his own chakra to heal her perfectly. Zabuza limped to see Haku and Naruto hugging each other tightly. He could see so much real love in their eyes. He looked down to hide a tear coming down his face. His little girl was growing up so fast. Anko watched the scene in contentment. They really were perfect for each other. It reminded her so much of her and Iruka's first kiss, without the Guyan Lee and the confused Kakashi. Tazuna walked toward them. He looked at the happy couple and silently prayed for their happiness. He reached for a flask of special Seiken toasted to the couple's happiness. Shikamaru smirked as the couple unsmirked. He was happy for his friends despite him controlling Naruto to make him do perverted actions. He looked at Shino to see his reaction and sweat dropped. Shino was bawling his eyes out. He was also shouting, "Auuu, so touching. I ain't crying. Bastards." Shino. Shikamaru said, "Shut up, I ain't crying. Asshole. Auuu. Who's crying? I can't stop. I love those two. Auuu. Shino blew his nose loudly on his sleeve. Shikamaru stared at Enko who was struggling not to laugh. She couldn't hold it anymore and began laughing. Shikamaru also began laughing. Tazuna joined in along with Zabuza. Shino began laughing, though a soft joyful laughter. Naruto and Haku were lost in their own happy world. Both were happier than they have ever been their entire lives. What did you think? Please send me your thoughts by reviewing at review. Chapter 11. Disclaimer, I do not own Naruto. Full of a kingpin and the rise of the people. Well, a snide voice said. The group turned to see nearly 100 bandits on the bridge. Many of them were sporting fresh cuts and stab wounds. There was one with a huge slash on his face. In the front was a short man. He was responsible for the depression of Wave. Finally the kingpin, Gato, appeared. His fine clothes were ripped in multiple places, and he had a deep cut in his face. The man inspected the bridge with an uncaring eye. His eyes widened when he saw all 3 of his hired ninjas slain, lying in a pool of blood. He let out a small gasp when he saw Ketsu's body split head to toe at half. He then gave a grin. Good job on eliminating my ninjas. They wanted a high paycheck. At least I don't have to pay so much. Bandits are so much cheaper and effective in large groups. I know they are good fighters though, so I bet 100 bandits will be enough to wipe out a group of tired ninjas, Gato said. There was some truth in the statement. Anko, Shino, Shikamaru, and Haku were too weak to fight. However, Zabuza and Naruto were able to fight. Zabuza was still able to fight because he still had a majority of his chakra left. Naruto's massive reserves were barely tapped. Hey Gato, a voice shouted out. An arrow flew above the ninjas and landed at Gato's feet. Gato and his army along with the ninjas turned to see who it was. It was Inari. He wore a white and confident smile. Behind him were all the village men in Wave. Everyone was carrying some sort of weapon. Naruto saw oars, hatchets, pitchforks, knives, clubs, staffs, and an amazing variety of weapons. He snickered when he saw one belligerent old man wave his walking stick at the bandits. Gato gulped. This was not supposed to happen. He turned to his bandits. Kill them all. I'll let you have the wealth and women and the village for yourselves. Gato shouted. The bandits charged, eager for plunder, and slaves charged eagerly. What can untrained villagers do against an army of bandits? Naruto stood up and drew his sword. Nah, Zabuza. What brat? Zabuza asked. First one to kill Gato gets a bottle of sake. Whoever kills the least number of bandits has to walk around naked for a whole day. You in? Naruto said. Zabuza grinned. I hope you're ready to walk around naked. The morning winds get very chilly, if you know what I mean. Naruto grinned. The two settled into a kenjutsu stance. When the first bandit was 20 feet from them, they charged. After the mission, Shino could only describe the battle between the bandit and the two swordsmen as a massacre. Naruto and Zabuza tore through the mob like how a shark attacks a group of seals. The bandits had no chance at all. Geysers of blood flew in the air, painting the bridge in blood. Screams of pain attracted crows and ravens to a feast. Limbs were sliced off, throats cut open, skulls cleaved open, and organs spilled out as Naruto and Zabuza swung and stabbed with their swords, brutally destroying the bandits. Naruto stabbed the last bandit in the chest. He grunted as he ripped his sword from the man's chest. He looked at Zabuza, who was leaning on his sword. How many? 50 bandits, Zabuza grunted. 50 also, Naruto said. Zabuza and Naruto turned to Gato. Gato was trembling in fear. His army first numbering 200, but lost 100 to ninja clones in the forest. Then these two demons decimated the rest brutally. Naruto and Zabuza charged. Gato began running for his life. He wasn't fast enough though. Naruto and Zabuza easily caught up to him and sliced him into 3 pieces. Naruto and Zabuza inspected their work. A mass of bodies was piled high on the bridge, lying in a veritable pond of blood. Shit, it's a tie again, Naruto said. You know what this means. Brat, Zabuza said. Jam Kanpon. The two shouted. Zabuza got rock while Naruto had paper. I win. In your face, Naruto shouted while dancing. You lucky son of a bleeping, bleep 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 bleep. Zabuza bellowed. Naruto grinned and gave him the victory sign. The villagers and the ninjas' sweat dropped at the immaturity of the two vicious warriors. How can such merciless warriors bicker like children? Inari was shocked at the bloodshed, but began shouting in happiness. What are you shouting about? A man asked. Don't you see? Without Gato, Wave is free. Inari shouted with joy. The realization struck the villagers. All of them began shouting in joy. They began throwing objects and hats in the air. Many began hugging and dancing. More than one person shed tears of joy. Team 7, Zabuza, and Haku watched the villagers. Moments such as these make all the horrors of a ninja worth it. Anko and Haku cried a bit in happiness. Shino was bawling in happiness as Naruto, Zabuza and Shikamaru smiled widely. The ninjas were soon carried on the shoulders of the villagers back to Wave. For 3 days, the villagers celebrated. Zabuza and Naruto along with a group of villagers raided the bandits' camp and Gato's storehouses. They brought the food and money they found to spread among the villagers. In the 3 days, they celebrated by finishing construction of the bridge and cleaning it of the bodies. Naruto collected Katsu's and Yasu's head for the bounty. While Naruto carried Yasu's corpse to dump in a pile, a scroll fell out. Naruto used the blood from Yasu to open it. His eyes widened. It was the summoning contract for bears. Naruto opened it to look to see who signed it. After Yasu, there was another name he did not recognize. Next to it was the name Akimichi. Several names with the name Akimichi also signed it. Naruto stored the scroll in one of his storage scrolls. It rightfully belonged to the Akimichis. Anyway, he already signed the Toad contract along with 2 other contracts in his travels. He didn't need any more. The villagers burned the corpses in a bonfire and carried on celebrating. During that time Anko, Tazuna, and Zabuza got drunk multiple times. Shikamaru and Shino celebrated with the villagers. Haku and Naruto had the time of their lives. One morning, Naruto asked if he could talk with Zabuza and Anko in private. They were curious but agreed. Then met in Tazuna's kitchen. So brat, what's up? Zabuza asked. After this trip is over, I want to know if you want to stop being missing ninjas and start a new life in Konoha, Naruto said. Zabuza was curious. Even if we did, do you think the Hokage will let us join Konoha? I'm an S-class nin and former Miss Jounin. What reason would they have for letting me join? You would be a great addition among Konoha. You are a former member of the 7 Swordsmen and a master at silent killing, Kenjutsu, and Suitonjutsus. Haku also possesses a bloodline and a powerful one at that. If that isn't enough, I can persuade several council members, Naruto explained. How? Anko asked. Naruto smirked. He opened his storage scroll and retrieved the bear summoning contract. Anko gasped. That isn't a summoning contract, is it? Anko asked. Naruto nodded. Look at the names. Anko opened it. Akamichi. Yep. I can also persuade Shikamaru and Shino to persuade their fathers to vote for Zabuza. Also, once you fill out your report, Anko, the council will see how powerful I am and want to be on my good side, Naruto said. Anko and Zabuza shook their heads. The impossible seemed to be likely if Naruto tried it. Zabuza grinned. Well, brat, where would Haku and I live? You could stay at my place until you get settled, Naruto said. Well, I'm going to ask Haku, Zabuza said. He left to find Haku. Anko and Naruto winced when a ear-splitting squeal reached their ears. Zabuza came back, a bit cross-eyed and wiggling his ear. She says yes. Thanks, I couldn't tell, Anko said sarcastically. Zabuza glared at her. Anko-sensei, you should send a letter to the Hokage before we leave, Naruto suggested. And how do we do that? Anko asked. Naruto smirked. He bit his thumb and made several hand seals. He then slapped his hand on the ground. Summoning jutsu. A cloud of smoke appeared. The smoke cleared up to reveal a large raven the size of a dog. On its back was a round tube with the kanji speed. The raven bowed to Naruto. Hello Naruto-sama, might I inquire the reason you summoned me? The raven asked in a polite voice. I need a letter delivered as fast as possible to the Hokage of Konoha. It is of great importance to me. Can you do it? Yoru nodded. I am honored that you chose me to deliver this letter. I shall deliver it to the best of my ability. Anko did not bother trying to deny the existence of a raven contract. She quickly wrote the letter and gave it to Naruto. Naruto placed the letter in the tube and closed it. May the winds bless your trip, Naruto said to Yoru. And the stars guide you well, Yoru replied. Yoru spread his wings and flew off with amazing speed. In less than a second, Yoru couldn't be seen. Naruto turned to see Anko and Zabuza staring. What? Is there anything you can't do? Zabuza asked. Anko nodded. I can't fold my tongue, Naruto admitted. Zabuza and Anko sweat dropped. The next day everyone was gathered at the bridge. They wanted to say goodbye to the ninjas that saved their country. Inari struggled not to cry as he said goodbye. The villagers had gathered enough money from Gato's storehouses to pay for the mission and give each ninja a bonus that was equal to an S-rank mission pay, while still having enough to rebuild Wave. Naruto patted Inari's head. Hey, make sure you grow big and strong so you can protect this village. With us gone, I'm counting on you. Alright Inari? Inari nodded, struggling not to cry. Okay, Naruto Nyasin. I promise to protect every person in Wave. Naruto grinned. That's my lil bro. Inari beamed and waved goodbye to the ninjas as they left. I forgot to name this bridge, Tazuna said, causing many villagers to sweat drop. Oh I know. The pride of great builder Tazuna. The path of Sake. Tsunami slapped her father. We are not naming this bridge after Sake, Tsunami said sternly. How about the Great Naruto Bridge? Inari said. Many of the villagers nodded. It was a great name. The Great Naruto Bridge, the villagers shouted. They cheered and christened the bridge with a bottle of sake. The trip to Konoha was uneventful. The group took their time traveling. The Genins and Haku trained constantly. They also made drastic improvements under the rigorous training of Zabuza and Anko. Naruto now had a formidable arsenal of Suiton jutsus. Shino was proficient enough with his chain to take on Zabuza and wound Zabuza at full strength. Shikamaru was extremely stealthy and was able to consistently catch Anko in his shadow imitation jutsu before she noticed. Haku became faster and able to hold her mirrors longer while performing a various number of Suiton, Fuiton, and Hyuten jutsus. When they got to Konoha, an Anbu captain and his team escorted the group to the Hokage tower. The Hokage dismissed the Anbu ninjas in order to speak with the group privately. When the Anbu left, the Hokage picked up a sheet of paper. Naruto recognized it as Anko's letter. Well, it looks like you had a very exciting mission. Instead of a simple C-class mission, it turned into a high A-rank mission, defeating 2 missed Chunins, allying with a former member of the 7 Swordsmen and his apprentice, bringing down one of the richest people in the world, liberating the country of Wave, and slaying 2 A-rank Jounins and an S-rank Kagaya. I must say, I am deeply impressed, the Hokage said, pride evident in his voice. Team 7 smiled. Naruto blushed and rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment. The Hokage turned to Zabuza and Haku. I understand that you two want to be Konoha nins. Why? To put it simply, I'm tired of running and being chased by hunter nins constantly. I also did not want Haku to spend such life when she has done nothing wrong, Zabuza said. The Hokage nodded. Well, after hearing your reasons and reading Anko's report, you and Haku will be inducted as Konoha nins after a 6-month probationary period. If you are judged trustworthy, you will become Konoha nins with all the privileges and rights as one trained here. Zabuza and Haku nodded. The Hokage dismissed all of them. Wait a second, Hokage-sama. Everyone turned to see Naruto reach into his coat. He pulled out a cylinder. It looked like a sword handle without the sword. Naruto reverently handed it to the Hokage. The Hokage's eyes widened. Naruto, is this? Yes, the personal sword of the Nidaime Hokage, the Thunder Spirit Blade, Naruto said. The Hokage channeled chakra into the handle. A blade crackling with energy appeared. The Hokage stopped channeling chakra and watched as the blade vanished. Thank you, Naruto. It is a relief that a relic from one of our greatest heroes have been returned to Konoha. Naruto bowed and left with his team. As soon as they left the Hokage Tower, Naruto asked Shikamaru a question. Hey Shikamaru, do you know where the Akamichi clan house is? Shikamaru nodded. Yeah, the Akamichi clan house is right near the Nara clan house. I can show it to you right now. Naruto followed Shikamaru to the Akamichi clan house. The Akamichi clan house was a humble house, big but not showy, and exuded a sense of comfort and safety. Shikamaru knocked on the door. Hello. A large man answered the door. He had shaggy red hair and wore armor with kanji for eat on it. Despite his warrior-like appearance, he had a gentle face. He looked down and smiled. Hi Shikamaru, if you're looking for Choji, he's with his team right now, the man said. Shikamaru shook his head. Actually, I was showing Naruto where the Akamichi clan house was. I assume he has something to tell or give you. Naruto decided to speak up. Akamichi-san, has your family ever had a summoning contract? It's Chauza, and yes, we did. However, my grandfather's contract was stolen by an Iwa nin during the Third Great Ninja War, Chauza asked, confused. What animal was it with? Naruto asked. Shikamaru was confused. What was going on? The bears. Why are you asking these questions, Naruto? Chauza asked. Just a test to see if this really belonged to the Akamichis, Chauza, Naruto said with a grin. He pulled out a storage scroll and retrieved the bear summoning contract. He handed the large scroll to Chauza. Chauza opened it and his eyes widened. Where did you get this? Chauza asked. An Iwa nin by the name of Yazu held it. I was lucky enough to find it in one of the storage scrolls Yazu had on his person. Chauza smiled widely. This calls for a meal. Come inside. Chauza literally pushed the 2 Genins inside his house. He thanked the Genins by giving them huge amounts of food inside scrolls. Naruto thanked Chauza. Now he wouldn't have to buy food and save up for now. Chauza merely grinned and said that Naruto is a friend of the Akamichi family and can always come back for a free meal. Shikamaru headed home mumbling about sleeping in a bed. Naruto just shook his head at the lazy Nara. He headed to the training fields to find Kakashi's team training. Sasuke was preparing to launch a Kaiten jutsu, but the sight of Naruto made him so angry that Sasuke overloaded the jutsu with chakra and it exploded in his face. He fell backwards from the blast, but quickly got back onto his feet. You! Sasuke yelled, pointing as Naruto. Kakashi looked up from his book and saw Sasuke angrily pointing at someone. He looked on in curiosity. Looks like the mere sight of Naruto pushed Sasuke to the edge. Kakashi-sensei, that's the person who ambushed Sasuke-kun before one of our missions, Sakura said. Kakashi was even more interested. So he's the person that managed to knock Sasuke and Sakura in the hospital for several days. Look Sasuke, I have no interest in fighting with you every time I see you. Do you remember our last fight? Naruto asked. He took several steps closer until he was 5 feet away from him. Do you remember my warning? Sasuke flushed in anger. He made several hand seals. Kakashi's eye widened. He made to intercept the jutsu, but Sasuke released it. Before Kakashi could stop it, Kaiten, Fire Dragon Flame Miss Lee. A huge flame came from Sasuke's mouth and hit point blank at Naruto. Kakashi knew he was in deep shit. His pupil deliberately killed a fellow shinobi. The same shinobi was a favorite of the Hokage. He hoped he would at least be a Takubetsu Jounin at the end of this fiasco. Kakashi noticed something. There was no scream or groan of pain. He looked closely at Naruto. Naruto was still in flames, but it was as if the flames did not hurt him. Naruto grabbed a piece of fire from his shoulder and ate it. Kakashi's eye bulged. That was simply against the laws of this world. Yet Naruto was calmly eating fire off of his body. Naruto soon ate all the fire off and belched a small bit of smoke. Sasuke, use your brain. I showed you in our last encounter that fire doesn't work against me, yet you still used a Kaiten jutsu against me, Naruto said. Naruto turned to see Kakashi staring at him. Copycat ninja, Kakashi of the Sharingan. Renowned in the ninja world for copying and mastering over 1,000 jutsus, Naruto said. Kakashi nodded. Also suffers from being chronically late, creates bad excuses, and reads smut 24/7. Kakashi glared indignantly. He read smut 2355/7. You must be Naruto. The Hokage told me of your Genin exam. He said you were a prodigy amongst prodigies. Sasuke glared angrily. I must gain more power. Once I get the Sharingan, I will become more powerful than Naruto, than Itachi, Sasuke thought. Naruto looked around. Where's Kiba? He's working with his mother learning and improving clan jutsus, Kakashi said. Naruto looked at the Sasuke. Sasuke was glaring at him. Naruto sighed. Kakashi-san, will you be the referee for a fight between Sasuke and I? Naruto asked politely. Kakashi looked at Sasuke. He was itching for a fight. Kakashi sighed. It would be better to let Naruto to spar with Sasuke. Sasuke's ego has been getting too big. The match will have no rules other than no killing or permanent injuries, Kakashi announced. Will the two combatants come here? Sasuke and Naruto stood 10 feet apart with Kakashi between them. Begin! Kakashi jumped out of the way as Sasuke sent several kunes and shurikens at Naruto. Naruto plucked them out of the air and sent them back at Sasuke. Sasuke dodged them and engaged Naruto in a taijutsu match. Tekai, Naruto grunted. His muscles expanded and compacted as chakra went through the muscles, making them as hard as steel. Naruto stood still as Sasuke kicked and punched him at a rapid rate that soon slowed down. Naruto smirked as Sasuke realized that none of his attacks were affecting Naruto. Naruto pushed Sasuke off of him. As Sasuke stumbled back, Naruto channeled chakra to his legs and kicked out in Sasuke's direction. Rinyaku, a chakra blade flew out and slammed into Sasuke. Sasuke lost consciousness almost instantly. Naruto gave Sasuke a disdainful look. Kakashi, tell him if he ever wants a chance to match me, he must have something to fight for. Naruto left, ignoring a screaming Sakura. He went over to Shino's house for a decent spar. Naruto knocked on the door to the Aburam clan house. The door opened to reveal Shibi Aburam, Shino's father. Naruto bowed. Good afternoon, Aburam-san. May I speak to Shino? Shibi said nothing but gestured to Naruto to follow him. Shibi led Naruto to the Aburam training field where Shino was sparring against another Aburam. The Aburam Shino was fighting was hard-pressed to defend himself against Shino's bugs, Shino's fire jutsus, and his chain. Soon, Shino's chain wrapped against his opponent's leg. Shino tugged hard and swung him hard. The Aburam was slammed against a training post and knocked out. Shibi lightly applauded his son's skill. The Aburam Shino had faced was one of the top Chunins in the Aburam clan. For Shino to defeat him as a Genin showed Shino's potential to be the greatest Aburam. Naruto ran up to Shino and slapped him on the back. Way to go, Shino. You want to spar with me next? Shino nodded. Both of them took their positions and waited. Shibi was curious to see how this would turn out. He had heard rumors from many of the Jounins that this Naruto managed to lead Shino and Shikamaru in a plan that allowed them to pass Enko's nearly impossible test. Since then, they have displayed exemplary teamwork and have gained the reputation as the rookie team of the generation. Under Naruto's advice, Shino diversified his abilities to not only include clan jutsu, but also weapons, ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu, and combine them together. It has only been 3 months, but Shino was able to take down a Jounin with the help of Shikamaru and Naruto. Naruto moved first. He drew and thrust his sword at Shino in one fluid movement. Itoryu, cannon. A large orb much faster than Naruto's bullet slammed into Shino. Shino exploded into bugs. The bugs then flew toward Naruto seeking to drain his chakra. Ninpu, Shadow Clone Jutsu. Naruto made 5 clones to block the bugs while Naruto searched for Shino. Naruto grinned when he spotted a flash of white in the bug cloud. Metsujutsu, Chakra Wave. Naruto swung his sword into a section of the bug cloud. Shino was knocked out of the cloud by a blade of chakra. Shino quickly made hand seals and blew. Kaiten, Heat Wave. Shino blew for 5 seconds. When he finished, he disappeared back into the bug cloud. Naruto frowned. Thanks to the Shino's jutsu, any Fuitan jutsus will be off target due to the displacement and air pressure. Naruto had an idea and made several hand seals. Suiton, Ice Fog. A chilling mist surrounded the field. It countered with Shino's heat wave, causing the air to be extremely moist. Ninpu, Chakra Pulse. Naruto sent a small pulse of chakra to find Shino. Gotcha. Naruto made a long series of seals. Suiton, Water Dragon. A humongous water dragon formed from the water vapor in the air and slammed into Shino, soaking him to the bone. His bugs cannot fly when wet, and he was unable to stand. Naruto held out a hand and helped him up. "Great spar, Shino, you almost had me there several times," Naruto said. Shino nodded. The two turned to see Shibi clapping loudly. "Wonderful match. I must say, I now believe that the Aburam clan must start to diversify. Our bugs are useful tools, but we must also not rely on one trump card to win a battle," Shibi said to Shino. "Well, see you, Shino," Naruto said. He left and went to his apartment. He opened the door to see Haku walking in a towel. Naruto quickly closed the door, counted to 10, and went back in. "Welcome home, Naruto-kun. Zabuza is walking around Konoha at the moment. I hope he does not get lost. He has a terrible sense of direction," Haku said. Meanwhile, Zabuza was muttering to himself, trying to find a store to buy sake. "Let's see. The guy said to go north for a block and then west for 2 blocks. North is always coldest and west is my left side." Needless to say, with that kind of directional skills, Zabuza was hopelessly lost. Back at the apartment, Naruto arranged the furniture so that Haku had her own room, while he shared one with Zabuza. Naruto went down to a nearby furniture store with Haku to pick up stuff for the apartment. They bought a dresser for Haku and Zabuza, 2 small tables, 2 futons, 2 armchairs, and collapsible boxes for storage. The apartment was a little crowded but cozy. Naruto was going to enjoy living with Haku and Zabuza. Naruto filled the refrigerator with the food Chaoza had given him. There were several pounds of meat, lots of fruits and vegetables, flour, rice, and milk. Naruto was surprised to find spices included. With this food, Naruto made some damburi jidan, rice, stir-fried vegetables, and beef, and mixed fruit for dessert. Since Zabuza was hopelessly lost around Konoha, Haku and Naruto had a pleasant dinner all to themselves. They soon went to sleep waiting for Zabuza. Meanwhile, Zabuza was pissed. He had wound up in the gay district of Konoha multiple times and was tired of being chased by gay drunks. He turned around a corner to receive full blast that god-awful genjutsu. "Lee, guy-sensei? What the bleep is wrong with this village?" The next morning, Naruto went out to meet his team. He left Haku note to tell her where he was. On his way, he found Zabuza in an alley. He was lying in the fetal position crying. "Oi, Zabuza, you okay?" "Naruto." Zabuza started crying on relief. "Thank Kami. I got lost and wound up in the gay district and had to run away. I went around the corner to see 2 freaks in spandex shouting and hugging. Then this scene appeared. It was horrible. Horrible, I tell you." Naruto slapped the slightly hysterical man. "Snap out of it." Zabuza became his normal self again. "Zabuza, listen. Go straight down this road for 7 blocks. Then take a right and walk for 2 blocks. On the left side there is an apartment complex. Our room is 726. Haku is still asleep. I left some of last night's dinner in the kitchen." Zabuza nodded. Those directions were simple enough. He began walking to the apartment. Naruto sighed. "Why are there no normal ninjas?" Naruto met his team at Training Ground 26. After meeting with their sensei, they completed 10D rank missions in record time. They also completed 2C rank missions simultaneously. They went back to Training Ground 26 before being dismissed. At Training Ground 26, Anko gave each of them a slip of paper. "Anko-sensei, what are these?" Shikamaru asked. "These are tickets for you to compete in the Chunin exams." "The Chunin exams?" Shino asked. "Aren't we a little too unprepared to take it?" Anko laughed. "You're joking. This team is more ready for the exam than any other in Konoha." Naruto smirked. "Shino, have we met an enemy that we couldn't defeat? Heck, we killed a Jounin without our sensei. If you still feel like we're unprepared, we'll spar more at you house." "Yeah, Shino, don't worry about it," Shikamaru said. "Anyway, we got Naruto Taicho to lead us to victory. Remember in Wave he slew that Katsugai? I'm pretty sure he'll back us up if we get in a pinch." Anko laughed. "This exam will be very interesting." Chapter 12. Disclaimer: I do not own Naruto. The competition in the first exam. Team 7 spent the next month and a half before the Chunin exams juggling training, C rank missions, and the 2 low B rank missions, and strategizing. The training was intense as Anko placed Shikamaru and Shino in extreme situations, such as in a pit with giant snakes, wearing 100-pound weights on their limbs. Naruto often sparred with Haku, Zabuza, and Anko at the same time without his sword or ninjutsu. Anko also taught them several useful genjutsus. Shikamaru and Shino also trained with their fathers in clan jutsus. Thanks to their fathers, Shikamaru and Shino learned more advanced and deadly jutsus. Due to the complete success of the mission to wave, the Hokage granted Team 7 the privilege of C-rank missions and some low B-rank missions, despite some of the council's protests that Sasuke should also gain this privilege. However, the protests stopped when time after time Team 7 performed the missions flawlessly and in record time. So far the mission count Team 7 had done was 29 D rank, 17 C rank, 3 B rank, and 1 A rank. Anko was truly proud of her team. They kicked ass, their teamwork was perfect, they knew their jobs and roles in the team. Shino was the tracker, scout, and support in the group. Shikamaru was the stealth, strategizing, capturing expert in the group. Naruto was the leader and the primary assault expert in the group. Team 7 with Shino's logic, Shikamaru's strategy, and Naruto's leadership. They were among the likely candidates to pass the Chunin exams. The week before the exam, Anko had the team to scout out the local competition. Shino and Shikamaru often did this by stealth. Since they were trained by a stealth specialist, the two often were undiscovered unless if a Jounin detected them. The two collected info from the teams of rain, mist, grass, and sound. None of them were a serious threat to Team 7. Naruto visited the Konoha teams and also the Sangenins. Amongst the Konoha teams, his amiable nature and good will earned him the trust of some Leaf teams. Others were distrustful of Naruto and sometimes attacked him. When that did happen, Naruto often defeated them easily and intimidating them out of the exams. Naruto found out that all the rookies were taking the Chunin exams. Team 8 Kurenai's team consisted of Hinata, Ino, and Choji. The three worked well together as a tracking and capture alive team. Team 10 Kakashi's team were the exact opposite. It was a mostly assault team with Sakura as support. However, their teamwork was extremely bad as Kiba was alienated by his other two teammates. Naruto met the San team quite by accident. It began with him strolling down the street looking for his teammates. However, he saw a group of children run afoul of two Sangenins, a girl and a guy. Naruto recognized one of the children as Konohamaru, grandson of the Hokage. He decided to step in when one of the Genins picked Konohamaru up in a hostile manner. Naruto switched places with Konohamaru and punched the Genin in the face. The Genin fell down with a bloody nose. His teammate began to reach for a large fan on her back, but froze when Naruto instantly had his katana pointing at her throat. You know, if you're visiting a foreign village, you should attract as little attention as possible. Thrashing the Hokage's grandson just because he accidentally bumped into you is definitely asking for trouble, Naruto drawled. He watched as the girl glared at her teammate who paled under his thick face paint. Naruto smelled the air and detected a ninja smelling of dust and blood hiding in a tree. Whoever you are, come out. I can smell you in the tree nearby, Naruto called out. The ninja who was hiding came out. He was shorter than Naruto, had red hair, and a large gourd on his back. It was his eyes that stood out the most though. They were dead looking, but glinted as if the ninja was hiding something. Naruto noticed out of the corner of his eye that the two Genins he met were pale white and sweating like crazy. Gaara, the painted ninja stammered. Gaara looked at him. Shut up before I kill you, Gaara said almost without concern. Naruto saw the paint start to dribble by the huge amount of sweat coming down the painted Genin's face. Gaara turned back to Naruto. My apologies for my teammates. They have been eager to compete, much too eager. Naruto sheathed his katana. No problem. Here's a tip. Don't attract too much attention. That way, you'll have a better chance in the exams. Gaara nodded. Thank you for this advice. I'll be looking for you in the exam. Naruto Uzumaki, Naruto said. Gaara nodded. Until next time, Kangaroo, Temari, let's go. Naruto watched the Sangenins go. He felt something familiar when he was talking to Gaara. Something familiar and dangerous. Naruto shrugged. He turned to see the three children that had bumped into the Sangenin. They were looking at him with adoring eyes. You're so cool, Nyasin, they said in unison. Naruto's sweat dropped. Thanks, but who are you? I know Konohamaru by the old man, but not you two squirts, Naruto said. The girl in the group spoke up first. My name's Mogi, and I'm Yuden, the kid in the glasses said. My name's Naruto Uzumaki. Pleased to meet you, Naruto said. Can you teach us to be strong? Konohamaru asked. Naruto grunted in disbelief. Please, Nyasin, Mogi asked. All three were making the puppy eyes, pouting look. Damn, Naruto thought. I still can't resist that look. Do you want to be strong? Naruto asked. The three nodded eagerly. Then my first challenge is to prank several Chunins and some Jounins at the same time. Purposely let them see you and outlast them in a chase, Naruto said. The three tilted their heads in confusion. Why Naruto Nyasin? Konohamaru asked. Planting pranks takes stealth. Outrunning them takes strength and stamina. Having such a number caught in prank at the same time takes cunning. These three things are the abilities a ninja must have to be the best, Naruto explained. Now when you are able to do that 3 times in a row, that tells me you will be ready to be taught the secrets of the ninja. The children nodded. When we do, you'll teach us, right? Naruto grinned. I'll teach you my favorite moves if you're able to, guys. What are we waiting for? Konohamaru shouted. Mogi, get some eggs and flour. Yuden, get some string, scissors, and nails. I'll get some rulers and stuff. Let's meet at Ajayi-san's office in 2 hours. Yuden and Mogi nodded. They bolted, eager start. Naruto chuckled as they ran as fast as their little legs could carry them. He chuckled, knowing he released a scourge on the ninjas of Konoha. You do know it'll be years before they complete the task, Kyuubi said. If they still persevere through all the failures, I'll know if they have the willpower to keep striving to be the best even in times of darkness and pain, Naruto responded. Kyuubi was impressed by Naruto's answer. He was right. Even the weakest ninja can defeat a prodigy if they were determined enough. As the week ended, Team 7 was fully prepared for the Chunin exam. They knew the most of the competition's ability and prowess and were confident that they could beat them. Each of them were relatively well balanced in Taijutsu, Genjutsu, and Ninjutsu. Naruto admitted that Gaara was the only that worried him. They made a note to avoid the Sand team as long as possible. Anko told them the details and time of the test. When she finished, she had final words to say. I want you to be careful. Listen to Naruto as he is experienced enough to lead you. Naruto, listen to Shino's and Shikamaru's advice as they are smart enough to avoid useless battles and accidents. There is a high chance of death in these exams, so don't goof off, Anko warned. I also want to say I am proud of all of you. You are known as the strongest Genin team in Konoha and deserve it. It is likely you'll return as Chuninins and soon Jounins. I hope you pass and make yourselves, me, your family, and Konoha proud, Anko said, her eyes watery. She gave them a group hug. Oh wait, we need to get a picture before you go, Anko exclaimed. She pulled out a camera and made a shadow clone. The shadow clone took the camera and held it up. Now get a bit closer. That's good. Now everyone get ready. 1, 2, 3. Say sushi. The Anko clone said. Sushi, everyone said. Afterwards, the picture turned out great. Shino and Shikamaru flanked Naruto while Anko was behind them. Naruto and Anko had huge grins on their faces, while Shino and Shikamaru had smaller smiles. Behind the group were several trees and the Hokage monument being illuminated by the sunset. Now, report to room 301 in the academy building at 9 o'clock sharp. Good luck, Anko said. The Genins headed to their homes. Naruto went straight back to the apartment. He opened it to see Haku cooking dinner and Zabuza drinking sake. Hello, Naruto-kun. I'm making yakitori and gyoza. Does that sound good to you? Haku said. Yeah, that does sound good, Naruto said. Naruto placed some plates and chopsticks on the table and patiently waited for dinner. So brat, do you think you're ready? Zabuza asked. Naruto nodded. Zabuza grinned. Good. Now I want to see you pass. I can't have my sparring partner to always be a Genin. At least as a Chunin, you won't be thought of as a mama's boy who needs his mama to guide him in missions. Zabuza smirked as Naruto glared at him. Haku smiled a bit and served dinner. The dinner was delicious. They ate a small quiet dinner together, everyone enjoying the first dinner they had together in a month. After dinner, everyone went to bed. As Naruto came back from the bathroom, he saw Haku in his futon. Haku, what are you doing in my futon? Naruto asked. Haku pouted. I wanted to sleep in the same futon with you. Naruto sighed. You do know Zabuza shares the same room as me? Haku shook her head. Not anymore. I convinced Zabuza to switch rooms with him. Naruto sighed, knowing he wasn't going to win this conversation. He lifted the covers of the futon to reveal Haku wearing only a Naruto's t-shirt and panties. Naruto nearly had a nosebleed. Naruto laid in his futon and blushed as Haku hugged him tightly. Make sure you come back, Naruto. I wouldn't know what to do if you died, Haku whispered. Naruto turned to face her. I promise I will not die. I come back, stronger than before. Naruto and Haku closed the distances between their faces. They kissed passionately and lovingly. Haku hugged Naruto fiercely as they made out. It was a first kiss for both of them, and it shared sparks of pleasure throughout their bodies. It was heaven for both of them. Naruto waited at the academy for his teammates. He had to put a henge on his face because he had a stupid smile on his face all morning. No matter what he did, he couldn't stop smiling. Shino and Shikamaru soon arrived. They greeted Naruto but noticed something wrong with him. Naruto Taicho, is something wrong? Shino asked. No, why? Because I am detecting a huge amount of pheromones from you and from somebody else, Shino said. Shikamaru made a hand seal. Kai. Naruto's henge fell off and revealed a widely smiling Naruto. Shikamaru smirked. So, mind telling us how you lost your? Shikamaru asked. Nothing happened last night, just drop it, Naruto bellowed, blushing furiously. Shino and Shikamaru nodded, not believing Naruto. The academy was full of Genins waiting to take the test. Team 7 walked around and saw a fighting on. Naruto went to have a look. He saw the weirdo mini-me on the ground with a bruise on his face. His teammate was on the ground beside him. They were looking at two Genins guarding the testing room center. Please let us in, the mini-me said. We just want to take the Chunin exams. One of the Genins laughed. If you can't stand up to us, you aren't going to survive the exams. We've taken it 3 times and still haven't passed it. You're better off leaving if don't think you're up to it. That's right, but you will let me through and remove the genjutsu on the door, an arrogant voice said. Naruto slapped his face. That idiotic Uchiha. Sasuke strutted up with his team to the two Genins. The Genins smirked. So you saw through the genjutsu, eh? The door revealed to be a section of the wall. The Genin launched a swift kick at Sasuke. Sasuke lifted his leg to intercept the kick with one of his own. Several things happened in a blink of an eye. The mini-me came between the two and grabbed their legs with his hands. Behind Sasuke and the other Genin, Shino and Naruto had a kunai at their throats. Sasuke, I sometimes wonder why the council favors you. Didn't you see if you kept quiet about the genjutsu, you would have noticed it cut down on competition, Naruto scolded. Sasuke smirked at Naruto. The black eyes gave way to the Sharingan with 2 tomos in each eye. Now that I have these eyes, I'll be able to become much more powerful than you can dream, Sasuke gloated. Naruto rolled his eyes. Sasuke, until you know the meaning of hard work, you will never beat me. Only those who work the hardest will become great. Shino signaled to Shino to release his hostage. Naruto glared at the Genin. What are you doing here, Katetsu? Get back to the Hokage's office, Naruto snapped. Katetsu grimaced but left along with the other Genin. Naruto was about to walk away when he someone tapped his shoulder. He turned to see a Hyuga with long black hair looking at him. Can I help you? Naruto asked. What is your name? The Hyuga asked. Naruto smirked. I'll tell you if you introduce yourself, Naruto answered back cheekily. Niji Hyuga, the Hyuga said. Naruto Uzumaki, nice to meet you, Naruto said. The mini-me went up to him and struck a pose. I am Rock Lee, student of the Taijutsu Master Mitogai. Naruto glared at Lee. I have a problem with you and your sensei, Naruto growled. Shino, Shikamaru, Niji, and his teammate were surprised that Naruto had a problem with Lee and Guy. What is it? Lee asked, hoping to fix the problem. Both of you use that goddamn genjutsu. Whenever you're hugging, you're a menace to society. My roommate was traumatized by the sight of your genjutsu, and he's an elite jounin, Naruto bellowed. Everyone sweat dropped. Naruto calmed himself down. I needed to get that out. Team 7 left the stun group and went inside the testing center. The room was filled with Genins from around the land. Naruto noticed with satisfaction that Team 7 had information for 95 of the Genins. He let Shino and Shikamaru talk with their old classmates and friends. He went out to make a quick trip to the bathroom. As he did, he spotted Lee and Sasuke fighting. Lee was thoroughly thrashing the Uchiha. Lee kicked Sasuke in the chin, causing Sasuke to fly. Lee disappeared and reappeared behind Sasuke. Naruto recognized that move and realized the match is going too far. He jumped in the air at near Jounin speeds, grabbed both Genin's necks, and slammed them hard against the floor. Enough, Naruto demanded. Lee, what were you doing? It's much too early to waste energy doing that move. Save it. What would Guy think if he saw you doing that move for no good reason? Lee started to weep. You're right, Naruto-san. Guy-sensei would be ashamed of me. I shall do 5,000 one-armed push-ups to discipline myself. Why don't you just go to the testing center? The exam will start in several minutes, Naruto suggested. Lee nodded and ran to the testing center at a breakneck speed. Naruto turned his attention to Sasuke. Naruto applied more pressure to his neck. You know, Sasuke, you might want to follow Lee before I cause you to miss the test because of injury. Naruto let Sasuke go. Sasuke glared at Naruto, but followed Lee into the testing center. His team followed Sasuke. Sakura was glaring while Kiba was giving him the thumbs up. Naruto headed toward the testing center to see Sasuke talking with a Konoha genin named Kabuto. That's no fun, you know their names, Kabuto said. He pulled out 4 cards. First up Rock Lee. He's a year older than you are and completed 20D rank and 11C rank mission. He's a Taijutsu specialist, but lacks greatly in ninjutsu and jinjutsu. However, his Taijutsu skill is beyond Chunin and possibly Jounin. Next 3 are Konoha's Team 7. They are Shikamaru, Nara, Shino, Aburam, and Naruto Uzumaki. They are in your graduating class but have extremely impressive stats. They have completed 29D rank, 17C rank, 3B rank, and 1A rank missions. They are a well-rounded team with no real weakness in Taijutsu, ninjutsu, or jinjutsu. Although Shino and Shikamaru have their clan jutsus, they diversified and covered their weakness. The leader Naruto is definitely beyond Jounin skill. He excels in ninjutsu and kenjutsu and has defeated an S-rank missing nin named Katsu. Naruto had enough. He grabbed Kabuto's pack of cards and threw them to Shino. Burn them. Shino easily burned the cards to ashes, however the damage was done. Team 7 was identified as the most powerful team in the room. Nearly all the Genins were observing Naruto, Shino, or Shikamaru for any weaknesses. Naruto's temper snapped. He jumped up on a desk and released control of Kyuubi's chakra for a full minute. The effects were instantaneous. Everyone in the room was gasping as the suffocating demonic chakra drained the will to life from the body. The amount Naruto was releasing was greater than Hokage's. Gaara was holding his head in pain as a voice screamed in terror. Everyone was on the ground. Some Genins were suffering from seizures. Many were asphyxiating from their lungs not working. Naruto reigned in control of the demonic chakra. Now go mind your own goddamned business. He jumped down and checked Shino and Shikamaru. They were a bit winded but were going to be fine. All over the room, the strongest Genins were helping their teammates up. Soon only the strongest were conscious, which was around 17 teams. Everyone else was knocked out. A large smoke cloud appeared. Hey worthless bastards. Everyone turned to see a large group of Chunins and Jounins appear in the front of the room. The lead spoke. I'm Ibiki Marino, the lead examiner for the first part of the Chunin exam. Ibiki looked around and pointed at Naruto. You there, control yourself before we fail you right where you stand. Naruto nodded. He threw Ibiki a book. My apologies Ibiki-san, I hope this book will be an acceptable conciliatory gift. Ibiki caught it and looked at it. His eyes widened. Most of the male examiners crowded around Ibiki. When they heard Ibiki say the title, Icha Harem Nights, the unedited version with pictures. Ibiki opened the book. A poster opened itself and exposed its contents to the examiners. Nearly all of them had a jet of blood fly out from their nose. A female examiner had enough. She took the book from Ibiki and hid it from the males. She then proceeded to slap Ibiki. Ibiki flushed at being caught off guard at that book. Alright you little bastards, the first part will be a paper test. You will be spread out randomly to take it. The Genins were assigned different seat all over the room. Naruto, Shino, and Shikamaru were relatively near as they were on one area of the room. The rest of the Genins that were knocked out from Naruto's chakra was sent to the hospital. The first rule is that you start with 10 points, but will lose a point for every question wrong. The second rule is that you pass or fail based on the average of your team's score. The third is that every time you are caught cheating, you will be deducted 2 points. The last is that if a member of your team gets all of his questions wrong, the whole team fails. You have 1 hour, Ibiki said. Begin. Chapter 13. Disclaimer: I do not own Naruto. The first and second exam. Naruto immediately studied the paper. The first thing Naruto noticed was that many of the questions were nearly impossible without a high amount of book knowledge and math skills. Also, there was a note on the bottom corner about a 10th question. Naruto looked at Shino and Shikamaru. He caught Shino's and Shikamaru's eyes. Naruto made a few covert hand seals and whispered telepathy technique. Shino, Shikamaru, don't speak. I want you to sit up if you can hear me, Naruto thought. Both Genin sat up. Good. Shino, I want you to use your bugs to collect answers from the other Genins. Shika, you and me will just hang tight until Shino hands me the answers. Now only think, don't speak. Got it. Hi Naruto Taicho, Shino and Shikamaru thought. Naruto waited patiently as Shino collected the answers. So Naruto, what happened last night? Shikamaru thought. Shut up pervert. Shino was able to quickly get all the answers. Shino relayed them to Naruto. Naruto relayed them to Shikamaru. In less than 10 minutes Team 7 got all the answers to the test. All around them, there were Genins failing left and right. Many of the Konoha rookies were able to get their answers quickly. Sasuke and Kiba used their unique abilities to get the answers. Sakura got her answers fairly. Ino possessed Sakura, memorized her answers and wrote them down. She also possessed Choji and wrote the answers on his paper. Hinata and Neji used their Byakugans to copy answers. Lee and his teammate used mirrors to convey answers. Gaara used his abilities to cheat off of a Genin. Team 7 still had 35 minutes when they finished before the 10th question was revealed. Team 7 played 20 questions until the Ibiki spoke again. In a Jounin break room, Kurenai, Kakashi, and Anko were waiting for the first exam to end. "Man, it's boring without the Genins," Anko moaned. "You'll see them soon enough." "I heard that Ibiki is the examiner for the first exam," Kakashi said to Anko. Anko grinned. "Maybe your team but not mine, Kakashi. My team will definitely pass." "Wait a minute, Anko. What are you talking about?" Kurenai asked. Kakashi looked at Kurenai. "You're just a new Jounin." Among the Jounins, Ibiki has a reputation for his skill as an interrogator. While most interrogators use either pain or psychology to make their prisoners talk, Ibiki has mastered the ability to do both, Kakashi explained. He's one of the most effective interrogators in Konoha's history. In other countries, he's labeled an A-class nin, but has a nickname, Ibiki the Sadist, Ano added in. As all of you know already, the 10th question will be revealed now. However, this question is an all-or-nothing question. However, if you answer incorrectly, you will fail automatically and be forbidden to take the Chunin exams in Konoha ever again, Ibiki said. He let out subtle killing intent during his speech and increased it dramatically at the end. Every genin felt it and became extremely nervous except a few. However, you can choose no to take it. If you choose not to take it, you and your team will automatically fail, but will be permitted to participate in any future Chunin exams in Konoha. At once there was an uproar among the genins. "Silence!" Ibiki roared. The genins silenced almost immediately. "Now if anyone doesn't want to answer the 10th question, raise your hand. The examiners will escort you and your team out," Ibiki said. Naruto looked around. A large number of genins were leaving. He also noticed Sakura's hand start to go up. "Shika, stop her. I want to fight Sasuke in the finals," Naruto ordered. Shikamaru stopped her using shadow imitation jutsu. Naruto grinned. He knew Sasuke and Kiba were sure as hell not going to quit. Naruto took another glance around. All the rookie teams were staying in. Lee's and Gaara's team were staying also. Naruto grinned. All the strong teams were staying. Naruto looked back to the front. After everyone who had chosen not to take the test left, Ibiki spoke. "Now that all the weaklings are gone, you all pass," Ibiki announced. Everyone was surprised. "What?" a Miss Genin asked. Sakura stood up. "Then what was the first 9 questions for?" "This was a test of your intelligence gathering skills. I made the rules to put pressure on you as if this was a mission," Ibiki explained. "What about the 10th one?" Kiba asked. "It was a test of your fortitude. The painful choice I had given you is a reality to Chunin's every mission of lives. These choices based on the info you have collected are in every mission you will ever undertake," Ibiki said. "Now you have made it through the first part of the exam. I wish you luck on the next part," Ibiki said. Suddenly, a large man fell through the roof. A very familiar man. "Zabuza?" Naruto said loudly. Zabuza grinned from under his mask. "Nice to see you too, brat. Now I'm Zabuza Mamachi, the examiner for the second exam," Zabuza said. "You bastard traitor," a Miss Genin growled out. A kunai stabbed beside his hand deeply into the table. The Miss Genin looked to see Naruto with his hand still in a throwing position. "Watch who you're insulting, asshole. Next time I'll aim at your head," Naruto growled. Zabuza cleared his throat. 20 teams, now. Get in new teams and follow me to the second exam." Naruto made a quick note on the bottom of his exam and hurried after his team. He joined Shino and Shikamaru as everyone exited the room. Ibiki gathered the test papers. He picked up Naruto's and saw an interesting note. "Ibiki-san, there is a genin by the name of Kabuto. He is dressed up like a leaf genin, but has information about each genin that only a spy should have. I suspect he is a Chunin or Jounin disguised as a genin in order to spy against the village for something big." Ibiki chuckled. The Hokage was right about this one in his team. While everyone had between 2 through 4 mistakes, Team 7 had made a total mistake of 1. They were experts and truly skilled. Only a Jounin or high Chunin could pass the test with only a mistake. Zabuza led the remaining genins to a large forest surrounded by a fence. This is where the second exam will take. This area is called Practice Arena 44, also known as the Forest of Death. Naruto examined the forest and grinned. He nudged Shino and Shikamaru. "Home sweet home, eh guys," Naruto said. The other two nodded. Anko had dumped them here several times as survival training. She also sent several huge snakes after Shino and Shikamaru. They trained and explored in the forest so much that they practically knew the forest like the back of their hands. Zabuza pulled out a map. The forest is a complete circle. In the middle is a tower. However, in the forest live some of Konoha's deadliest creatures. In addition to that, there will be enemy ninjas fighting for these. Zabuza held up two scrolls. One was white with the kanji heaven and the other is black with the kanji earth. Each team is given one of these scrolls. In order to pass this exam, a ninja team must have both of these and bring them to the tower. 9 of these teams will get a heaven scroll, and 9 teams will get the earth scroll. You will not open these at all. You have 5 days to complete the exam, Zabuza explained. At maximum, there will be 9 teams remaining. However, as each day passes, the chance of battling one of the weak teams becomes less and less. The goal will become harder and harder. Enemy ninjas will constantly be around you. Also, there are some rules. You have it make to the tower in 5 days with both scrolls with a full team. None of your teammates can be dead. Also, there is no quitting in the middle of the exam. Everybody competing will be in the forest for 5 days, Zabuza explained. Now before we hand out the scrolls, you will sign a waiver absolving Konoha for your death if you die during this exam. When you do sign the forms, head to where the Chunins are waiting. After you hand in the waivers, you will be handed a scroll and be assigned to a gate around the forest. After an hour, the second exam will start, Zabuza said. Everyone was given one of the waivers. When Team 7 received theirs, they signed it without a second thought. They gave it to a Chunin who gave Naruto an earth scroll. Naruto grinned. This is going to be fun, Naruto said eagerly. The Chunin that gave Naruto the scroll sweat dropped. He heard about Team 7. Apparently some of Anko's personality rubbed off on her students. Team 7 went to talk with some of the other teams. Shikamaru visited Team 8. Shino went to talk with Lee's team. Naruto went to visit Gaara's team. Hello Gaara, Naruto greeted. Gaara looked at Naruto walking calmly toward him. Kankuro and Temari looked at Naruto as if he was crazy. Uzumaki, Gaara said, my mother wants your blood. Well, tell your mother my blood doesn't taste so good, Naruto retorted. Gaara grinned maniacally. I will enjoy my battle with you, Uzumaki. Naruto brushed past Gaara. And so will I, my fellow Jinchuriki. Naruto met his teammates at the assigned gates. A Chunin was there waiting for them. 3, 2, 1. The second exam starts now, Zabuza announced. Every Chunin opened the gate for the Genins. The Genins rushed out, eager to fight. One team, a grass team, had a different objective. The leader of the Genin team chuckled. Kukuku. Sasuke, you soon will mine, the Genin chuckled. He licked his lips with an abnormally long tongue. Shino, Shikamaru, and Naruto jumped in the trees and immediately went to a clearing. As soon as they landed, Naruto gave out orders. Shino, take Shikamaru with you and scout the area. If you see other Genin teams, ambush them and steal their scroll as well as their supplies, unless if they are not Leaf teams. Also take a shadow clone with you. It will not engage in combat unless the two of you are in trouble. If you are, the clone will dispel itself, alerting me. I will head to the tower with 50 shadow clones and set traps around the tower. After 3 hours, meet back here. Understand? Shino and Shikamaru nodded. Naruto made 51 shadow clones. One went with Shino and Shikamaru. The others went with Naruto. Naruto and his 50 clones headed to the tower. They met 3 Genin teams, but easily defeated them. Naruto was able to collect 2 Earth and a Heaven Scroll. When they got to the tower, Naruto and his clones made a mile-long perimeter around the tower. They filled the traps with explosive notes, kunes, shurikens, stakes, and acid. Anyone who wanted to get to the tower had to go through a square mile of extremely deadly traps. Naruto smirked as he heard an explosion and screams. He went to check it out. A mist team was severely injured by a 4-corner explosion trap Naruto had set up. One of the Genins was already dead, while the other 2 were on their way. Naruto stabbed both Genins to spare them of the pain. Naruto then searched the mist Genin's pockets. He retrieved another Heaven Scroll and more ninja equipment. Naruto dispelled all of his clones and went back to meet his team at the clearing. As he did, he saw Kiba going head-to-head with a gigantic snake. Kiba and Akamaru were dead tired. They watched in resignation as the snake reared back for another strike. Kiba threw Akamaru out of the way as the snake struck. Kiba closed his eyes for the inevitable pain. After an eternity, Kiba opened his eyes. Naruto was sitting by him. Akamaru was in his arm, sleeping. The snake was dead, its head cut off. Hey Kiba, what's up? Naruto said cheerfully. What are you doing here? Kiba asked. The question is, what are you doing here? I was on a scouting run for Sasuke when the snake appeared. Akamaru and I tried to kill it, but the snake was too strong and fast. Sasuke and the snake carcass behind them exploded into a cloud of smoke. Naruto's eyes widened. Only one other person has snake summons instead of Anko, Naruto thought. Kiba, bring me to Sasuke and Sakura right now, Naruto ordered. Kiba nodded. He led Naruto to where Sasuke and a grass nin were fighting. Sasuke had already tied the Genin to the tree and burned him. Sasuke turned to see Naruto with Kiba. Sasuke's anger clouded his better judgment. He leaped at Naruto with a kunai in hand. Naruto's eyes widened, not because of Sasuke, but the genin behind Sasuke. Naruto drew his sword, batted Sasuke away, and slashed at the genin. The sword sliced the genin's face into ribbons. Naruto knew this genin was not a genin. Orochimaru, what are you doing here? Naruto growled. Team 10 was confused. The grass nin chuckled. Ku. Naruto, I plan give Sasuke a little gift. Orochimaru chuckled. His eyes widened when Naruto charged. Naruto released all of his weight seals and charged at Orochimaru at cage speeds. Naruto became a yellow blur to Team 10's eyes. He swung at Orochimaru, putting a sizable amount of chakra into his sword. Metsujutsu, chakra wave. A huge chakra blade flew out at Orochimaru at breakneck speed. Orochimaru dodged only to jump straight into Naruto. Kazekin Jutsu, Typhoon Thrust. Naruto stabbed his into Orochimaru's shoulder. Orochimaru had no time to react and felt Naruto's blade stab through his shoulder. In addition to the stab wound, the chakra in the sword began revolving around the blade. It was like a drill that was growing larger and larger. Orochimaru screamed as the chakra ate away at his flesh. He jumped away but had a huge hole in his shoulder. Orochimaru knew he had to escape. He summoned a large snake at Naruto. The snake attacked Naruto. Naruto needed a moment to kill the snake, but that was all Orochimaru needed. Orochimaru stretched out his neck and bit Sasuke on his neck, implanting the cursed seal of heaven. Shit, Naruto cursed. He channeled chakra into his sword as Orochimaru was reeling his head back. Hakunjutsu, Screaming Hawk. Naruto swung his sword. 3 large fireballs in the shape of a hawk flew at Orochimaru at a high speed. The hawks whistled loudly as they flew toward Orochimaru. One barely missed while the other 2 clipped Orochimaru. However, the fireballs exploded on contact, so Orochimaru was severely burned. Orochimaru made a quick hand seal and retreated. Damned brat, just as his family. Extremely powerful but will never dream of helping me with my dream. Damn the Namikazes and Uzumakas, Orochimaru thought. Naruto searched the surrounding area for any sign of Orochimaru. When he was satisfied, he reactivated his weight and he signaled to Kiba, who was standing on a nearby branch watching the battle. Kiba jumped to where Naruto was standing. You need something, sir? Kiba asked. He was awed by Naruto's strength and didn't want to be on his bad side. Kiba, where's the pink bitch? Naruto asked. Over by Sasuke, trying to help him. After Orochimaru bit him, Sasuke began screaming and fell into a coma. Sakura is over by Sasuke, trying to heal his wounds and wake him up, Kiba reported. Get Sasuke and follow me to my team's camp. Tell Sakura to keep up or I'll leave her behind, Naruto ordered. Kiba nodded. He went over to Sasuke and picked him up, fireman style. Let's go, Sakura. Naruto offered to help us until cheap shit wakes up. Sasuke-kun is not a cheap shit, Sakura screeched. Naruto appeared behind her and knocked her out. He heaved her on his shoulder. Banshee bitch, Naruto muttered. He looked at Kiba, who was grinning at Naruto. She is indeed a banshee bitch, right, Akamaru? Kiba said. Akamaru barked a bit. Kiba was chuckling. Naruto stared at Kiba, confused. Akamaru said that calling her a bitch would be an insult against canines everywhere, Kiba explained. Naruto grinned. Keep up. Naruto and Kiba traveled at a fast pace in the trees for 15 minutes straight. They landed in a clearing where Shino and Shikamaru had already set up camp. They saluted Naruto when he arrived. Hey Naruto, Shino and I scouted the area. There were several genin teams, most of them were of the leaf. We did ambush a rain team, a grass team, and 2 mist teams. We stripped them of their equipment and weapons. We accumulated so much stuff that we had to seal it into scrolls like you showed us, Shikamaru reported. Which scrolls did you get? Naruto asked. 2 heaven scrolls and 2 earth scroll. Naruto grinned. On my way to set up traps, I ambushed 3 genin teams. When I finished setting the traps, 1 team set off one of my booby traps. They died and I retrieved their scroll. As of now, we have 9 scrolls between us, 4 heaven scrolls and 5 earth scrolls. Hey Kiba, what scroll you have? Naruto asked. A heaven one, Kiba answered puzzled. Give bitch boy an earth scroll, Naruto said with a smirk on his face. Oh Kiba shouted but really didn't care. Shikamaru tossed Kiba an earth scroll. Kiba was ecstatic. Team 10 would be able to go to the 3rd exam. Yahoo Akamaru, we'll be able to enter the 3rd exam, Kiba said excitedly. Shino clapped a hand to Kiba's mouth. Silence before you attract any attention here. Kiba settled down. Naruto grinned and began to set up camp. Shino, Kiba, and Shikamaru helped him. Naruto made a fire while Shikamaru distributed food from the stolen equipment. Kiba set up some tents while Shino examined Sasuke. Aburums were excellent herb healers, as their bugs know which plants are the best for healing. After an hour, Sakura woke up. "Where am I?" she asked to herself. She sat up and saw Kiba eating along with Team 7. She saw Sasuke on the ground next to her, knocked out. Her brain deleted the part where Naruto kicked Sasuke's and Orochimaru's ass, so she automatically thought it was Naruto that knocked out Sasuke. "Naruto, what the hell did you do to my Sasuke-kun?" Sakura screeched. Team 7 plus Kiba and Akamaru winced at the shrillness and sheer volume of Sakura's voice. "Naruto Taicho, it might be best to keep her knocked out until the third exam," Shino commented. "Shika, what do you think?" "I agree with Shino, Naruto Taicho," Shikamaru said lazily. Naruto nodded. As Sakura was about to screech again, Naruto picked up one of the senbons stolen from a rain genin. He threw it at a pressure point that knocked her out immediately. "There, that'll keep her quiet for 10 hours. Enough to get a good night's sleep and complete the exam," Naruto said happily. Everyone nodded. Kiba ate his food in silence. He was happy that Team 7 acknowledged him and treated him like an equal. He also felt sad that he was much weaker than all of them and felt useless. Akamaru whined as he felt sadness waft from his master. Naruto noticed this. "What's up, Kiba?" "It's nothing for you to get worried about," Kiba said quickly. Team 7 looked at each other, then they all shook their heads. "Don't worry, Kiba, tell us," Naruto encouraged. Akamaru barked in agreement. Kiba looked at the concerned faces of Team 7 and sighed. "It's that, all of you guys are extremely skilled. Not only that, but you also are really close. You guys are everything I envisioned as a ninja of the leaf," Kiba admitted. Naruto blushed and rubbed the back of his head, smiling. Shikamaru gave a small smile, while the bugs around Shino became more frenzied. "When I joined Team 10, I thought I would gain close friends. However, those two knocked out have been isolating and demeaning me since the formation of Team 10. Kakashi has been trying to help me out, but he was under direct orders from the council to train Sasuke exclusively. Kakashi sneaked several scrolls of training guides, tactics, and jutsus, but without a sensei, I can't get the jutsus right," Kiba said sadly. He looked up when he heard Naruto laughing. "What's so funny?" Kiba asked angrily. "Kiba, I'm laughing because that solution is easily solved. Team 10 has 2 excellent combat senseis. If you want to learn, I'm sure that they'll teach you. However, both of them are a little extreme," Naruto explained. "A little extreme? Are you kidding, Naruto? She dumped Shino and I into a pit with 100 pounds strapped on us and threw in 10 tigers. She also covered us in fresh rabbit blood and blew on a tube that imitated a rabbit dying. Do you remember that, Shino?" Shino nodded. "She also hired several Jounins to try to assassinate us during a party too." Kiba's sweat dropped as he heard the training methods implemented on Team 7. "That's nothing. Zabuza strapped 500 pounds on each leg and left me in the middle of town that said, 'Need to find my springtime of youth,'" Naruto recounted. "I swear, I was forced to take that damn Jinjutsu full blast 4 times. Took me a week to recover from that." Kiba grinned as he heard funny stories and memories from Team 7. For the first time since being a ninja, he felt happy. It was soon time to sleep. Naruto placed several shadow clones around as sentries. Team 7 along with Kiba went inside the tents, while some Naruto clones hid Sasuke and Sakura in thorny underbrush with skunk-smelling ointment to repel ninjas or wild animals. Team 7 and Kiba woke up refreshed and ready to finish the exam. They packed up the tent, and a couple Naruto clones dragged Sakura and Sasuke out of the underbrush. Naruto made the clones carry Sasuke and Sakura as he didn't want to touch either of them himself. Just as they finished cleaning the clearing, a sound team appeared. The leader, a hunchback mummy, pointed as Sasuke. "You there, drop Sasuke in your scroll. If you comply, we'll let you go uninjured. However, if you don't comply, we won't hesitate to use force," the mummy spoke. His other 2 team members drew their weapons. Naruto turned to his clones. "Drop them." They happily dumped them unceremoniously on the ground. "Hey Kiba, follow my lead," Naruto whispered. Kiba nodded as he drew out a kunai. "Shino, Shika," Naruto called. The 2 charged the sound team at high Chunin speed. Shino wrapped the mummy in his chain, while Shikamaru trapped the other 2 Genins in his shadow. "Kiba, kill the other Genins, I'll handle the leader," Naruto ordered. Kiba leaped into the air. He made several hand seals and began to spin in the air. Piercing thing. Kiba turned into a gray drill and mauled the 2 Genins. The male was ripped to pieces while the female was cut up but knocked out. Naruto quickly killed the leader with a stab to the head. Naruto examined Kiba's work. "Good job. You didn't kill the female though. However, it's fine. I wanted to ask her a couple questions. Kiba, patch her up and carry her. Kiba nodded. Suddenly, everyone felt a large pulse of extremely full chakra behind them. They turned to see Sasuke standing, his Sharingan on, and his face was covered in flame-like patterns. On Sasuke's face was a maniacal grin. Around Sasuke was a column of swirling purple chakra. Sasuke turned to see Naruto. He chuckled. Naruto, can you see that your power dwarfs compared to mine? You shall feel the strength of Konoha's mighty clan, the Uchihas. Sasuke roared. Now die. Sasuke charged Naruto. Naruto sent out a pulse of his chakra. What? Sasuke yelled. His sight was going haywire. One eye kept fast-forwarding to future and rewind 10 seconds in the past, while the other eye did the same thing in reverse motion. As a result, he couldn't see what was going on in the present. Naruto grabbed Sasuke by the back of his neck and easily lifted Sasuke. Naruto then proceeded to slam Sasuke's head violently into the ground until Sasuke was unconscious. Naruto tossed Sasuke's limp body to a clone. I hate that bloodline, Naruto muttered. Shino, Shikamaru, and Kiba were surprised how easily Naruto defeated Sasuke, even when Sasuke was powered up by some foul chakra. Alright, let's head to the tower, Naruto ordered. Also follow me carefully. I know where my traps are, don't worry about the time. We still have 3 days. Team 7 and Kiba made good time to the tower. As they went through the area where Naruto laid his traps, they saw several people dead or injured. Team 7 ignored the pleas for help and kept going. Kiba was about to speak, but Naruto beat him. Kiba, there is no place for the weak and stupid in the world of the shinobi. It's harsh, but it is the greatest law in our world, Naruto said grimly. Kiba nodded. They arrived in the tower where they saw a large poster. Shikamaru was the first to figure it out. In short, the poem says a ninja must be smart and strong in order to be great, Shikamaru said. Do you think we should open the scrolls now? Kiba asked. It would appear so. We have brought them to the tower in less than 5 days, Shino said. They opened all 5 pairs of scrolls. The scrolls began to smoke and make a loud bang. From out of the smoke, 5 Jounins and Chuninins appeared. 2 days all of the Jounins and Chuninins began. They were surprised to see more than one examiner. Hey, wasn't there supposed to be one? One of the Chuninins asked. A Jounin recognized the Genin team and smirked. Normally yes, but then again, it was Team 7 accompanied by an injured Team 10 and a captive that opened the skulls. Excuse me, but is that all there is to the second exam? Naruto asked. The Jounin nodded. Yep, you still have 3 days. However, there are rooms located inside the tower for each team. I can show them to you right now if you want. Naruto nodded. My teammates will follow you to the rooms. However, I have some information that is extremely important. It concerns a traitor snake. The Jounin's eyes widened. He barked out orders to 2 Chuninins. Katetsu, show Team 7 to an empty room. Izumo, take the 3 unconscious Genins to the hospital. Both Chuninins nodded and set off to do their tasks. The Jounin signaled Naruto to follow him. Excuse me, but what is your name? Naruto asked. Asuma Saratobi, the Jounin said. Asuma-san, I heard you say our team as if it was famous. Why is that? Naruto asked. Asuma grinned. You first gained attention by passing Anko's test. Anko has no idea of the meaning to hold back. When we were told that you had to capture her for 30 seconds, everyone expected you to lose. However, when we got word of how you passed her test, we all became interested in Team 7. Next was the Wave Mission. When the Jounins heard the mission report of Wave Missions, there were many that advised the Hokage to draft your team directly into the Anbu. When we saw the heads of Yazu, Aoi, and Katsu, support for you being drafted increased. 2A ranked nins and an S-class Kagaya are not exactly the heads you would expect from a Genin. However, the Hokage refused the drafting, saying it would bring more publicity if you 3 went to the Chunin exam. Many of the council, especially from the civilian council, said that Sasuke should be leader of Team 7. However, when reports of you guys doing B ranks flawlessly came in, the Hokage and the Shinobi Council crushed any ideas of trying to mess with Team 7. In short, you 3 have gained a lot of support and admiration. Personally, the new record of catching that damned cat impressed me the most. Naruto blushed and grinned. Well, we had to be good to survive Anko-sensei's training. It was brutal. Asuma chuckled. It can't be that bad. She made us stand on top of 50 feet tall posts, 3 feet in diameter, with 200 pounds on our backs. She then proceeded to summon huge snakes to attack us, throw kunaes and shurikens attached with explosive notes, and the occasional fire jutsu at us. All this while balancing an egg on a spoon held in our mouths. Asuma's sweat dropped. Thank Kami I ain't him, Asuma thought. Asuma opened a door that led to the Hokage's office. He opened it and spoke. "Excuse me, Hokage-sama. Naruto here has information about Orochimaru. He says it's important," Asuma said. "Send Naruto in," the Hokage said. Asuma nodded. Naruto came in. "Hokage-sama, as of right now Orochimaru is in the Fire Country," Naruto announced. "What?" the Hokage exclaimed. "Please calm down. The situation is not as bad as it seems," Naruto said. "Yesterday, I came upon Kiba and Yazaka fighting a giant snake. I assumed it was a real one when I killed it, however, it disappeared. I knew there are only 2 summoners of the snake contract alive in the world. Anko had no reason to interfere with the exams, so I guessed it was Orochimaru. After Kiba showed me to his team, Orochimaru had finished toying with Sasuke. I fought him and managed to wound him badly," Naruto said. "How badly?" "His left shoulder had a hole the size of a fist," Naruto replied. The Hokage smirked pleased. "Please continue, Naruto." "Well, after I had put a hole in his shoulder, Orochimaru summoned a large snake to distract me. As I killed the snake, Orochimaru implanted a curse seal on Sasuke's neck. After that, I managed to severely burn him with several fireballs before he escaped." "Well, Naruto, I'm impressed. This information though is very disturbing. He formed a new village and I know has Sand as an ally. The question is why?" "Hokage-sama, I believe it is for an invasion." The Hokage blinked. "You're joking." "Unfortunately, no. In the first exam, there was a genin that knew way too much about our forces. Before that I met with a Jinchuriki named Gaara. Gaara is a highly unstable person, likely to kill anybody if he has the slightest feeling of bloodlust. Why would an ally send such an unstable ninja without warning?" The Hokage nodded. "It was good observations and conclusions. It didn't help to have the village on guard just in case." "Good work, Naruto. Now take the next 3 days to rest. In the meantime, if you saw anything important to tell me personally." "Hi, Hokage-sama." Naruto bowed and left the office. The Hokage called for one of the Anbu. An Anbu with a cat mask appeared. "You called Hokage-sama?" "Yes, Yamato. I want you to deliver a letter to the Toad Sage Jiraiya." "Hey guys, I think I should put some translations for the attack styles Naruto uses. Metsujutsu's destructive technique Itoryu one sword style. Iajutsu unsheathing sword technique Kazekin Jutsu one sword technique. Hakenjutsu fire sword technique." Chapter 14. Disclaimer: I do not own Naruto. The preliminaries. Naruto and his team waited patiently for the start of the next exam. They used their time by discussing strategy, joking with Kiba, and talking with some of the Jounins. They also explored the tower. Naruto was ecstatic when they found the cafeteria and was told everything was free. Shino, Shikamaru, and Kiba were watching Naruto with awe. Naruto was steadily eating bowl after bowl of ramen. They watched as the bowls stacked higher and higher. Soon there were several stacks of bowls, each of them 2 feet tall. Naruto burped and leaned back on his chair. "Whew, I haven't had ramen in such a long time." "That was good," Naruto said. He looked at his friends and sweat dropped at their reaction. "What?" Shikamaru laid his head on the table muttering, "Don't say anything about the impossible, it's too troublesome." As the day went by, Naruto only saw a few teams. When the end of the exam finally came, Naruto saw only Team 8, Lee's team, Kabuto's team, the Sand team, a Rain team, and Team 10. He learned that Sasuke and Sakura were fully healed while a Rain Nin died from his injuries in the forest. Naruto went to talk with Lee's teammate. She had brown hair arranged into buns and wore Chinese-style clothes. "Excuse, I want to ask if you saw any others on their way here," Naruto asked. The girl shook her head. "I doubt it. As we were on our way here, we ran into an area full of traps. It was thanks to Niji's Byakugan that we didn't set any of them off. I saw some unfortunate genins littered all over the place, injured and dead." Naruto sighed. This meant that all the teams here were the strongest in the competition. He better put more restrictions so he could have a better challenge. The girl watched as Naruto made hand seals and tapped his torso, legs and arms. She felt a ripple in the floor, as if some giant weight crashed onto the ground. "Hey, what did you just do?" "I doubt if it's any of your business, Miss Tenten. And your name?" "Naruto Uzumaki. I hope we meet in the exams." Tenten nodded as she watched Naruto walk away. Strange guy, but he's so cute, Tenten thought. A Chunin went to gather the genins for the final exam. He led them to an arena with a balcony. A large screen was above a statue of 2 hands and a hand seal. Standing at the foot of the statue were the Jounin senseis of the competing teams, along with the Hokage. While most of them stood immobile and emotionless, Anko grinned widely when she saw Team 7. "Hey guys, how long did it take you?" she shouted. 2 days, Naruto shouted back. 2 days. There's still room to improve, brat, Anko shouted. The Hokage cleared his throat. The second exam is now finished. Now the third exam is a combat test to see your battle skills as an individual. Gekko Hayate will explain the rules. Gekko jumped in the arena. Hello, my name is Gekko. This exam is mainly to see your battle skills as an individual. However, we have too many people to compete in the third exam, so we will have preliminary matches to choose who will take the third test in public. The matches will be chosen by random. The names will come up on the screen. The screen began to shuffle between names and stop on 2. Shino, Aburam and Amagumo and Kai. Please come down to the ring, Gekko announced. Shino jumped into the arena and analyzed his opponent. His opponent was a Rainin. The ninja was dressed in a thick woolen damp coat. Shino smirked. The first match between Shino, Aburam and Amagumo and Kai began, Gekko announced. Amagumo immediately jumped away as Shino's chain slammed into the floor where he was standing just moments ago. The chain broke the tile and caused shards of stone to fly. Amagumo's eyes widened. Shit, I have to avoid that chain. If it hits me, I'm done, Amagumo thought. Amagumo dodged Shino's chain. Each time the chain missed nearer and nearer. Amagumo quickly made hand seals. Suiton, hit and missed. Shino smirked. Naruto used a worse version of this jutsu all the time. Shino sent his bugs to search Amagumo out. Amagumo used the mist to take a needed rest. As he tried to catch his breath, small bugs began to land on him. Amagumo didn't notice, since one bug did not suck much chakra by itself. However, a swarm soon gathered on Amagumo. Amagumo noticed the swarm too late, and he blacked out from chakra depletion. The mist cleared up to reveal Shino standing calmly, watching his bugs feast upon the Rainnin's chakra. The winner of the first match is Shino Aburam. Shino calmly walked up to the balcony, ignoring questions about how did he win. He went to his team, Sensei, and Kiba and stood alongside them. Shikamaru was on the floor with his eyes closed. Let me guess, you tired him out with your chain and let him use the hidden mist jutsu, Naruto asked. Shino nodded. Then while he used the mist as cover to rest, you sent your bugs to drain him of his chakra, Shikamaru drawled out. Shino nodded again. Naruto grinned. Good job. You didn't show any other abilities you wouldn't expect from an Aburam aside from the chain. Anko smirked. So brat, what happened in the forest? Tell you after the prelims, Anko-sensei, Naruto said. Anyway, want some sake and dango? Naruto pulled out a container of dango and a bottle of sake. Anko's eyes lit up. Gimme that. Anko snatched the container of dango and began eating. Naruto set the bottle of sake near Anko and pulled out his own bottle of wave sake. He sipped some and looked down, eager to watch the next match. Shino gave a small smile and leaned on the railing to watch the next match. The second match between Choji Akamichi and Haruno Sakura will begin. The match was pathetic as Choji morphed into a boulder and ran over her. Most of the ninjas' sweat dropped on how weak Sakura was. How the hell did she survive the forest? Everyone thought. Gekko cleared his throat. The winner of the second match is Choji Akamichi. Choji gave a huge smile and ran up the balcony to his sensei. After a quick conversation with his team, he went over to Team 7 and Kiba. He sat by Shikamaru and began eating. Hey Shika, how have you been? I haven't seen you in several months, Choji said. Shikamaru cracked one eye open and smiled. It's good to see you, Choji. I've been really busy. As Shikamaru and Choji talked, Naruto, Anko, Shino, and Kiba looked down to watch the next match. Sasuke was fighting against Yoroi. Author's note. I'm not going to type it out because you can see it on YouTube or read it at One Manga. Kakashi helped Sasuke up the stairs to the balcony. Naruto saw Lee's expression and growled at Sasuke. I hate that damn bloodline. While everyone here works his or her ass off to become stronger, that prick can just copy their hard-earned work for himself, Naruto spat. Naruto clenched the railing. Kiba winced as he heard the rail groan loudly against Naruto. Anko put a hand on Naruto's shoulder. Calm down, Naruto. Though I admit that Sasuke is one of the top competitors, he's much weaker than you, Shino, or Shikamaru. All of you guys earned your strength with hard work and it infuriates him, Anko said soothingly. Naruto calmed down a bit. He relaxed his hand and put it in his pocket. Kiba's eyes widened as he saw the iron rail crushed. You're right, Anko-sensei, Naruto said quietly. That's right, Anko said proudly. Naruto smiled at Anko's cocky attitude and looked down to see Ino and Tenten fight. The match was soon over as Tenten's weapons exhausted Ino. The winner of the third match, Tenten. Naruto looked up as the screen shuffled through name. Naruto smirked at the upcoming match. Oi Shika, it's your turn, Naruto said. Shikamaru looked up from his conversation with Choji to see his name in Kankuro. Well, let's get this over with. Shikamaru jumped down into the arena. He analyzed Kankuro. He noticed the bundle on his back and smirked. Thank Kami Naruto made him read those ninja culture books. The fourth match shall begin. Shikamaru made several hand seals. Ninpu, shadow imitation. Shikamaru's shadow began to lengthen. Kankuro moved to avoid it. He landed against the wall. Your puppet can't run all the time, Kankuro. Give up already, Shikamaru called out. Kankuro smirked. His face began to crack and fall into pieces, revealing a puppet's face. Two extra arms popped out from the clothes. The bundle on the puppet's back revealed the real Kankuro. Kankuro smirked and wiggled his fingers. The puppet launched several kunes and a gas bomb. Ninpu, void step. Shikamaru melted in his shadow. The gas bomb exploded, obscuring everyone's view. When the gas dissipated, there was no sign of Shikamaru. Kankuro jumped down on the arena floor, wondering where Shikamaru was. Shikamaru rose up from Kankuro's shadow. He made several hand signs. Ninpu, shadow summoning. Kankuro froze and couldn't move. Then several ropes of shadow wrapped around his limbs, making Kankuro into a puppet. Shikamaru smirked. Isn't this ironic? The puppeteer is now a puppet. Now give up before I make your puppet kill you. Kankuro gulped. I forfeit. The winner of the fourth match is Shikamaru Nara. Shikamaru grinned and cancelled his jutsus. Kankuro landed on the ground like a disconnected puppet. Shikamaru walked up the balcony and to his team. Hey Shika, when did you learn that jutsu? Naruto asked. Training with my dad. I created it when I accidentally made a wrong hand seal for another jutsu, Shikamaru admitted. Well, good job anyway. I do agree with you on the irony, Naruto said. He chuckled a bit. Kiba gave Shikamaru a smile and a thumbs up. Anko caught Shika in a headlock and gave him a noogie. I tie you broad, Shikamaru yelped. Anko scowled and gave him a punch in the head. I tie. Shikamaru rubbed his sore head and went to sit by Choji. Good job Shika, Choji said. Shikamaru smiled and lay down to sleep. Naruto looked at Kiba when the next names appeared. Kiba whooped in excitement. Kiba jumped down. One of Kabuto's teammates smirked. The match between Kiba Inuyasaka and Tsurugi Mitsumi shall begin. Before Kiba could react, Tsurugi had him in a grappling move. Give up before I break your neck, Tsurugi whispered. Akamaru bit Tsurugi in the throat, causing Tsurugi to loosen his hold on Kiba. Kiba smirked and began spinning rapidly. He jumped up and literally sliced the Genin up. Kiba then jumped back. Tsurugi began to throw kunes at Kiba. Akamaru jumped out from Kiba's coat and on his back. Kiba crouched and made a hand seal. Ninpu, beast human clone. Akamaru turned into an exact copy of Kiba. Ninpu, 4 legs. Kiba's fangs began to lengthen and his nails became claws. Both Kibas charged Tsurugi, running like a dog. Tsurugi began to throw kunes attached with explosive notes. Both Kibas jumped into the air and began to spin rapidly. Double piercing fang. Tsurugi was torn apart by Kiba and Akamaru. His body was stretched out and tangled by the force of Kiba's attack. The winner of the fifth match is Kiba Inuyasaka. Alright Kiba, Naruto shouted. Kiba looked up to see Naruto waving at him smiling. Did you see that Naruto Taicho? I tore him apart, Kiba shouted excitedly. Naruto smiled. Yeah I did. Now get your ass up here. Akamaru jumped inside Kiba's shirt. Kiba then ran excitedly up the stairs, ignoring Kakashi's congratulations. Kakashi watched in sadness as Kiba was congratulated by Anko and Team 7, as if he was one of their own. The screen began to shuffle. It stopped on 2 names. Hinata began to sweat. She walked down to the arena to face Neji. The 6th match between Neji and Hinata began. Hinata-sama, you don't make a good shinobi. Forfeit now, Neji said. Hinata flinched at Neji's harsh words. You are too kind and wish for peace. You are too weak to argue against others. Hinata looked down at Neji's words. You have no confidence in yourself but chose to take it for your teammates, Neji said. No, I wanted to take it to see if I changed, Hinata whispered. You cannot change. Weaklings will always be weaklings. Because people cannot change, differences appear. Losers and winners. Looks, brains, personality, and ability are the elements people discriminate for. Naruto glared as Neji's speech became harsher and harsher. Hinata was on the verge of crying. That's enough, Naruto bellowed. Hinata looked up at him. Hinata, everybody changes. Our experiences mold us to who we are. Our choices shape us into the weakest cowards or the strongest heroes. Stand up for yourself and show Neji that you can be a ninja. Show Neji that you are a ninja of the leaf. Show Neji that you are Hinata, proud ninja of the leaf. Naruto shouted. Shino, Shikamaru, Anko, Kiba, and Choji shouted their support for Hinata. Kick his ass Hinata, you can do it. Hinata stood up straight and tall for the first time in years. She looked straight at Neji's cold glare. I will not quit. I will stand up for myself and will fight for what I believe in, Hinata said in a clear voice. So you won't forfeit, Neji said coolly. I am not responsible for what happens to you for what happens. Both of them slipped into gentle fist stance. Byakugan, the veins around their eyes bulged. Hinata attacked with a palm thrust. Neji blocked and countered. Hinata ducked and struck low. Neji blocked it and followed up with a thrust. Hinata dodged and hit Neji squarely in the chest with a palm thrust. Neji stumbled back as Hinata's attack became even fiercer. Neji was backing away as Hinata's strikes forced him to defend. Hinata thrust her palm at Neji. Neji batted it away and struck Hinata squarely in the chest. Hinata coughed blood as Neji's chakra damaged her heart. Neji gave Hinata a contemptuous glance and shoved her on the floor. Hinata, get up, you can beat him. The support Naruto gave her back on her feet again, encouraged Hinata. She charged Neji again with a barrage of palm thrusts that was fiercer than the last. However, Neji dodged it and brutally hit Hinata in the chin. She fell down again. Neji glared at Hinata. Stop fighting. You have always hated yourself for your weakness. There is no reason to suffer anymore. Hinata stood up and looked at Neji straight in the eye. Brother, it is not only me that is suffering for my weakness. You are also suffering for the destiny of the clan branch of the Hyugas and your feeling of weakness against the Hyuga tradition. Neji charged Hinata with all intents of killing her. He was restrained by Naruto holding his katana at Neji's throat. Anko, Guy, Kakashi, and Gekko were restraining Neji. Neji, you promised that you wouldn't bring family affairs into the exam, Guy reprimanded. Hinata fell over and began to cough out blood. Hinata, Naruto ran over to her and cradled her head. Hinata, hang on, you'll be alright, just hang on, Naruto said. Hinata looked at Naruto and smiled. Thank you Naruto, your words have made me happier and made my life worth living, Hinata whispered. She closed her eyes. Naruto thought she died, but he heard ragged breathing. Two medics came and hurriedly brought her to the emergency room. You there, Naruto? Naruto turned to see Neji smirking at him. Losers are born losers and will always be losers. You are one of them, Neji said coldly. Naruto disappeared. Neji shuddered and felt a sword pierce him through the back and enter out the front. Neji looked down to see his blood glistening on Naruto's blade. Everyone was shocked at Naruto's actions. Shino, Shikamaru, Choji, and Kiba were stunned that Naruto would murder someone in plain sight. Neji, next time you piss me off, I'll do more than stab you, Naruto whispered in his ear. Naruto removed his sword from Neji's body and wiped it with Neji's shirt. Neji, Lee's team went by his side. A medic went over to help Neji. Tenten glared at Naruto. Don't worry, my blade did not pierce any of his vitals. He'll be fine, Naruto said unconcerned. He sat on the floor and began to clean and polish his knife. He's right, the medic announced. The sword only pierced his skin and cut several veins and minor muscles. He'll be fine. Everyone breathed a sign of relief that Naruto had done less damage than a couple senbon wound puncture. The medic carried Neji on a stretcher onto the hospital. Gekko cleared his throat. The winner is Neji Hyuga. The computer screen showed the next two names. Kabuto smirked and jumped down. The seventh match between Naruto Uzumaki and Kabuto will begin. Kabuto decided to taunt Naruto, who was still cleaning his sword, and had his back facing Kabuto. Was it really necessary to stab Neji to make a point? Naruto? Kabuto asked. Yes, Naruto grunted. Why did you support Hinata? Kabuto asked. She reminded me of someone, Naruto said. He took out his sake and took a swig from the bottle. Personally, I think Neji was right. The weak can never be strong. The strong will always defeat the weak. This is how the shinobi world works. A prodigy will never defeated by a weak person. The strong roll and the weak die. This is why Hinata will die, Kabuto said in a matter-of-fact voice. Naruto pulled out his sword sheath. He held his sword sheath in front of him as placed the tip of the sword in it and sheathed a third of the blade. Kabuto, if you're going to fight me, use your best technique on me now, Naruto said. Kabuto grinned. His hands began to glow as Kabuto formed chakra blades around his hands. Chakra scalpels. Kabuto charged. Naruto slowly sheathed the next third of his blade in. Humming 10 feet, Naruto said softly. Kabuto was now 10 feet away from him. Arrow not strike. Naruto sheathed the rest of his blade. A huge sword slash appeared on the ground and wall. Kabuto froze when a huge jet of blood sprayed out of a huge slash wound on his body. The attack was like a giant katana had been swung. The attack nearly sliced Kabuto's body in half. It cut through his lungs, heart, stomach, and ribs. Needless to say, Kabuto died. Naruto glared at the corpse and walked to the balcony. Nearly everyone looked at him in awe. What is he? Many of the Jounins thought. Note to self, never piss him off. Many of the Genins thought, what the hell happened? Anko thought, I wonder if Naruto will teach me that move, Gekko thought. Such devastating kenjutsu, the Hokage thought. I must have his blood, Gaara thought. The winner of the 7th match is Naruto. Naruto stood beside his team, an obviously angry look on his face. Hey Naruto, calm down. You're scaring everyone, Anko said. Naruto looked around and saw the awed and frightened faces of everybody. Naruto's face softened. Sorry you had to see me like this guys, Naruto whispered in a soft voice. Shino walked up to him and patted him on the back. Everyone has their anger moments, Naruto Taicho. It's alright, Shino said. That's right. We'll always be behind you even if you are a scary super strong swordsman that gropes Haku and fondles Zabuza's crotch, Shikamaru said. That was your fault asshole, Naruto yelled. However, Kibit Choji and Anko smiled as Naruto went back to normal. Other people began to chuckle too. The screen went through the remaining names, it stopped on 2. Naruto saw the names and grinned. Gaara smiled maniacally. He disappeared in a swirl of sand and reappeared at the arena. Lee jumped down after shouting for several minutes. He settled into a fighting stance. The 8th match between Gaara and Rock Lee began. Lee charged Gaara. He tried to kick Gaara, but some sand that appeared out of Gaara's gourd blocked it. The sand regrouped and slammed into Lee, knocking him back. Sand, Lee thought. Hey Kit, Kyuubi said urgently. Hey long time no hear, Naruto said. Whatever. Anyway, I know which demon Gaara holds. Which one? Shukaku the Ichibi. He's extremely aggressive as he does anything to prove that he's a tailed beast. While the other demon lords are confident in their strength, Shukaku will do anything to keep his position. He was extremely paranoid before he vanished, Kyuubi said. Lee charged at Gaara again and again, using his fist and feet to try to harm Gaara. Gaara's sand blocked Lee's taijutsu attacks every time. Gaara didn't even move a finger. Why doesn't Lee use ninjutsu? Kiba asked. It's obvious none of his taijutsu attacks are working. I think it's because Lee can't use ninjutsu, Naruto answered. You're right, a voice beside them said. Naruto turned to see Guy and Tenten. Naruto's eyes bulged at the sight of Guy. You, Naruto pointed. Evil monkey style, what did I do? Guy asked. Every time I go to sleep, I hear you shouting in the next apartment. While you sleep, you shout about fountains of youth at the top of your lungs. Naruto ranted. Shino, Anko, Kibit, Shikamaru, Choji, and Tenten sweat dropped at this information. Guy grinned. But it is good to hear about fountains of youth, is it not, my neighbor? Naruto socked Guy in the mouth with an uppercut. No it isn't. As Guy was nursing his mouth, the group watched the match with interest. Despite Lee's fierce taijutsu assault, he couldn't reach Gaara. Gaara tried to hit Lee. Lee made several flips back and jumped onto the statue of 2 hands. Lee, take the off, Guy yelled. But Guy-sensei, you told me only when I need to protect my precious people, Lee protested. Guy gave him a thumbs up. Don't worry, I'll allow it this time. Lee smiled. He put a hand under his leg warmers and pulled out weights. Great, I can move normally now, Lee said. He dropped the weights on the ground. Some of the Genins were skeptical of whether weights will help Lee in this match. They were stunned when the weights hit the ground. Boom! Lee vanished from everyone's sight except Naruto's, Guy's, and the Hokage's. Lee attacked Gaara with another taijutsu assault. This time, he landed an axe kick to Gaara's head. Kankuro and Temari were stunned. No one had managed to touch Gaara before. Gaara glared at Lee as Lee smirked, eager to fight on a more equal ground. Lee feinted a punch, circled Gaara and slammed his fist into Gaara's face. Gaara was knocked back several feet. This is bad, Kankuro said. Temari nodded. Gaara stood up, his face was cracking, and pieces fell to reveal a demonic, bloodthirsty expression on his face. Oh man, Lee's in big trouble, Naruto muttered. Why? Choji asked. Apparently Gaara had 2 shields. One was that strange moving sand that blocked all of Lee's initial attacks. Now this one covers Gaara in a protective sand covering that is extremely hard, but I bet it's chakra draining. Lee looked up at Guy. Guy nodded. Lee smiled and began unwrapping the bandages around his arms. Lee ran around him looking for an opening. Lee found one and leaped at Gaara, landing a powerful kick at Gaara's chin. Gaara was kicked into the air. Lee followed him and kicked Gaara several times. Lee then wrapped the bandages around Gaara and began to spin down rapidly, headfirst. Lee leaped away before Gaara crashed into the ground, completely winded. Gaara's body was still. Whoa, Choji and Kiba exclaimed. Team 7 were nodding in approval at Lee's skill. Guy made a small punch in victory. Lee smiled and looked back at Gaara's body. His eyes widened when Gaara's body crumbled to reveal nothing. It was a shell. Lee turned to see Gaara crouching, his hands in a hand seal. A huge torrent of sand flew toward Lee and smashed him against the wall. Several huge streams of sand repeatedly slammed into Lee. Lee barely dodged the next stream of sand. Hey Guy, how come Lee doesn't dodge Gaara's attack like before? Naruto asked. The technique Lee used, the lotus, is a forbidden technique. The huge amount of speed it requires puts a lot of stress on the body, causing Lee pain after he uses it, Guy said grimly. Oh man, Naruto groaned. Lee barely dodged several of Gaara's attacks. He concentrated and held his hands up to protect himself. Gaara sent another stream at Lee. This one was too fast for Lee to avoid. Lee, move! Naruto roared. Lee dodged it at the last second. Lee stood up as if he was fully healed. What the hell? Kiba exclaimed. He was barely moving a moment ago. Naruto looked at Guy, confused. Guy smiled. The lotus of the leaf blooms twice, Guy said cryptically. Anko's eyes widened at this phrase. She turned to Guy with an angry expression on her face. Guy, you didn't teach him that jutsu, did you? Anko shouted. I did, as a matter of fact, Guy said proudly. Don't you realize the dangers of that jutsu? Anko yelled. What are you talking about, Anko-sensei? Shino asked. There is a technique that forcibly opens the body's natural inhibitors, granting an exponential amount of strength. However, the after effects are severe and long-lasting. If you open all 8, a ninja will gain more power than a cage, but will definitely die a painful death, Anko explained. She turned to Guy. How many can he open? 5, Guy answered proudly. This match ends here, Lee said to Gaara. Lee closed his eyes and concentrated. Chakra began to waft around Lee in huge amounts. Suddenly an aura of chakra appeared around Lee. Lee's skin turned red and his veins bulged as blood rushed in and out of his muscles and organs at a rapid pace. Life gate, open, Lee yelled. The aura became even stronger as Lee concentrated even more. Harm gate, open, Lee yelled. The aura of chakra around Lee was huge. Everyone was stunned at the amount of power shown through pure hard work. Lee took a step. Immediately a huge shockwave blasted everyone back, as Lee's speed was so great that he vanished from everyone's vision. Lee gave Gaara a kick that caused him to fly in the air. Gaara was then battered by a barrage of punches and kicks that ripped his armor off. As Lee went for the final strike, his chakra grew. Limit gate, open, Lee roared. He punched Gaara in the stomach, tugged Gaara back, and punched Gaara in the face. He slammed Gaara with all his force into the ground. A gigantic shockwave blew dust and stones into the air. When everyone could see again, they saw Lee lying on the floor exhausted. Gaara was extremely beaten in a huge crater. Gaara lifted his arm and directed his sand at Lee. Lee tried to move as the sand wrapped around his left arm and leg. Gaara smiled maliciously as the clenched his hand. Dessert coffin. Lee screamed in pain as the bones in his arm and leg were crushed to pieces. Gaara sent more sand at Lee to kill him, but was stopped by Guy. Why did you save him? Gaara asked in a tired voice. Because he is my precious student, Guy said. The winner of the 8th match, Gaara. Many Genins watched in sadness as Gaara walked away with the victory. They turned to Lee and were shocked. Many of the Jounins were stunned. No way, Anko breathed. Lee was standing in a taijutsu stance, even after he opened 5 gates, and has a crushed arm and leg. Lee, that's enough, Guy said tearfully. He realized in shock that Lee was unconscious. Guy hugged him. You've proven yourself a great ninja, Guy proclaimed. Naruto began clapping for Lee. Kiba, Choji, and Shikamaru followed his example. Anko and Tenten soon joined. Shino was bawling with tears, but applauded Lee's fight. Lee is one of the greatest ninjas I have ever seen, Naruto bellowed. To everyone's shock, Lee turned to where the applause was and smiled. After several medics carried Lee to the hospital, Guy had a somber look on his face. Kakashi jumped down and put a hand on Guy's shoulder. After several soft words, Guy nodded and jumped back to the balcony. Kakashi followed him to the balcony as well. The screen displayed the names of the 2 remaining ninjas. Temari floated down on her fan, while a rain nin jumped down. The final match between Temari and Unkakateki will now begin, Gekko announced. The fight was uneventful as Temari sliced her opponent with a wind jutsu. The winner of the final match is Temari. With this, the preliminaries of the 3rd exam is finished, Gekko announced. Gekko had the winners to gather in the arena. The Hokage was also in the arena. He observed the winners of the preliminaries, 8 Leaf Genins and 2 Sand Genins. Hokage thought, I'll now start explaining the final test. The main matches will be seen by everyone. Each of you will fight to represent the strength of your countries. I'd like you to go all out in those matches. Except Naruto, Hokage thought silently. It is for this reason the finals will be held in 1 month. I want you to use this break to train. We add this 1-month break, so the various leaders and shinobi along with the daimyos can arrange this event. Now Gekko, bring out the box please, Hokage asked. Gekko stepped forward holding out an ordinary cardboard box. I want you all to pull out a slip of paper and announce the number. 1, Naruto said. 7, Gaara grunted. 9, Shino said. 3, Temari said. 2, Tenten said, looking at Naruto nervously. She did not want to die. 5, Shikamaru said. 6, Kiba said. 10, Choji said. As each person said their numbers, Gekko wrote them down on a slip of paper. So that leaves Sasuke with 4 and Neji with 8, the Hokage muttered. The numbers you just drew were the match arrangements. Gekko showed them the match arrangements. Match 1. Naruto Uzumaki vs Tenten. Match 2. Temari vs Sasuke Uchiha. Match 3. Shikamaru Nara vs Kiba Inazaka. Match 4. Neji Hyuga vs Gaara. Match 5. Shino Aburimevs, Choji Akamichi. The Genins had several thoughts on their minds. I'm dead, Tenten thought. She looked over to see Naruto grinning at her. Tenten, don't worry, I won't kill you, Naruto said. Tenten was a bit relieved at that. Oh man, I'm against one of Team 7, Kiba thought. It's a tournament style, Temari thought. Troublesome, Shikamaru mumbled. Shino thought. Aw man, I'm going against Shino, Choji thought. Neji Hyuga, Gaara thought. Now everyone is dismissed unless there are any questions, the Hokage said. Since it's a tournament, there will be only one winner. Does that mean the winner will be the only one promoted to Chunin? Shikamaru asked. No, there will be various judges there to judge if a candidate is able to become Chunin. This means everyone has the chance to be Chunin or none at all. An advancement in the tournament just means another chance to impress the judge, the Hokage explained. If there are no questions, everyone is dismissed. Everyone began to exit the tower. Oh, Naruto, could you please wait a moment? The Hokage asked. Naruto waited as everyone left. He waited for the Hokage to speak. Naruto, I want to thank you for killing Kabuto. Early this morning, I received an anonymous report that Kabuto was a very high-ranking sound nin. It proved the validity of another report that Kabuto was also extremely important to sound. Now, I was planning to kill Kabuto after the exams, but you have done that for me already. If I had done it after the exams, he could have escaped, carrying secrets of our village. Naruto nodded. The Hokage grinned. I also have a letter that a person that trained you is visiting, Saratobi. Naruto began sweating and praying. Kami, please not him, Naruto thought. A person named Iankurabuagin. Shit, not him. Anybody except him, Naruto bellowed. He fell at the Hokage's feet and began tugging on his robes. Hokage-sama, please tell me he's not in the village yet, Naruto begged, tears pouring down his face. The Hokage was worried. Who was this person that could frighten Naruto so badly? He isn't here yet, but in the letter, he asked for admittance tomorrow, the Hokage said. Naruto stood up and bolted out of the tower, causing a large shockwave. The Hokage sweat dropped. Who is Iankurabuagin? Chapter 15. Disclaimer, I do not own Naruto. The two sages. Shit, Naruto thought as he headed to his apartment. He was so worried that he bumped and shoved through many people. Why did he have to come here? Why? Naruto thought. Hey kid, I suggest you take it like a man and greet him. He'll train you for 1 week and then leave as always, Kyuubi suggested. Do you remember last time he trained me? Do you remember that he shattered every bone in my body, nearly damaged all of my arteries, and purposely hit me there with his club? Naruto bellowed. I see your point, Kyuubi said. Well, it might be good for you to head to the hot springs before he arrives to get yourself relaxed. Yeah, that sounds nice. I haven't had a good soak in the springs for several months, Naruto thought. Naruto went to the hot springs. After paying and changing out of his clothes, he went in the hot springs, enjoying the warmth and soothing waters. Ah, I forgot this feels so good, Naruto said. He was about to close his eyes and sleep when he heard giggling. Naruto became alert as he heard the giggle again. Wait a minute. I know that giggle, Naruto thought. He put on a towel and silently climbed over the fence. He jumped down and grimaced. A big man with long white, spiky hair was crouching down and peeking on the women's side of the hot spring. He giggling perversely and writing furiously in his notebook. Oh Konoha, I love it. Good food, nice people, and girls with huge jugs. Oh, what have we here? A raven-haired beauty with huge knockers. Looks like her name is Haku. Ooh, that's nice, the man muttered. Naruto had enough. He sneaked up on the old man and slammed his fist at the back of his head. The man's head shot forward and broke through the wall. Pervert. Naruto watched in pleasure as the old man's legs thrashed about as the women gave his face a beating. After several minutes of beating, the women left the springs. Naruto watched as the man tugged his head out of the wall. He looked angrily at Naruto, who was laughing on the ground. "You brat, you made me lose valuable research," the old man said. "You deserve it, Sanin, after peeking at my girlfriend," Naruto retorted. "Which one was your girlfriend? The skinny pink-haired one?" Jiraiya asked, interested. "Hell no, it was the raven-haired beauty with the huge knockers," Naruto said. Jiraiya broke into tears. "I'm so proud of you. You're growing up so fast," Jiraiya sobbed. Naruto's sweat dropped. "So what are you doing here?" Jiraiya asked. "I'm trying to get a little rest before he arrives," Naruto said. "Wait, when you mean he, you don't mean?" "Yes, him." "Shit," Jiraiya said. "I got to prepare. I need a whole lot of supplies. I'm heading to my apartment to pick up my supply scroll. You want to come?" Naruto asked. "I'm pretty sure I have several scrolls that could help you." Jiraiya nodded. "Let's hurry, brat. I know several good fortified places we could hide in for 1 week. At least that man never stays in one place for more than a week." Naruto nodded. The two went to Naruto's house. Naruto opened it and ran into the house. He crashed into Haku. The two fell down. Naruto moved so that he was on the bottom while Haku was on top. "Naruto-kun," Haku yelled in delight. She kissed Naruto in happiness. Naruto happily complied, and the couple made out passionately on the floor for several minutes. Jiraiya was giggling lecherously as he wrote furiously in his notebook. After they stopped to regain their breath, Haku noticed Jiraiya, who was giggling and making several notes. "Pervert!" Haku screamed. She sent several senbons through his pants. They made several holes but did not hit anything. Jiraiya thanked Kami for that as divine protection. "Naruto-kun, how was the exam?" Haku asked, curious. Naruto got up and went to his futon and lied down. Haku snuggled up beside him and listened as Naruto explained what he's been through. Haku listened as Naruto told her of the test in the forest. She was surprised that Orochimaru would be there. She was also surprised when Naruto soundly beat Orochimaru. She was concerned for Kiba when Naruto explained his situation and was happy to learn he passed. Then Naruto told her of the preliminaries, how Shino outmaneuvered his opponent and how Choji crushed Sakura. He also recounted Sasuke's win by a stoljutsu. He told Haku of how Shikamaru defeated the puppeteer and how Tendon defeated Ino with an onslaught of flying weaponry. Naruto told Kiba's match with enthusiasm. He then recounted Neji and Hinata's story. Haku had a tear in her eye when he finished. She also approved of Naruto's action against Neji after his match. She also understood Naruto's feelings when Kabuto taunted him. She began to cry a bit when she heard of Lee's valiant struggle against Gaara. "You have gone through a lot in the exams. I never believed that there were such strong people as young as us around us," Haku said softly. Jiraiya nodded in agreement. "So much pain and sorrow is a common sight in the shinobi world. Such friendships such as Team 7 and Kiba and Choji were not common and often forged a strong bond in this terrible world. So Naruto, why are you here?" Haku asked. Naruto's eyes widened. "Oh crap, Iro-sennin, we need to get what we need and leave now." "Gotcha, brat." Naruto went into his chest and pulled out a large red scroll. He tossed Jiraiya a smaller red scroll. Jiraiya picked some food that was enough for a week. He also grabbed medical supplies and medicine from the bathroom. "Alright, got everything we needed," Jiraiya said. Naruto nodded and gave Haku a quick kiss and left. Naruto followed Jiraiya as they ran through Konoha. They went deep into the forest and stopped at a clearing hidden by boulders and brush. They set up camp and lit a campfire. Jiraiya summoned several toad warriors to be sentries. Naruto summoned several large ravens as lookouts. When the summons went away, the two relaxed. "I'm sure we'll be safe here," Naruto said. Jiraiya chuckled. "Don't worry, no one will ever find us." Just as Jiraiya finished saying the phrase, a shadow covered Naruto and Jiraiya. The two turned to see whom shadow belonged to. Their faces froze in an expression of shock and fear. On a tree branch, they saw a shadowy figure. The figure waved at the two shocked men. Well, I didn't think I'd meet you so soon, Naruto and Jiraiya." In the Hokage tower, the Hokage was relaxing as his clones filled out the paperwork. He was spending his time doing some quality reading. "Jiraiya, you are a genius and one of the greatest writers of this time," the Hokage said. He giggled lecherously as he read the next part. The Hokage was interrupted by Naruto and Jiraiya crashing through the window. They fell on the floor and crawled to the Hokage. "Please save us," Naruto said, his faces soaked with tears. "Help us, Sarutobi-sensei," Jiraiya begged. Both of them were tugging at the Hokage's robe desperately. The Hokage looked out the crashed window and saw someone rapidly approaching them. The figure jumped into the office and landed on Jiraiya's and Naruto's back. "Kami, have mercy," Jiraiya and Naruto wailed. The Hokage's sweat dropped as he examined the Iankurabu agent. He was an old man of around 70 years old. He wore a brown and green robe and walked barefoot. He had little hair, but had a long beard that reached down to his toes. He was also 2 feet high. Saratobi might have laughed if it wasn't for the fact that the old man easily carried a Kanabo iron club that was 5 feet long, weighed over 150 pounds, and had wicked-looking knobs and spikes adorning the business end. The small man bowed respectfully to the Hokage. "Hello Hokage-sama, my name is Iankurabu Waijin, but you can call Jin. I believe you already know my pupil, Naruto, and the pervert that owes me 50,000 yens. Can you believe that he spent it on women, gambling, and sake? Disgraceful." Jin picked up his club, jumped, and slammed it near Jiraiya's skull. The club went through the floor. Jiraiya fainted in fear. "Jin-san, please do not damage the building," the Hokage asked politely. "I have enough trouble. Just a couple of days ago there was another report of several jounins being caught in a trap by my grandson. This is the 50th time that Konohamaru and his friends doing this." Jin looked down to see Naruto grinning. "You're the cause of this, aren't you?" Naruto tried to deny it, but Jin saw through his lie. "Naruto, you know what this means, do you?" Jin said sternly. "No, not that," Naruto screamed in terror. "Punishment." Jin lightly struck Naruto in the head with his hand. "Bad Naruto." "Aw man," Naruto groaned. The Hokage sweat dropped. This Jin was an extremely unique person. He had an even bigger sweat drop when Jin pulled out a pornographic magazine and began giggling. Ibisu stepped in the room and saw Jin reading the magazine. "You, how shameless can you be?" Ibisu asked appalled. "Shut up, don't pretend you don't like it, closet pervert," Jin said brazenly. Ibisu marched up and snatched the magazine with a self-righteous attitude. Jin was shocked for a moment. "You had better respect your elders, boy," Jin growled. He lifted his kanabo and slammed it into Ibisu's gut. Ibisu flew out of the Hokage tower at breakneck speed. In the hospital, a receptionist was bored and nearly asleep. "Nothing exciting happened today," the receptionist said. She closed her eyes and was about to sleep. Bang! The receptionist sat up just in time to see Ibisu's body slam into the wall behind her. "Doctor," the receptionist yelled. A doctor came running and examined Ibisu. "Kami, we got to get him to the emergency room. He has multiple fractures in every bone in his body and internal bleeding. We haven't had such an injury since Jiraiya peaked on Tsunade." Back in the Hokage tower, Jin was having a little victory dance. "Home run, it's a grand slam, and the crowd goes wild," Jin said. He cupped his mouth and imitated applause. The Hokage cleared his throat. "Excuse me, Jin-san, but I need to finish my paperwork, so could you please do any business you have with Naruto and Jiraiya someplace else?" "Certainly." "Oh I, pervert, shrimp, move yo asses," Jin bellowed. Jiraiya and Naruto jumped back on their feet and jumped out the window. Jin jumped out the window also. The Hokage sighed at the huge mess Jin made. He sweat dropped when he heard Jin's voice and Jiraiya's screams. "Where's my money? I'll have it tomorrow." "No, not the club." "Ow, help, murder, Kami." "I'll ask again. Where's my money? I promise I'll have it tomorrow." "Kaiten, hell flare. Mama help me. Oh Kami the pain. Where's my money?" "In my scroll." As Jiraiya was admitted into the hospital, Naruto went to visit some of the other patients. He went to the receptionist. "Excuse me, do you know where Niji and Hinata Hyuga as well as Rock Lee are staying?" The receptionist looked down to search for the names Naruto asked for. Naruto's sweat dropped when he noticed the dent Ibisu made as well as the bloodstains he left. "They will be in room 210, 211, and 212. "Thank you." Naruto went to the rooms. He visited Hinata's room first. Hinata was reading a book when she heard a knock on the door. "Come in." Naruto walked in and sat in a chair beside her. "Hey Hinata, how are you doing?" Hinata smiled. "Much better, thank you for asking." Naruto laughed. "Well, that's good news. What are you doing here, Naruto?" "My sensei is being treated in the hospital, so I thought I would visit you to see how you're doing." "Thank you, Naruto. I have a question though." "What is it?" "Why did you become a ninja if you're really kind?" Naruto asked. Hinata looked out the window for several seconds before she answered. "At first it was tradition that stated that I should have some ninja experience. However, as I grew older, I saw the injustices of the main house of the Hyugas against the branch house. I promised to myself to grow into a powerful ninja so I can help heal the long battle between the branch and main house." "Such a bold goal for such a shy woman," Naruto said in admiration. "Does Niji know?" Hinata shook her head. "I told no one of my dream except my sensei, Kurenai. Naruto nodded. "If you want help on accomplishing that dream, you can always ask me to help. I promise." Naruto grinned. "Bye Hinata-chan." When Naruto left, Hinata looked out the window, smiling happily at the fact she has a new friend. Niji was staring up at the ceiling. He was thinking about Hinata's words. Was he really tormented by his own weakness? He was interrupted by a knock. "May I come in?" Niji turned and saw Naruto. "What do you want?" "I want to talk to you," Naruto said. Niji scoffed. "Come in." Naruto sat in a chair beside Niji's bed. "So when are you getting out?" "In 3 days," Niji said. "Do you know who you're fighting against?" "Some genin named Gaara. Tenten told me she was fighting you," Niji said. "Yeah, I know. Hey Niji, why do you hate Hinata so much? Is it because of the conflict between the main and branch house?" Niji glared at Naruto. "This does not concern you. Or is it much more personal? Something like your father dying for you, uncle?" Naruto asked. "How do you know?" Niji asked. "I have an insider that knows nearly everything the Hokage knows," Naruto said. Niji sighed. "You're right. I hate Hinata because she represents everything to the main house. She is too naive, gentle, spoiled, and weak. What if I told you she fights for a united Hyuga clan? She wishes to heal the conflicts between the two houses. This is her dream and you nearly killed her," Naruto said sternly. Niji was slack-jawed in shock. What? You heard me. She also harbors no ill will toward you and wishes for your happiness," Naruto said. Niji looked down in shame, tears coming out of his eyes. "Niji, although she has a dream that you also want, she will need help. Go ask her and repair family bonds that should have been healed decades ago," Naruto said gently. "Thank you Naruto," Niji said. Niji slipped out of bed and hurried to Hinata's room. Naruto hummed happily to himself as he went to Lee's room. Naruto saw Lee strapped to a bed. "Hi Lee, why are you strapped to a bed?" Naruto asked. Lee turned and smiled at Naruto. "Oh hi Naruto, I was strapped to a bed after they found me trying to exercise for the 5th time. They told me if I didn't, my arm and leg wouldn't heal." "Ah, that explains it. Anyway, are you going to recover?" Lee turned sad at Naruto's question. He looked down. It was so unlike the energetic, determined, optimistic Lee he saw at the exam. "The doctors said that even if I do recover, I might not be fit to be a ninja anymore," Lee said sadly. Naruto understood why he was so crestfallen now. "Lee, don't worry, I'm sure you'll be a ninja soon. Don't worry about what the doctors say. Miracles have happened and I'm pretty sure it'll happen to you." Lee brightened up. "You're right Naruto, I'm sure I'll recover. And soon I'll be up and fighting with Guy-sensei." Just then, Mito Guy walked in. "Yo, Guy-sensei? Bye," Naruto shouted and ran out of the room. As he walked back he spotted someone familiar in a hospital room. Naruto recognized her when he took a closer look. It was that sound genin they spared in the forest. Kin was looking out the window, wondering what would happen to her. She had no illusions about what could happen to her, but still hoped for the best. She turned when she heard a knock. "Come in," she said, thinking it was a nurse. Instead it was the blonde-haired ninja that captured her. "Hi, I hope I'm not bothering you," Naruto said politely. "Not really, I have nothing to do," she said. Naruto smiled and sat in a chair by her bedside. I want to apologize for killing your teammates in the forest." "It's no problem, I wasn't close to any of them," she said. "My name is Naruto Uzumaki," Naruto said. He stuck out his hand. The girl smiled and shook his hand. "Kintsuchi. I used to be from Sound but not anymore," Kin said. "Used? It's a rule in Sound that anyone that is weak or cowardly enough to be captured should die. Anyway, there's only one person in Sound that I was friends with," Kin said sadly. "That's horrible." "It is. It's not big or as kind as your village, nor the leader is as kind as yours. Our village is small, and the leader threatens to eliminate any person that disobeys him." Naruto patted her hand as she began to cry. "It's alright, in Konoha we have a different set of rules. We won't let an enemy ninja be tortured unless they refuse to cooperate. We always welcome new ninjas if they are loyal to the village." Kin looked up in hope. "Do you think I could join this village?" Naruto smiled. "I'm sure I can vouch for you. I also have very powerful allies. I'm pretty sure I can persuade the Hokage to let you stay." Kin pulled Naruto into a tight hug. Naruto was surprised by the sudden action. However, he gently rubbed her back as Kin began to cry in relief and thanks. After a while Kin stopped crying. Naruto smiled. "Feel better now?" Kin wiped her eyes. "Yeah, a lot better." "Oh shrimp, get yo Charmin ass out here pronto." "Hey!" Voice yelled outside the room. "Oh shit, have to run. I'll talk to you later. If you want to find me after you get released, here's my address," Naruto said quickly. He wrote it on a scrap piece of paper and shoved it in her hand. Naruto ran out the room and was punched by a dwarf carrying a giant kanabo. "You know, in my day, the kids waited for their elders, not the other way around. When I was a small boy, I waited for my grandma even if she was yapping and yapping," Jin yelled. Naruto rubbed his sore cheek and rolled his eyes. "Did you just roll your eyes at me, son?" "No, sir. Just who do you think you are?" "Nobody, sir." "That's right. Now carry me to the nearest brothel." Kin's sweat dropped as Naruto was forced to carry Jin and run through the hospital, with Jin occasionally rapping Naruto's leg with a stick. Meanwhile, outside her window, Jiraiya was making several notes in his notebook. He was giggling perversely. That boy is an inspiration. I have to follow him, Jiraiya whispered. He jumped off the wall and went to observe Naruto. The next week with Jin was hell on earth. Naruto was forced through several days of Jin's training. He was forced to carry Jin all day with his gravity seal at 9x. He was also forced to run several miles non-stop, with Jin holding a bow and an arrow dipped in acid. Sparring with Jin was the worst because Jin was fast as well as strong. He wielded his huge weapon like a twig. Jin's small size made him a nearly impossible target. Vacuous, he was always jumping and running around. Naruto was thankful of Kyuubi's extremely fast healing and stamina. Each strike with the club was like 3 exploding notes going off simultaneously. However, Naruto was able to get much stronger in 1 week than all of his training with Anko and Zabuza. Jin was also fun to be around. He was a grumpy, smartass, loud, old pervert. He would often peek along with Jiraiya and sit outside underwear stores catcalling the ladies inside. Anko was one of the ladies Jin catcalled once. She got into an argument with him. During this argument, there were a lot of words and phrases that surprised many of the jounins. After a week, Naruto was at the front gate with Jin. Well, Naruto, so long. Make sure you don't slack off or I'll come back to whip you back into shape. Is that clear? Yes, sir. Good. Jin turned to leave. Oh, Naruto, yes sir, Naruto asked. Jin slammed his club into Naruto's abdomen. Naruto flew all the way to the Hokage tower. Jin watched as Naruto created a new hole in the Hokage tower. Yes, and the dwarves win the inter-village championships over the Maelstorms. Naruto went to his apartment for the first time in a week for a much-needed rest. As he was outside his door, he saw Jiraiya outside the door giggling and making several notes. Naruto opened the door and was immediately punctured by ice and steel senbens. One of them hit a pressure point that knocked him out. When Naruto woke up, he saw Haku and Kin kneeling at either side of him. They were glaring at each other. Haku and Kin were holding one hand each. Oh, where am I? Naruto groaned. You're awake, Naruto-kun, Haku said happily. She hugged him. Naruto hugged back tightly. Hey Kin, what are you doing here? Naruto asked. I needed a place to stay after the hospital released me a couple of days ago. I came here to ask if I could stay with you until I had your own place, Kin replied. Naruto scratched the back of his head. Oh, well, does Zabuza still live with us, Haku? Haku nodded. Naruto groaned. He would have thought that Zabuza would move out now. An idea struck him. You could be roommates with Haku, Kin, Naruto proposed. With her? Haku and Kin exclaimed. Naruto shrugged. Please, girls, this is only temporary. Just learn how to live together, please. Haku and Kin sighed. Fine, that's great. Haku, tonight I'll cook, Naruto said happily. Outside the apartment, Zabuza was discovering the glories of Icha paradise thanks to Jiraiya. He was giggling perversely as he walked around Konoha in an aimless manner. He bumped into an ardent Icha hater. Zabuza, please tell me that isn't Icha. Zabuza took his eyes off the book to realize he was talking to Anko. Anko was twirling a knife and had a more sadistic look on her face than normal. He began to sweat. Zabuza, I'm waiting. Shit. Back in the apartment, Naruto had arranged Haku's room so that Kin had her own area. Naruto rubbed the back of his head. The apartment was getting crowded. There were 4 people inside a 2-bedroom apartment. Naruto gave Kin some money to get clothes for herself. Kin was delighted and dragged Naruto down to pick new clothes. Naruto didn't say much, but he did suggest on a more useful ninja clothes. She picked out long pants with plenty of pockets, a turtleneck sweater with no sleeves and bracers on her arms. She also got more clothes like nightdresses and bras. That embarrassed Naruto. When Naruto got back, he saw Zabuza on his feet being treated by Haku. He had multiple cuts, snakebite wounds, and burns. He had an orange book in his hand and was whispering, "No more snakes, no more snakes." Zabuza, did you meet Anko-sensei while reading that book? Zabuza nodded. Naruto sighed. Zabuza, you never read that book in public. Only Kakashi does that because he's done it for such a long time that no one notices. Wish you told me that sooner, brat, Zabuza said weakly. Naruto grinned and went to the kitchen to cook dinner. He picked some chicken and rice and made a big dish of wakadon tamburi, a chicken and rice dish. He also made some miso soup and stir-fried vegetables. Hey Kin, can you set the table? Naruto asked. Kin nodded and placed 4 bowls and 4 pairs of chopsticks on the dinner table. Naruto placed the wakadon tamburi in a big bowl and the vegetables and soup in smaller bowls. Dinner time, Naruto called out cheerfully. Haku and Zabuza came over. They ate out mostly when Naruto did not cook, since neither of them was as good as cooking as Naruto. This smells great, Naruto-kun, Haku said. It really does, Zabuza said, eagerly picking up a bowl. Knock knock knock. Hey Kin, can you get the door? Kin nodded and opened the door. Flooded with happiness I cry tears of pearls, the hermit of the legendary Sanin, the toad demon of the mysterious Maiboku mountain, the great Jiraiya. Ken slammed the door quickly. Naruto, did you put something in the food? Nah, that's just Iro Senin. Let him in, Naruto said. Haku humped and continued to eat. Jiraiya bounded into the room. Hey brat, what? Hey, that smells good. Bowls are in the cabinet, chopsticks in the drawer under it, and some sake is in the pantry, Naruto said. Jiraiya nodded and got a bowl, chopsticks, and sake. He helped himself to some food and began eating. Man brat, I might hate you for not being a super pervert after a year with me, but you make damn good food, Jiraiya said. Zabuza, Ken, and Haku nodded. After dinner, Haku and Zabuza began to clean up the table. Ken helped wash the dinner as Jiraiya and Naruto talked. Hey Iro-sensei, why did you come here? Naruto asked. Jiraiya took a swig of sake before speaking. Well, the Hokage wanted me to watch over this genin called Gaara. Can you tell me anything about him? Gaara, Ken asked. Jiraiya and Naruto turned to her. Gaara is the Jinchuriki and is a key part in the upcoming invasion of Konoha by Sand and Sound. What? Jiraiya exclaimed. An invasion? Naruto asked. Ken nodded. It's to take place in 3 weeks during the third exam. Jiraiya shook his head. Come on brat, we gotta tell this to the Hokage. Ken, follow us to the Hokage. He needs to hear this, Naruto said. We'll come too. While I might be just a worker at the hospital, I can help too, Haku said. And I was given Jounin rank a few days ago, Zabuza said. Alright, but last one who leaves locks the door, Naruto said. Chapter 16. Disclaimer, I do not own Naruto. Training and love. The group arrived in the Hokage Tower in 20 minutes. They ran straight past the receptionist. The receptionist activated a silent alarm and Anbu began appearing in the hallways. However, when they saw Jiraiya, the Anbu stood in attention and saluted him. Jiraiya grinned at the respect he was getting. Now this is what I deserve, Jiraiya said as they went past several saluting Anbu. Naruto rolled his eyes at Jiraiya's comment. They wouldn't be saluting if they knew you were the author of Icha Icha, Naruto said snidely. Jiraiya was going to whine about Naruto's comment, but every Anbu in listening range fell to their knees and bowed. Welcome to the Hokage Tower, Jiraiya Dono, they chorused. Naruto's sweat dropped at the sheer amount of perverts that were in the Anbu. Jiraiya smirked and made a ridiculous pose. Inspired with visions of heaven, I write them down with my pen for men to glimpse at heaven. The Master Writer and the one of the 3 great Sanins, the mega pervert and the sage of Maiboku Mountain, the great and perverted Jiraiya. All hail Jiraiya Dono, the Anbu cried in unison. Yes, all. Jiraiya shrieked. 2 senbons, one of ice and the other of steel, punctured deep in each ass cheek. Naruto looked behind him to see Ken and Haku smirking as Jiraiya fell down on his butt, only making the senbons drive in deeper in his ass. What is going on? Everyone looked to see the Hokage striding silently down the hallways with a slightly annoyed look on his face. An Anbu saluted the Hokage. Hokage-sama, we received an alarm from your receptionist that intruders had invaded the Hokage Tower. However, we recognized one of the intruders as Jiraiya-sama. The Hokage looked down to see Jiraiya crying in pain and holding his butt. What happened to him? The Hokage asked. The 2 Kunoichis behind Naruto Uzumaki threw a senbon each into Jiraiya-sama's behind. Jiraiya fell down on his rear and accidentally forced the 2 senbons even deeper. The Hokage sweat dropped as Jiraiya threw a mini tantrum at the pain. He turned to Naruto, who was watching Jiraiya's pain and happiness. Naruto, can you tell me why you are here? The Hokage asked. Naruto looked away from the crying Jiraiya. We came over here to tell you of very important information concerning Sand and Sound. Come to my office all of you, the Hokage ordered. Naruto, Zabuza, Haku, and Ken walked to the Hokage's office. Jiraiya painfully crawled his way into the Hokage's office. When the Hokage sat down, he looked at Jiraiya. Jiraiya, what information is Naruto talking about? Ask Ken, she knows much of the details of the plan. Jiraiya grunted. Ken, can you please tell me what Sand and Sound is planning? The Hokage asked. I want 2 things first before I say anything, Ken demanded. The Hokage looked down. What is it? I want to join Konoha as a genin. I also want to stay under the protection of Naruto Uzumaki, Ken demanded. Naruto was surprised at the second demand. He was about to speak when the Hokage beat him to it. Agreed. In exchange for this information, you may join Konoha as a genin and live under Naruto's protection until you reach 16, the Hokage said. Ken grinned at Haku's shocked face. She sent Haku a quick victory sign before turning back to the Hokage. Hokage-sama, during the exam, Sand and Sound are going to attempt to destroy Konoha. Why? For sound, it is the will of the Hokage. However, the Hokage managed to persuade the Kazekage into agreeing to invade Konoha by saying that it was Konoha's fault that the Wind Daimyo cut San's funding. The Hokage also said after Konoha was gone, San will be the greatest village in the land. How do they plan to accomplish the invasion? They plan to have Gaara release the full power of the Ichibi during the third exam. During the chaos, several shinobis will cast genjutsus on the majority of Konoha shinobis, Kin said. Outside the village, several shinobis will summon snakes using the scrolls the Hokage gave to them. Using the snakes, they will destroy Konoha's outer wall and send most of the Konoha shinobis into disarray. While the Konoha ninjas are disorganized, Sand and Sound Jounins will kill the most dangerous Konoha ninjas, while Chuninins will kill the rest or the ninjas, as the Hokage completes his own objective, Kin reported. The Hokage leaned back. This makes a lot of sense. Kabuto's unusual knowledge of the Konoha shinobi's stats, Gaara's presence despite his instability as a Jinchuriki, and also Orochimaru's presence in the forest. I shall do all in my power to make you a Konoha genin for this information. This information is vital to the future of Konoha. Anbu. Several Anbus entered the office. Find all of the Jounins and send them to meet me here for a meeting. If they refuse, they will be demoted to Chunin and forced to do D-rank missions for a month, the Hokage ordered. The Anbus nodded and vanished out the office. The Hokage turned to Naruto, Haku, and Kin. You three go back home. I want you to act as normally as possible. Naruto, you and your team have my permission to do anything for the preparation and protection of the Konoha genins. Understand? Understand, Naruto said. Good. Dismissed, the Hokage said. Naruto saluted and walked out the office with Kin and Haku. When they arrived home, Naruto went straight to bed. He wasn't able to sleep though. He stared at the ceiling, wondering what will happen. Naruto, are you alright? Naruto turned to see Haku standing at the doorway in pajamas, her eyes full of concern. Naruto sighed. I'm worried. About what? The invasion. I know it's still 3 weeks away, but I don't know if I'll be able to protect all of my precious people and keep them safe. Haku's expression softened. She slid in his bed and hugged Naruto. Naruto, you are stronger, braver, and kinder than any man I have ever met. I know you'll be able to protect us. Naruto hugged her back. Thanks, Haku. Haku, will you please spend the night with me? Of course. Naruto finally fell asleep content. In the morning, Kin woke up to see Haku sleeping with Naruto. She felt her heart thump painfully and her eyes water when she saw the couple. Damn it, what is going on, Kin thought. Why is it I always feel longing around Naruto? That I always have the urge to kiss him? That my whole body heats up just by the mere touch of Naruto? Kin sighed and went to prepare some breakfast. She went into the kitchen and made some dough. She placed in the oven for several minutes, breathing the sweet smell that emanated from the baking bread. It was soothing to breathe in the smell of comfort foods. Naruto yawned and got out of bed. After doing some morning stretches and his morning business, he noticed the smell of something sweet and savory in the air. He followed it to the kitchen where he saw Kin cooling off buns of sweet-smelling bread. After she placed the last bun on the cooling tray, she noticed Naruto drooling. Good morning, Naruto. I used the kitchen to make some melon pop buns for breakfast. I hope you don't mind, Kin said nervously. Naruto grinned. Don't worry, this smells great. I don't mind you using the kitchen as long as you don't break it. Naruto grabbed one off the cooling tray and took a big bite out of it. Wow, Kin-chan, these are great. Do you mind if I give one to my friends for a morning breakfast? Not at all, Kin said happily. Naruto hugged her. Thanks, Kin-chan. Naruto went to the room and changed into his day clothes. Unfortunately, he forgot to close the door, leaving Kin a free show of Naruto's body. She pinched her nose to prevent any blood from coming out as she examined his body. Naruto put on his trench coat and wrapped his scarf around his face and neck. He grabbed 10 buns and another one for himself. He put the 10 buns in a scroll, still piping hot, and sealed it into a scroll. He then grabbed several cans of rice milk and sealed them in the same scroll. He waved at Kin and exited the apartment. He first headed to Kiba's house. The most prominent feature was that the house was covered in dogs. Dogs of every color and bigger than any Naruto has ever seen. Naruto held his arms up to show he was no threat. He went to the door and knocked on it. A girl with long brown hair and 2 red marks on her cheek answered the door. I need to talk to Kiba. Is he here? Wait a second while I get him down here, the girl said. Naruto waited as she went upstairs. Soon he heard banging and shouting. Kiba soon tumbled down the staircase and fell in a heap. Akamaru also came down the stairs yipping and stood on Kiba's body. Hey Akamaru, how are you boy? Naruto said. He scratched the area behind Akamaru's ears and smiled as Akamaru growled in pleasure. Morning, Kiba ready to start some training for the 3rd exam, Naruto said cheerfully. Kiba jumped onto his feet, eager to start training. Alright. What are we doing first? Kiba asked excitedly. First, you're going to eat, Naruto said. He pulled out his scroll and summoned 2 melon paw buns and a cold can of rice milk. Kiba tasted the melon paw cautiously. Man, this stuff is good, Kiba exclaimed. He began eating it enthusiastically. He tore off a piece for Akamaru and watched as Akamaru ate it eagerly. They soon finished the buns and the drink. Kiba and Akamaru let out a belch at the same time. Now that you've finished your breakfast, I have a present for you, Naruto said. Kiba watched eagerly as Naruto pulled out a scroll with the kanji weapons. Naruto channeled some chakra into the scrolls and summoned 2 bracers with fingerless gloves. Kiba put these on, Naruto ordered. Kiba rolled his sleeves and strapped on the 2 bracers. He inspected them as he placed them on his forearms. They were gray and elaborately designed with images of wolves running across them. Kiba, tap your index knuckle with your thumb and see what happens, Naruto said with a grin. Kiba tapped his index knuckle and watched in delight as sharp blades, like claws, popped out of the sheath. There were 3 claws on each bracer, each of them were 7 inches long and razor sharp. Whoa, man, Naruto, where did you get these? Kiba asked. Naruto smirked. Weapons are meant to be an extension of the body. Since Utajutsu is an imitation of canines, I thought it might be appropriate for you to learn how to use these. Also, those claws can be retracted with another tap to your knuckle. Naruto chuckled as Kiba excitedly popped the claws in and out. I'm assuming you like them. Are you kidding? These weapons are awesome, Kiba said ecstatic. Akamaru let out a series of yips and barks. Oh yeah, I can't wait to see our piercing fang attack now. Naruto cleared his throat. Kiba, sheathe those claws for now. I want you to read a scroll as we head to Choji's house. I'm also going to train him. Shino and Shikamaru will be training with their fathers. I'm pretty sure Chaozu will be teaching him summoning. I'll be teaching Choji a martial art known as boxing and judo. Kiba began to read the scroll. His eyes widened when he saw the techniques and tips in the scroll. He quickly went to the end and gasped at the author's name. Kimono Inuyasaka, the strongest warrior of our clan ever. Naruto, where this you get this scroll? Naruto winked. That's for me to know and you to find out. Kiba followed Naruto as they went to Choji's house. Naruto knocked the door eagerly. Chaozu opened the door. Good morning, Naruto-san. How are you today? I'm fine, Chaozu-san. Is Choji up yet? Ah, I was going to wake him up now. Wait here in the dining room. Feel free to eat some breakfast if you feel like, Chaozu said cheerfully. Kiba's mouth watered when he saw the huge plate of teriyaki on the table. Naruto saw this and elbowed him in the gut. You eat it, you'll vomit during training. Also, I'll make you wish you hadn't eaten if you disobey me, Naruto whispered. Kiba nodded and closed his eyes from the food. Choji soon arrived in the kitchen. Hi guys, what are you doing here? Choji asked cheerfully. I'm here to train you in the 3rd exam. I want to help train you for 1 week, then let Chaozu train you until the 3rd exam. Remember, you're going against Shino, Naruto said. Choji looked at his dad for advice. Let Naruto train you. He's a very skilled ninja and I'm sure he'll give you good points for you to be a better ninja, Chaozu said. Choji nodded. Okay Naruto, but let me eat first. Naruto pulled Choji away from the table. Nope, we need to train now. I already have some breakfast for you. Naruto shoved 2 buns of melon pie and a can of rice milk. Now eat. We'll be at the training grounds soon, so don't waste your time complaining. Choji began eating, a little miffed that he couldn't have a relaxing breakfast. However, he couldn't deny that the melon paw buns with rice milk was an awesome breakfast. Naruto headed to Training Ground 26 Team 7's training grounds. By now, the training ground had been damaged beyond repair. There were broken trees, craters, and huge slash marks. Choji and Kiba looked at the field in awe. Who uses this training field, Naruto? Choji asked. Naruto rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment. Team 7 and a couple friends. I often have a problem in not holding back in spars. This is why the field is so damaged. Anyway Choji, I have a gift for you, Naruto said. Close your eyes. Choji looked to Kiba. Kiba smiled. Trust Naruto, look what Naruto gave me. Kiba extended his claws and smirked as Choji's eyes widened. Choji quickly covered his eyes. Naruto summoned 2 things from the weapon scroll. One was a pair of battle gloves and bracers. The other was a kanabo like Jin has, only lighter and shorter. Alright, open your eyes now, Naruto said. Choji's eyes widened when he saw the kanabo and gloves. Whoa, look at this, Kiba, Choji said. He hefted the huge steel club and swung it at a nearby training post. The club shattered the post into splinters. Naruto smiled at how easily Choji was able to wield it. Choji put those gloves on, they're called cestus, and they're going to be helpful in the style of fighting I'm going to show you. They also prevent your hands from chafing as you wield that club, Naruto explained. Choji put down his club and pulled on the pair of battle gloves. They fit well and had enough slack for Choji to wear them for later years. Naruto lifted Choji's arm. Naruto rapped it sharply with his hand. Can you feel that, Choji? No. Good, now I want you to punch one of the training posts. Choji shrugged, but he punched one of the training posts hard. When Choji pulled back his fist, there was an inch-deep dent in the hardwood. Wow, I didn't know you were that strong, Naruto said, impressed. You're definitely a lot stronger than Shino. However, you're slow in speed. We'll compensate that with armor and extremely accurate and powerful blows. I have a set of battle armor in the clan house, Choji said. Naruto nodded. Tomorrow bring it. For now I want you to swing that kanabo 50 times down, 50 times up, 50 times from left to right, and 50 times from right to left. You can take breaks, but don't stop until you have finished, Naruto said. Choji nodded and began to do his task with enthusiasm. Naruto turned to Kiba, who was dying to try out some of the moves in the scroll. Kiba, before you start to use those moves, you have to bring up your speed and strength. If you hope to use them at all, I want you to climb a tree 20 times using only your claws while wearing a 100-pound vest. Where's the vest? Naruto took off his vest and pulled out several iron bars. Every time Naruto dropped one, a huge crater emerged. In total he pulled out 9. He left the last weight bar in his vest and placed it on Kiba. Kiba buckled a bit as he got used to the weight. Man, Naruto, you walk around with this weight all the time? Kiba asked. Naruto nodded. Kiba, what are you waiting for? Hurry up. Kiba began climbing the tree only using his claws. The claws gripped to the tree trunk well, but his upper body was working hard. Kiba sweated after doing 5. After the 10th one his arms were feeling like jelly. Choji's arm also felt the same as Kiba's. After the 100th swing, his arms felt like lead. Naruto, I need a break, Choji begged. Naruto looked at Kiba, who was hanging in the tree by his claws. Alright, cool off for 15 minutes, then back to training. Choji dropped to the ground for a much-needed rest. Kiba loosened his claws and landed in a loud thump on the ground. During the day, Naruto had them drill in various physical activities, strength building, and stamina growing. Kiba and Choji called Naruto a sadist several times during the day. However, the day was highly productive. Naruto was right in Choji's martial arts. Choji's solid and muscular body made him more resistant to most jutsu attacks, while he delivered his own more powerful blows with his fist and club. Also, Naruto's tutoring in judo made Choji proficient enough to flip Naruto several times in a taijutsu match. Choji's skill with the kanabo wasn't shabby either. It was sort of like fighting Jin again, except without the perverted comments and the random swings with the kanabo. Kiba was no slacker either. His training improved his arm strikes and strength. His claws made his piercing fang attack more like a drill tornado. He also learned 2 attacks from the scroll: the moon hunt and the spring hunt. Both of these attacks focused on strength and exceptional teamwork between partner and ninja. When it was 6 o'clock, Naruto allowed them to go home. Both of them were grateful of the dismissal and hurried home. Naruto stayed at the training ground to stay. He meditated and channeled chakra in his sword. In his mind, a large crystal blue dragon appeared. It breathed out bright blue flames from its mouth as it breathed. Long time no see, hatchling, the dragon said. It's good to see you again, Ekishu Ryujin. In the Aburam clan house, Shino was resting after a sparring match with his father. His father deserved the title of clan head. His proficiency with clan jutsus was unmatched. If Shino had not been so diverse, Shino doubted he could have won. He needed to wear a portable hive on his body like his father. Shikamaru was also resting after a sparring match with his father. Although his father was extremely lazy, he was deceptively observant and analytical. He made strategies out of thin air and winning combinations from near defeat. Zabuza was at the apartment reading his Icha. However, he was not paying much attention due to the drama that was unfolding before him. Haku and Ken were glaring at each other. Zabuza could literally see sparks fly between them. Alright, let's get this over. You like Naruto, don't you? Haku accused. Why wouldn't I? Ken said cheekily. He's strong, kind, and a great person. It doesn't hurt that he has an amazing body and an impressive. Alright, that's enough. Listen, Naruto is mine, Haku said angrily. What are you afraid of? A little competition, Ken said. What competition? All I see is a cheap one of Kunoichi that can't handle Naruto, Haku said. At least that's better than being an ice bitch, Ken said. Haku pulled out several senbons. You wanna go bitch." Kin pulled out her own senbons. "Let's go, whore." Zabuza thought it was time to intervene. "Don't you think you girls are going too far? Stay out of this." Zabuza huddled in a corner, not wanting to be the brunt of the two girls' anger. Still, he thought he should make a comment. "Did you know that there is a rule in Konoha that states that males with bloodlines can have multiple wives if they are the last of their clan?" Zabuza commented. Zabuza tried to make himself as small as possible as iron and ice senbons flew at him. "Just sit there and read your perverted book," Haku screamed. "Say any more and you won't have to worry about being a man," Kin threatened. "Kami, help me. Where are you, Naruto?" Zabuza asked in a whisper. Just then, Naruto walked in. "Hi Haku-chan, Kin-chan." "Zabuza, how's it going?" "Naruto-kun," Haku and Kin exclaimed. Both of them hugged Naruto. Naruto hugged both of them back. He shot a confused expression at Zabuza. Zabuza shrugged and went back to reading his book. "So what happened while I was gone?" Naruto asked. "Nothing," Kin and Haku said at the same time. The two glared at each other. "They were arguing over you, Naruto. Kin likes you, but Haku doesn't want to share you," Zabuza said. Zabuza looked up to see a cloud of white and silver senbons fly toward him. Zabuza managed to dodge all of them, but several punctured his book. Zabuza stared at the book in horror. "My Icha. Enough," Naruto roared. He threw a mint copy of Icha at Zabuza. Zabuza hugged the book tightly and went back on reading. Naruto turned to the two arguing girls. "Haku, Kin, we're going to finish this argument now." He turned to Haku. "What is your problem with Kin?" "I'm afraid that you might replace me with Kin. She's beautiful and knows how to cook," Haku admitted. "Your turn, Kin," Naruto said. "I like you so much, Naruto, but I know you love Haku. My heart always hurt every time I saw you cuddling with Haku. I know I'm not that pretty, but I still want a chance with you, Naruto." "Kyuubi, a little help here," Naruto asked. "I say, you let both of them be your girlfriends," Kyuubi said. "What?" Naruto said. "It's the best solution," Kyuubi said. Naruto sighed. "You can't argue with a 10,000-year-old kitsune. Still, no one will be happy for several days." "I have a solution," Naruto said. Haku and Kin looked up eagerly. "I'll let both of you be my girlfriends," Naruto said. "What?" Kin and Haku screamed. "Look, girls, I don't feel happy if I had to choose between one of you two and leave the other crying. I promise I will love both of you equally. To prove it, I'll sleep with both of you tonight," Naruto said. Haku and Kin looked at each other. "Please, girls, don't make this any harder." "No shirt?" Kin asked. "No shirt," Naruto said. "Fine, we promise not to fight and learn to live with each other," Haku said. Kin and Haku shook hands. Naruto smiled. He hugged both of the girls tightly. "Thank you, girls," Naruto said. Haku kissed Naruto first. They made out passionately for several minutes. Kin could hear the moans of pleasure by Haku. After Naruto was done kissing Haku, he turned to Kin and gently kissed her. Naruto held her face gently and pulled Kin's face closer. Kin gladly closed the distance between Naruto and her even more. She was in heaven. Sparks of pleasure were running up and down her spine like crazy. Her body was shaking and shivering as Naruto's kiss sent sensations she never knew existed through her whole body. They reluctantly separated to catch their breath. "Kami, that felt amazing," Kin gasped. "Was that how you imagined your first kiss? That and more?" Kin breathed. She turned to Haku, who was smiling at Naruto's and Kin's happiness. "My turn," Haku squealed. Kin grinned. Together, Kin and Haku pulled Naruto to their room. All night, squeals of laughter and happiness along with moans of pleasure come from the room. Outside the apartment, Jiraiya was holding a cup to his ear. He giggled lecherously as he listened to Haku, Kin, and Naruto. He furiously wrote through several notebook pages. All were from Naruto, Kin, and Haku. "Kami, that boy is an inspiration to all men. Luckily my superb writing abilities can record this monumental event for all men." Chapter 17. Disclaimer: I do not own Naruto Eve of the New Age. Naruto staggered out of Haku's and Kin's night after a very rough night. He limped to the pantry and retrieved a sake bottle that was labeled in case of emergency. He sipped some and began to spasm as the extremely strong sake kickstarted his wile system with a powerful jolt. "Ahahahaha," Naruto gasped. After a minute, Naruto felt extremely rested. "Woo, that's some strong stuff." "Yeah, but remember, no more sake for the next 24 hours. Naruto groaned. "Oh yeah, I forgot. Man, no sake for a day? Hey, if you were some other person, you would be in a coma for half a day." "Good morning, Naruto-kun," Naruto glanced behind him to see Haku and Kin hug him tightly. He could swear that he felt some of his bones begin creaking. I began seeing blue and black spots on the border of his vision. If they don't let you go any sooner, you'll start seeing the white gates of heaven or the blood-crusted gates of hell. Personally, I think you'll be seeing the blood-crusted gates of hell, Kyuubi said. Naruto inwardly agreed. Girls, please ease up on the hugging, Naruto gasped. He sighed in relief as the near strangulation became a gentle, loving hug. Naruto grinned and began tickling both of them. Bang! Naruto come whoa. Naruto turned to see Kiba staring and pointing at Naruto, Kin, and Haku. You are my hero, Kiba yelled. Naruto's sweat dropped as Kiba began bowing repeatedly at Naruto. I'm not worthy, I'm not worthy, I'm not worthy, Kiba yelled at the top of his voice. Naruto had a tick mark above his eye that grew even bigger as his neighbor next door began shouting. Yosh, it is such a youthful morning. I shall display my youthfulness by running around Konoha with my hands, Guy yelled. Good morning Naruto, Zabuza roared as he launched a flying sidekick at Naruto's head. Naruto ducked and let Zabuza fly over him. Kin, do you have 3 senbons I can borrow? Naruto asked. Kin handed Naruto 3 steel senbons. Naruto dipped them in a cool green paste he had stored in a small container in his jacket. At this point, the air was full of Kiba's, Guy's, and Zabuza's yelling. I'm not. Youthfulness, brat, sparring. Naruto threw 2 of the senbons at Zabuza and Kiba. Naruto threw the last one hard through the wall. Kiba's and Zabuza's eyes rolled back as the powerful sedative Naruto used took effect. Guy took a bit longer, but he too succumbed to the sedative. Naruto, Kin, and Haku sighed in relief as the apartment became quiet once more. Much better, Haku sighed. Naruto and Kin agreed. Guy-sensei, what happened to the springtime of your youthfulness? It was as if the wintertime of sloth drained your youthfulness, Lee screamed next door. Kin handed Naruto a senbons. Naruto spread some sedative on the senbons and threw it hard through the wall. Guy see and see, Lee said. They heard a thump as Lee's body hit the floor. Well, how about some breakfast? Naruto asked. Kin and Haku nodded eagerly. Naruto heated some melon pa buns while Haku made some tea. Kin set the table and the 3 had a peaceful breakfast amidst the snores from Zabuza and Kiba. Naruto pulled Akamaru out of Kiba's jacket and fed him pieces of melon pa buns. Akamaru growled in happiness as Haku rubbed his stomach and scratched behind his ears. Alright, I better get going, Naruto said. Bye Haku-chan, bye Kin-chan. Naruto gave both girls a quick kiss and left. Naruto let Akamaru sit in one of his pockets and dragged Kiba by his ankle until the sedative wore off. By then Naruto had went through the alleys and slums of Konoha, dragging Kiba. Ooh, what's that smell? Kiba asked drowsily. He raised his head up to realize he was covered in filth and waste. What the Naruto? Naruto grinned and began running away from an enraged Kiba. Naruto noticed with glee that Kiba was much faster now, since he had automatically reverted to running on all fours, with the help of the claws. Naruto led Kiba in a merry chase all over Konoha that would have tired an average Chunin out. Naruto arrived at Choji's house and ducked as Kiba flew over him, moving too fast for him to stop. He crashed into the house with almighty bang. My breakfast, Kiba, Naruto heard Choji bellow. Choji, not the club, Kiba screamed. Clang. Naruto watched as Kiba flew out of the window and slammed headfirst into an iron-plated training post. Kiba landed in a steaming heap at the foot of the post. Naruto bent down to talk with Kiba. For future reference, I like quiet mornings, Naruto said to Kiba. Kiba groaned. You're a sadistic evil bastard. Naruto grinned. I try. Choji came stomping out. He was wearing a full suit of armor and walking around easily in it. He was also shouldering the kanabo as if it was lighter than it seemed. He had an angry look on his face, as his armor was stained with various food stains. Oh morning Naruto. Kiba, get back here, Choji roared. Naruto watched as Kiba and Choji fought using mostly taijutsu. Kiba was jumping around like a beast stalking his prey. Choji waited as he mostly bore the brunt of many of Kiba's slashes with ease. Kiba dodged a powerful punch by Choji and swiped Choji's chest. The claws left little damage and Kiba had to bend his back at an unnatural angle to dodge Choji's fist. Kiba slashed with his claws and managed to cause a few cuts on Choji's arm. However, Choji grabbed Kiba's arm in a vice-like grip and slammed him down on the ground. Choji attempted to slam his kanabo into Kiba's chest, but Kiba rolled away in time. Kiba's eyes widened when he saw the deep crater Choji's kanabo made. Kiba jumped back and began to run around Choji, making feints and daring slices. Choji made a mistake and attempted to hit Kiba with his kanabo. However, Choji swung at a feint. Kiba smirked as he tackled Choji hard with his shoulder. He then struck Choji's head with an elbow strike, dazing Choji. Kiba smirked in victory as he placed his claws at Choji's throat. Yield. Choji grinned and held his hands up in a non-threatening manner. You win, Kiba. Kiba and Choji turned to see Naruto and Chaozu clapping at the spar. Well done, Chaozu said. He smiling at the improvement of Choji's fighting ability. Naruto smirked at the well-thought-out strategy Kiba had in countering Choji's powerful strikes and defense, using a feint to make an opening for a killing blow. It was a basic but effective strategy when facing a stronger opponent. Well done both of you, Naruto congratulated. Both of them smiled at Naruto, rare compliment. Both not good enough. Now, 5 laps around. Konoha before I use my sword to make you. Move it. Move it, Naruto yelled. Both Genins began running. Naruto was right behind the two, making sure the two don't slow down. After 5 laps, Naruto led Kiba and Choji to training ground 26. However, Sasuke and Kakashi occupied the field. Naruto's eyes widened when he recognized the jutsu Kakashi was teaching Sasuke. Kakashi-san, what are you doing on Team 7's training grounds? Naruto asked. Kakashi was honestly surprised. He had thought that the field was not occupied. Sasuke was glaring at Naruto though with his Sharingan. Sasuke made several hand seals and gathered a large amount of chakra in his hand. Lightning gathered in Sasuke's hand, covering it. Sasuke charged Naruto in hopes of stabbing Naruto. Chidori. Naruto gave Kakashi a quick glare. Naruto let Sasuke charge him until the last second. At the last second, Naruto grabbed Sasuke's arm tightly and wouldn't let it go. Sasuke watched in anger as the Chidori soon died out. Naruto grinned evilly and made a long string of one-handed hand seal with left hand. When Naruto was finished, his left hand was covered in an indigo flame. Naruto placed his left hand on top of Sasuke's eyes. Bloodline, burn, Naruto roared. Kiba and Choji watched in fascination as the flame grew to bright purple. Sasuke began writhing and screaming in pain as the flame forcibly reverted his eyes back to normal. The process took several seconds as Naruto's chakra pushed out Sharingan and sealed it for a whole week. After the jutsu was finished, Naruto let him go. Sasuke stumbled back, his eyes feeling as if they were on fire and stabbed. Sasuke recklessly tried to activate the Sharingan, but the pain in his eyes became even worse. Oh, my eyes, Sasuke screamed. What did you do, Naruto? Kakashi asked worriedly. Naruto smirked maliciously. Let's just say that if Sasuke pisses me off again, he can goodbye Sharingan. Wait, that means, Kakashi said dumbfounded. Naruto smirked. Sasuke's Sharingan will not work for a week. If Sasuke tries to force his Sharingan to work, there is a 50% chance that his eyes will explode, a 45% chance that he will be blind, and a 5% chance that his Sharingan will work in one eye. Kakashi glanced at the writhing Sasuke on the ground. What am I going to say to the Hokage? Tell him that Sasuke provoked Naruto Uzumaki. He'll understand, Naruto said. Kakashi nodded and picked Sasuke up. He gave Kiba a nod of recognition. Kiba, I'm sorry I was never a good sensei for you, Kakashi said regretfully. Kiba nodded. It's fine, Kakashi-sensei, Kiba said. Kakashi made a hand seal and shunshine to the hospital. Naruto turned to Choji and Kiba. Now, Choji, I want you to do 50 more laps and 51 armed push-ups. After that, meditate until I get back. Kiba, come here. I am going to put weight seals on you. This will help you to become even faster and stronger. Kiba quickly stepped in front of Naruto. Naruto made several hand seals and tapped Kiba's arms, legs, and torso. Kiba immediately shuddered as he got used to 1.5x gravity strength. Now, I want you to make a right slashes, a left slashes, a high roundhouses on each leg, and a cross slash at a training post. Do this pattern 50 times. After you are done, rest and meditate until I get back. If I find you sleeping, it's evasion training with my sword. You remember what happened to Kabuto, right? Kiba nodded nervously. He hurried to a training post and began the combo immediately. Akamaru was beside Kiba barking encouragement and insults at him. Naruto left the two to train. He summoned a normal-sized raven. Katsugen. Hey Neji. Hey Tenten. How are you? Naruto said cheerfully. Neji and Tenten turned to Naruto. Good afternoon, Naruto-san. I am well, Neji said politely. Tenten giggled when she saw Naruto's disgusted expression. Neji, you don't have to that polite. A simple hello would do. Anyway, how are things between you and Hinata? Tenten looked in awe as Neji smiled. Very well. I have been teaching her in secret, however, because it is forbidden for a branch member to teach a main house member without Hiyashi's permission. Naruto smiled. He turned to Tenten. Hey Tenten, I want to know if you would like a little Kenjutsu spar. Tenten grinned. She would finally have a challenge. Kenjutsu is not a widely practiced art in Konoha. She summoned a Jian and settled into a fighting position. She froze when Naruto frowned at her Kenjutsu stance. What's wrong? You're using the Raging River style, right? Tenten nodded. Naruto sighed. Tenten, the Raging River style is not a sword style. It is meant for a Naginata. The style that you're using as of now is a bastardized version of its true form. Tenten's shoulder sagged when she realized that her primary Kenjutsu style was a fake. She looked up when Naruto placed a comforting hand on her shoulder. Tenten, cheer up, I was taught the Raging River style, and I'll show you its true power, Naruto said. Tenten watched as Naruto summoned a Guandao. He settled it into a Kenjutsu stance and charged into a grove of trees. Tenten watched in awe as Naruto's Guandao whirled, stabbed, slammed, and slashed as Naruto jumped, spun, and lunged. It was a beautiful dance of destruction. Naruto moved with the grace of a dancer while wielding the Guandao with masterful expertise. Naruto finished his kata and went back to the original stance. Tenten watched as tree after tree fell. The grove of forest that was recently there was gone and was replaced in aftermath of a flood. Tenten's eyes bulged in excitement. This is the true power of the Raging River, Tenten, Naruto said. It was a style for women as they move with more grace than men do. The Naginata was the best weapon to use in this, as the range and reach of the Naginata would put you at an advantage against men using swords or axes. Tenten was jumping around in excitement as she couldn't wait to use it. Naruto, teach me please. Naruto's sweat dropped at the energy Tenten was displaying as it reminded him of Guy and Lee. Don't worry Tenten, I'll teach you. First, settle down for 2 reasons. What are the 2 reasons? 1. You can't concentrate if you are extremely hyper and eager. Second, you're scaring me because you're acting like Lee and Guy. Tenten immediately settled down at Naruto's words. Naruto nodded in approval. He looked over at Neji who was annoyed because he had no sparring partner. Shadow clone, Naruto said. A solid clone of Naruto appeared. Naruto pumped it with quite a bit of chakra, so it would last. Neji, why don't you spar with my clone as I train Tenten? I'm pretty sure it'll be good training. Neji nodded. Naruto's clone and Neji went away to train. Soon the air was filled with shouts and words. Naruto turned back to Tenten. Tenten, I am a sword master, but I am proficient in Naginata enough to be able to gain this in a Naginata battle. He poured chakra into his weapon scroll. When the smoke dispersed, Tenten gasped at the weapon Naruto held. It was an average-sized Naginata. However, the craftsmanship was amazing. The shaft was made with red oak that gleamed in the sun. It was adorned in gold veins in the pattern of cherry blossoms. The blade was made with tempered steel that had a kanji on the blade. The kanji meant warrior. Tenten, this Naginata is famous in the land of mist, whirlpool, waterfall, and wave. A very famous warrior feared among swordsmen wielded it. Try to guess the name of this warrior. Tenten shrugged. Some famous guy? A woman named Itagaki Hangaku, one of the greatest samurais and non-ninjas that ever lived. Tenten sat up at this information. It was not every day she learned of a woman of great renown. She listened eagerly as Naruto explained who Itagaki Hangaku was. Itagaki Hangaku was the wife of a samurai. The Hangaku family was not a well-known clan. They were killed in a huge battle against the Ho-Ho clan and their allies. However, she was well renowned because in that battle, the Hangaku family numbered 1,000 while the Ho-Ho army numbered 10,000. The Hangaku family was slain to the last child, but they killed 9,000 before they fell. Itagaki won great fame for her skill with this Naginata, slaying 500 and wounding many before she was killed. Tenten was quivering in excitement as she listened to the heroic story. To be able to wield the weapon of a great woman hero was a dream to her. This weapon is called Hanafubuki Danseki, cutter of the falling flowers. The blade is so sharp that falling blossoms are instantly cut when they land on the blade, Naruto explained. Naruto proved it by plucking a nearby flower and dropping it on the blade. The flower was instantly cut in half. I'm going to give you this if you promise to treat this weapon with love, and that you make a name of yourself that will honor the memory of Itagaki Hangaku, Naruto said seriously. Tenten nodded solemnly. I promise to train myself and make my name renowned among the ages. Naruto grinned. He handed the Naginata reverently to Tenten. Tenten wielded the Naginata experimentally. She swung it high and accidentally cut a thick branch above Naruto. Thud. Itai. Watch where you wield that thing, woman. Sorry Naruto, Tenten said quickly. Naruto grinned and summoned his Guandao. Naruto went into a stance. Tenten, this is the first dance. Dance of the River Maid. Tenten copied Naruto's movements. For 3 hours, Naruto showed Tenten the basics of the Raging River style. At the end of 3 hours, Tenten was able to do the dance of the River Maid well. Good job in practice. Come to training ground 26 tomorrow for another lesson. I want to see that dance almost flawless tomorrow, Naruto said. Tenten nodded. Thank you Naruto. I'll see you tomorrow. Naruto had the breath knocked out of him as Tenten hugged him tightly. He blushed as Tenten kissed his cheek. When Tenten dropped him, Naruto was as red as an apple. Naruto waved goodbye and went back to training ground 26. When he got there, he saw Choji and Kiba meditating. He quietly sneaked behind Choji and Kiba. However, he had a kanabo and claws pointing at him. "Hey Naruto, what took you so long?" Choji asked, his kanabo still pointing at Naruto. Naruto noticed that the kanabo was not shaking at all, despite its massive size. Naruto grinned. Choji was ready to have some training with Zabuza. "Were you at your apartment having another round against the girls?" Kiba asked. Naruto smirked as Kiba was completely still for once, not a muscle shivering or trembling at all. Good, he was ready for Enko. "Well guys, I have good news and bad news. Which do you want to hear first?" "The bad one," Choji said. Kiba nodded in agreement. "I will no longer teach you," Naruto said. Choji and Kiba leapt to their feet. "Why not?" Choji and Kiba yelled. "It's only been 2 days, and I've become so much better in my battling skills," Kiba moaned. "We still have 5 more days," Choji added. "Guys, settle down," Naruto said. "The reason I won't be teaching you is that I have better senseis for both of you." Choji and Kiba listened eagerly. "Kiba, you will be learning from my sensei, Enko. Your style of fighting will be improved a lot when fighting a ninja as fast and elusive as her. Choji, you will be learning how to wield the kanabo under Zabuza. Although he doesn't fight with a kanabo, he does fight with a zanbato similar to the kanabo. You will definitely get stronger physically under Zabuza." Kiba and Choji nodded. Their sensei sounded like a good match for them. Still, they were a little sad that Naruto wasn't going to teach them anymore. "Before that, let's have one all-out Taijutsu Kenjutsu match," Naruto said. Choji and Kiba grinned. Finally, a chance to get back at Naruto. All of them settled into a fighting stance. Naruto drew his sword as Kiba unsheathed his claws, and Choji hefted his kanabo. For 5 minutes, no one moved. Naruto was the first one to move. He thrusted his sword at Kiba. "Itoryu, bullet!" A orb of air whistled toward Kiba. Kiba dodged it and charged Naruto. Choji used this opening to slam his kanabo to the ground. Earth wave. A shockwave traveled to the earth, knocking Naruto off his feet. Naruto rolled to avoid a stab from Kiba's claws. Naruto swung his sword at Kiba. Metsujutsu. Chakra wave. Kiba ducked as a blade of chakra soared over his head. Naruto jumped to his feet and channeled chakra to his legs. Naruto quickly kicked out at Choji. Renyaku. Choji blocked a chakra blade that was fired from Naruto's leg. Choji was hard-pressed to block as Naruto made series of kicks at Choji. Renyaku ran. A barrage of chakra blades flew out at Kiba and Choji. Choji stood fast and weathered the attack. Kiba used his speed to dodge the numerous chakra blades and used his momentum to start feinting and circling rapidly. Naruto was sliced by several cuts caused by Kiba. Kiba did not manage to wound Choji. However, Kiba was knocked out when Choji managed to grab Kiba, used the momentum to whirl Kiba high in the air, and slammed him extremely hard on the ground. Naruto used Choji's distraction to charge Naruto. Home Run King. Naruto's eyes widened as the kanabo glowed and hummed softly due to Choji's chakra. Choji slammed the kanabo at Naruto's stomach. Naruto flew at breakneck speed and crashed hard into a tree. Naruto was dazed and barely saw Choji making a hand seal. Ninpu. Partial size. Choji's arm grew larger and reached out toward him. Naruto saw Choji's fist and jumped over Choji's fist. As Choji's hand slammed into the tree, Naruto ran on the arm and kicked Choji in the head, knocking Choji out. Choji and Kiba found themselves in the hospital. They looked around to see Naruto and Haku kissing in the room. Kiba cleared his throat. "Ahem," Kiba said. Haku and Naruto ignored Kiba. "Ahem," Kiba said loudly. No reaction. "No sex in the hospital," Choji shouted. Naruto and Haku jumped back, extremely red in the face. A nurse opened the door and glared at Naruto. "Is there a problem here, sir?" Naruto shook his head. "No ma'am, no problem here. My friend here had just read that disgusting book. Icha icha." Naruto glared at Kiba. Kiba shuddered as killing intent rolled off the nurse. The nurse gave Kiba a disgusted look and closed the door. Choji snickered as Kiba began yelling at Naruto. Naruto and Haku watched in amusement at Kiba's rant. "You done?" Naruto asked. Kiba was panting like a dog for breath. He nodded. "Good, you'll meet me at 9 in my apartment tomorrow. I'll introduce both of you to your new senseis." Choji and Kiba nodded. "Alright, I'll see both of you tomorrow." Naruto and Haku left. They went back to the apartment. When they arrived, they saw Jiraiya in the apartment, drinking sake and giggling like crazy. "Jiraiya, what are you doing here?" Naruto asked. Jiraiya turned, red-faced and giggling. "Hey Naruto, what's up? You will if you don't stop drinking my sake," Naruto growled. Naruto growled louder when he saw that it was sake from Wave. "Jiraiya, is that my last sake bottle from Wave?" Naruto asked dangerously. "Maybe." Fueton, Tornado Fist, Jiraiya flew out of the apartment into a hot spring near Naruto's apartment. Pervert. Naruto chuckled as he heard Jiraiya's screams as the women in the hot springs beat Jiraiya up. Naruto turned back to Haku. Haku had dressed out of her kimono to more comfortable clothes. She had on one of Naruto's shirts and very short pants. Naruto nearly had a nosebleed. Haku noticed Naruto's discomfort. "Naruto, are you alright?" "Yeah, Haku, I'm fine. Anyway, I want to ask, how are things between you and Kin?" "Actually much better. It turns out we have a lot in common. We both like music, dance, and cakes. We also have the same likes in books. It's as if she was my sister." Naruto smiled. "That's great. Do you know what else I found out?" "What?" Naruto asked, interested. Haku whispered several words in Naruto's ear and giggled when Naruto turned extremely red. "Wow, Kit, for someone who hates perverts. There are so many perverted images going through your head right now. I bet Jiraiya would give his left eye for this treasure trove of ideas," Kyuubi said. She whistled as she saw an extremely perverted thought go through Naruto's head. "Hey brat." Naruto turned to see Zabuza. Zabuza was reading his Icha Icha novel in a manner similar to Kakashi. Haku's eye twitched at the sight of the orange book. "Zabuza, why do you read that book?" Naruto asked. "Because I'm straight." "You're accusing a guy with 2 girlfriends of being a homosexual?" There was an awkward pause as Zabuza tried to come up with a good comeback. "Your mom," Zabuza said. "Ouch, that hurt," Naruto said sarcastically. He snickered when he saw Zabuza glare at him. "Anyway, I want to ask you a favor," Naruto said. "Go on. Could you train one of my friends for the upcoming third exam? Just for 5 days?" "Sure. I could use the entertainment as no one will spar with me. The hospital demanded me to stop sparring with other ninjas due to so many ninjas in the ICU," Zabuza said nonchalantly. Naruto looked at Zabuza incredulously. "Do you know the meaning of holding back?" "No." "Hey, Naruto." Everyone turned to see Anko entering the apartment. "Hi Anko-sensei," Naruto said. He saw in the corner of his eye Zabuza hiding the Icha Icha book in his pants pocket. "Hello Zabuza," Anko said neutrally. In her hand she was twirling a kunai. Zabuza began to sweat as he saw dried blood on the blade. Anko turned to Haku who was holding Naruto's hand. She grinned. "So Haku, how is the numbskull treating you?" Anko asked. Haku grinned and held Naruto's hand tighter. "He has his mistakes, but he treats me better than I expect most of the time. He cooks great food and doesn't hide secrets from me. He also comes with me when I'm clothes shopping. So he treats you well. My boyfriend Aruka treats me well also. Unlike any of the other guys I've dated, he likes me for who I am on the inside. All the other men treated me like some one-night show." Naruto blushed as Haku and Anko began comparing Aruka and Naruto. Naruto could have happily lived without hearing some of the things that Haku and Anko were saying. "Hey Anko-sensei, can I ask you a favor?" "What is it?" "Could you teach Kiba Inuyasha for 5 days? Just general speed and strength training," Naruto asked. Anko grinned maliciously. "Sure, I'll teach him. However, you'll owe me dango. Lots of it." "Great, Kiba will be here in the morning. I'll throw in some breakfast as well." Anko nodded and went back to her conversation with Haku. After several minutes Naruto couldn't handle the gossip, so he left the apartment. Naruto went to the hospital again. He headed up to see Lee to see how he was. When he got there, Lee was asleep. Naruto grinned. He summoned a slip of paper, ink, and a brush. Naruto carefully drew up a seal that would store chakra in it. Once the seal activated, the chakra would go directly into the body. When he finished the seal, Naruto made 97 hand seals, careful not to mess up. Ninpu, Genesis Restorative. He laid his hand on the seal and began pumping a huge amount of healing chakra. This jutsu was a very cost-draining jutsu, as it took half of Naruto's huge chakra reserves to complete. However, this jutsu can bring a person on the edge of death to a stable condition. After 15 minutes, Naruto was finished. He laid the paper on Lee's chest and activated it. Naruto watched as the chakra began healing his bones and even his chakra pathways. Naruto smiled briefly but stiffened as smelled dust and blood coming his way. He turned to see Gaara come into the room. Naruto eyed him cautiously. "This is not the place or time to fight, Gaara." "What are you doing here, Gaara of the Sand?" Naruto asked. Gaara gave no answer. However, the cork on his gourd flew toward Naruto. Naruto caught it and crushed it back to sand. Naruto put a hand on his sword when he saw sand coming out from the gourd. "Gaara, stop it now," Naruto ordered. Gaara gave Naruto a bloodthirsty smile. "No, I shall have his blood." He was about to send sand at Lee when he saw a sword at his throat. The sword had easily stabbed through the sand and cut him lightly. "Gaara, make one move and this sword will slice your head off," Naruto said softly. Uzumaki, Gaara growled. However, he pulled his sand back in his gourd. Naruto smirked and sheathed his sword. Uzumaki, I will have your blood before this exam is over. Tell Shukaku that the Kyuubi wishes a repeat of what happened 300 years ago. Gaara clutched his head as the Shukaku began screaming in fear and anger. Mother, why are you screaming? Gaara moaned. Naruto glared right into Gaara's eyes. Shukaku is screaming because it knows that I have the power to make you die and be forgotten. Gaara's eyes widened. He quickly made a hand seal and teleported from the hospital. Naruto looked out the window and sighed. So many things are going to change after the third exam. Kid, I want to show you something. First thing though, I want you to follow my directions, Kyuubi said. Naruto went to the forest. He went to a sanctuary that Kyuubi had shown him. Naruto went through an area of the forest that was filled with thorns, hard rocks, poisonous insects, and large wild animals. However, he arrived in the sanctuary without much trouble. The sanctuary was a beautiful clearing. It was a wide meadow hidden by the harsh forest and terrain. In the clearing was a waterfall that was connected to a sparkling lake so clear he could clearly see the scales of the fish in the water. Naruto saw a natural shelter under the waterfall. The stones under the waterfall were covered in a strange sweet-smelling moss that was soft and springy to the touch. Overhead were strange fruits that were round and soft. Naruto picked one and tasted it. It was tangy yet smooth, sweet, and extremely juicy. Kyuubi, what is this place? It was the meditation and training area of a monk that all beings respected. Even the Biju respected this man for his kindness to all things and his simple yet profound wisdom. He was killed, however, by a ruthless man that desired power at any cost. The monk killed the man in this clearing, protecting a flower from being destroyed. At his death, the Biju swore to keep the sanctuary undisturbed and as a place for training and meditation. We set seals so that a person that truly wanted to protect and care for his or her loved ones could come here. Naruto was honored that the Kyuubi saw fit to let him use this training ground. Who else train here? The Shadame and Yoname themselves, Jiraiya, a Jinchuriki named Atsui, host of the Shichibi, the demon crane, the earth sage Kaiareki and the water sage, Kanami trained here under the sky sage, Gufu, the peasant king, Kyumen. Naruto was amazed that all of the legendary ninjas and revolutionaries trained here. He was walking to the path of greatness. He prayed in thanks to all of the heroes that were in the clearing. Kyuubi, what is this sanctuary called? Giant no Enshinratsumi, the Imperial Garden of Peace. For the next 3 hours, Kyuubi taught Naruto the secrets the Biju had held for millennia that showed Naruto the depths in human nature. Naruto did not undergo battle training, but rather training on his will, determination, his mentality, and his love for all things. It was the hardest training that Naruto had to endure. He was shown things from a past life where men arose from the caves to building villages and herding livestock. Soon wars were fought. Naruto saw a battle where there were a small group of men heroically fighting against a vast horde. From there, Naruto watched as civilizations were built and rose to greatness. He saw as civilizations were burned to the ground as savage-looking men burned and pillaged the city while cheering as they watched a giant building burn to the ground. Out of this came an age of barbarism and ignorance where people lived and were ruled by the rule of a single man. He saw as great armies fight each other for a city. He saw as self-proclaimed crusaders kill and rape those that they saw inferior. After this age, he watched as men grew to use their minds. He watched in astonishment as men soon learned how to fly, raise buildings bigger than a Biju, and sail on ships made of iron and larger than small islands. In this age, Naruto watched as people were slaughtered easily at the movement of a finger. He watched as armies grew as numerous as the stars above. He saw laughing people executing crying people begging for mercy. He cried as he saw millions of people herded into encampments and died just because of where they lived and who they believed in. He watched as a lone plane drop a bomb on a city. He was shocked to see the city vaporized in a flash of light and flames. Soon more of these bombs were launched at cities, killing thousands of people in a burst of flames. However, he saw as heroes and revolutionaries rise to defend what they believed was right. He saw miracles being performed, such as a whole sea split apart by a single man and a man being brutally killed, yet resurrected again to spread peace. He watched as an old man taught his students to respect others. He watched as a crowd peacefully marched in the streets, singing happily as they were beaten. Naruto, this is the world before the atomic Armageddon. It was after this war that mankind spent 10,000 years in darkness before civilizations rose up again. The Biju were forbidden to interfere, but we swore to stop another war like that. It is our duty to teach people to lead and protect to prevent. Another war from ever happening again. This is our duty and by Kami I will complete it. Naruto nodded. He couldn't express in words the emotions that he felt. Naruto, what have you learned? To protect and respect all things equally because life is precious. We also cannot let our logic cloud our sense of humanity. And we must learn how to forgive. Kyuubi nodded in approval. Naruto was going to change the world. She prayed it would be for an age for peace and not of war. Naruto spent the next weeks meditating, training, spending time with Haku and Kin, and teaching Tenten. During this time, Haku, Kin, and Tenten noticed that Naruto had become more thoughtful, respectful, kind, and wise. Naruto also seemed to exude an aura of confidence, honesty, and strength. He seemed to cause life-changing events around people for the better. He seemed to be a god in flesh, not one of power but one of internal strength, and will that awed people. On the eve of the third exam, he went to the top of the Hokage monument and looked at the village of Konoha. He sighed. He did not want to kill, but will in order to protect the innocent and weak. Tomorrow, so many things will change tomorrow. So many things, Naruto whispered. Nobody could have predicted the extent of change that the next day brought. Chapter 18. Disclaimer: I do not own Naruto. The third exam. Naruto woke up early. He carefully went out of the bed so as not to wake Haku or Kin up. He went to the bathroom and washed up. As he took a shower, there were so many things going through his mind. The foremost thought was if he was ready. Naruto, don't worry. I believe you are ready and I think the Hokage too, Kyuubi said. Naruto sighed, not convinced. Naruto, listen. You are more powerful than most ninjas, but you already have wisdom and maturity far beyond your years. You have strong friends that believe in you. Just trust in yourself and everything will be fine. Naruto nodded. He felt much better after Kyuubi's words. Naruto quickly dried himself and changed. When he finished putting on his boxers, pants, and shoes, he went to the kitchen to eat. He heated up some leftover rice in a pan. He mixed the rice with some beef, eggs, scallions, and mixed vegetables. He added in salt, garlic, and soy sauce in the mixture making fried rice. He served some in a bowl and ate. Good morning, Naruto. Zabuza came flying toward the kitchen. Naruto sighed and leaned back. Zabuza slammed straight into the hard stove with a loud bang. Ooh, bright colors, Zabuza said before losing consciousness. Naruto thought about waking Zabuza up but decided not to. Naruto finished his food and went to check on Haku and Kin. By now, both girls were awake. Naruto greeted them with a cheery smile. Good morning, Haku-chan, Kin-chan. Morning, Naruto-kun, the girls said. I made some fried rice for breakfast. There's a lot in the kitchen. Kin and Haku went to the kitchen and ate some fried rice. As they ate, Haku and Kin wondered if Naruto was ready for today. Naruto-kun? Yes, Kin-chan. Are you ready? Naruto looked at Kin and gave her a confident smile. I am. I do not know what will happen in the next hours, but I do know that I will protect this village with all of my strength. After they finished eating, Naruto picked up his vest, jacket, and boots. He zipped his vest over his shirt, put on his trench coat full of weapons and scrolls, and tied his boots. He fastened his sword on his belt and left the apartment. He headed straight to the arena where the third exam will be held. Despite the exam being held in an hour, the arena was packed with excited spectators. The audience was full of people eager to see the match. Naruto saw a large section reserved for the daimyos and lords of fire and sand. He also saw bookies for betting. Naruto's sweat dropped when he saw Jiraiya had set up a stand for selling signed Icha with a lottery for a complete works of limited platinum edition, signed books with even more content in each one. His sweat dropped even more when he saw Kakashi and Zabuza fight over a limited edition Icha novel. Naruto snickered when he saw a crowd of women heading toward Jiraiya's stand armed with clubs, pitchforks, and torches. He even saw one lady with an iron pipe. He grinned when he saw Enko smiling sadistically carrying kunais with explosion notes tied to them. He quickly hit himself with a genjutsu and watched the fun. Anko began throwing her kunais into the stand, cackling with glee as men flew in the air with scorched clothes and hair. Soon the rest of the women began beating the men with various clubs, torches, and pipes, while other women chased the men away with pitchforks. Naruto laughed when he saw Anko lift Zabuza and Kakashi by the ears and shake both of them vigorously. He turned and saw the rest of the women tie Jiraiya to a post and repeatedly kick him there. Ouch, Naruto whispered. The air was full of shrieks of pain and crying. Naruto left to find the other Genins. He went up in the stands to find Shino meditating and Shikamaru sleeping. Naruto grinned and headed toward them. Shino, Shika, hey guys, Naruto said excitedly. Shino and Shikamaru turned and smiled. Hey, Naruto Taicho, what have you been up to this last month? Shikamaru drawled. Naruto noticed that Shikamaru had changed slightly. He wore a loose long-sleeved black shirt instead of the small vest he had on before. On the back of Shikamaru's shirt was the kanji for sleep. Naruto also noticed that Shikamaru had a quiver on his hip and had his hand on a short composite bow made of deer horn. Just been training and teaching Shika. What about you, Shino? Naruto turned to Shino to notice that he also changed. He wore a dark collared shirt and had on a hooded jacket. On his back was a gourd that was emitting a buzzing sound. I've been training on my clan's techniques Naruto Taicho as well as improving with my ninjutsu and taijutsu. I've also been learning several useful genjutsus as well, Shino said. Me too, Shikamaru said. What is with the bow and arrow? Naruto asked. Shikamaru grinned. It's used to amplify the effects of my clan's jutsu. While most use stakes or kunes, I prefer the bow and arrow. Are you a good shot? Naruto asked. Shikamaru smirked. He notched an arrow on the string and looked for a target. He found one and shot an arrow. Naruto and Shino watched as the arrow neatly arc into the air and land quivering in a melon paw bun across the arena. Nice shot, Naruto said approvingly. Shino nodded in agreement. Had to be. Sadistic father of mine kept training me. Everyone in the group looked down as the ground below them began to rumble. They stepped back and watched as Choji popped out of the ground. He shook himself to get rid of the dirt that clung onto him. He still had his armor and wore his kanabo on his back. Hey guys, how are you? Choji said. Hey Choji, what's with the huge club and armor? Shikamaru asked. Choji grinned and pulled out his kanabo from his back. You mean this? Naruto trained me for a couple of days after the preliminaries. He gave me this and suggested I wear armor. Training with Naruto really pays off, Choji said. Everyone turned when they heard a howl. They saw Kiba with Akamaru on his shoulder howling as well on the roof of the arena. He changed somewhat in that he now wore a wolf pelt with sleeves on it. He was also had a physique more like a werewolf, as he had longer canines preferred to hunch over a bit. After he finished howling, he waved at Naruto, Shikamaru, Choji, and Shino. He ran on all fours toward them at a fast rate. He ran on the ceiling and skillfully flipped down towards them. Hey guys, what's up? Kiba asked. Kiba gave a grunt and straightened up. Everyone winced as they heard Kiba's bones pop and crunch loudly. Kami, doesn't that hurt Kiba? Naruto asked. Kiba shook his head. Inuzukas have a strange body capability as we are able to arrange our shoulder blades and spine to a more animal-like structure. While many have to use a hand seal, I learned how to do it subconsciously. Suddenly Choji and Kiba slugged Naruto hard. Naruto fell down hard. He stood up and glared at the two of them. What the fuck was that for? Naruto yelled. Shino and Shikamaru were curious as well. That's for giving us the devil for our sensei. Choji and Kiba yelled back. Do you know what she did to me? Choji and Kiba roared. He sent a storm of chakra blades with that sword of his. Choji shouted. She sent gigantic snakes to hunt me in that goddamn forest. He made me stand on a 10-foot pole and dodge spears while wearing 100 pounds. She placed explosion notes all around me and told me to dodge as she threw kunes at me. He nearly killed me, Choji and Kiba roared. Naruto glared at the two. Do you know what my sensei did? What? Kiba asked, still angry at Naruto. He made me run hundreds of laps around Konoha with 1,000 pounds on my back while shooting acid-tipped arrows every morning. Then he made me carry him, still with 1,000 pounds on my back, around Konoha to catcall at every lady in Konoha. After avoiding their weapons, he sparred against me with his kanabo. He always broke at least several bones each day training him. I spent every night in the hospital for his week of training, Naruto said. Now are you happy with Zabuza and Anko or do you want to switch? We're happy, Kiba and Choji said quickly. A Naginata flew in the middle of the group, stabbing the ground. Tenten appeared balancing easily on the butt of the Naginata. She wore mainly the same clothing, except that she had a large scroll in the back of her belt. She also had a bracelet that had a kanji for flame her bicep. She jumped off the Naginata gracefully and smiled. Hey Naruto, aren't you going to introduce me? Tenten said. Naruto rubbed the back of his head. Hey guys, this is Tenten. I train her for most of the month on my spare time. He turned to Tenten. Did you manage to master most of the techniques and exercises in the scroll? Tenten nodded. I spent so much time training that I managed to master them all. Kami Naruto, you already have 2 girlfriends. Do you need any more? Kiba said. Naruto and Tenten blushed heavily and looked away. Shino and Shikamaru turned to Kiba. What do you mean by 2 girlfriends? He only has one named Haku, Shino said. Kiba snickered. Nope, he also hooked up with that sound chick you captured in the forest, Ken. This is interesting, Shikamaru said and glanced at Naruto. Naruto glared at Kiba. Stay out of my private life, Kiba. Naruto placed a hand on his sword. Kiba shuddered. He still remembered what had happened to Kabuto. "Yes sir," Kiba said meekly. Choji chuckled at Kiba's obedience. Yeah, this is a lively meeting." Everyone turned to see a smiling Neji. He waved cheerfully at the group. Choji glared and tightened his grip on the kanabo. "Hey, aren't you that honest guy that nearly killed Hinata and got skewered by Naruto's sword?" Kiba asked. Naruto, Tenten, and Shikamaru slapped their faces at Kiba's bluntness. Neji nodded with a regretful look on his face. "Yes. However, at the hospital, Naruto showed me how wrong I was. I soon patched things between Hinata and myself thanks to Naruto. Now I help Hinata train in the Byakugan and develop her own style." "Her own style?" Naruto asked curious. Neji nodded. "Hinata does not have as much strength as I do, but she is much faster and more flexible than me. She currently is developing a style called 64 protection palms. I nearly lost to her with that style. Will all finalists please go to the arena floor? The third exam will begin shortly." Naruto smirked. He leaped over the railing and jumped down to the arena floor. Shikamaru, Shino, Kiba, Tenten, and Neji followed him. Choji opted to jump back into his hole and pop out on the arena floor. They walked to where a Jounin was waiting. He was chewing a senbon and was waiting for the Genins. Naruto and the other Konoha Genins stood beside the Jounin and looked at the crowd. Naruto glanced at his side to see Gaara glaring at him with Temari looking at his curiously. Naruto looked up and saw the Kazekage greet the Hokage up in the Hokage's box. After exchanging a few words with the Kazekage, the Hokage stood up. "Thank you everyone for coming to the Hidden Leaf Chunin exams," the Hokage announced loudly to the crowd. "We will start the tournament between the 10 participants who made it through the preliminaries. Please stay and watch until the end," the Hokage said. The Kazekage glanced at the Hokage. "There seems to be one missing. The Uchiha." Down at the arena, the Jounin explained the rules. "The rules to this exam are the same as the preliminaries. You fight until you or your opponent dies or admits defeat. However, if I deem the match is over, I'll step in and stop it." Now the first match will be Tenten vs Naruto Uzumaki. Everyone else may watch the match in the stands or in the waiting room. Naruto and Tenten waved as their friends wished them luck. They watched as the other Genins went to a corridor that led to the waiting room. Naruto gave Tenten a quick smile. She smiled one in return. "Now, just because I'm your friend, I don't want you to hold back. Okay, Tenten?" Naruto said. Tenten nodded. "And I don't want you to hold back because I'm a woman." "Not yet," Naruto teased playfully. Tenten gave him a stern look and smirked. Now the first match began. Tenten jumped back and opened her scroll. She summoned several kunes and shurikens and threw them at Naruto. Naruto drew his sword and deflected or dodged all of them. When he finished, he thrusted his sword at Tenten. "Itoryu, bullet!" Tenten ducked as an orb of air slammed into the wall behind her with great force. She summoned 5 large shurikens and skillfully threw all of them at Naruto. Naruto channeled chakra in his sword and swung it at the shurikens. The sword cut through the shurikens easily like a hot knife through butter. Naruto channeled more chakra in his sword and swung it repeatedly at Tenten's direction. Metsujutsu, Chaos Wave. Tenten ducked, jumped, and dodged as Naruto sent several chakra blades at her. Tenten grinned when she dodged the last one. She summoned a longbow and several arrows. With great expertise, she sent all of them at Naruto. The arrows sped at Naruto faster than Naruto expected. He channeled chakra throughout his body and covered his eyes. "Tekai," Naruto grunted. Tenten watched in surprise as the arrows hit Naruto squarely but didn't pierce. They made a loud ding when they impacted against Naruto. "What the? That's impossible. Those arrows can pierce an iron breastplate at 150 yards. Why are you still uninjured?" Tenten asked aloud. Naruto put his hands down and grinned at Tenten. "It's a jutsu my sensei taught me called Tekai, Iron Release. It allows my body to have the hardness of tempered steel." "Rinyaku," Naruto kicked out at Tenten. Tenten managed to duck the chakra blade that flew at her. Tenten shook out of her stupor, took out 2 scrolls, and summoned a great number of weapons, all of them added to explosive notes from her scroll. She then added them with chakra strings to her fingers. Tenten smirked and sent a hail of weapons at him. Twin rising dragons. A huge storm of weapons and explosive notes flew toward Naruto faster than the arrow. Tekaigu. Naruto covered his eyes as weapon after weapon struck him, and explosion note after explosion note blew up against him. He waited until the attack stopped. Tenten coughed at the smoke that came from all the explosion notes. She squinted as she tried to find Naruto's body in the smoke. Fueton, Lion's Roar. A huge vortex of air blew out of the smokescreen and slamming into Tenten. She crashed hard into the wall and winced as shockwaves within the air vortex slammed into her repeatedly. Tenten slumped to the ground when the attack was finished. She quickly popped a special energy pill Guy had given to her. The energy pill was much stronger than a regular soldier's pill. Her eyes widened as she felt her chakra reserves full to the brim. She jumped up on her feet, placed a bleeding digit on her bracelet, Naruto analyzed the weapon that Tenten had just summoned. It was a 3 feet long blowgun with seals carved on the tube. Tenten made several hand seals for a fire jutsu and placed the blowgun to her mouth. Kaiten. Great fireball. Naruto watched as a fireball 20 feet in diameter shot out from Tenten. He dodged the fireball and watched as the fireball exploded. Tenten grinned and waved her blowgun. What do you think, Naruto? This blowgun I created can amplify fire jutsus by 300 by adding gas and pressurized air, thanks to the seals. Naruto grinned. I could use one of those. Up in the stands, many of the shinobi silently agreed with Naruto's statement. Tenten grinned. Kaiten. Flamethrower. A huge stream of fire shot toward Naruto. Naruto didn't dodge and let the flames hit him squarely. Tenten looked in horror as she saw Naruto being hit squarely by the fire. She watched though as Naruto waved cheerily at Tenten and began scooping fire with his bare hands. Everyone's mouths in the stadium dropped when they Naruto eating the fire off of him. Naruto ate and ate until he had eaten every ember off of him. Burp. Man, that's some greasy fire, Naruto said. Tastes like teriyaki chicken though. Tenten nodded. Sorry about that. I ate some teriyaki before the mod. Wait a minute. What the hell was that? Naruto winked. That's my little secret. Tenten. Naruto pulled his sword out and charged Tenten. Tenten grinned and pulled out her Naginata from her back. She charged at Naruto. She swung her Naginata in an upward angle, forcing Naruto to jump back. She followed up with a low swing that nearly sliced Naruto's ankle off. Naruto dodged the Naginata and swung his sword at Tenten. However, Tenten dodged and spun the Naginata, forcing Naruto to jump back. Tenten didn't let Naruto rest as she repeatedly stabbed at Naruto with the Naginata. Naruto was forced back as Tenten's furious assault left him no options except to block. When Tenten slowed down, Naruto was able to slip under her guard and stab at her. Tenten dodged it but suffered a deep cut on her shoulder. Naruto grinned and with several swipes forced Tenten to run backwards. Tenten kicked Naruto in the face and distract Naruto long enough to have for her get into a Naginata stance. Naruto's eyes widened when he recognized the stance. Flower Storm. Naruto winced as the Naginata blade sliced his skin numerous times and the shaft of the Naginata struck his body. Tenten's Naginata circled around his sword and his guard, beating and cutting his body. When Tenten finished, Naruto was dripping with blood everywhere. He had numerous cuts on his head that bled copiously. Naruto grinned when he saw Tenten was panting. Tired? You wish. Naruto smirked. He went into a Kenjutsu stance that no one except Zabuza recognized. Yumikenjutsu. Hell Slash. Naruto's blade glowed red as Naruto charged at Tenten. Tenten barely managed to block the blade. However, Naruto's slash was so strong that Tenten flew, crashing into the wall. Tenten looked up blearily to see Naruto's sword at her throat. Yield. Tenten gulped and dropped her Naginata. Proctor, I wish to forfeit, Tenten said. The Jounin nodded. The winner of the first match is Naruto Uzumaki. The crowd roared at the splendid performance shown by both contestants. Amazing match. Wonderful. Guy-sensei? That battle was so youthful. Tenten and Naruto's sweat dropped at that comment. Wow, she lasted a long time and put up a great fight against Naruto, Shikamaru said. Man, I was even worried for Naruto for a bit, Kiba said. Hokage, you have amazing Kenjutsu masters that rival Mist's own swordsmen. My congratulations on having such fine ninjas, the Kazekage said. The Hokage grinned at the splendid match and clapped. Naruto helped Tenten walk out of the stadium, raising even more applause at the Naruto sportsmanship. He grinned and waved at the crowd as the two walked out of the stadium to the infirmary. After several minutes, the audience became restless as there was no match beginning. There were several cries in the crowd as they wanted to see the next match. A Jounin that was standing beside the Hokage bent down to whisper to the Hokage, "We can't find Sasuke, and we also are preparing the defenses for the invasion. It might be wise if we disqualify him for him being a Chunin, but set his match at a later time." The Hokage nodded. Tell Jenna to start match 3 and to disqualify Sasuke from being a Chunin even if he comes. The Jounin nodded and sent several hand signals to Jenna. Jenna nodded and announced to the crowd, due to Sasuke's absence, he will be permitted to fight at a later time, but is disqualified from being a Chunin in this exam. For now, will Kiba Inuyasaka and Shikamaru Nara come down here? Kiba howled in excitement and jumped down to the arena floor. Shikamaru sighed and made his way down to the arena floor. Once Shikamaru and Kiba reached the middle of the arena floor, the proctor began the match. Kiba threw several punches at Shikamaru, causing Shikamaru to stumble. Shikamaru flipped back and delivered a powerful kick to Kiba's chin. Shikamaru flipped back onto the wall and pulled out his bow. He sent several arrows at Kiba, preventing Kiba from charging Shikamaru. Kiba growled. He shuddered as several loud pops and creaks changed his body to a more bestial physique. Akamaru jumped out of Kiba's jacket and climbed on top of Kiba's back. Kiba tossed Akamaru a soldier pill and made a hand seal. Ninpu, beast human clone. Akamaru turned into an exact copy of Kiba down to the pattern of the wolf pelt. Kiba grinned and growled to Akamaru. Akamaru and Kiba bared their claws and began running at high speeds around and at Shikamaru. Shikamaru shot arrows at Kiba and Akamaru but couldn't stop their speed. Kiba smirked and threw an orb at Shikamaru. Shikamaru didn't notice the orb until it hit him. Splat. What the? Man, it smells. That's rotten eggs, Shikamaru. Strong smell, ain't it? Kiba said. Kiba gave a series of growls and whistles. Kiba and Akamaru ran, fainted, and jumped faster. Shikamaru could only see the after images of Kiba and Akamaru. Moonhunt. Kiba and Akamaru ran around Shikamaru at an extremely fast speed. Soon Kiba's and Akamaru's claws slashed Shikamaru. He was also tackled between Kiba and Akamaru, making Shikamaru into a pinball between the two. Shikamaru was grabbed by Kiba and Akamaru and thrown to the ground as an extremely high velocity. Kiba and Akamaru jumped after Shikamaru and began spinning rapidly into a grey howling tornado. Drill tornado. Shikamaru was ripped apart by Kiba's and Akamaru's claws. As they made a last slash, Shikamaru and made a hand seal. Ninpu. Void step. Shikamaru did not crash into the ground, but rather melted into his own shadow. Kiba looked to see where Shikamaru was. Kiba sniffed the air and couldn't smell Shikamaru at all. Damn, where the hell is he? Kiba said. Shikamaru rose from the arena wall's shadow. He charged an arrow with chakra and shot it at Kiba. He did the same for another arrow and shot it at Akamaru. Kiba turned to see an arrow land short and fall in his shadow. Haha, you missed Shikamaru. Did I? Shikamaru sent 4 arrows at Kiba. Kiba turned to run but tripped. He tried to move away, but realized he couldn't move from away from his current spot. What the hell? Why can't I move? Kiba yelled. He gasped when Shikamaru jumped from the wall and landed on Kiba's back. Kiba felt a knife at the back of his neck. Yield, Shikamaru commanded. Proctor, I wish to forfeit, Kiba said regretfully. The winner of the second match is Shikamaru Nara. The crowd cheered at the amazing upset Shikamaru pulled against Kiba. Despite Kiba's obvious speed and Nin Dog's coup battle, Shikamaru managed to pull victory from obvious defeat. Great job. Go Shikamaru. Great match. Choji and Naruto were clapping and cheering enthusiastically. Man, I thought for a moment that Kiba was going to win, Naruto said. Choji nodded. It looked like that, but Shikamaru's like that. Always in shogi, he makes it seem like he's losing, makes the enemy overconfident, and deliver a decisive win. Shukaku Nara turned to Tsuminizaka. You trained your son well. I thought for a moment that your son would have won. He is extremely talented for someone of his age, Shukaku said to Tsum. Tsum gave Shukaku a grin. Even though he was defeated by your son, he really is extremely talented. He still needs work on his strategies. Your son is a talented strategist. I would have never thought that he would be able to escape such a devastating combo. The Hokage grinned at the Genins. Such a talented generation. Shikamaru pulled Kiba up and shook his hand. Great job, Kiba. I can see why Naruto trained you, Shikamaru said. Thanks, I guess. Anyway, why can't I move away from my current position? Shikamaru walked over and plucked the arrow. Now move. Kiba was astonished. He could move now. Shikamaru also plucked the arrow that he had shot in Akamaru's shadow. As soon as Shikamaru did, Akamaru ran into Kiba's arms. Kiba, these arrows when infused with my chakra, can prevent a person from moving much by anchoring their shadow in place. You can't move much without your shadow. Kiba nodded, understanding. Who knew I had to watch out for my shadow also? With a Nara, you have to. They walked back to the stands chatting and laughing. They were greeted by Choji and Naruto. Great job guys. Training with Anko helps a lot, right Kiba? Kiba chuckled, embarrassed by all the praise. Shikamaru just rolled his eyes and fell on the floor. Finally, some sleep, Shikamaru muttered. He began to snore. On the arena floor, a small leaf whirlwind appeared. Out of this whirlwind was Sasuke, acting as smug as ever. The crowd roared in delight as they saw Sasuke. Naruto rolled his eyes. He nudged Kiba. Your entrance was better. Kiba nodded. Temari made an air current with her fan. She jumped on her fan and gracefully glided down to the arena floor. She landed in front of Sasuke, smirking. It's about time you got your lazy ass here, Temari said. Sasuke flicked her off and went into a fighting stance. Temari had a tick mark on her eye and went into a fighting stance. Let's go. The third match between Sasuke Uchiha and Temari began. Chapter 19. Disclaimer, I do not own Naruto. The Invasion. Sasuke charged Temari, intent on finishing the battle quickly. Temari smirked and swung her fan like a club. The fan slammed into Sasuke's abdomen, sending him tumbling away from Temari. Temari opened her fan and swung the fan. Fueton, cutting whirlwind. Sasuke was blown away and slammed into a tree. He winced as several blades cut him. Temari smirked and channeled more chakra into her fan. Fueton, great cutting whirlwind. Sasuke struggled not to yell in pain as he was cut deeply in his legs, arms, and torso. When the whirlwind ended, he struggled to his feet. Naruto smirked. Hey Choji, if he keeps losing blood, how long do you think he'll last? Not long. At the rate he's losing blood, he has an hour if he doesn't move. If he does continue to fight, he has 10-15 minutes to live until he loses consciousness. Sasuke glared at Temari. He concentrated on his eyes and forced his bloodline to come out. Sharingan. Sasuke charged at Temari again. Temari channeled chakra into her open fan again. However, she swung the edge at Sasuke. Ninpu. Fan sword. Temari slashed at Sasuke. Sasuke dodged and kicked Temari. Temari blocked it with her fan and slammed his head with the fan. He stumbled back, making an opening for Temari. Temari smirked and rammed the fan at his abdomen. However, Sasuke moved at the last second and made Temari's blow aim a little lower. Sasuke squealed in pain. Nearly every guy in the audience winced in sympathetic pain. Naruto and Kiba were laughing their guts out on the floor. Ha 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 ha, you think that injury will be permanent? Kiba asked. Ha ha ha, maybe. Hey, if we're lucky, Sasuke will be pigeon-toed for the rest of his life. Sasuke stood up. He put his hand on his crotch to make sure he had everything. Good, that's everything, Sasuke said. Kiba and every other Inuyasha were laughing extremely hard. What's so funny? Naruto asked. Sasuke has only one testicle. Kiba gasped out. Choji and Naruto snickered and fell on the floor laughing. Sasuke glared at Temari. He started a taijutsu assault on Temari. He managed to get several good blows on Temari before Temari jumped back. She opened her fan, sent another cutting whirlwind at Sasuke. Sasuke ran with the wind and ran up the wall. He stopped halfway up the wall and made several hand seals. Raiten. Chidori. Lightning covered Sasuke's hand. Sasuke gave Temari a bloodthirsty smirk and charged her at breakneck speed. Temari charged up a lot of chakra and swung her fan at Sasuke. Fueton. Blade vortex. A huge vortex of wind charged Sasuke. Sasuke tried to avoid it, but was caught up in it and was ripped apart by it. When the jutsu was finished, Sasuke had cuts everywhere on his body. Temari wasn't in good condition either. She had used up nearly all of her chakra on the last attack and was using her fan to stand. She limped towards Sasuke and looked down. She raised her fan and slammed it hard on Sasuke's back, knocking him unconscious. The winner of the third match is Temari. The majority of the crowd cheered for Temari. However, there were die-hard supporters of Sasuke in the crowd. Naruto heard Sakura's voice screeching for the Uchiha's victory. Ino looked at Sakura next to her in confusion. Sakura, why are you calling for a rematch? Temari won her match fairly. It's not her fault that Sasuke didn't think of a better strategy and for being so arrogant. It's not possible for Sasuke to lose to that sand bitch. Sasuke must be still conscious. Sakura screeched. Ino saw a manic gleam in her eye and decided to do something for the relief of everyone. She took out a kunai and slammed the handle into Sakura's temple, knocking her out like a light. Ino looked at her friend sadly. Ino remembered when she was like that before Kurenai. Under Kurenai's guidance, she realized that a kunoichi is a very serious business. Kurenai helped her out of her fangirl stage and helped her grow into a more mature and better person. It also helped that under Kurenai's guidance, she had a better body. She went to find Choji or Hinata. At least those two would be more sensible company than the manic fangirl. Kakashi watched Sasuke with vindictive pleasure. He watched as the dobe showed more strength and potential than this whiny spoiled prince. Kakashi never wanted to train Sasuke in the Sharingan and wanted to train Kiba. However, despite the Hokage's pleading, the council ordered Kakashi to train Sasuke the Sharingan and all of his jutsus. He despised the Sharingan as it was a shortcut to power that weakens the person's will and determination. He looked over at Kiba to see him laughing and having fun with Team 7. He pulled out a worn-out picture of his days at a Genin and sighed. Obito, Minato-sensei, I've failed you. He felt a hand on his shoulder and looked up to see Guy giving him a thumbs up. Lee was also beside Guy and copied as sensei. My eternal rival, it is not your fault if you were forced to teach an unwilling and greedy pupil. It is the pupil's own fault from not learning from a teacher that has so much knowledge to give, Guy said. Lee nodded in agreement. Guy-sensei, you are so full of youthful wisdom. Despite Guy's weird antics and attitude, Kakashi was comforted by Guy's words of comfort. He nodded and gave Guy a thumbs up. Thank you, eternal rival. Lee, did you hear that? Yes, Guy-sensei. Lee, Guy-sensei? Naruto and his group heard the two shouting and turned to look. What they saw along with everyone in the stadium was the largest, brightest, and most disturbing genjutsu in the world. Everyone wanted to shield their eyes but couldn't. Kai. Every leaf, sand, and sound ninja said along with the Hokage and Kazekage. Despite more than 100 skilled ninjas trying to dispel the jutsu, it lasted for 5 minutes. Everyone that saw the genjutsu agreed after the Chunin exams that they would rather have seen the Shinigami than that. As medics picked Sasuke and Temari up, Gaara became extremely excited. He smelled blood in the air and could almost taste it in his mouth. Yes, mother, you shall have blood. Yes, mother. Oh yes, mother. Strong blood, Gaara muttered to himself. Behind him, Kankuro looked at him nervously. Oh man, this is the most unstable Gaara has ever been. Come on, start the invasion, Kankuro muttered. Will Gaara and Hyuga please come down to the arena floor? Gaara grinned and teleported down to the arena floor. Neji smiled eagerly and jumped down to the arena floor. He ran to the center of the arena floor and waited for the proctor to start the match. Up in the stands, Hyuga spoke to his daughter Hanabi. Watch closely. This person is prodigy of no equal among the Hyuga clan, Hiashi said. Hanabi nodded. Yes, father. Hinata watched anxiously as they prepared to fight. Hinata was happy to see that Neji was her friend. He had become more light-hearted, not as cold, and in a way a much better fighter as he learned to think differently. Be careful, Neji Naiachin, Hinata thought. The fourth match between Gaara and Neji began. Neji jumped back and activated the Byakugan as he dodged a wave of Gaara sand. He noticed the sand was liberally soaked in a reddish-brown chakra. Neji grinned and stood his ground as a stream of sand headed his way. He struck the sand with his palm and watched as the sand fell to the ground. Gaara's eyes flicked to Neji. Neji dodged and blocked sand streams with his palm strikes. Gaara's eyes widened when he saw Neji come nearer and nearer. He sent stream after stream at Neji, but Neji blocked and deflected them all. He pulled up a sand shield to protect himself Neji's strike, but Neji's palm went straight through and slammed into Gaara. Gaara stumbled back and tried to send another sand stream at Neji. Neji blocked it and went into a stance. 8 trigrams 64 palms. Neji charged at Gaara, who nervously sent a sand stream at Neji. Neji dodged it and slammed 2 strikes on Gaara. 4 strikes hit Gaara. 8 strikes slammed into Gaara. 16 strikes hit Gaara. Gaara's eyes widened as his sand armor began peeling off. 32 chunks of sand armor began peeling off as Neji's strikes became more powerful. 64 When Neji finished the last strike, he sent a palm to Gaara's abdomen, sending him flying. Gaara flew and landed hard on the ground. Whoa, Kiba exclaimed. Naruto nodded. Although Neji wasn't as fast as Lee, he was able to expel the chakra from Gaara's sand, making Gaara's sand useless. Kankuro and his sensei, Baki, couldn't believe their eyes either. No one as Suna would have been able to fight Gaara with such ease. In Konoha though, there were several people that can fight Gaara and possibly win. Both of them were having second thoughts about the invasion. If the Genins could fight Gaara where Jounins from sand couldn't, how strong could the Jounins be? Gaara stood up and made a hand seal. The sand all around him surrounded Gaara and formed a sphere around Gaara. Neji charged the sphere as was nearly skewered when spikes popped out. Oh shit, that jutsu, Kankuro whispered. He turned to Baki. Baki-sensei, we need to get Temari out of the infirmary. Gaara is going to use that jutsu. Baki's eyes widened and ran toward the infirmary. His actions weren't unseen by several of the Jounins and Anbis in the audience. All of them became extremely cautious. Neji jumped and observed the sphere with his Byakugan. The chakra that is holding up the sphere makes the sand so dense that the chakra from my palm strikes are dissipated before they come close to Gaara's chakra, Neji thought. Neji jumped back a bit and sent several kunes with explosive notes tied to them at Gaara. When the smoke from the explosives faded, they're not a mark on the sphere. However, Neji noticed there was chakra gathering in one area. He watched as an eye popped out and began floating. Inside the sphere, Gaara made a long series of hand seals and watched Neji. Yes, mother, you shall come out soon, Gaara whispered. Neji jumped back to the wall and began concentrating. He created this technique after seeing Hinata experiment with chakra blades. He tried with a Kaiten and made a destructive technique. Hiyashi's eyes widened when he saw Neji's hand surrounded by chakra. The chakra was shaped like a Minkaten, only shaped like a spear with spikes. The chakra was also jutted with spikes. Neji charged toward Gaara, using chakra to enhance his speed. He thrust his hand at Gaara when he was 5 feet away. Heavenly Spear, a huge chakra drill flew at Gaara's sphere. It stabbed and swirled as it ate away at the sphere. It easily penetrated through the shell. No way, Kankuro gasped. "Way to go, Neji," Naruto cheered. "A true prodigy," Hiashi whispered. "Good job, Neji Niasen," Hinata thought. "Our teammate is so full of youth," Guy and Lee shouted. Up in the Hokage's box, the Hokage wondered how a stoic mute became loud and eccentric. When the chakra dissipated, there was a 3-foot hole that was immediately closed up. Inside the sphere, Gaara felt something run down his shoulder. "Mother, is this warm stuff? Mother, what did?" Gaara whispered. A drip echoed inside the sphere. "Ayau, my blood," Gaara screamed. Neji watched in curiosity as a huge clawed arm of sand reached out at him. He dodged it and watched as it receded back into the sphere. "That's its arm," Kankoro whispered. He turned to see Temari and Baki also staring wide-eyed at Gaara. Shit, Gaara was wounded in that form. Will it come out or Gaara? Temari thought. The sphere began to crack and melt to reveal Gaara wounded in the shoulder. He was panting hard and glaring at Neji. In the shadows, a ninja wearing an Anbu mask made a hand seal. Everyone began to see feathers falling down. The ninjas dispelled the Jinjutsu, while the civilians began to sleep. Naruto was able to dispel the Jinjutsu and dispelled it for Kiba and Choji. He kicked Shikamaru awake because he knew Shikamaru would dispel it and sleep. In the Hokage's box, the Hokage and Kazuki eyed each other. The Kazuki's guards threw a smoke bomb down, signaling the invasion. Outside of Konoha, a huge 3-headed snake was summoned. The snake crashed through the gates and began wrecking the village. Ninjas sent jutsus and explosive notes in attempt to kill the snakes. Up in the Hokage's box, the Kazuki leaped up to the roof while bringing the Hokage with him. The Kazuki's guards went to the corners of the roof and made several hand seals. "Ninpu, for purple flame wall," the Kazuki's guards shouted. A purple semi-translucent barrier blocked the Hokage and Kazuki from the outside. The Anbus could only watch helplessly at the Hokage and Kazuki. "For sand to betray the leaf, do you want to start a war?" the Hokage asked. "From here, history changes. Did you become a peace-loving fool when we age, Sarutobi-sensei?" the Kazuki whispered. "You." In the arena, Naruto and his friends were fighting sand and sound ninjas. Many leaf nins watched in awe as Naruto and Kiba slashed through sound nins with cold efficiency and wild savagery. Shikamaru fired arrows at enemy ninjas' shadows and watched as Choji pummeled them to death with his kanabo. Shino was using his bugs and chain in combination with fire jutsus to immobilize and burn enemy ninjas. In the infirmary, Tenten heard noises of a battle. She popped another of Guy's energy pills and grabbed her gear to join the battle. Neji was down at the arena floor trying to catch his breath. The last jutsu took a lot out of him. He watched as Kankoro and Temari took Gaara and escaped out of the arena. He pulled out a soldier's pill and shuddered as he felt his chakra reserves filled up. He ran after Gaara, intent on capturing him. Up in the stands, Naruto saw Neji chasing after the sand ninjas. His eyes widened and began to bark out orders. "Choji, smash that wall. We need to follow Neji or else he'll be killed." Gaara is a much stronger opponent than Neji. Choji channeled chakra into his kanabo and slammed it into the wall, making a 10-foot hole in the wall. "Shino, Kiba, you're with me. Choji, Shikamaru, get Tenten and go to the Hokage's box to break or go around that barrier now." Everyone nodded. Naruto, Shino, and Kiba jumped out of the hole and into the forest. Kiba naturally took point and began to search for Gaara's smell. "Follow me, I got Gaara's scent." The group began to run faster, hoping to get to Neji before he fought with Gaara. Up in the barrier, several Anbus watched as the Kazuki released the Hokage. The Kazuki put a hand to his face and ripped the false face to reveal Orochimaru. The Hokage glared at Orochimaru and took off his robes. Orochimaru laughed in sadistic glee as he saw the Hokage had worn his old battle clothes. "So you already had your funeral clothes picked out," Orochimaru said. Orochimaru ripped off the robes also to reveal his battle clothes also. Both ninjas began gathering chakra. Inside, the air became thick and heavy. Pieces of the roof were breaking apart. The 4 guards that held the barrier placed one around themselves from the upcoming battle. The Hokage threw a shuriken at Orochimaru and made several hand seals. "Ninpu, shuriken shadow clone." The shuriken he threw became 100, and all of them flew toward Orochimaru. Orochimaru smiled as he made several hand seals. Kuchius, impure resurrection. 2 coffins emerged to block the shurikens. The Hokage glared at Orochimaru and watched as the coffins creaked open. "That bastard," the Anbu captain whispered. His subordinate turned to him. "Captain, who are they?" The 2 corpses peered blearily at the Hokage. "Well, long time no see, monkey," the one with white hair said. "It's you, Sarutobi. You've grown old and you're still the Hokage?" The one with black hair said. "It's regrettable to meet you in such a place. However, be prepared to be defeated, Shadame-sama and Nidame-sama," the Hokage said. As Kiba, Naruto, and Shino were running through the forest, Kiba smelled several new smells near them. Naruto, there's 2 squads of ninjas after us, Kiba shouted. Naruto and Shino's eyes widened. Anything else? Yeah, and a person that smells like Mentako, iron, and an old man coming this way. Shit, is he coming this way? Naruto bellowed. Kiba shook his head. No, he'll be meeting up with the 2 squads though at this pace. Good, keep up the pace and don't worry about the ninjas following us, the old man will defeat them. Who is it? Kiba asked. Naruto grinned. You remember the person I told you about that trained me? Jin was on a tree branch having a nice bowl of Mentako and sake. As he reached down for the bowl of Mentako, a sound ninja stepped on it. Another sound ninja knocked Jin off the branch. Out of the way, geezer. Jin watched as 2 squads of sound nins rush above him. One of them spat at him. Jin growled. No one gets away from stepping on his Mentako. He picked up his kanabo and chased the ninjas. The sound ninja in the rear heard a whistling noise behind him. He turned to have his head fly off his shoulder by Jin's kanabo. The other ninjas turned to see Jin carrying his huge kanabo. Jin pointed at them. Never touch my Mentako. Jin charged at the lead sound ninja. The sound nin grinned. What could an old midget do against a jounin? The other sound ninjas watched as Jin hit the sound ninja so hard he exploded into a shower of blood and flesh. Jin turned toward the rest of the sound ninjas and smiled evilly. One sound ninja quoted the words of many a doomed person. We're fucked. A Chunin at the academy was watching the students run laps. He decided to use the bathroom. Alright guys, I'm going to the academy for something really quick. Don't kill anything while I'm gone, he said jokingly. The students nodded and continued to run their laps. All of a sudden a sound ninja corpse fell out of the sky and in the middle of the track with a loud what smack. The students stared stunned at the body. Soon there was another body that landed on the track. It followed by 5 more corpses that landed in a pile in the middle of the track. While the students just stared in shock, Konohamaru approached one of the bodies. He pulled out a well-made ninjato. Konohamaru pulled it out of the sheath. The blade was glistening with blood. Konohamaru decided to keep it and began wiping the blade. The Chunin came back. Auri. He stopped and stared at the pile of sound ninja corpses that were piled up on the track field. He then saw Konohamaru wiping a bloody ninjato grinning. The Chunin began to sweat. Konohamaru, will you stay out here while I get everyone inside? I need to talk with everyone, but you don't need to hear, the Chunin said nervously. Konohamaru nodded happily. This was a great day. He got a cool new ninjato and he didn't need to listen to the teacher's lesson. When the Chunin heard everyone in the classroom, he began to lecture. Okay everyone, this is a surprise to me as well. Who knew Kono? The Chunin was interrupted by a sound ninja corpse fall inside the classroom and land on his desk with a loud slap. Class dismissed. In the Hokage's box, Orochimaru grinned at the Hokage. Well then, let's begin. He stabbed the Shadame and Nidame in the head with a kunai seal. He then made a hand seal that turned the corpses into their original conditions. The Hokage jumped at the 3 and made several hand seals. He inhaled deeply and blew at the group. Orochimaru smirked and made several hand seals. Kaiten. Fire Dragon Napalm. A huge fire dragon streamed toward the group. The Nidame made a hand seal. Suiton. Water barrier. The Nidame spat out water and formed a huge water barrier that blocked the fire dragon. The Nidame made another hand seal. Suiton. Water dragon missile. A huge dragon made of water flew toward the Hokage. The Hokage made several hand seals. Doton. Mudslide barrier. The Hokage spat out mud and formed a huge mud wall that blocked the water jutsu. The Hokage stood on the wall and watched as the Shadame made several seals. Mokuton. Forest Genesis. The Hokage jumped back as he saw roots appear on his mud wall. A huge forest emerged and branches and vines trapped the Hokage. The Hokage made several hand seals and bit his thumb. Kuchius. Monkey King Enma. Enma peered down and saw Orochimaru. He turned to the Hokage. Sarutobi, you should have killed that snake bastard long ago. You're pathetic sometimes, you know? Enma growled. That's what I'm going to do, the Hokage said. Humph, a little too late, don't you think? Enma, use the Konganyo. Enma nodded and flipped. He transformed into a staff and smashed all the branches. The Hokage jumped and grabbed the staff. Orochimaru chuckled. This is getting interesting. He opened his mouth and watched as a snake emerged from his mouth. The snake opened its mouth and regurgitated a sword. The Hokage watched in disgust. The sword of Kusanagi. The Hokage said. The Hokage jumped down and charged Orochimaru. The Nidium and Shadame attacked him, but the Hokage knocked them away. He then thrust his staff at Orochimaru. The staff stretched and Enma's hands and face appeared. However, the Shadame and Nidame knocked the Hokage back. The Hokage placed explosive tags on the Shadame and Nidame. He watched as their legs blew up, but were reformed. The Hokage stood up, but he was getting tired. Orochimaru grinned when he saw the Hokage pant. Haha, you've grown old. I've never seen you strain so much. It's so pitiful that the ninja that was hailed as the professor cannot defeat old age, Orochimaru gloated. He put a hand on his face and ripped it away. The Hokage and the Anbus stared in shock as a young face appeared. So you completed that kenjutsu? The Hokage growled. You monster. Choji, Shikamaru, and Tenten landed near the Anbu. The Anbu captain turned. What are you three doing here? Shikamaru sighed. Naruto Taicho sent us to help you guys pass the barrier. He also told us to gather several ninjas. Just when Shikamaru finished, Zabuza and Jin appeared. They both had a bloodthirsty grin on their face. Well brat, when are we getting in? Zabuza said. Jin jumped up and whacked Zabuza in the back of the head. Have patience, young one. Now listen to the pineapple, Jin said. The Anbus sweat dropped to see an S-rank ninja being disciplined by a very old midget. Anyway, Choji and I have jutsus that may allow us to sneak several ninjas inside the barrier to help the Hokage. Meanwhile, Tenten has agreed to lend us some of her blowguns that she was planning on selling after the Chunin exams. These blowguns are able to amplify a fire jutsu by 500. The Anbu nodded in understanding. So you and Choji will sneak in Zabuza and this person in while we break the barrier with fire jutsus. Shikamaru nodded. I've also supplied some of Naruto's own pills. According to him, they will amplify the potency of your chakra, allowing you to use jutsus twice as easily. I've already tested and Naruto was right. Shikamaru passed them out to everyone. Anbu-san, I also need someone to bring Jiraiya-sama here. He will be located near the gates of Konoha soon. The Anbu captain nodded and sent one of his subordinates. Shikamaru nodded and passed out blowguns to the Anbu captain and his two subordinates. Wait until we get Zabuza and Jin inside, Shikamaru said. The Anbu captain nodded. Choji and Shikamaru made several hand seals. Doten, Earth Diver, Choji said. He turned to Jin. Please hold on to my armor. Jin nodded and grabbed Choji's armor. Choji then dived into the roof. Ninpu, Void Step, Shikamaru grabbed Zabuza. They both melted into the shadows. Choji and Shikamaru reappeared in the huge forest the Shade made. Choji dropped Jin, while Shikamaru pulled Zabuza out of the shadows. Zabuza shuddered, the void empty, and yet felt like someone was watching you. Jin hefted his kanabo. Now then, Shark-san, shall we join the battle? Zabuza grinned. Let's go. In the forest, Naruto and his group met up with Neji. Hey Neji, great match, Naruto said. However, you have to leave Gaara to me. Why? Gaara is someone called a Jinchuriki. He has a demon in him that amplifies Gaara's battle prowess. He is much more powerful than you, Naruto explained. What about you? Neji asked. Shino and Kiba were wondering about that also. Naruto grinned. In all my time in Konoha, I have never gone all out, Naruto revealed. Kiba, Shino, and Neji were surprised. He easily passed all the difficult challenges and the Chunin exams without even trying. Kiba smelled something in the air. Naruto, there's someone that smells like paint, wood and oil coming this way. Shino, Neji, I want you to capture this ninja and hold him until we get back, Naruto ordered. Shino and Neji nodded. Just then Kankoro came from the trees. Kiba and Naruto ran past him. Kankoro tried to stop them, but Shino's chain wrapped around Kankoro. Shino pulled hard and slammed Kankoro into a tree branch. You aren't going anywhere, Neji said. Whatever you and your friends are planning is going to fail. Kankoro began laughing. Why are you laughing? Shino asked. No one, not even our cage, has defeated him. He is a demon. At the Konoha gates, the snakes were causing a huge amount of damage. The Konoha ninjas were trying to stop it, however, all attempts failed. Ibiki was trying to think up a plan that would stop the snakes. He was interrupted by a loud whistling sound. He looked up to see a humongous toad crush the snakes. On top of the toad was a Jiraiya. Everyone watched as Jiraiya performed a ridiculous dance and made a pose. Behold, the sage that makes crying babies stare in awe. The one whose name is proclaimed in the four corners of the world, the great Jiraiya. An Anbu landed on the toad beside Jiraiya. The Anbu knelt down. Jiraiya-sama, the Hokage is battling Orochimaru currently inside a barrier. He has also summoned the Shadame and Nidame to fight with him. As of this moment, there are several ninjas attempting to break down the barrier, while two others are fighting along the Hokage. Jiraiya growled. That damn snake, show me they are fighting. The Anbu nodded and began to head to the arena. Jiraiya followed him, eager to end Orochimaru's life once and for all. In the forest, Temari was carrying Gaara. She turned when she heard Gaara moan. Gaara, are you awake? Temari asked. Temari, put me down, Gaara commanded. Temari nodded and set him down. He grunted in pain and glared at Temari. Temari scram. What? Gaara glared at her. Mind your own business and get lost, Gaara growled. He knocked her away with enhanced strength that he had not possessed before. Temari crashed into the trees nearby. Gaara turned and growled animalistically. You, Gaara said as he looked at Naruto and Kiba. Which one, me or Kiba? Naruto asked. Kiba personally hoped it wasn't him. Uzumaki, Gaara growled. Naruto grinned. I would suggest you get Shukaku under control, but judging by your appearance, Shukaku is screaming for my blood. Gaara grunted as another series of pain wrecked his body. Naruto turned to Kiba. Kiba, tend to Temari and stay out of the way, Naruto said. Kiba nodded. He quickly grabbed Temari and revived her. He then grabbed her and went a safe distance away to watch the upcoming battle. You who is powerful, you who have companions, you who is like me, once I have destroyed that in you, I shall feel alive. Gaara growled. Gah! Gaara bent over, double groaning in pain. Markings began to cover his face. Sand reformed around his face and the right side of his body. The sand formed into a monstrous right arm, a tail, and a half of a demonic face. Naruto noticed that Gaara's right eye was yellow and star-like. Come, let me feel it, Gaara growled in a demonic voice. Kiba shuddered as his instincts pounded his head, telling him to run away. Akamaru was whining at Gaara. Kiba turned to Temari and saw her shivering. It's starting, Temari whispered. Kankoro glared at Neji and Shino. Two arms popped from his side. Kankoro's mask crumbled away to reveal a puppet face. The puppet's mouth opened and shot poison senbons at the two. Shino and Neji jumped away. Shino retracted his chain and shot it out at the puppet. The puppet dodged, but Shino clipped its arm. The arm shattered, taking the blade attached to the arm along with it. Neji used his Byakugan to search for the real Kankuro. He found Kankuro hiding in the branches. Neji turned to Shino. Shino, attack the puppet with all you have. I'm going to attack the puppeteer, Neji said. Shino nodded. A huge number of Kikai bugs appeared from his body and the gourd on his back. There were so many that it obscured Kankuro's view of his puppet. Shino directed his Kikai bugs to swarm the puppet and jam the joints. He also sent other bugs to eat the chakra strings that Kankuro was using to control the puppet. Shit, Kankuro broke off the strings. He was about to reconnect them when he heard Neji's voice. You are in my range. Kankuro turned to see Neji charge him. 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64. Kankuro flew and crashed into a tree trunk. He tried to gather chakra but felt absolutely numb. He looked up at Neji to see Shino beside him. Shino sent his bugs to eat Kankuro's chakra and watched as Kankuro's eyes closed as he became unconscious. What now? Neji asked. I guess we go and help Naruto Taicho. And him? Neji asked, pointing at Kankuro. Bring him along, Shino said. Neji hefted Kankuro up on his shoulder. Alright, let's go. Inside the barrier, Orochimaru was cursing the Hokage in general. Damn him, how did they get past my barrier? Orochimaru grunted. He blocked the Hokage's staff and dodged another one Jiraiya's strikes. He watched as the Shodium was repeatedly beaten to a pulp and reformed by that damned dwarf with his earth jutsus and club. He turned and saw the Niodame engaged in a taijutsu match with Zabuza. Zabuza literally sliced the Niodame up using his Zanbato. As Orochimaru blocked another strike by the Hokage, he saw the Anbu bombarding the barrier with powerful Kaitenjutsus. Orochimaru could tell the guards were having a hard time as all of them unleashed their cursed seals to level 2. Jin, Zabuza, destroy the seals attached to the kunais before they reform. That's the only way to stop the jutsu, the Hokage yelled. Jin nodded. He made several hand seals and slammed his hand on the ground. Kuchius, Mole Emperor, Uchigami, a mole 3 feet high, wearing a straw hat and carrying a mattock in his claws appeared. Yo, the mole said. Jin waved at him. Hello Uchigami. I need you to hold him while I get a seal from his head, Jin explained. Uchigami nodded. He made a hand seal. Doten, Earth Golem Fist, a gigantic hand made of rock grabbed the Shodium. Jin leaped up and made a hand seal. Doten, Magma Heat. Jin channeled chakra into the Kanabo, heating it at extremely high temperature. Jin swung it at the Shodame's head, vaporizing the Shodame's head along with the seal. Uchigami released the rapidly disintegrating body. Jin and Uchigami watched as a baby's corpse was revealed. Both of them were horrified that Orochimaru would use such barbaric methods for power. Uchigami growled. Jin, since we have spare time on our hands, let's kill that snake bastard. Jin nodded in agreement and hefted his club. Zabuza exchanged water jutsu after water jutsu with the Niodame. He blocked one with his Zanbato and channeled a large amount in it. The Niodame made several hand seals as Zabuza charged a huge amount of chakra in his Zanbato. Suiton, Grand Waterfall, a huge pillar of water charged towards Zabuza. Metsujutsu, Roaring Blade Dragon, a humongous dragon made of chakra flew toward the Niodame. The dragon split the water pillar in half and vaporized the Niodame and the seal. Zabuza panted and watched in fascination as the Niodame's crumbling body revealed a small child no older than 10. Zabuza growled and gripped his Zanbato. You fucking bastard, you are going to die. The Hokage Jiraiya, Uchigami, Jin, and Zabuza all attacked Orochimaru. Orochimaru dodged for as long as he could, but was caught by Uchigami's jutsu. Metsujutsu, Giant's Dagger, a huge chakra aura appeared around his Zanbato. Doton, Hellhammer, Jin's club grew extremely heavy as it was covered in black diamond. Ninpu, Monkey's Cannon, the Hokage staff shortened and widened into the shape of a barrel. The Hokage aimed the mouth of the barrel at Orochimaru. Ultimate Rasengan, a humongous orb appeared in Jiraiya's hand, glowing with power. Die, they yelled. Everyone attacked Orochimaru with a jutsu. Orochimaru smirked. His body was obliterated. However, a white snake popped out at the last snake and crawled into the young child's corpse. Well, Orochimaru said, "You almost got me." Everyone turned to see Orochimaru possessing the body of a small boy. The boy made several hand seals. Kuchius, impure resurrection, an elaborate coffin appeared from out of the ground. Everyone watched as the coffin opened. A man wearing a robe for his bottom and carrying a staff came out. He had an elaborate necklace around neck. No one recognized him until he opened his eyes. The Hokage Jiraiya and the summons gasped. "No, it can't be." Uchigami gasped. "Those eyes." Jiraiya gasped. "The Sage of the Six Paths, creator of the ninja world." The Hokage gasped. Gaara growled at Naruto. He jumped and charged Naruto. Naruto leaped out of the way as Gaara swiped at him with his monstrous arm. Gaara's arm demolished several trees easily. Naruto stood on a branch as he watched Gaara search for him. "What is the matter, Uzumaki? Are you afraid? Afraid of my existence?" Naruto drew his sword and channeled chakra. He thrust his sword at Gaara's form. Itoryu, air cannon. A large orb of air flew toward Gaara and slammed into him. Gaara lurched and fell off the branch. He caught himself, however, but was breathing deeply. The impact hurt him despite no piercing his armor. "Uzumaki, you are very interesting." Gaara leaped at Naruto. Naruto also leaped at Gaara. He dodged Gaara's arm and sliced it into little pieces. AARGG. Ha 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 ha. Gaara smiled maniacally despite him bleeding. "Uzumaki, mother will be happy for your blood." Gaara grunted as he grew another arm, and his face became covered by the sand, revealing a Tanuki's face. "Die!" Gaara roared and charged Naruto. Naruto glared at Gaara and dodged his attack. Naruto went to another branch and made one-handed seals for two different jutsus. When he finished, he waited until Gaara charged again. Oni Kaiten. Air Fireball. Naruto launched a white baseball-sized fireball at Gaara's face. Gaara didn't dodge as he thought the fireball was weak. Boom! The fireball caused a huge explosion and fiery shockwave when it touched Gaara. Gaara flew back stunned and burned as he tried to reform his sand all around his body. His arms were blown off along with most of his face. Shit, how could this guy be so powerful? Gaara gasped. He watched in horror as Naruto charged him, sword drawn. Kenryu, Storm Slash. Naruto slashed Gaara with his sword. The sword sliced through Gaara's armor and tore off a section of it. Gaara's eyes widened and he jumped back. Fueton, Great Sandbliss Breakthrough. Gaara blew a huge sandstorm at Naruto. Naruto channeled chakra in his sword and swung it. Metsujutsu, Chaos Wave. Gaara was torn apart as chakra blade sliced his tail off along with most of his armor. In some places, his bare skin was showing. Temari and Kiba watched in awe as Naruto dominated the battle. Naruto was showing strength equal to a Jounin, and Kiba guessed he wasn't going all out too. "Who is this guy?" Temari asked. Kiba grinned. "He's Naruto Uzumaki, ninja of the leaf." Kiba turned to the battle and cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted, "Go Naruto, kick his sandy, unwiped ass." Naruto grinned when he heard Kiba's words. He sheathed his sword and channeled chakra throughout his body. Tekai Tekken. Naruto slammed his fist on Gaara's face. The punch was so strong that the branch Gaara was standing on broke. Both of them fell to the ground, landing with a huge boom. Kiba and Temari peered down to see Naruto standing over Gaara inside of a crater. Gaara looked at Naruto. You, my existence shall not end because of you," Gaara shrieked. Naruto jumped as a huge amount of sand gathered around Gaara. Naruto watched as more and more sand surrounded Gaara. Naruto watched as Gaara's form grew and grew until it was bigger than a mountain. "What is that?" Kiba asked in awe. Akamaru whimpered. "The final form, Shukaku," Temari whispered. Naruto smirked. He made several hand seals and bit his thumb. Kuchius, the Raven King Tsunade. A huge raven around 40 feet tall appeared. The raven had a silver patch of feathers around its neck and a silver stripe on his back from his neck to the tip of his middle tail feather. The raven hovered a bit before perching on a very thick branch. "Naruto, why have you summoned me?" Tsunade asked. His voice was harsh and deep and seemed to grate your ears. Kiba winced at the sound of his voice. "I apologize for summoning you. However, my opponent is a tailed beast, a chibi of the desert," Naruto said politely. Tsunade nodded. At least you summoned me for proper reasons, not like the summoner for toads, Jiraiya, and the summoner for snakes, Orochimaru. Naruto nodded. I need you to carry me to fight Gaara. Tsunade bent down and allowed Naruto on his back. Naruto sat cross-legged and channeled chakra to his legs. Tsunade spread out his massive wings and launched himself in the air, making a humongous whirlwind. Kiba had to use chakra in his claws to keep himself from flying off. Temari wasn't that lucky and flew off the branch. However, a chain wrapped around her waist and pulled her back to a branch. Shino, Niji. Hey guys, Kiba said excitedly. Shino and Niji waved at Kiba. Kiba, where's Naruto Taicho? Shino asked. Kiba pointed up in the air. Shino's and Niji's gaze followed Kiba's finger. Both of them watched as Naruto, riding on a huge raven, was bombing a huge sand tanuki with jutsu after jutsu. He really was holding back all this time, Niji gasped. Naruto was in the air meditating. All of his jutsus had little or no effect on Gaara's huge body. He watched as Gaara rose up from the Shukaku's head. Naruto Uzumaki, you amuse me, Gaara shouted. He made a hand seal. Ninpu, feigning sleep. Naruto's eyes widened when he saw Gaara fall asleep. Yahahuo, I'm finally out, and I see someone I want to kill, the Shukaku said. It's come out, the real Shukaku, get ready for evasive action, Naruto Tsunade said. Naruto nodded. Shukaku inhaled deeply and blew toward Tsunade. Fueton, drilling air bullet. A humongous orb of air flew toward Tsunade. Tsunade dived at Shukaku. Ninpu, iron screech. Tsunade opened his beak and channeled chakra in his throat. The Shukaku winced and shook violently as the high-pitched screech blurred his vision and made his head throb violently. Kiba was on the ground rolling in pain as his ears were affected by the screech. Niji quickly plugged Kiba's ears with earplugs. Thanks, Niji, Kiba yelled. You're welcome. What? I can't hear you. Tsunade flew high into the air and ruffled his feathers as he dodged another one of Shukaku's wind blasts. Tsunade watched as his feathers dropped on the Shukaku. Ninpu, iron feathers. The feathers became as sharp as swords and stabbed Shukaku. Tsunade, I need you to avoid his blasts for 10 more seconds, Naruto said. Tsunade nodded. Naruto went into meditations and reached for the spiritual part of his chakra. When he reached it, he gathered it and channeled it into his sword. Soar above the blizzards to the clear blue skies, Ekashirayujin. Everyone watched as a huge pillar of chakra surrounded Naruto. He was holding a huge sword. The sword blade was 4 feet long, single-edged, and 6 inches wide. There was no crossguard, and the grip was 14 inches long. A hand protector divided the grip into 2. On the end of the grip was a pommel like Zabuza's. Edged on the blade was a blue dragon. Naruto swung the blade at the Shukaku. A huge blue fire blade flew at the Shukaku and lopped of its arm. The Shukaku watched as the blue flames ate rapidly at his body. Shit, Shukaku screamed. He watched as the sand was frozen and fell off. Naruto smirked. Tsunade, charge. Tsunade flew at Shukaku. Naruto charged up his sword and thrust it at the Shukaku. Crystal Dragon Bomb. A humongous crystal dragon larger than Tsunade flew toward Shukaku and stabbed deeply. Boom. Shukaku exploded in millions of pieces. Naruto was able to catch Gaara dead, tired and scared for his life. No, don't kill me, Gaara screamed. Naruto's eyes softened when he saw scared Gaara was. Tsunade, land on the ground, Naruto ordered. Tsunade nodded and landed on the ground. Naruto slid down the raven's back and laid Gaara on the ground. Don't come any closer, Gaara screamed. Gaara, I won't kill you. Going through every day alone, without company, feeling incomplete and watching people smile and laugh with others. When you try and join them, they see you as a monster and run away with fear. Gaara stared at Naruto. How did he know? However, you have people who care for you, your sister and brother. Trust and acknowledge them. They will save you from this hell of loneliness. And in time, other people will see you aren't a monster. Gaara listened to Naruto's words. Soon you will find strength in knowing you have people that believe in you, people that you want to protect, people that you will love. This is why I became strong. This is why I kill without mercy. This is why I became a ninja of Konoha. This is my belief. Love? Gaara asked. Naruto nodded. You have a brother and sister that love you despite how you treated them in the past. Now is the time to make amends. Naruto watched as Shino, Niji, Kiba, Temari, and Kankuro dropped around them. Temari and Kankuro were unsure of what to do. Gaara had never lost before. That's enough, Gaara whispered. Alright Gaara, Kankuro said. He gently lifted his brother up. Kankuro and Temari nodded to the Konoha ninjas and left. As the Sangenins left, Gaara spoke. Temari. Kankuro. I'm sorry, Gaara whispered. Kankuro and Temari exchanged looks of shock. It's nothing, Kankuro said. Inside the barrier, after a ferocious battle, they finally stopped the Sage of Six Paths. After the barrier fell, the Anbu squad helped the group fight the 6 clones the Sage created. Shikamaru was able to stop the Sage clones by firing his arrows at their shadows. It halted them long enough for the Anbu to stop them and destroy them. The Hokage and Jiraiya in his hermit mode managed to destroy Orochimaru's seal. Once the sage's body crumbled, the Hokage grabbed Orochimaru's vessel. He plunged his hand inside the body and pulled out the white snake Orochimaru became. He dropped Orochimaru and watched it grow into a humongous white snake made of snakes. Orochimaru laughed at their expressions. Now you see my true form. The Hokage shook his head at what Orochimaru had become. Orochimaru, you are truly a monster. Look at you, you have lost your sense of humanity. If it's for my ambition, so be it. Orochimaru shrieked. He struck at Jiraiya who dodged. He and the 2 great hermits on his shoulder made seals. Senjutsu, deeper fryer, a stream of flames enveloped Orochimaru. Orochimaru felt the full impact of the jutsu and shrieked in pain. Doton, Earth Chain. Jin and Uchigami slammed their palms into the ground. Huge chains flew out of the ground and wrapped around Orochimaru. Kaiten, Flare Missile. The Anbus raised their blowguns and blew huge gouts of flame, burning Orochimaru. The Genins decided to help the adults no matter the consequences. Ninpu, Rain of Explosive Steel. Tenten directed hundreds of spears at Orochimaru. They pierced his body easily and exploded. Doton, Boulder Cannon. Choji created a boulder and smashed it at Orochimaru. The boulder smashed into Orochimaru's head. Ninpu, Hurricane Arrow. Shikamaru sent an arrow full of chakra at Orochimaru's eye. It drilled through one eye and came out of the other eye but missed the brain. As Orochimaru screamed and struggled, the Hokage watched in vindictive pleasure. Orochimaru, your ambition will end here. Never. You have grown old and the ninjas of sand and sound shall destroy the village. The Hokage glared at Orochimaru. You should know not to take the ninjas of this village lightly. Throughout Konoha, Leaf Shinobis were defeating Sand and Sound. In a field, Hiashi Hyuga blew away a team of Sand Chuninins with a Kaiten. Do not forget the Hyugas are the strongest in the Leaf. Multi-size, Chaozu shouted. He grew to twice the size of a building and began to swing his staff, causing havoc among the Sand and Sound ninjas. On a rooftop, Shukaku watched as several Sanjounins get caught in his shadow. Is this your first time experiencing the Leaf's shadow imitation technique? Well, let me also introduce you to the shadow neckbind technique. The Sand Shinobis watched as a hand made of shadows crawled to their throats and began to choke them. Inoichi made a hand seal at a Sanjounin. Ninpu, Mind-Body Switch. The Sanjounin attacked his comrade. Stop it, what the hell are you doing? I can't, my body is moving on its own. Ino watched as the 2 Jounins killed each other. Shibi Aburum was in the forest, dragging Sound Nins in to feed his Kikai's voracious appetite for chakra. Soma and Hana and Yazako were mauling Sound ninjas left and right with their dogs and clan jutsus. Anko laughed wildly as she slew Sound ninjas with manic energy. She cackled in glee as she stabbed a Sound Jounin in the crotch and jerked the kunai up. Orochimaru, true strength lies in protecting others. Since I was never able to teach you that, I shall end your ambition here. The Hokage declared. The Hokage picked up the kusanagi and stabbed it deep in Orochimaru's brain. Die, the Hokage yelled, and so ended the life of the snake Sanin, Orochimaru. The Hokage stood up panting. He stumbled only to be caught by Jiraiya. There you go, sensei, Jiraiya said as he laid Jiraiya against a tree root. The Hokage looked up at Jiraiya. You look really ugly and scary in that form. You won't be able to get any information for those books if you look like that, the Hokage said. Jiraiya glared as everyone around him laughed. I do not look ridiculous, Jiraiya said. He made a pose and began to shout. Behold the brilliant glow of my angelic halo, the gallant Jirai. He was interrupted by the 2 toad hermits on his shoulder, punching him in the cheek simultaneously. Stop shouting in my ear, Danjit, they shouted. The Hokage chuckled at the sight. An Anbu landed by him and knelt down. Hokage-sama, the ninjas from Sand and Sound have left. We captured many of them, including the Orochimaru's personal 4 guards. The invasion failed. We have won. The Hokage looked to the sky and began weeping tears of happiness. The place the leaves dance, the fires burn, the fire of the shadows illuminates the village, and so a new leaf sprouts, the Hokage whispered. He smiled and began to sleep. Chapter 20. Disclaimer, I do not own Naruto. Aftermath. Naruto was downtown Konoha helping the villagers and repairing the damage caused by the invasion. He looked around and smiled when he saw his friends helping too. Haku and Ken were helping many of the women cook food and serve drinks to the men repairing the buildings. Shino was using his bugs to help reconnect the wiring in the houses so that electricity could be restored to the houses. Choji was carrying huge loads of lumber easily and delivered them to carpenters. Kiba was using his claws to dig out objects stuck in the ground, such as heavy iron beams and such. Nija was with Hinata, and both of them were helping the plumbers to fix the pipes and plumbing. Lee was helping as much as he could, despite orders from the doctor from taking it easy. He had just miraculously recovered and somehow, Lee could use his chakra now. Naruto wiped his brow and turned to see someone holding a drink. "Thanks Ino," Naruto said. Ino had become friends with Naruto and the others when she admitted she didn't want to friends with Sakura or Sasuke anymore. When asked why, Ino said that both of them didn't know what it meant to be a shinobi of Konoha. She was welcomed with open arms by the group. However, Lee made amorous advances to her, much to Ino's chagrin and everyone else's pleasure. "No problem Naruto. I'm going to give some drinks to the others, especially Choji. The poor guy's sweating like a pig," Ino said. Naruto looked at Choji who really was sweating like a pig. Naruto grimaced when Choji took off his shirt. However, under that were huge muscles and a hint of fat. Seems like strength training affected Choji a lot. Naruto glanced at Ino to see her blushing. Ino, you're drooling," Naruto pointed out. He grinned when Ino turned bright red. "I am not," Ino stated firmly and stomped away. Naruto snickered when she wiped her hand across her mouth. Naruto sighed and picked up a can of paint. He went with some of the other painters and helped them out. Naruto also made several clones so that each painter had a partner. This way, the painting was done twice as fast. Naruto heard a pot being struck by a spatula. Lunchtime. Naruto eagerly placed his brush back in the paint can and jumped down to the stall, which served as the kitchen. He saw Haku and Ken serve bowls of rice with teriyaki chicken and stir-fried vegetables. His mouth watered when he smelled the delicious food. "Man, that smells good," Naruto exclaimed. Behind him Kiba nodded while Akamaru yipped in agreement. Haku grinned and served Naruto a bowl. "It's mostly Mrs. Akamichi that cooked the food. She is a general in the kitchen." Naruto looked over to see Anko dip a finger in the teriyaki sauce. However, Mrs. Akamichi whacked her hand with a wooden ladle. Anko winced and rubbed her smarting hand. "What was that for?" Anko yelled. She cringed when Mrs. Akamichi held the ladle threateningly. "Don't stick your fingers in any of the dishes," Mrs. Akamichi said sternly. "You mean like this?" Anko tried to stick a finger in the rice, but Mrs. Akamichi slapped Anko's arm several times with the ladle before Anko touched it. Anko retracted her hand and winced at her smarting arm. Naruto chuckled at the dismayed look on Anko's face. "You're right, Haku. Anyway, I have to go. Bye Haku, bye Ken." Both girls waved at Naruto as he left. Kiba stepped up to receive food. "Hi Haku, can I have some extra teriyaki chicken for Akamaru?" Haku smiled at Kiba. She served him his lunch and an extra plate of teriyaki chicken for Akamaru. "Here you go, enjoy," Haku said serenely. Kiba blushed and took the bowl and plate. "Thanks Haku," Kiba said. As he walked to where Naruto sat, he muttered, "Lucky bastard that Naruto, to get two hot girlfriends." Kiba sat with Naruto. He placed the plate of teriyaki on the table. Akamaru leaped from Kiba's head and began eating the teriyaki greedily. Soon Tenten, Shino, Choji, Niji, Hinata, Lee, and Shikamaru joined them in their lunch. All of them began to talk, laugh, and joke. It was easily the loudest yet cheerful table of the bunch. At another table, several of the Jounins looked at the Genins. "Noisy bunch, ain't they?" Asuma commented. Kakashi and Zabuza nodded in agreement. They both turned the page on their Icha book simultaneously. Anko's eye twitched. As if Kakashi wasn't bad enough. Now there's a missed version of him, with their silent, stoic attitude, their short answers, their perverted books, and that mask on their faces. What is under the mask? Anyway, Anko ranted in her mind. Guy shook his head at the pair. "It is not youthful to be reading that book here, Kakashi-san and Zabuza-san." "You say something, Guy?" Kakashi and Zabuza asked at the same time. Guy threw his hands to his head. "Damn you Kakashi and Zabuza with your hip attitudes," Guy shouted. Guy then brightened up. "Yosh, I have a new eternal rival as well as Kakashi," Guy bellowed. He pointed at Zabuza. "Zabuza, I challenge you to a match of sumo." Zabuza said nothing and picked up his drink. He took a sip and went back reading. "Did you say something important, Guy?" Zabuza asked politely. "Damn you Zabuza and your hip attitude." Kurenai turned to Asuma. "Asuma, have you heard if any of the Genins were going to be promoted?" Asuma shook his head. "Nope. However, if I had to choose, Naruto would definitely be a Chunin, hell even Jounin," Asuma said. He stuck a cigarette in his mouth and lit it. "I have to agree," Kurenai said. "Over the past several months he has distinguished himself unlike any other Genin." Guy nodded. I've heard several of Naruto's accomplishments, all of them extremely impressive, and most of them showing his ability as a leader and a ninja of Konoha. Asuma breathed deeply and exhaled smoke. Anko and Kurenai glared at the chain-smoking Jounin. I took a peek at the Hokage's desk and found a very interesting report, Asuma said. What is it? Anko asked. Did you notice that Naruto was absent in the stadium when the invasion began? Asuma said. The Jounins nodded. Apparently, he was fighting Gaara, that insane Genin. Turned out that Genin was a Jinchuriki of the Ichibi. No way, Anko said. Asuma grinned. That's not the surprising part. Gaara was able to fully release the Ichibi's form, albeit a Sand version. However, it still retained all of the Ichibi's powers. Naruto battled it on the back of a giant raven he summoned. A raven? Guy asked. A raven. However, Naruto defeated the Shukaku by sending one Haluva Jutsu at the Shukaku, causing the Shukaku to explode, defeating Gaara. What happened to Gaara? Zabuza asked. According to the report, the battle against Naruto changed Gaara so much that instead of the homicidal psychopath he used to be, Gaara is now a kind and gentle person. He doesn't speak much, but at least he's stable, Asuma said. Geez, and I thought making a plan to help the Hokage was impressive, Zabuza said. What are you talking about? Kakashi asked. Well, as you know, Orochimaru put this barrier between the Hokage and the outside world. However, Naruto sent Choji and Shikamaru along with Tenten to help the Hokage out. Choji and Shikamaru got me and a person named Jin to help out. Jin, not that crazy dwarf that carried a humongous kanabo? Anko asked. The same exact Jin. Anyway, Naruto told Shikamaru to break or go around the barrier. Shikamaru understood what Naruto was thinking. Anyway, Shikamaru and Choji managed to sneak inside the barrier and get Jin and I inside. When we got inside, the Anbus outside began using blowguns, the ones that amplify Kaiten jutsus, to break down the barrier, Zabuza explained. What happened inside? Well, yada yada yada, and Orochimaru bit the dust, Zabuza said. You bastard, Anko screamed. She leapt across the table and began throttling the life out of Zabuza. Glooga googa glig, Zabuza gurgled out as Anko shook him. The other Jounins watched in amusement at the two. You bastard, what happened next? In the hospital, the Hokage was reading his Icha Icha book. He giggled and blushed as he read the novel. Jiraiya, you are a genius, the Hokage said. He heard a knock on his door and hid the book. Come in. Jin walked in and glanced at the Hokage. You can read that smut. I'm just here to read my smut, Jin said. He held out a black book with a moon and red rose on it. What Icha Icha book is that? Hokage asked. Jin shook his head. It's not an Icha Icha novel. No, Naruto wrote this masterpiece when I forced him to write smut. This novel contains a great plot that has romance, drama, action, comedy, and more explicit scenes that the Icha Icha ever had, Jin said. He flipped open to a sex scene and handed it to the Hokage. Here, read some, Jin offered. The Hokage read it, curious. A nurse was passing by when she heard a loud splat in the Hokage's room. She opened the door to see the Hokage pale as a sheet. He had 2 rivulets of blood dripping down his nose. On the wall the Hokage was facing, there was a humongous blood stain on the wall. Doctor, the nurse screamed. A doctor ran in and checked the Hokage. He turned to the nurse. Hurry to the blood bank and get blood type A ASAP, the doctor said. The nurse nodded and ran out the door. The doctor noticed a black book on the ground. He picked it up and began reading. Doctor, I have the doctor, the nurse screamed. The doctor was in the same condition as the Hokage. There was also a huge blood stain on the windows. The Hokage and the doctor were both replaying the scene they had read in their minds. Both of them had a big lecherous grin on their faces. In another part of the hospital, Sasuke was brooding. He was staring up at the ceiling. He had heard what had happened in the invasion and was extremely angry. I should have been the hero. Me, the Uchiha, Sasuke thought angrily. So typical of the people in Konoha, ignorant. A small oily voice inside Sasuke's head said. Who said that? Sasuke said. Yair, calm down, I'm just your consciousness, the voice said. Right, and Sakura isn't a banshee. Point is that you deserve power and prestige, not that commoner Uzumaki, the voice said. Yes, I do deserve it more than him. You've been through more pain than he knows. Yes, I have. You deserve power. Yes. You deserve prestige. Yes. You deserve little boys to serve you night and day. Why, what the hell? I don't need that, Sasuke thought. I mean, a harem of beautiful women to cater to your every pleasure, the voice said quickly. Yes. Then listen closely, little one, for I can help gain it all, the voice said. The voice would have grinned if it had a face. Foolish leaf ninjas. They think they have slain the snake Sanin, Orochimaru. They do not realize that in every cursed seal I have implanted my soul. I shall resurrect myself with the help of this handsome pawn in his eyes. Back in downtown Konoha, Naruto was washing his hands when three children tackled him. Naruto Nyasin, they cried. Naruto lurched a bit from the extra weight on his arms and back. Nyasin, we haven't seen you in such a long time, Konohamaru said happily. We've been trying to find you since we completed the task you gave us, Mogi said. Yeah, but every time we asked the Hokage you were gone, Yuden said. Naruto smiled. Did you really do it? Naruto asked. Konohamaru scratched the back of his head. Well, on the last one, we just went door to door saying to women that this weird, loud, white-haired guy was forcing us to read his book. Every time we did that, we made crying and sniffling noises. After that, we found a huge mob with torches, pitchforks, and clubs calling for a Jiraiya's blood, Konohamaru explained. Naruto's sweat dropped. Was this yesterday? Mogi nodded. Yeah, it was. Naruto snickered and began laughing extremely hard. He bent over, gasping and wheezing. The three kids jumped off his back and ran to get Naruto water. They splashed him with water in hopes of helping him. He continued to laugh for several minutes before he stopped. Guys, you have definitely proved that you are ready to be a ninja. Just out of curiosity, do you have any pictures of the last prank? Yuden nodded. As he handed a packet of pictures to Naruto, Konohamaru spoke up. The old white-haired guy was easy. The best one we did was to lure him to the red district of Konoha and push in a gay bar, Konohamaru explained. Naruto struggled not to laugh. May I see those pictures please? Yuden gave another packet of pictures to Naruto. Okami, Naruto whispered as he looked at a picture. Okami is right. If you ever did that, I would tear out of this seal even if it killed me, Kyuubi said. Konohamaru, do you mind if I keep this? Sure, we have the negatives anyway, Konohamaru nodded. Naruto grinned. You know, this is the perfect time for you to show you one of my favorite jutsus, Naruto said. Naruto began to walk to the forests of Konoha. The three children followed him eagerly. After they reached a mile inside the forest, Naruto stopped. I'll teach you two things that will help you, Naruto said. What are they? Mogi asked. Henge and tree walking. Why those? Yuden asked. Because tree walking helps build up chakra. Henge is just fun to use around town, Naruto explained. Henge is fun to use? Konohamaru asked skeptically. Naruto nodded. I use it a lot of times, mostly scaring the crap out of people, Naruto said. He made a hand seal. Henge. Naruto was surrounded by a cloud of smoke. When the smoke disappeared, there was a giant octopus on its place. Oh! The kids yelled as the octopus grabbed them with its tentacles. The octopus exploded into smoke, revealing a laughing Naruto. Ha ha ha, you should have seen the looks on your faces. Naruto chuckled. Konohamaru thought about it and began laughing. You're right, Naruto Nyasin. Henge is fun to use, Konohamaru said. Mogi and Yuden nodded. It was fun scaring the heck out of people you don't like. That afternoon, Naruto taught Konohamaru, Mogi, and Yuden henge and tree walking. Naruto was surprised at how much chakra the three had. Apparently, all of them had Genin level chakras despite them still being academy students. Konohamaru himself had high Genin levels of chakra. Konohamaru, how many tries did it take before you succeeded on what I asked? Naruto asked. Yuden, do you have how many attempts it took? Konohamaru nodded. Yuden searched his pack and pulled out a little notebook. 1,596 attempts, Konohamaru. Out of those, 1093 our pranks worked, but we didn't get away. 850 times we managed to escape the Jounins and Chuninins for 1 to 2 hours. 302 times we outran the Anbu for 2 to 3 hours. 12 times we escaped them completely. 1 time we pranked her and escaped, Yuden recited. Naruto noticed when Yuden mentioned her. Konohamaru and Mogi flinched and rubbed their butts. Who do you mean when you say her? Naruto asked. Mogi shivered. Some crazy dango-loving woman that threw explosive tags, snakes, and kunais when she chased us, Mogi explained. She was caught in the crossfire of one of our pranks and caught us. Then she hung us by out underwear on top of a flagpole, Konohamaru said. Naruto's sweat dropped. Anko definitely did not know the meaning of the phrase "told back." Oh yeah, what about him? Yuden exclaimed. They all shivered. Who's him? Naruto asked. He had a suspicion it was Zabuza. This huge man that carried a humongous sword on his back, Mogi said. He chased us and swinging that humongous sword of his when Konohamaru called him a no-eyebrow freak, Yuden said while glaring at Konohamaru. Konohamaru chuckled sheepishly. I'm sorry about that. Anyway, when he caught us, he threw us in the Aburam clan forest. There were so many bugs, Konohamaru said. Naruto's sweat drop grew even bigger. What the hell were those two thinking? At the end of the afternoon, all three of them were able to master tree walking and were proficient in henge. Great job guys, practice those jutsus and use them for your pranks. Send me real good pictures if you want to learn more jutsus, Naruto said. Hi, Naruto-sensei, the three said. The three children ran off, leaving Naruto to muse over what the children said. Naruto-sensei, I like the sound of that, Naruto thought. He walked back to Konoha at a more sedate pace, thinking of what Kin will make for supper. In the Hokage Tower, the council was holding a meeting without the Hokage for deciding who should make Chunin. However, there was unnatural support for the Uchiha to become Chunin. Despite his ridiculous lack of credential or merit, the Uchiha must become Chunin. This village needs the Sharingan bloodline again, a civilian council member demanded. Soon Yuzaka, the most blunt of all the council members, began banging her head on the table. Many of the ninjas on the council felt like doing the same. The Uchiha is not ready to become Chunin, Shikaku Nara drawled. The current level of strategy and skill he shows now is at high Genin level at least. If we send him out to do B-class missions, it is likely he will be killed and his eyes be harvested for research. Also, he is not mentally stable as he is an egomaniac, Inoichi added. He thinks just because he is an Uchiha that his name automatically grants him privilege. I agree. The Uchiha is not ready to be a Chunin, Chaozu Akamichi said. Then who do we promote to be Chunin? Hiashi asked. I suggest Naruto Uzumaki become Chunin. Maybe even Takebutsu Jounin, specializing in combat and Kenjutsu, Shibi Aburam proposed. Many of the ninja council members nodded approvingly at the proposal. I agree with promoting Naruto to Takebutsu Jounin, Tsun said. I heard from my son Kiba that Naruto was able to demolish a genin in the preliminaries with a single Kenjutsu move. In my son's words, Naruto split the poor bastard in half. I must say that after Naruto helped my son in a unique training, Kiba can defeat many Enizakas in a straight Taijutsu match. My son also was taught by Naruto, Chaozu said. Thanks to Naruto's training, Choji was a vital part in rescuing the Hokage and defeating Orochimaru. Mine too. My son and Shibi's son were teammates with Naruto. Under Naruto's leadership, they have a remarkable amount of experience despite being rookies, Shukaku said. 3B rank missions and they haven't been Genins for a year. Naruto has all of the credentials and has proven time and time again that he is ready to become Chunin, Tsun said. I disagree, Danzo said. Everyone turned to look at the old war hawk, many with exasperation. He has not proven that he is completely trustworthy. None of us know what this Naruto is truly capable of. I suggest a time with a Biki. To loosen his tongue a bit, Danzo suggested. Never. Go die and go to hell Danzo, Shibi Aburam thundered. Shibi's bugs were swarming around his body dangerously as Shibi glared at Danzo behind his shades. Every person stared at Shibi in shock. No one, not even the Hyugas, were as emotionless or stoic as the Aburams. To make an Aburam this mad is stepping on extremely dangerous territory, as the Aburams are masters of stealth, poison, and assassination. This is why the Aburams were on the council. Danzo smirked. Why is it that an Aburam defends this outcast so much? Danzo, I am warning you, Shibi growled. The bud cloud around Shibi seemed to expand, so it looked like a huge black cloud behind Shibi. Do not think you root ninjas will be able to so much as touch me or the Aburams. Nothing you can do will harm me in any way. However, you might want to watch yourself as a small bug carrying a powerful toxin can go into your room and fly into your mouth, Shibi proclaimed. He flicked his sleeve once to reveal two thin spikes, dripping with glowing sick green poison. Danzo was about to speak, but a thundering voice interrupted him. Enough. Everyone turned to see the Hokage striding in the room. He glared at Danzo once and motioned for Shibi to sit down. Shibi flicked off Danzo and sat down, with no emotion on his face. Now, I believe that this meeting is to decide which Genins to promote to Chunin. Is that right, Jin? Jin emerged from the floor, his hands in a hand seal. He nodded to the Hokage and turned to Danzo. You know, next time keep them sprouts in line. They dragged me to some damn dungeon and tried to interrogate me under your orders apparently, Jin said angrily. He pulled out a scroll and unsealed it. When the smoke dispelled, there was a pile of around 100 corpses, all of them root ninjas. Every ninja's had a signs of a violent death. Jin sealed them back and tossed the scroll to Danzo. The Hokage turned to Danzo. Despite the fact you are supported by my advisor Koharu, but you are under my command. As of this moment, I am disbanding Root. If you make any more illegal actions in subverting my authority, I will have you executed. Do I make myself clear? The Hokage said. Clear, Hokage-sama, Danzo said neutrally. Inwardly, he was scheming on how to usurp the Hokage's position. Now, down to the main purpose, the Hokage said briskly. I will definitely promote Naruto to Chunin and maybe Takebetsu Jounin if I am supported by enough votes. The other genins I suggest should be Chunin's are Shino Aburam, Choji Akamichi, Niji Hyuga Kiba Inuyasaka, Shikamaru Nara, and Tenten. Many of the ninjas on the council nodded in approval of the genins being promoted. However, many civilian council members were disappointed that Sasuke was not suggested for promotion. I say that Sasuke Uchiha should be promoted, Akujo Haruno said. Everyone turned to the pink-haired woman. May I ask why he should be promoted? Hiashi asked. If I remember rightly, he did not win his match against his opponent, and despite his bloodline, he lost because he recklessly charged a long-range specialist. We must help Sasuke Uchiha restore his clan's family glory. Without the Uchiha, our military strength is weakened, Akujo demanded. Other Uchiha supporters including Danzo and Koharu nodded in agreement, while many ninjas and neutral council members showed no outward reaction to the blatant favoritism to the Uchiha. Soon rolled her eyes at the ignorant members on the council. Look, Akujo, you are overstepping your privileges as a member of the civilian council, Tsun said. The selection of Chunin's from the genins is a strictly military matter that you have no say in. It is for the decision of the ninjas on the council to decide. Shut up, you bitch, Akujo shrieked. Tsun covered her ears at Akujo's shrillness. Jiraiya walked in, holding both of his ears in pain. Everyone watched as he muttered and pulled out a telescope. I just had to enter when the mother of the skinny pink Banshee screams. Oh well, time for peeping. Everyone watched in astonishment as Jiraiya completely ignored the meeting and opened a window. Then, in front of everybody, used his telescope to peep on the women in the hot springs. Everyone's sweat dropped when he began giggling lecherously and muttering dirty sentences under his breath. The Hokage cleared his throat to gain everyone's attention. Can we proceed to vote on which genins to promote to Chunin now? The Hokage asked. Wait, Akujo shrieked. Jiraiya cursed as the lens of his telescope shattered at the Haruno's cry. He casually threw it out the window and pulled out a humongous set of binoculars. What is it, Haruno-san? Hiashi asked. If Sasuke cannot be Chunin, then at least have him apprentice to Jiraiya. I am sure he will appreciate having the privilege to teach the Uchiha, Akujo said. Jiraiya turned to Akujo with an incredulous expression on his face. Lady, what have you been smoking? Jiraiya asked. What? Akujo shrieked at the top of her voice. Do you think I would train that spoiled brat? Your daughter has a better chance of having a successful date with Sasuke before I teach him. I have seen Sasuke and I will not train him. All he cares about is gaining more power to kill his brother. He is so obsessed with killing his brother that he will betray Konoha, Jiraiya said bluntly. Akujo was about to shriek again when Jin lightly tapped her in the back of her head with his kanabo. She was instantly knocked out to the relief of many. Now, can we please vote on who to promote to Chunin? The Hokage asked. The ninjas on the council nodded. Haku-chan. Ken-chan, I'm home, Naruto shouted. He closed the door to see his friends eating dinner in his already cramped apartment. Zabuza, Anko, Iruka, and other jounins were eating also. Hey, Naruto-kun, Haku and Ken said cheerfully. They ran over and glomped Naruto. Naruto kissed each girl and went to help Ken and Haku cook. Ken, why are there so many people here? Naruto asked Ken as he quickly made some takoyaki in a pan. Well, at first, Shino and Shikamaru came over to see how you were doing and to ask if you were going to train them more, Ken said. Naruto nodded as he placed the cooked takoyaki on a plate and covered it with a savory sauce. He handed it to Haku, who served the takoyaki to the guests. When they came in, we told them you weren't here. They decided to wait for you here and rest, Haku continued. Naruto placed some courage into the pan and watched it cook. Soon after Shino and Shikamaru came, Zabuza and Kakashi ran in trying to escape from Anko, who was throwing a rain of kunai at the two of them. Kurenai, Guy, and Asuma were following the three, while Iruka tried to placate Anko, Ken explained. We decided to serve some food when all of the Jounins and Iruka came in the house, Haku said. As they ate, Choji, Ino, Hinata, Kiba, and Guy's team also came in. That's pretty much what happened, Ken finished. Naruto fished out the courage from the oil and spread a savory sauce on it before handing it to Haku to serve to his guests. Man, Naruto, you could open up a restaurant when you retire from being a ninja, Choji called out. This food is great. I know, isn't it? Zabuza said. That's why I continue to live here even though I always hear them having wild sex in the next room. Everyone except Zabuza and Kakashi spat out their food or drink. What? Zabuza looked around at the stunned faces. Geez, I was just kidding. Can't you take a joke? Zabuza said sheepishly. His eyes widened in horror when Anko held up 5 kunes with her hand, all of them wrapped in explosive notes. Now, Anko, remember what the psychologist said, Iruka said placatingly. Count to 10 before you do anything rash. Anko grinned maniacally. You hear them, Zabuza? You have until I reach 10 before I begin throwing these kunes, Anko said. Zabuza paled and jumped out of the window. Anko smirked and sheathed her kunes. Iruka sighed in relief that his girlfriend did not go into another rampage again. Anko, we really need to work on that temper of yours, Iruka said. I know it won't be you without that temper I learned to love, but could you tone it down a bit? Anko's irritated expression softened at Iruka's soft voice. She gave a gentle, loving hug that shocked nearly everyone in the room. A soft, loving, caring Anko was as common as a non-perverted Jiraiya. Don't worry, my little dolphin, I'll try to settle down, Anko crooned softly. The couple was oblivious of the shock audience that was in Naruto's apartment. Kurenai, Hinata, Tenten, and Ino thought the scene was romantic. Haku and Kin gripped Naruto's hands lovingly as they sighed. Every guy, including Guy and Lee, were shocked that someone managed to calm Anko down without force. This is so romantic, Kyuubi said in Naruto's mind. This is so bizarre. What? I mean, this person that castrated several sound ninjas, summoned giant snakes to train us, and has an unnatural liking to anything destructive and violent, be this gentle and caring. You have a point, Kyuubi said thoughtfully. Crash. Behold the great awesomeness of the man that silences wailing babies with a single movement, the great writer of a man's he. Shut up and eat, Sanin, Naruto snapped. Jiraiya pouted but went to the table and began to eat Naruto's and Kin's cooking. He watched Naruto and his girlfriends serve and cook food. He put a hand in his vest to pull out his notebook. Jiraiya, if I see that notebook in my house, I'll let Anko-sensei burn it in front of you, Naruto warned. Jiraiya glanced at Anko, who had a bloodthirsty grin and a kunai. Fine, Jiraiya grumbled. He picked up more food and ate. Jiraiya didn't open his mouth again until he finished his food. He chose not to because he loved Naruto's and Kin's cooking. Kushikatsu, Jiraiya thought as he bit into the hot tender meat. Hey Naruto, Shikamaru called out. What Shika? Naruto asked. When are we going on another mission or have another training session? I'm not sure, Shika. Anko-sensei is the one that decides when to take missions. Anko shook her head. Actually, you get to decide, Naruto. Nani? Naruto asked surprised. Shino and Shikamaru were also surprised. Why does Naruto get to decide when to take missions? Shino asked, curious. Anko drank a shot of sake and sighed. Man, that's good sake. Anyway, the reason why Naruto gets to decide is that due to the invasion of sound and sand, we have lost a considerable amount of Chunin and some Jounin. Therefore, all Chuninins and Jounins must take on more missions to balance this loss. Kurenai looked up from her food. In addition, Shino, Konoha must take on more B-rank missions and higher to show the other elemental countries such as Iwa and Kumo that the Leaf's military strength is still stronger than theirs. The number of A-rank and S-rank missions a village completes is a way for different countries to measure strength. Shino and Shikamaru nodded. Naruto was now the unofficial leader of Team 7, since Anko was going to be gone for missions now. Kakashi-sensei? Kiba asked. Kakashi looked up from his book. What is it, Kiba? I would like permission to join Team 7 if Anko and Naruto agrees, Kiba asked humbly. Kakashi was extremely sad inside. He should have tried harder to teach Kiba. Kiba honestly wanted to become a ninja, unlike Sakura. Unlike Sasuke, he was willing to learn anything, not just powerful jutsus. Kakashi closed his book and sighed. Anko, Naruto, will you permit Kiba to join Team 7? Kakashi asked. Naruto and Anko looked at each other for a bit and nodded. We'll be happy to let Kiba join Team 7, Anko said. Kiba leapt up in joy. He picked up Akamaru from his head and began to spin wildly. Yahoo, Akamaru, we're now part of Team 7. Kiba shouted. Out. Akamaru began to bark and yip in happiness. Shino and Shikamaru sighed. There goes to quiet team. Now there were 3 nutty and noisy people on Team 7. Asuma looked over to see Kakashi intently reading his book. Asuma patted Kakashi on the back in a friendly manner. Don't worry, Kakashi, it isn't your fault that Kiba was ignored and insulted. I bet he doesn't hold it against you since the council demanded you to train Sasuke, Asuma whispered. Kakashi nodded as he thought of Asuma's words. He tried to comfort himself with them as memories of his Genin days flooded through his mind. Sensei Dadabido, I am so sorry, Kakashi thought. The party soon winded down as time passed. One by one, everyone left, leaving Naruto, Kin, and Haku alone. The 3 cleaned up and went to bed. Naruto laid on the futon as Kin and Haku snuggled up against him on either side. He smiled as both girls kissed him passionately. He felt both of their hearts beat faster and both of their bodies shiver and begin to heat up. Naruto gulped. Next morning, knocking on the door awaked Naruto. He staggered to the door and saw a Chunin. Konnichiwa, Naruto said wearily. The Chunin nodded. Naruto Uzumaki, the Hokage wants to see you in his office as soon as possible. Naruto nodded and closed the door. He went to the pantry and pulled out his special sake. He took a swig from it and was instantly revived. He hurried and took a shower. After he finished, he changed into his clothes, grabbed his gear and a Melampa bun, and ran out the door. He ran across the rooftops to the Hokage tower. He jumped over alleys and ducked laundry as he sped from rooftop to rooftop. He glanced down below to see the streets of Konoha bustling with open markets and shoppers. He also saw Konohamaru scaring the crap out of random shoppers by using a henjin tree walking technique. Naruto smirked when Konohamaru pretended to be a dead Sasuke and dropped from a wall at Sakura's feet. Ai. Sasuke-kun. Ha 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 ha, got ya hag. Konohamaru gloated. He sped off as Sakura chased him, screaming about impersonating true love. Konohamaru easily shook her off and threw a stink bomb at her face. It landed low but still hit square on her chest. Naruto chuckled when Sakura began shrieking foul words at the top of her voice, gaining the glares of many mothers in the streets. He went off to the Hokage's tower. He arrived at the Hokage's tower to see Tenten, Neji, Shikamaru, Kiba, Choji, and Shino waiting. Hey guys, why are you all here? Naruto asked. Tenten shrugged. Don't know. A Chunin told me the Hokage wanted to see me ASAP, so here I am. Everyone else also got the same message. A ninja appeared into the room where everyone was waiting. The Hokage will see you now. Everyone went into the Hokage's office. The Hokage was sitting behind his desk, while the proctors of the Chunin exams were standing around the Hokage. Everyone stood in front of the Hokage waiting for the Hokage to speak. Good morning everyone. I have gathered all of you here to congratulate you on your wonderful performance in the Chunin exams and also on your participation in the defense of Konoha, the Hokage said. Thank you Hokage-sama, the Genins said in unison. After reviewing your performance in both the Chunin exams and the invasion as well as consulting the daimyos, I have made my decision on whether or not to promote you, the Hokage said gravely. All of the Genins tensed as the Hokage pulled out a scroll. Will Tenten, Neji Hyuga, Shikamaru Nara, Shino Aburam Kiba Inuzaka, and Choji Akamichi please step forward, the Hokage said. The Genins, except for Naruto, took a step forward. I am proud to say that all of you have been promoted to Chunin. As such you will be treated as an adult of this village and have a right to wear these vests proudly as a mark of being a Chunin, the Hokage said proudly. All of the Genins quickly glanced at Naruto for any reaction. Naruto was initially enraged but decided to wait until the Hokage finished his announcement. The proctors handed out custom-tailored vests to each of the Genins. On each vest, there is a small kanji for fire on the left pectoral and a small unique picture for each one. On Tenten's, there was a small picture of a scroll and a naginata on the right shoulder. For Neji there was an orb and an eye, while Kiba had a dog's footprint on his. Choji had a picture of a bowl or food, while Shikamaru had a picture of a figure casting a shadow. Shino had a picture of a bug on fire. Everyone proudly pulled on the vests. Choji pulled off his breastplate and wore the vest. He eyed the color clash with critical eye. Can I get this vest in red? Choji asked. The Hokage smiled. Of course, just go down to Ichiban Hikakauju and ask them. They'll dye it in red for free, the Hokage said. Choji grinned. After everyone pulled on the vests, the Hokage spoke again. Will Naruto Uzumaki step forward please? Naruto took a step forward. The Hokage noted that Naruto's face was void of any emotions despite the promotion that everyone knew Naruto would receive. Naruto Uzumaki, for your achievements in leadership and battle unprecedented in Konoha's history, you will receive the rank of Takubetsu Jonin in teaching and combat, the Hokage declared proudly. He stood up and pulled out a black vest with a kanji for Sword of Konoha on the back. Naruto received it with trembling hands. He removed his old vest and removed everything in it. Everyone's eyebrows rose when Naruto pulled out several sewn strips of cloth with the kanji weight on them, several scrolls, and removed a thin sheet of metal with the kanji power from the inside of his old vest. Naruto attached the cloths and the sheet of metal on his new vests and stuffed the scrolls in the pockets. He pulled on the vest proudly. Congratulations to all. I expect great things from a group of rookie Genins that passed the Chunin exams on their first try, the Hokage said. Dismissed. Everyone saluted. Hi Hokage-sama. As everyone began walking out, the Hokage spoke again. Naruto, please stay in my office please. Naruto gave a nod to the others as they left. He stood in attention in front of the Hokage's desk and waited for the Hokage to speak. Naruto, first of all, I would like to thank you for saving my life, the Hokage said solemnly. Naruto nodded but said nothing. I also want to thank you for defending Konoha from Gaara's wrath. From the reports I was able to receive, if it wasn't for you, Konoha would have been leveled or severely damaged if Gaara had ran free. "It was no problem, Hokage-sama," Naruto said. The Hokage stood up and looked straight in Naruto's eyes. "Naruto, ever since you came back to Konoha after 8 years ago, I have been watching you to see if you are ready to know who your parents were," the Hokage said gravely. Naruto's knees nearly buckled. The chance to find out who his parents were, the people that left him or were forced to leave him in the streets. "Naruto, your parents were Minato Namikaze, the Yondaime Hokage, and Kushina Uzumaki, the heir of a long-lost clan of swordsmen." Naruto's eyes widened as the Hokage continued to speak. "Naruto, as Itachi might have told you, your father died unsealing the nine-tailed Bijuu, the Kyuubi, into you. However, your mother died when she gave birth to you. She gave birth to you when Minato was fighting the Kyuubi. The stress of giving birth to you and worrying for Minato's life killed her," the Hokage said sadly. "I knew both of them when they were alive. Ever since Kushina was pregnant, both of them were the happier than they have ever been. I saw them many a time at the local baby store arguing and laughing on what they would get for you, how Minato would raise you to be the strongest ninja ever, and also a connoisseur of ramen, and how Kushina will laugh at Minato's goal." Naruto's eyes began to water in relief that his parents did not hate him or abandon him. His whole body shuddered violently as he struggled to keep his emotions in check as he learned more and more about his parents. For the Hokage, Minato was the most talented ninja I have ever known. However, he was a klutz around women. When he met your mother, he accidentally crashed into the hot springs and was beaten up by the women. When he courted your mother, he was so nervous that he took Jiraiya's advice on women. I must say, imitating Jiraiya's dance on a toad in front of your date's door is not the best first impression. Kushina was the most caring, gentlest, skilled person I have ever met. She was an heiress of a clan of swordsmen and was extremely skilled with the sword. She worked in the hospital many times to train as a medic nin. It was in the hospital that Minato and Kushina fell in love. Since Minato often got injured when he daydreamed about Kushina, he was in there at least once a week. Naruto chuckled and cried at the same time. To hear that he was not abandoned and that he had wonderful parents that loved him was a relief. He finally had the answer to the question that had haunted him for 14 years. He spent night after night in his childhood crying in alleys of his parents. "Naruto, I say this with every ounce of conviction I can. They would be so proud of you." Naruto finally lost all control and began crying. His chakra went wild as Naruto wept with relief. A near-solid wall of dark blue chakra surrounded Naruto. When the Hokage touched it, he jumped back in surprise as it felt cold, yet he was burned by it. The chakra, to the Hokage's shock, manifested itself into 4 animals. The chakra manifested into glowing shapes of a frog, a raven, a fox and a dragon. They seemed to run and fly around Naruto. When Naruto began to settle down, his chakra faded from existence. He stood up and quickly wiped his eyes. "Thank you, Hokage-sama." The Hokage nodded and went over to his desk. Inside his desk, he pulled out a small necklace. He tossed it to Naruto, who caught it and examined it. The necklace chain was thin and made of gold. The amulet attached to it was an emerald leaf. On the leaf, there was a picture of a dragon made of white gold on it. "Naruto, your father gave that to your mother the night before their wedding. Kushina told me to give it to you when you were ready before she died," the Hokage explained. Naruto looked at the necklace with newfound respect and placed it around his neck. He tucked inside his shirt and waited for the Hokage to speak. The Hokage stood up and went to the Yondaime's picture. He removed it to reveal a safe that the Hokage opened. In it was a small scroll. The Hokage tossed it to Naruto. "Naruto, that scroll contains 4 scrolls. One scroll has everything they own and the deed to a house that borders the forest. The other 2 contains Minato's and Kushina's prized techniques. The last one holds their will and message for you about them." Naruto tucked it in an inside pocket of his jacket. He saluted the Hokage. "Is that all, Hokage-sama?" The Hokage nodded. "Naruto, stop calling me Hokage-sama. Call me something else. Your father never did, and it's strange to hear you call me Hokage-sama." "Hi, Waji," Naruto said. Naruto gave the Hokage a smile and jumped out the open window behind the Hokage. The Hokage watched happily as Naruto joined the group of newly appointed Chunin's for a party. He looked over to see Naruto's old vest still in his office. Maybe I'll give it to Konohamaru for a present." Chapter 21. The long-lost heir returns. "Yahoo! We're Chunin's now," Kiba howled. He was jumping in joy with Tenten, who was equally excited. Naruto and Choji smiled at the excited duo. Niji, Shino, and Shikamaru had no different expression on their faces, aside from a small smile. "Everyone except Naruto is a Chunin," Shikamaru corrected. "So, Takubetsu Jonins are like Chunin's except in their specialties," Kiba shot back. Akamaru yipped in agreement. "That is true, Shikamaru," Shino said. "Naruto has the same authority as us, except when it involves teaching or combat. In those aspects he has an authority of a Jonin." "Whatever, troublesome blondes?" Shikamaru muttered. Naruto glared at Shikamaru. Hey, why are you insulting me when it was Shino and Kiba that was disagreeing with you? Naruto asked. Because you're the only one that made Takubetsu Jonin, Shikamaru drawled. Naruto had a tick mark above his eye. He made several hand seals and tapped Shikamaru. Ninpu, earth chaining seal. Shikamaru immediately fell to the ground as his body weighed twice as heavy. Damn it Naruto, Shikamaru shouted as he shuffled along. Naruto snickered and gave Shikamaru the victory sign. Anyway, I think a party is appropriate, Kiba said. Tenten nodded eagerly. We should have a party. I mean, it's not every day that all the Leaf Genins that participated in the preliminaries get promoted, Tenten said. Well, not every Genin had a teacher like Naruto, Choji said. 3 cheers for Naruto. You're right, everyone here had some help from Naruto, Kiba said. As all the Genins cheered for Naruto, Naruto blushed and rubbed the back of his head. Guys, it's nothing, Naruto said abashed. Naruto lurched as Choji and Kiba picked him by the legs and carried him. Naruto was embarrassed as hell but was secretly proud. He was happy for all of his friends as they cheered for him. In the shadows of a nearby house, a man in a long jacket smiled. He tipped his straw hat so that his eyes would be hidden from view. He secretly made a hand seal and vanished in the wind. The man reappeared outside of the Konoha gates where the man's companion was waiting. She looked at the happy face on her friend's face. What are you smiling about? The woman asked. The man chuckled softly and pulled his hat down. I never thought that little Sunkit would be like this. Sure, I imagined him powerful, but so admired this early. Not in my dreams, the man said. He chuckled again and lied down in the grass to sleep. He briefly removed his hat to show glittering black orbs full of care and happiness. Have you seen your other brother? The woman asked. The man's face scowled in deep disappointment and sadness. Mira, in my life I did not think my brother would end up this way. I feel hate and anger so strong in him, it reminds me of the Zayubi, the forbidden, the man said, sadness and anger full in his voice. Mira held her companion's hand gently. She smiled as she watched the scowl on the man's face recede and was replaced by a more relaxed face. You always know how to cheer me up, don't you, Mira? Mira smiled. Sometimes, you are just too easy, my little weasel. Inside the village, Naruto was partying with his friends inside the Akamichi clan house. Chaozu was so happy that his son made Chunin and that he invited allowed Choji and the others to invite many people. With a little help from Naruto's shadow clones, the team invited all of the Genins, except Sasuke and Sakura, the Jounin senseis, along with Zabuza, Jin, Jiraiya, and Haku and Kin. Chaozu also invited many of the clan heads to the party. Shikaku, Inoichi, Tsume, Shibi, and surprisingly Hiyashi came. Chaozu cleared out the huge dining room in the Akamichi clan house for the party. Kin, Haku, and Mrs. Akamichi made huge amounts of delicious food. They served it on a large table at the edge of the dance floor. On the dance floor, many of the Genins were dancing, talking, and having fun in general. Nearby the serving table were several tables where the guests were sitting. Many of the clan heads and ninjas were at a table gambling. As of now, Ibiki and Hiyashi were the ones with the most poker chips, while poor Jiraiya was too distracted by Anko's dancing to pay attention. Zabuza and Kakashi were in a corner discussing various icha-icha scenes and ideas for Jiraiya to use. They made a list that grew larger and larger, much to the displeasure of many women. The music to the party was in charge by none other than Shino. He acted as the DJ to the party and was a damn good one too. On the dance floor, Iruka and Anko danced wildly, performing many suggestive moves that had Jiraiya staring and giggling. Other couples like Ino Choji and Kiba Hinata danced quite modestly. Naruto was dancing with Kin and Haku at the same time. Amazing. Many of the men, to Naruto's shock, Neji nervously asked Tenten to dance. Tenten agreed and they danced quite gracefully, unlike Lee and Guy, who made a wild break dance routine to the beat of Shino's music. The party lasted until the early morning hours. During the party, Sasuke was in the Uchiha archive searching for clues to power. He tossed one scroll and opened another. His eyes widened as he read. The Mangekyo Sharingan is the highest form the Sharingan can reach. However, it is attainable only by killing your best friend. The power it holds is epitome of the Uchiha greatness. To breathe fire 10 times hotter than the sun, capture people in an unbreakable genjutsu, and summon a being to seal anything for all time. Unlike a normal Sharingan though, the Mangekyo will cause blindness the more times you use it, unless you combine it with another Sharingan. Sasuke grinned. This is what he needed. The power to kill Itachi and Naruto. The power to show Konoha that he is the most powerful. I wonder what would happen if an Uchiha used the Byakugan instead of the Sharingan, a little voice in Sasuke's head muttered. Sasuke nodded. To be able to have the seeing capabilities of Hyuga while the power of the Uchiha. Those eyes though will not be easy to achieve, Sasuke thought. He had a manic grin on his face as he plotted for the ultimate eye. The Manjikyu combined with a Byakugan. Sasuke, in a few days, some of my trusted ninjas will come for you, the voice from the seal said. Do not be afraid. They have explicit instructions to lead you to my chambers. There you will find power. Who are you? Sasuke asked. My name is Orochimaru of the Sanin, the voice declared. Sasuke smirked. Finally someone recognizes his greatness. Someone worthy to teach the heir of the Uchiha clan. When will we leave, sensei? Sasuke asked. 1 week. Perfect, Sasuke said. He began to laugh maniacally. He would show the leaf that the Uchihas are the greatest clan of all. In the morning, Naruto stood up and stretched. His body was stiff from sleeping on the floor with Haku and Kin. All around him were his friends also sleeping on the floor. Lee was the only one still standing. However, Lee was sleepwalking. Well, more like sleep fighting since he was performing kicks and punches in his sleep. Naruto went to the kitchen and made some tea. He made a cup for each of his friends along with breakfast. The smells from the food woke people up one by one, starting with Kiba and Choji. Morning guys, Naruto said cheerfully. Choji and Kiba yawned and waved at Naruto. Naruto handed both of them a cup of tea. Naruto smirked when he saw Choji and Kiba swallow some tea. Naruto had mixed the tea with several herbs that will wake them up faster. He handed tea to Haku, Kin, Hinata, and gave Choji and Kiba some anpan buns and some rice milk. Both of them ate it gratefully. Naruto, seriously, you need to become a cook after being a ninja, Choji said. Your food is great. Kiba nodded in agreement as he savored the sweet bean spread. Naruto grinned. Glad you like it. Can you help me make more, Choji? Choji nodded eagerly and went to the pantry to get more ingredients. Kiba helped Choji with the ingredients. Under Naruto's watchful eye, the two made a huge platter of anpan buns for breakfast. Kiba was rubbing a smarting finger. Naruto had smacked it with a ladle when he caught Kiba trying to dip his finger into the sweet bean spread. Naruto made a huge pot of kongi where he stuffed it with meat and vegetables. He served a bowl of it to each of his friends. Tenten helped by cutting up fruits and serving it in a big bowl. Lee and Neji set up a table where all of them could eat breakfast. Hey Naruto, what's this stuff? Ino asked. It's called Kongi Ino. Try it, you'll like it and it's very healthy, Naruto said. Ino eyed the porridge-like food and tasted it. She immediately began eating it with gusto. Naruto chuckled as Choji wiped some food off Ino's chin. Hey Naruto, can you give the recipe to this? Tenten said. She was holding an anpan bun. Sure Tenten, it's really easy too, Naruto said. He grinned as he watched Tenten slice it and eat it in small pieces. Kiba was fishing out pieces of meat in his kongi and gave it to Akamaru. As everybody ate, Jiraiya woke up scaring everyone except Naruto. The sun rises over the eastern mountains, bathing me glorious lights of praise. I the mighty, holy, virtuous Jiraiya yelled. He made his ridiculous dance but slipped and fell because of Kiba's drool. Morning Sanin, there's food in the kitchen, Naruto said without looking at Jiraiya. Jiraiya sat up and pouted. Naruto, do you have to call me that in front of people? Jiraiya whined. Naruto nodded. Yeah I do. Now you might want to stand up since you're sitting in a puddle of drool. Jiraiya cursed and began wiping the bottom of his pants, which were soaked in drool. The Genin smirked as Jiraiya slipped in it again. He ran around the corner and nearly tripped over Jin. Morning sprouts, Jin said cheerfully. He went to the kitchen and jumped on the countertop to pour a cup of tea and grab an anpan bun. He then jumped down and began eating. Egids, these are good, Jin exclaimed. I know. Naruto should open a restaurant. He practically cooks everything, Kiba said. Not everything, Naruto admitted. I can't cook a decent bowl of ramen. There's a restaurant called Ichiraku downtown, Shikamaru said. They make pretty good ramen. To everyone's shock, Naruto made a hand seal and vanished. Hey, where'd he go? Shikamaru asked. Ichiraku, Jin answered. Everyone turned toward him. That boy loves ramen, but can never make a decent ramen. So he eats a humongous amount when he can, Jin explained. In downtown Konoha, a small ramen stand was serving a customer. The owner Tucci was extremely happy as he served bowl after bowl of ramen to the customer who ate it with extreme gusto. Ayum was smiling as her dad was laughing in joy. She carried pillars of empty bowls to the sink for cleaning. Hey kid, what's your name? Tucci asked as he served up a bowl of beef ramen. Naruto Uzumaki Takubetsu Jonin, Naruto said before eating a whole bowl in less than 15 seconds. Pork ramen please. Tucci chuckled as he helped Ayum with the dishes. Ayum smiled and gave Naruto a bowl of pork ramen. Naruto finished it quickly and leaned back on the stool. Check please, Naruto said. It took him a moment to count up Naruto's spending. Let's see, Am muttered. 29 orders of beef, 21 orders of pork, 25 orders of chicken, 33 orders of miso, 17 orders of shrimp, and 20 orders of the house special. That comes to 145 bowls of ramen. She handed Naruto the check. Naruto sighed and pulled out a scroll with the kanji money. He summoned a bag of money and gave it to Am. Am glanced inside and saw a whole lot of bills inside. Keep the change, Naruto said. He waved goodbye and walked off. Come back soon, Tucci and Am said. Tucci glanced inside the bag of cash Naruto left. Kami, Tucci gasped before fainting. Naruto paid for all the ramen and left a generous 100% tip for the couple. Naruto walked around enjoying the beautiful morning in Konoha. He decided to go to the market to have a quick look around. As he walked, his nose smelled a familiar scent. Naruto followed his nose to a restaurant called Yakiniku-Q. He walked inside but moved against the wall as a man ran out of the restaurant. A chef carrying a cleaver followed him. Get back here, you freeloader, the chef yelled. The man turned around abruptly and faced the chef. Naruto watched the man closely. There was something very familiar about him. The man waved his hand in front of the chef's face. I paid for my food. What do you mean? I saw you run off after the meal was done, the chef yelled. The man raised his hat a bit so that the chef could see his eyes. I paid for my food, the man said, waving his hand in front of the chef's face. You paid for your food, the chef said. Naruto noticed that the chef wasn't agitated and angry, but more like drowsy. I was not here. You were not here. You were doing the chicken dance, the man said after waving his hand in front of the chef's face. I am doing the chicken dance, the chef said. Immediately after he said that, the chef began doing the chicken dance in the middle of the street. The man smirked and pulled out a stick of Pocky. He then turned to Naruto's direction. How long has it been, little Sunkit? The man said. Naruto smiled widely. Itachi Nai-san. Sasuke was walking throughout the village wondering why he was outside. Oh right, he was taking Sakura on a date. Sakura was pulling Sasuke along throughout the market. She was shopping madly for clothes and was extremely excited that she was on a date with Sasuke. Sasuke-kun, does this look good on me? Sakura asked. She was holding a rather skimpy shirt. Sasuke was tempted to say no, but he knew that he had to make Sakura his best friend in the week. It looks good on you, Sakura, Sasuke said. Sakura squealed loudly and glumped Sasuke. Sasuke had a tick mark above his eye. He looked around for anything to distract him. He saw Naruto at once and pushed Sakura off of him. Sasuke-kun, what's wrong? She turned as Sasuke ran past her, charging at Naruto. Immediately she went into fangirl mode and began cheering for Sasuke. Naruto turned to see Sasuke charging at him with a kunai. Naruto leaned back and dodged the kunai. He then grabbed Sasuke by the neck and delivered a quick blow to the temple. Naruto then threw him aside like a piece of garbage. Anyway, that was Sasuke. He has a very big grudge against me for beating him every time we fight. He prides in being an Uchiha and feels that he should get what he wants. Since you left, he's been viewed as the last hope for the Uchihas, Naruto said. Beside him, Itachi viewed his brother in disappointment. Respect is earned, not gained. Naruto, what the hell did you do to my boyfriend? Naruto and Itachi rubbed their ears from Sakura's screaming. Both of their ears were ringing from the sheer shrillness of Sakura's scream. Naruto, who is my brother dating? Itachi asked. That is Sakura, Konoha's pink banshee. She is Sasuke's teammate in the few missions they have done together. She has absolutely no skills at all, Naruto said. What did you saw, Naruto? Sakura screeched. You should quit, you shameful anorexic excuse for a kunoichi, Naruto said bluntly. Die, Naruto, Sakura screeched and charged him. Naruto sighed and gathered chakra. As Sakura came closer, Naruto faced her without any weapons. Tekai, Naruto said. He headbutted Sakura, knocking her out like a light. Itachi's sweat dropped. That was pathetic, Itachi said. Naruto nodded. Tell me about it, Naruto said. Suddenly, a hail of kunes flew toward the pair. Naruto quickly drew out his sword and deflected them all. Itachi threw a shuriken and made several hand seals. Ninpu, shuriken shadow clone. The shuriken that Itachi threw became 50 and pelted the trees and rooftops. The hail of shurikens forced many Anbu ninjas out. The Anbu ninjas either drew their ninjados or made hand seals for a jutsu. Naruto dealt with the Anbus with ninjados as Itachi used his Sharingan to quickly counter the jutsus. Naruto used his sword to disarm and knock out several Anbu and had to stab several of the ninjas in order to knock them out. Itachi dropped the numerous Anbus with various genjutsus. The duo managed to disable the squad when 3 more squads appeared led by the Hokage. Naruto tightened the grip on his sword ready to fight. Itachi Uchiha, why have you come back? The Hokage asked. Itachi said nothing but pulled out a small, embroidered scroll. The Anbus tensed as Itachi opened the scroll and handed it to the Hokage. The Hokage read it and nodded. He closed it and stuck out a hand to Itachi. Welcome home Itachi, the Hokage said to the shock of everyone present. Hokage-sama, you can't be serious, one of the Anbus said. This man slew most of the Uchiha clan, leaving only civilians and a few active ninjas. Under my orders, however, Itachi now has the daimyo's support to become a ninja of Konoha, the Hokage said. There were many whispers of suspicion among the Anbus. Naruto saw many of them still tense and worried. Naruto grinned and leaned on his sword. Well Itachi Nai-chan, you're back home. Looks like you'll have to be debriefed for a couple of hours, but you're home, Naruto said happily. Itachi smiled. You're right, however, my girlfriend is still hiding, Itachi said. Naruto slipped and fell on the ground. He lifted his head to look at Itachi. Girlfriend? You have one after that? Naruto asked. Itachi glared at him. I thought we agreed we would never bring that into conversations. Well, that is the reason you were afraid of girls so badly that you broke out in hives every time you went near one. I'm over that now, Itachi said. What is that? The Hokage asked curious. Itachi turned to him. With all due respects, I prefer to keep that incident hidden, Itachi said respectfully. He was nearly raped by 3 giant, hairy, fat gorilla girls in a village once, Naruto said. Naruto ducked a large stream of fire from Itachi. Naruto, Itachi yelled. Itachi threw several kunes at Naruto, but Naruto easily deflected them. Itachi reached into his pack only to be held back by a gentle hand. Itachi, enough. Naruto saw a white-haired woman around 20 hold Itachi's hand without much effort. She had a gentle face and soft blue eyes. She wore rather modest clothes, but had a great body. She had no weapon save for a jian on her hip. Mira, Itachi said. I thought I said wait for me in the clearing. Mira pouted, but it was boring. Anyway, it's not as if you are in trouble or anything. Who are you, if you don't mind me asking? Naruto asked. Mira looked at Naruto and smiled. She went over to him and picked Naruto up. She then hugged him tightly. Oh, this is your little brother, Sunkit. He's so cute. And those eyes look so innocent. Mira gushed while squeezing the life out of Naruto. Naruto made eye contact with the Hokage and mouthed several words. Help me, Naruto whispered. The Hokage sweat dropped as Itachi's girlfriend continued to hug Naruto like he was a plush toy. Mira, I think you should let Naruto down. He's blue in the face, Itachi said. Mira looked down and saw that Naruto was dark blue already and his eyes had rolled back. She dropped Naruto in shock. Naruto landed on the ground and began gasping. He coughed and spat but breathed huge amounts of air. Air, how I miss you, Naruto gasped. As Naruto was recovering on the ground, Mira bowed formally to the Hokage and introduced herself. Hello, my name is Muratan Kanbai, formerly of Snow Country, but you can call me Mira, Mira said politely. One of the Anbus pointed at her. Wait, you aren't the Ice Maiden of the mountains by any chance, are you? The Anbu asked. The same one, Mira said proudly. The Ice Maiden? Naruto asked. The Anbu turned to Naruto. During the Great Ninja War, Snow Country was allied with us. She gained her name by defeating a whole battalion of Kumo shinobists, summoning a blizzard, and causing an avalanche in the mountains, the Anbu said. She is also more proficient in Hyuden jutsus than anyone else in the continent. Oh stop, you're embarrassing me, Mira said playfully. She clutched onto Itachi's arm. Naruto noted that Itachi's face was less harsh when Mira was with him. Man Itachi, can you get anybody that is so unlike you? A playful, sociable, ice maiden with an antisocial, stoic, fire user, Naruto said grinning. Itachi smirked at Naruto. Well, at least I have a girlfriend, Itachi countered. I have too, Naruto said smugly. He waited for Itachi to make a comeback. Your mom. Oh, bullseye, Naruto said sarcastically as Itachi glared at Naruto. The Hokage cleared his throat to gain attention. I hate to break this up, but Itachi, you need to recommission as a Jonin in the Konoha forces. Am I right in assuming that Mira will also be joining Konoha? The Hokage asked. Mira nodded. Yes, Hokage-sama. Itachi and I will be joining the Konoha ranks, Mira said. Well, let's head back to my office. Anbu, back to your positions. Naruto, please find Jiraiya and bring him to my office, the Hokage ordered. All of the ninjas saluted and quickly left. Naruto hurried to the hot springs to find Jiraiya. Surprisingly, Jiraiya wasn't there, so Naruto placed a sign that said, Peking Day, no one. Punishments for peeking at the women's side of the bath. Naruto placed it above a hole and hid. As he hid, his sweat dropped as no less than 10 seconds. 5 guys were pushing for a peek in the hot springs. His sweat drop grew even bigger as more men came by the second. By the time 15 minutes passed, nearly 100 men were attempting to peek inside the hot springs. He slapped his face in exasperation. Are all men perverts? Naruto asked. I'm not sure, Kyuubi said. Naruto spotted a flash of long white hair. He quickly pulled out a blowgun and loaded a dart. He quickly gathered chakra in his lungs and blew hard. The dart flew straight and true. The dart pierced Jiraiya's clothes and injected the tranquilizer serum into his veins. Naruto watched in satisfaction as Jiraiya fell down. Naruto quickly retrieved Jiraiya's limp body and headed to the Hokage's tower before Anko hears of this. Now Itachi, sign here and here, the Hokage said. Just as Itachi finished signing the form, a knock appeared on the window. The Hokage turned to see Naruto hanging outside the window carrying Jiraiya on his shoulder. Itachi opened the window for Naruto. Naruto threw Jiraiya on the floor and jumped on Jiraiya's prone body. Jiraiya is here, Uaji, Naruto said. The Hokage nodded and looked at the prone Jiraiya. Is he okay? The Hokage asked. Naruto didn't respond as he snapped a stick of smelling salt. He threw both halves of the smelling salt and threw them near Jiraiya's nose. Jiraiya coughed and sat up. Oh. Where am I? I thought I was heading to the hot springs, Jiraiya groaned. He looked around and saw the Hokage. Hey Sarutobi-sensei, you peeping at the hot springs also? Jiraiya asked. The Hokage sighed in exasperation. Jiraiya was the biggest pervert he had ever met. Naruto glanced at Itachi. Itachi was amused, while Mira had a stern look on her face. Hey Waji, can I go now? Naruto asked. No Naruto, I need you to stay because this next mission involves you and Jiraiya, the Hokage said. Are you kidding? Naruto asked. A mission with Hero Sennin will last 2 months minimum. He'll spend 2 days on every town in the brothels and peeping. It's for information, Jiraiya shot back. Information my ass. It's all for that damn book you write, Naruto accused. If I recall rightly, you write books that are more perverse than Jiraiya's, the Hokage said. Jiraiya looked at the Hokage in indignation. Take that back, Jiraiya and Naruto demanded. The Hokage chuckled and tossed Jiraiya a small black book. Jiraiya, look on page 46, the Hokage said. Jiraiya glanced at the Hokage with suspicion, but opened the book to page 46 and began to read. As Jiraiya read, his face grew redder, and his nose began to bleed furiously. He turned the page eagerly and read. Splat, whoosh. Jiraiya's nose spurted out a humongous fountain of blood that rocketed him across the room and slammed him into the wall. On his face was a humongous lecherous grin. Itachi picked up the book and read it. Splat, thud. Itachi's nose sprayed a large amount of blood on the floor. Itachi fainted from blood loss. Itachi-kun, Mira cried worriedly. She held Itachi's head up. Naruto's sweat dropped when he saw the huge perverted grin on Itachi's face. Naruto shook his head. Why are all the men he knew are perverts? After the Hokage revived the two, he spoke to Jiraiya and Naruto. Jiraiya, the invasion has opened my eyes to something very important to the safety of Konoha, the Hokage said gravely. I am getting old and my strength is fading. Soon I will not be at cage level anymore. I am guessing you need us to search for the next Hokage, Jiraiya said. The Hokage nodded. Yes, I have chosen Tsunade to be my next successor, the Hokage said. Why her? Can't it be somebody else? She's notoriously hard to find, Jiraiya asked. The Hokage shook his head. There's nobody I trust more than my own students, Jiraiya. The goddamn Hokage will be you or Tsunade, the Hokage said. I refuse to be Hokage, Jiraiya said. But according to the laws, the Hokage has some really good benefits, Naruto said. Like what? Jiraiya asked skeptically. Naruto grinned. Well, there's a law that said that the Hokage is allowed to make 5 laws with impunity, Naruto said. So, how about a law that says every kunoichi above 17 and under 34 must be naked inside the village, Naruto suggested. Yosh, I shall be the Hokage, Jiraiya said enthusiastically. The Hokage shook his head. No, Tsunade will be the Hokage. Naruto and you will search for Jiraiya and persuade her to come back, the Hokage ordered. Naruto snickered when he saw Jiraiya's weeping face. You will leave at first light tomorrow, understand? Yes Waji, Naruto said. Naruto saluted and left, dragging the weeping Jiraiya with him. The Hokage shook his head at the two. Why is it that the most powerful of ninjas must be so weird? The Hokage asked. Naruto left Jiraiya in a bar and headed to his apartment to prepare. As he did, he muttered to himself. This so troublesome. Having to go on a trip with that pervert to persuade some old hag to be the Hokage, Naruto muttered. In the shadows of a building, red eyes flashed in surprise. This is unexpected, Sasuke. Tsunade coming here. This will make my plans easier, Orochimaru said inside Sasuke's mind. When will you teach me powerful jutsus, Orochimaru? Sasuke demanded. Orochimaru rolled his eyes, if he had any, at Sasuke's demands. When you master the first one I gave you, the curse bite, Orochimaru said. Irregardless, you must keep an eye on Naruto when he comes back with Tsunade. That woman knows a vital jutsu for me to retain an immortal body. As Naruto fished for his keys in his jacket, he felt the scroll that the Hokage had given him. He quickly opened the door and went inside. When he went inside, he closed all of the curtains and turned on the lights. He went to his room and opened the scroll. Naruto then bit his thumb and swiped the bleeding digit across the scroll. With a small cloud of smoke, 4 scrolls appeared. He ignored the scroll for the house and belongings, sealing them back inside the scroll. He eagerly opened the scroll belonging to his mother. It contained several high-ranking water, ice, and wind ninjutsus. However, the real prize was in Kenjutsu. His eyes bulged when he saw detailed diagrams and instructions for the most dangerous and deadly style Naruto has ever seen. Naruto, that isn't Kyuubi asked. It is, the style of the greatest swordsman of the world, Kenki the noble berserker. Naruto closed the scroll and placed it securely in the inside of his right boot. He then opened his father's scroll. His father was a ninjutsu and fuinjutsu expert, so it was no surprise that it was full of both. However, Naruto didn't expect the full power of some of them and the childishness of others. Hermit's ticket for peeping with impunity, Naruto said incredulously. What the hell is this? I'm guessing so Hattie could peep without getting beaten. A technique that Jiraiya would sell his left nut for, Kyuubi said. Naruto winced at the image. He shook his head and looked at the other techniques. He noticed a large paragraph on the scroll and began to read it. Holy, Naruto whispered. Butter, Kyuubi said. What the hell, butter? Naruto asked confused. What, I was making popcorn, Kyuubi said. Naruto shrugged and continued to read. It was the instructions on how to summon the 4 great guardians, the most powerful summons known in the shinobi world. How did my dad get this? Naruto asked curious. Naruto shrugged and skipped it. He would sign the contract later. He decided to look at one of the stronger wind jutsus his father had. Naruto read the 2 scrolls for many hours, picking out jutsus that would be handy for him. Haku and Ken walked back from the hospital after a long day's work. Both of them helped out as assistants in the hospital while learning how to be medic nins. However, they learned several tricks such as how to paralyze a person with sound and how to create hypothermia to save a person from severe shock. They walked together back to the apartment. As they walked, they talked about various things, mostly about Naruto and how busy he always was. The girls decided to make Naruto take a break with both of them this weekend. When they went into the apartment, Naruto was there reading his scroll. He looked up when they entered the apartment. Hey Ken-chan, Haku-chan, are you alright? Naruto said wearily. We're alright, but look at you. You look like you're the Walking Dead, Ken replied. She went over to Naruto and began pressing various pressure points that would loosen the muscles. Naruto shuddered with pleasure as his stiff muscles were loose again. Thanks Ken, Naruto said gratefully. What's in the scroll? Haku asked. The last things my parents gave me, Naruto said. Oh yeah, after my mission, we're going to move. Move? Yeah, my parents left me a house and some property near the outskirts of Konoha, Naruto said. That's good, Ken said. This house was getting too cramped. Haku nodded with agreement. What about Zabuza? Haku asked. Naruto shrugged. He can come with us or have the apartment, Naruto said. He stood up and began preparing things for dinner. Ken helped him prepare a dinner while Haku set the table. After several minutes, dinner was ready. Gyoza with tempura was served with various drinks. Naruto left a large serving in the oven to keep warm for Zabuza. He wasn't sure if Zabuza was on a mission or not, since he's been placed as elite Jonin rank. They had a nice dinner together talking about several things. Naruto smiled as the 3 enjoyed the dinner and talked about the hospital crazy ninjas and couples that were forming. Naruto smirked when he heard that Ino was eating with Choji at Yakiniku-Q and that Niji actually took Tenten to Ichiraku for lunch. Lee of course was running around, but made a dojo where he could train and meditate. Kiba was getting in trouble for running across walls like a wolf. Haku mentioned that Kiba acted more like a dog as time passes. Surprisingly, Shino was caught auditioning for a play called Jekyll and Hyde the Musical. Naruto was suspicious when Haku told him that Sakura and Sasuke were on a date. Ken, Haku, I'm leaving for a mission for a couple of months, Naruto said. Ken and Haku nodded. What's it for? Haku asked. The new Hokage. What? I thought the current Hokage is alive, Ken asked surprised. He is, but he decided to step down. He wants Jiraiya and I to find Tsunade. Tsunade, Ken said. She's the greatest medic nin in the world. Naruto nodded. The same one. However, Jiraiya told me that she has the worst gambling addiction. It'll be a low-risk but important mission. Naruto sipped a bit of sake before speaking again. Do me a favor and keep an eye on Sakura and Sasuke. Since Itachi is in the village, Sasuke will probably act more irrationally and dangerous. According to Itachi, there is a level of the Sharingan that is attainable only if you kill your closest friend. Haku and Kin nodded. If Sasuke gets a hold of that power in his unstable mind state, it would result in many people dying. Don't worry Naruto, we'll keep an eye on Sasuke, Haku said. Naruto yawned and stretched. That's good. Kami, I'm sleepy. I think I'll sleep early now. Naruto stood up and went to his room. After changing into his boxers and a light t-shirt, he lied on his bed and began to sleep. Haku and Kin soon joined him in his bed. The next morning, Naruto was at the front gate waiting for the pervert. He was eager to go on the journey already and was impatient. After an hour, Naruto got fed up and bit his thumb. After biting his thumb, he made several hand seals and slammed his palm on the ground. Kuchius. Karasu. Naruto watched as a huge raven appeared out from the smoke. The raven nodded to Naruto. Good day to you, Naruto-sama. How may I be of service? The raven asked. I apologize if this task may seem below your status, Kajiri, but my companion is very late for a vital mission. He needs to know that despite the fact he is an extremely powerful ninja, time is not expendable. The raven, Kajiri, nodded. Who is this person? Jiraiya the Toad Hermit, Naruto said. The raven tilted his head curiously. Not the same legendary shameless pervert? Kajiri asked. Naruto nodded while holding his laugh in. The raven spread his huge wings and flew off in search of Jiraiya. Naruto watched as the huge raven soared above Konoha. After several minutes, the raven swooped down into Konoha. Naruto snickered as he saw Kajiri fly toward him with Jiraiya in his claws. The raven hovered over Naruto and dropped Jiraiya at Naruto's feet. Is that all you require, Naruto-sama? Kajiri asked. Yes, that is all. Please give my regards to Tsunade, Naruto said. The raven landed and bowed to Naruto before disappearing. Naruto looked down at Jiraiya. Sanin, let's go now. Oyaji said to leave at first light. Let's go now, Naruto said. Naruto kicked Jiraiya several times with his foot before Jiraiya stood up. Damn it, do you know what I was doing before your raven carried me off? Jiraiya bellowed. I was in the middle of peeking on several of the hottest konohas in the village. Who? Naruto asked, not really caring. Anko Mitarashi, Kurenai Yuhi, and Yugao Yuzuki, all of them naked. Jiraiya bellowed. You do know that all of them are skilled ninjas and have boyfriends, right? Naruto asked. So? And you were nearly killed peeping on Tsunade, right? How do you know? Anyway, if Tsunade just beat you up, what do you think a Genjutsu master, an Anmu ninja, and the craziest woman in Konoha will do to you? Naruto asked. I know for a fact that Anko's last 5 boyfriends had their balls blown up. Jiraiya paled at the thought. He groveled at Naruto's feet. Please don't tell them, I'll do anything. Naruto grinned sadistically. Jiraiya gulped and regretted on saying the last words. You will write a gay novel featuring you and Orochimaru as lovers, and give a copy to Tsunade, Anko, Kurenai, and Yugao, Naruto said. Jiraiya froze in shock. Naruto bent down to feel Jiraiya's pulse. His sweat dropped when he realized that Jiraiya just went into cardiac arrest. After several hours after Jiraiya was treated for multiple cardiac arrests, Naruto and Jiraiya headed out of Konoha to find Tsunade, the slug Sanin. Chapter 22. Disclaimer, I do not own Naruto, Snake and Slug. Naruto was not in a very good mood. His face was extremely red with veins popping out of his neck and face. Naruto gritted his teeth as he walked at a very awkward gait. The reason why he was so angry was because of Jiraiya. Yuaa, Naruto please anything but that. For the love of Kami, anything else. Please. Yuaa, Jiraiya cried at the top of his voice. The old pervert was hugging to Naruto's right leg with desperation. For 2 hours since they left Konoha, Jiraiya was crying and begging without shame to Naruto at the top of his voice. Even as Naruto walked, Jiraiya wouldn't let go. Naruto was sorely tempted to test out one of his father's jutsus on the pervert. Naruto, breathe deeply, try counting to 10, Kyuubi suggested as Naruto was emitting out chakra. Yuaa, please, not that, anything, please. Oh, Kami, please for the love of Kami. Jiraiya bawled. Enough. Fine, Naruto said, frustrated. Instead of the novel, you will not peek at anyone for 6 months, and the next book you publish, I get 90% of the profits. Jiraiya jumped to his feet and glared at Naruto. No peeking for 6 months and only 10% of the profits? Why should I do that? Jiraiya asked indignantly. Naruto sighed and pulled out the photographs of Jiraiya that Konohamaru took. You will do it or I will spread copies of these in Konoha, Naruto said. He gave one of the pictures to Jiraiya and smirked at Jiraiya's pale face. Fine, Jiraiya said with a pout on his face. Naruto grinned and gave Jiraiya the victory sign. So where do we go, Sanin? Naruto asked. Jiraiya flicked Naruto off. Tanzuka City, Jiraiya said. One of my spies spotted her in the city gambling again. Naruto nodded. So Sanin, when will you teach me how to do hermit mode? Naruto asked. He had already signed the Toad contract and met Gamabunta. Naruto still snickered at the fact that Gamabunta liked him better than Jiraiya. I told you already, you have to meet with the great Toad Sage in Mount Makyobu and receive a prophecy from him. Until then, in the two great Senin's eyes, you are unworthy. Naruto glared at Jiraiya. Senin, what do you know of the four great guardian? Naruto asked. Jiraiya whirled to look at Naruto. The four great guardian? Jiraiya asked. Naruto nodded. Jiraiya sighed and looked up for several minutes. He finally looked down and began to speak. During the days when the Biju ran rampant, there was chaos. From this chaos, four great warriors arose. They were taught the arts of battle and true ninjutsu from the gods, Izanami, Tsuyokomi, Amaterasu, and Susanoo. After their training, these four warriors fought against all of the Biju and sealed them into hell. However, the leader of the Biju, the ten-tailed demon Zaiwubi, was sealed in the void. After their battle, the four were assigned the task of guarding the gates of the void so that the ten-tailed may never come. The Zaiwubi, what happens if it comes back? The earth shall be destroyed, Jiraiya said grimly. Not just where us shinobis live either. The heaven shall fall, hell will break open, the summoning world will collapse, and everything will fall in the void. Naruto shuddered. What happens if one or more of the four is summoned? Jiraiya snorted at the question. Impossible. No one has the power in the contract to even summon one. However, if one were summoned, I would guess that they would bring victory in a mighty display of power. Not even the Zaiwubi was able to withstand the four's great power. Jiraiya looked at Naruto curious. Why did you ask? I was reading in my father's scroll and he mentioned something of the four great guardians, Naruto said. Jiraiya was concerned. Arashi, what were you planning? Jiraiya thought. Meanwhile in Konoha, Itachi was shopping in the market for goods and food. The apartment that the Hokage gave to them was a small but nice one. Itachi preferred to live in the apartment rather than the Uchiha property. As he haggled for the price of rice, Itachi noticed strong killing intent aimed at him. Itachi turned to see the glaring red eyes of his younger brother. Morning, Sasuke. How are you doing, little brother? Itachi asked in a friendly tone. Sasuke didn't reply but instead making hand seals. Kaiten. Great fireball. A huge fireball flew at Itachi. Itachi tackled the rice merchant he was haggling with out of the way. The fireball flew past Itachi and nearly burned an old lady. Itachi stood up and glared at his brother. What do you think you're doing, Sasuke? Itachi asked angrily. Doing jutsus like that in here? Shut up, you murderer, Sasuke screamed. Sasuke threw a hail of kunes at Itachi. Itachi easily caught all of them and threw them at Sasuke. Sasuke dodged thanks to his Sharingan and made another set of hand seals. Kaiten. Dragon missile. Itachi's eyes widened when a huge dragon made of flame flew toward him. Itachi made several hand seals and concentrated. Hyuten. Ice cannon. Itachi opened his mouth and fired 5 solid orbs of ice. The ice orbs flew through the fire and slammed into Sasuke. Sasuke gasped as he felt his ribs creak with protest. Sasuke coughed and gasped at Itachi's attack, but still stood up. Sasuke made several hand seals that made Itachi's eyes widened. Raiten. Rikiri. Sasuke screamed. Sasuke charged at Itachi with near Jounin speeds. However, Itachi easily caught his brother's arm and held it as the jutsu faded. Itachi glared straight at Sasuke's eyes. Sasuke, enough. Our family was corrupt and bigoted. They were arrogant lazy fools that cheated on their fellow ninjas. Look at you. You are becoming like our father. Arrogant fool, Itachi said sternly. Those words angered Sasuke. You have no right to speak about my father like that, Sasuke said angrily. Itachi saw the light of madness in Sasuke's eyes. Itachi was preoccupied with Sasuke's eyes that he didn't notice that Sasuke was making several hand seals. Juzoten. Curse bite. Sasuke's neck extended to Itachi's surprise. Itachi grunted as Sasuke bit his neck with extended fangs. Itachi released Sasuke and slammed his knee into Sasuke's gut. Sasuke flew away, but the damage was done. Itachi fell to his knees as pain racked through his body. Itachi could feel some evil chakra go through his pathways, corrupting his own. Itachi gasped as every part of his body felt as if he was being stabbed and slashed multiple times. He collapsed and began seizuring wildly. Purplish slime dribbled from Itachi's pores. As his chakra battled against this evil chakra, Sasuke watched triumphantly as Itachi felt the effects of the curse bite. According to Orochimaru, the curse bite implanted a seal that would corrupt the body and mind. Soon it will drive a person to madness and berserk rages. Gah! Itachi gasped as the purplish slime spewed from his veins, burning his skin and searing his pores. He clawed at his neck, instinctively trying to remove the swelling that will soon form a mark. Itachi gasped again and fell unconscious. Mira, Itachi thought before losing conscious. Kiba was running around Konoha looking for Naruto. As he went to the marketplace he sniffed blood and acid. He turned and saw a man lying in a pool of blood and purplish slime. Kiba ran over to the man. He carefully wiped the blood and slime off of the man with a piece of cloth. As he cleaned, he smelled the slime. It smelled like snake venom and saliva mixed with chakra. Kiba quickly pulled out a small vial and carefully scooped some of the slime in it. After he closed the vial, Kiba lifted the man over his shoulder. "Let's go, Akamaru. We need to get this guy to the hospital quick," Kiba said. Akamaru barked and began running. Kiba was close behind his pet, carrying the unconscious man. He turned the corner and saw Sasuke running away. Kiba would have ignored him if it wasn't for the fact that Sasuke was quickly wiping off purplish slime off his chin. Kiba's eyes widened at the sight and turned to Akamaru. "Akamaru, get Shino, Niji, Choji, and Shikamaru. Tell them to arrest Sasuke as a suspect for a possible murder," Kiba said hurriedly. Akamaru yipped once and hurried off. Kiba continued his way to the hospital. He sighed in relief when he heard ragged breaths coming from the unconscious man. "It'll be alright, buddy. Hold on for several minutes. We'll be at the hospital soon," Kiba said. He pumped more chakra in his legs and bounded off to the hospital. Naruto was waiting impatiently at the casino as Jiraiya was gathering information. Naruto wasn't fooled. The pervert was probably in some brothel spending his money. Naruto sighed and went to a poker table to watch poor saps getting their money taken. He watched as a blonde woman continued to lose every hand, not even getting a pair. Naruto shook his head as he couldn't believe there was someone who had such bad luck. He glanced at the woman's companion who was trying to stop the blonde woman from gambling. After the 15th loss in a row, Naruto decided to help the blonde woman. "Get rid of the king and ace," Naruto said. The lady glanced at him quizzically but discarded the king and ace. She squealed in delight after the dealer gave her 2 more cards. She laid them on the table triumphantly. "Straight flush," the woman said triumphantly. The dealer shook his head at the woman's luck but gave her a huge amount of money. The woman squeezed Naruto in a tight hug. "Thank you," the woman gushed. "You're welcome, miss." "Oh, sorry. My name's Tsunade and my assistant's name is Shizune," the woman said. Her dark-haired companion waved at Naruto. Naruto nodded her head at Shizune. He turned and glanced at Tsunade's cards. "Get rid of the 5, 3, 6, and the jack," Naruto said. Tsunade discarded the cards and looked at the new cards she received. She screamed in delight as she placed her cards down. "4 aces," Tsunade said proudly. The dealer's sweat dropped but gave Tsunade a huge amount of money. Tsunade hugged Naruto tightly again and dragged him to a stool beside her. "This here is my gambling partner. Anyone has a problem with it has to deal with me," Tsunade shouted. "Waiter, let me have some." "Sake." "Not needed," Naruto said. Tsunade looked at him quizzically. Naruto smirked as he pulled out a large canister of sake and a small serving plate. He poured some of the sake in the serving plate and gave it to Tsunade. Tsunade sniffed it and sipped the sake. Her eyes bulged when the sake hit her tongue. "Wow, brat, that's some good sake." "Hit me," she said enthusiastically. Naruto poured more and looked at Tsunade's cards. After a half hour, Tsunade had a humongous pile of chips. The pile was so big that they needed a box for it. Tsunade and Shizune were celebrating since they have never won so much. They would be able to pay off their gambling debts and still have a fortune. Finally, when they were done, Tsunade cashed in her chips to receive 50 suitcases full of cash. Naruto smirked as he watched Shizune and Tsunade dance in happiness at the amount of money they now possess. "Hey brat, I never got your name," Tsunade said. "My name is Naruto," Naruto said. "I'm a Takubetsu Jonin on a mission with Jiraiya." Tsunade raised an eyebrow at Jiraiya's name. "So where is the pervert?" Tsunade asked. Naruto shrugged unconcerned. "Probably in some brothel," Naruto said unconcerned. Naruto shrugged and took a sip of his sake. "So what are you doing on a mission with Jiraiya?" Shizune asked. Naruto glanced at her. "To tell you the truth, it involves both of you," Naruto said. He held out his hands when he noticed Tsunade and Shizune tense. "Don't worry, I won't attack." "Why does it concern us?" Tsunade asked cautiously. "Have you heard of the recent invasion of Konoha?" Naruto asked. Tsunade and Shizune nodded. "Wasn't Sound and Sand defeated badly?" Shizune asked. Naruto nodded. "The orchestrator of the attack was your fellow Sanin, Orochimaru. However, he was slain by the combined efforts of Jiraiya, the Hokage, and several high-ranking ninjas. After the invasion, the Hokage admitted to Jiraiya and I that he was not fit to be Hokage, Naruto explained. So he wants me to be Hokage? Tsunade asked. Naruto nodded before sipping his sake. He held out the canister to Tsunade. Tsunade took it gratefully and took a sip. I refuse to be Hokage, Tsunade said. She took another sip of the sake before returning it to Naruto. Naruto glanced at her curiously. Why? Naruto asked politely. It is a great honor to be chosen to be the Hokage by old Sarutobi. I agree he is getting old, especially having to fight the resurrected Hokages and Sage of the Six Paths. Tsunade was shocked that her teacher was able to defeat all of them, however, her expression still maintained neutral. Why is it that you care? Tsunade asked. Naruto took a sip of his sake before speaking. I've only been in Konoha for 5 months. The rest of my life was spent learning from different ninjas on the shinobi arts. However, in those months, I have learned to love Konoha. In Konoha, I experienced love and compassion. I have found people that I want to protect with all of my strength. I found out who my parents were. In Konoha, I feel like I'm home for once in my life, Naruto said passionately. Shizune wiped a tear from her eye. She had forgotten how much Konoha meant to her. Tsunade was touched by Naruto's speech, but the memory of Dan and Nawaki haunted her still. Tsunade scoffed, "You're a dreamer, kid. In this age, you must learn how to live for yourself. Defending the people you love? Listen, life cannot be easily gambled like money." Shizune looked at Tsunade in shock. In her arms, their pet, Tauntaun, winked in disapproval. Naruto turned to Tsunade with eyes as cold as ice and as hard as steel. Tsunade shuddered, but couldn't look away from Naruto's eyes. This is sad day for the Shadame and Nidame Hokage. They must be rolling and thrashing in their graves to hear their granddaughter say that their dream was a waste. Their dream of creating a haven amongst the chaos of the ninja world, Naruto said icily. Tsunade's hand clutched at the necklace she wore. I cannot imagine what your lover, Dan, and your brother, Nawaki, would say if they saw you sink this low, Naruto said, using chakra to make his voice sound more demonic. He watched as Tsunade began shivering at the thought. Do you know what they all shed so they could save lives? Naruto asked angrily. Tsunade watched in horror as Naruto brought out his kunai and viciously slashed his hand. He then slapped Tsunade with his bloody hand. Blood, tears, sweat, and their lives. Is this how you treat the memories of your loved ones? Naruto demanded. He looked in scorn as he saw Tsunade shivering in fright of the blood on her face. Shizune was glaring at Naruto. Naruto shrugged unconcerned and opened his sake canister. She needed to know, Shizune, Naruto whispered. Shizune nodded and tended to Tsunade. Naruto tossed her a small flask of sake. What is this for? Shizune asked. That is sake from Kumo. It'll help getting her out of shock, Naruto said. Shizune nodded and gently poured some of the sake into Tsunade's mouth. Naruto watched as Tsunade slowly regained control of her body. She stood up and glared at Naruto. You are lucky you are a child. If you weren't I would have crushed you, Tsunade said in a deadly voice. Naruto's face broke out into a maniacal grin. Bring it on. My sword has been growling for fresh blood, Naruto said. He jumped back and sent a shuriken at Tsunade. He made several fast hand seals as the shuriken headed toward Tsunade. Ninpu. Shuriken Shadow Clone. The shuriken turned into 15. Tsunade had to jump back to avoid the shurikens. She raised a kunai to block a sword strike from Naruto. However, the sword strike from Naruto was so strong that it caused a crater beneath her feet. Tsunade's eyes widened and gathered chakra into her foot. She then kicked out at Naruto, causing him to fly away. Naruto landed hard on his back. Winded. God damn, that hurt. Naruto groaned. He stood up though and glared at Tsunade. He went into a Kijutsu stance and began waving his swords wildly. Metsujutsu. Chaos Wave. Tsunade's eyes widened as a hail of chakra blades flew at her. Tsunade jumped but looked up to see Naruto grinning at her. She gathered chakra into her fist and slammed it into Naruto's stomach. Tekaigu. Tsunade felt her fist impact against Naruto. However, she was surprised to feel that Naruto's body was like steel. She looked up to see Naruto smirking. Naruto stomped Tsunade's head hard and watched her rocket down. Tsunade landed hard, causing a small shockwave and a large crater. Naruto dropped lightly and made several hand seals. He breathed deeply and blew gently. Ninpu. Sweet sleep. Tsunade stood up again ready to fight. However, the air around her was stuffy and caused her to become woozy. However, she thought his was a genjutsu and tried to dispel it with a kai. Naruto smirked in victory as he saw Tsunade fall asleep, snoring like a drunkard. Naruto looked at Shizune. Shizune was uncertain of what to do now. She decided to fight. She dropped Tauntaun and pulled back her sleeve to reveal several Senbon's launchers. She fired them at Naruto. Naruto deflected them with his swords and plucked 3 out of the air. air. He then threw them at Shizune where they punctured in pressure points that knocked her out. Next morning, Tsunade and Shizune woke up to the smell of sweetbread. They groaned and sat up to see Naruto heating up several anpan buns. Jiraiya was beside him, obviously drugged. Tsunade smirked at the sight of Jiraiya. Morning, Tsunade, Shizune. I heated up some buns and have some rice milk. Help yourselves, Naruto said cheerfully. Tsunade sniffed at the bun warily for poisons. When she was satisfied, she began eating the bun. Shizune also ate the buns and tore one into small pieces for their pet, Tauntaun, to eat. As they ate, Naruto asked their decision. Tsunade, will you become Hokage of the Leaf Village? Naruto asked. We need a strong Hokage so that our village cannot fall. Why not Jiraiya? Tsunade asked. If he's Hokage, he'll make it a law for Konohas to walk around naked, Naruto said. Tsunade rolled her eyes at the typical Jiraiya behavior. How did you know about Dan and Nawaki? Tsunade asked. Jiraiya spoke of them, Naruto lied smoothly. In actuality, the Hokage had given him that information. Tsunade mused at the thought of her becoming Hokage. In truth, after her fight with Naruto, she was pleased that Sarutobi had trusted her even in exile. Her grandfather, granduncle, lover, and brother would have loved her to become Hokage and pass down their ideals. What is Konoha like now? Tsunade asked. Konoha is still rebuilding after the attack. It's been smooth since the Hokage has been able to regain more power from the civilian council thanks to the backing of the daimyo and the ninja clan. Heads, Naruto said. A majority of the Genins I worked with became Chunins. We have established a new political alliance with Sand. Wave is now our number trading partner. What of Stone, Cloud, and Mist? Tsunade asked. Stone is still hostile to us and our allies, but they maintain an uneasy neutrality against us. Kumo is the same as Stone, or until we give them the Byakugan. Mist is still embroiled in their civil war. Many of the greatest shinobis, however, are hiding within that bloody mist, Naruto said. What do you mean by that? Shizune asked. Naruto glanced at her. I mean the shinobis that are ranked S-class and higher. The shinobis that possess the power to match Sarutobi's level in his prime. The shinobis that can equal the Yondaime in combat, Naruto said ominously. One especially, the Shikamaru, keeper of the Tome of Secrets. Who is that? Tsunade asked curiously. You don't know? That means you are not the master of healing, Naruto mused. This caught Tsunade's attention. She grabbed his collar and lifted him up. What do you mean, brat? I am renowned in the world as a master of healing, Tsunade demanded. A tick mark appeared when Naruto just eyed her. You may be master, but you are not the master, Naruto said cryptically. Out of the three Sanins, only Jiraiya is the master. Stop talking in riddles, brat, Tsunade demanded. Oh. Where am I? Everyone turned to see Jiraiya sitting up. He grabbed a anpan bun and began eating it. Jiraiya, who is Shikamaru? Tsunade demanded. Jiraiya's eyes popped as he choked on his breakfast in surprise. He gagged for several minutes before washing it down with rice milk. After gasping out, he glared, not at Tsunade, but at Naruto. Naruto, you know that we are not to speak of it, Jiraiya said sternly. He plucked Naruto from Tsunade's grasp and punched Naruto's face hard. Naruto held his nose and glared at Jiraiya. I didn't know she wasn't one of them, Naruto said defensively. Tsunade and Shizune were confused by the cryptic conversation. From Jiraiya's stern and worried attitude though, it was something very big. Jiraiya, I demand you tell me of this, Tsunade said. I'm sorry Tsunade, but it's more than my life's worth to tell you. In all honesty, I rather keep my secret to the grave until my successor comes, Jiraiya said. He glared at Naruto. Anyway, Tsunade, will you become the Godaime Hokage? Jiraiya asked. We need you back at Konoha. I feel we shall need you in the near future. Tsunade glared at the pair. Does this feeling involve these masters and this Shikamaru? It was Naruto's turn to glare at the sheepish Jiraiya. Great job Jiraiya, you idiot, Naruto said scathingly. He turned to Tsunade. Until you agree to become the Hokage, we won't tell you, Naruto said. Old man Sarutobi knows of this group, and so do the other 4 great cages. This is because it involves events that can permanently shift the balance of power. The 5 great cages are in charge of the balance of power. However, they are watched by 11 masters and guided by Shikamaru. Tsunade nodded. The shinobi world was full of illusions and deceptions. However, it was surprising that the 5 cages were charged with a duty more than their villages. Tsunade, have you heard of the Akatsuki? Naruto asked. Tsunade shook her head. The Akatsuki is an organization that wants to dominate the entire ninja world. They have been organizing themselves since before the Kyuubi attack, gathering money and followers. Orochimaru used to be a member of this group. However, However, through bounty hunting, theft, tribute, and intimidation, they have built an incredible amount of money and resources, not to mention a humongous army of spies. They have not moved yet, but soon will, Naruto said ominously. Do you know what they are after? Tsunade asked. Naruto nodded. The most powerful beings born in the world, the Jinchuriki and the demons inside. In the Konoha hospital, Mira was worriedly holding Itachi's hand as he shivered in sweat. Itachi was in a dangerously high fever that topped the 105-degree marker. If it wasn't for his flame-natured chakra, he would have been in a coma by now. Mira wiped Itachi's brow with a frost-covered hand, trying to cool him down. For several hours, Itachi's temperature was climbing steadily higher. Mira turned when someone approached behind her. She saw with relief that it was the Hokage looking down at Itachi with sad eyes. Lord Hokage, can't you do anything about his condition? Mira asked desperately. The Hokage didn't respond, but examined Itachi's body. He didn't see anything unusual until he saw the neck. Mira, the Hokage said worriedly. How long has Itachi been like this? A day and a half, sir. Mira answered. She became worried again when his eyes bulged in horror. That can't be. Only Orochimaru knew how to create the curse seal, the Hokage breathed. He opened the window. Anbu, the Hokage called. At once, 5 Anbus appeared. They saluted to the Hokage. What do you need, Hokage-sama? The lead Anbu asked. This is an S-rank mission. There is someone in the fire country that knows Orochimaru's research. We need to find him and interrogate him. Be warned, this person knows how to create the cursed seals. Like the prisoners we have. These cursed seals are able to amplify the user's strength, but causes the user to become a berserker, the Hokage said. The Anbus saluted and vanished. The Hokage turned to Itachi and made several seals. He gasped as it took a huge chunk out of his reserves. However, his hand began glowing as a humongous amount of chakra gathered. Mira, I need you to sit Itachi up and keep him still. He will begin to scream and shake, but this jutsu will help him fight that cursed seal he has on his neck. It won't heal him, but it will help him until we get Jiraiya and Tsunade back, the Hokage said. Mira nodded and pulled Itachi in a sitting position. She eyed the Hokage apprehensively as the chakra in his hand began to glow a golden light. The Hokage turned to Mira. Mira, I need you to quickly bring me holy beads. Go down to the hospital store and steal one, the Hokage commanded. Mira nodded and jumped out the window. After 5 minutes, she came back carrying holy beads. She gave them to the Hokage and held Itachi tightly. The Hokage cut open his palm and held the holy beads in his bleeding palm. He then placed his glowing palm on the seal on Itachi's neck. At once, Itachi began screaming and bellowing in pain. He struggled but was held in place by Mira. Under his breath, the Hokage was chanting several words as his chakra sunk into Itachi's seal. As more and more of the golden chakra was shoved into the seal, Itachi's screams become more bestial, while he struggled violently against Mira's hold. The Hokage ignored it as he concentrated on chanting the right words. When he finished injecting the seal with golden chakra, the Hokage made a long series of hand seals. Fuijin, evil spirit and cage of spiritual swords. The Hokage raised his palm as a kanji appeared on his palm. He slammed his palm on the seal and watched as Itachi's shaking became less and less. He slumped and fell into a peaceful sleep. Mira turned her tearful eyes toward Itachi as his pale skin became full with color and his gaunt face became more full. She smiled gratefully at the Hokage, speechless with gratitude. The Hokage patted her head and smiled gently. Don't worry, Mira, Itachi will be fine, the Hokage said reassuringly. When Tsunade and Jiraiya comes back, Itachi will be as good as new. In the Yamanaka clan house, Choji and Shikamaru were restraining Sasuke with the help of Shino. They were able to abduct him in the middle of the night and bring him here to interrogate. It was well known that the Yamanaka clan was renowned for its interrogation expertise. Right at this moment, Inoichi was interrogating Sasuke. Sasuke glared at Inoichi as he struggled against Shino's chain, Choji's enlarged hands, and Shikamaru's shadow possession with several arrows pinning Sasuke's shadow. The Chunins were not taking any chances. Shino constantly drained Sasuke every hour of the little chakra Sasuke recovered. Sasuke, I'll ask again. What did you do to Itachi? Inoichi asked. Sasuke glared at him and spat on Inoichi's face. Inoichi calmly wiped the spit from his face and looked in Sasuke's eyes. Inoichi was surprised to see how little sanity Sasuke had. Sasuke, what did you do to Itachi? Sasuke grinned as he thought of a way to escape. I'll tell you if you tell these bastards to let go of me. Inoichi signaled to Shikamaru to release Sasuke. Shikamaru, Choji, and Shino eyed Inoichi skeptically but did as Inoichi asked. As soon as Sasuke felt his bonds loosed, he pulled out a kunai and charged at Shikamaru. Ninpu, mind-body disturbance. Sasuke fell to the ground as his body spasmed uncontrollably. Sasuke looked up to see Inoichi make a hand seal. Ninku, mine sight. Sasuke's and Inoichi's body were still as Inoichi's mind relentlessly went through Sasuke's mind. Inside Sasuke's mind, Itachi saw that Sasuke's mind had shaped itself like the Uchiha graveyard with all the tombstones and graves splashed in fresh blood. Inoichi shuddered at Sasuke's sick mind as he saw limbs and other body parts sticking out of graves. Inoichi walked into the graveyard, opening graves to see the contents of Sasuke's mind. As he walked around, he spotted an unusual sight. Inoichi hurried toward it to see a mausoleum made of black stone, surrounded with emotive venom. Inoichi jumped over the venom and walked inside the mausoleum. As he walked throughout the mausoleum, Inoichi was sickened at the detailed and colored drawings carved inside. It was mosaic of pictures, with each picture displaying violent and inhumane acts of nature. Inoichi would have vomited if it wasn't for the fact that he was a shinobi. He ignored the pictures and looked at the design of the mausoleum itself. It was intricately designed to be like snakes were everywhere. Even the mausoleum itself on the inside was like a snake's stomach. Inoichi was instantly reminded of Orochimaru. He ventured further inwards and came across a chamber. Inoichi peeked inside of it. Inoichi's eyes widened when he saw what was in it. He immediately cancelled the jutsu and returned back to his real body. Shino, drain all of Sasuke's chakra, and I mean all of it. Shikamaru, use your shadows to bind Sasuke up. Everyone else use ninja wires or other jutsus to make sure Sasuke is securely tied up, Inoichi ordered. He fell into a chair as Kiba securely tied Sasuke's limbs with ninja wire while Niji sealed all of Sasuke's Tenketsu points. Shino formed a layer of Kekai bugs on Sasuke's body, while Choji encased Sasuke and the bugs in a shell of stone. Then Shikamaru gagged Sasuke using a shadow jutsu. What did you encounter in Sasuke's mind? Shikamaru asked. We need the Hokage now. Sasuke has been willingly possessed by a part of Orochimaru's soul. I'll become the goddamn Hokage, Tsunade proclaimed. Naruto grinned widely. It had taken the combined efforts of Jiraiya, Shizune, and Naruto to convince Tsunade to become the Hokage. However, in the end it succeeded. Great. When are we leaving Hiroshima? Naruto asked cheerfully. Wait, I want one more battle with you, Naruto, Tsunade demanded. Jiraiya was surprised. With Naruto? Jiraiya asked. Tsunade, you're a Sanin, but Naruto is the worst opponent for you. High-speed close combat, Kenjutsu, high defense that can nullify your Taijutsu. Well, let's see, Tsunade said. She launched a punch at Naruto. Naruto released all of his seals and blocked the punch with his sword. Clang. Tsunade and everyone else were shocked. Naruto had just blocked Tsunade's punch with just the sword. He wasn't even standing up. Naruto winked at Tsunade. You expel chakra just before you punch. However, the chakra that I expel from my sword cuts through yours, thanks to my wind affinity. Without the chakra you expel, your super strength is nullified, Naruto said. He smirked at the shocked look on Tsunade's face. Naruto stood up and swung his sword at Tsunade. Tsunade ducked and punched his stomach. Naruto coughed blood as he flew away. He crashed into a tree, turning the tree into sawdust. Naruto looked up blearily to see Tsunade making several hand signs. Kaiten, Flame Dragon Missile. Tsunade blew out a huge fire dragon that hit Naruto. She was surprised that despite the flame, Naruto was still smiling. He stood up and pulled the flame off of him and began eating. What? Tsunade shouted as she watched Naruto eat the flames like it was normal food. Shizune was as shocked as Tsunade, while Jiraiya just grinned. How can you do that? That's not possible? Tsunade asked. Naruto belched a bit when he ate the last piece of fire. Naruto has the Kyuubi, the nine-tailed fox, sealed inside of him, Jiraiya explained. Thanks to Kyuubi's godly control over fire, Naruto has the power to make and create firestorms with even a snap of his fingers. However, he doesn't like using it because it causes an extreme amount of collateral damage. Naruto proved Jiraiya wrong by snapping his fingers. At once, the area around Tsunade began exploding. Tsunade covered her face as she stomped the ground. A makeshift barrier rose up to protect Tsunade from the blast of wind and flames. She peered through the smoke to see several shadows heading toward her. Tsunade gathered chakra into her hand and punched the ground, creating a shockwave that blasted toward shadows. She smirked when it hit dead on, but gasped as Naruto's foot slammed into her side. She rolled away to lessen the impact, but it still hurt. What the hell? His foot felt like a sledgehammer, literally. It's like his body was a steel block, Tsunade grunted aloud. That's something Naruto learned from another teacher, Jiraiya said. Naruto apparently learned some ancient style called the Rakushiki. The 6 styles. He's able to turn his body to steel, emit chakra blades with his arms and legs, jump multiple times in midair, turn his fingers into steel points, run at superhuman speeds with limited effort, and the ability to avoid any attack he sees. Tsunade and Shizune looked at Naruto in amazement while Naruto was cursing and shouting at Naruto for revealing his secrets. What a monster. Such power at such a young age too. He'll be like a god when he reaches his prime, Shizune thought with a hint of fear. Ninpu, chakra blades. Naruto turned and ducked as Tsunade stabbed at him with glowing chakra blades. Naruto gathered chakra in his leg and kicked out at Tsunade. Renyaku Tsunade leaned back as she barely dodged a bright chakra blade. She watched as the blade spun and easily sliced through 3 trees before it faded away. Naruto jumped high and gathered chakra on the soles of his feet. Geppu Naruto jumped several times in midair until he was 50 feet up in the air. He smirked at Tsunade's and Shizune's odd faces. Jiraiya's eyes widened as he recognized what Naruto was going to do. He dived for cover behind a stone as Naruto lifted his leg. Renyaku ran. Tsunade's eyes widened as wave after wave of chakra blades rained down toward her. There were so many that it appeared that Naruto just sent one humongous one at her. Tsunade quickly made a substitution and watched behind the trees as the chakra blades demolished and sliced up everything in a 10-meter radius. The dirt was kicked up into a huge cloud, while the stones and trees nearby were reduced to powder. Impressive, isn't it? A voice behind Tsunade said. She whirled behind to see Naruto leaning on a tree nonchalantly. The best thing is, each blade requires as much chakra as a simple clone jutsu, Naruto explained. It's all in the leg and arms. Tsunade dodged a swipe from Naruto's sword. However, 3 clones jumped out of the bushes and trapped Tsunade's head in a triangle of blades. Forfeit Tsunade or I'll make sure my next Renyaku doesn't miss, Naruto said. He lifted his leg as a warning and sent a chakra blade whizzing by her head. I forfeit, Tsunade said. Naruto grinned and dispelled the clones. He sat down and breathed heavily. Good that Renyaku took a shitload of chakra, Naruto gasped. If you continued to fight, you would have won. I don't think I could last another 5 minutes. Tsunade had a big tick mark as she realized that Naruto had just bluffed her into surrendering. Naruto saw the tick mark and smirk. You see, that is the reason why you keep losing. You have a lousy poker face. Granny, Naruto said cheekily. You brat. Tsunade screamed and slammed her fist into Naruto's cheek, causing him to fly at breakneck speeds out of the forest. He landed hard into the ground and was knocked out. Shizune hurried by his side to check on his condition. As she did, Tsunade walked up to Naruto with a small smile on her face. She gently wiped a streak of dirt of his face. He really is like Naoki and Dan. Although he has no wanting to be Hokage, he still wants to protect his most precious people, Tsunade thought. She reached to the back of her neck and untied her necklace. Shizune gasped as Jiraiya gaped in shock. Tsunade-sama, what are you doing? Shizune stammered as Tsunade tied the necklace around Naruto's neck. Giving it to Naruto, Tsunade said. He possesses the strength and will to become the greatest ninja ever. I hope this will help him on his way. Tsunade never told anyone later. But as soon as she tied the necklace to Naruto, the crystal glowed brightly as a small fire began burning inside the crystal. She smiled as she remembered her grandfather's words about the necklace. When the necklace is connected to its rightful owner, the will of fire shall manifest inside. The will of fire will only manifest when the owner is destined to become great, so great that his name will be remembered throughout the ages, and every person will remember in awe of.